At the age of 18, I entered Princeton to pursue a Ph.D. in physics. At the age of 20, I graduated successfully and then began the challenge of pursuing a Ph.D. in mathematics. At the age of 23, I became a Ph.D. in mathematics and physics. After a short graduate school career, I decided to return to China, but fate seemed unwilling to let me go. A trumped-up charge landed me in jail for 10 years, bringing me to the bottom of my life. But there is always a way out. On the first day of imprisonment, I unexpectedly awakened the technology omnipotent system. The first test given by the system was to ask me to solve the Navier-Stokes equations within 3 years. I consider myself a genius, but I dare not take this millennium problem lightly. Fortunately, the system provides some research directions. Although they are just pointers, they are invaluable. Finding its general solution is equivalent to solving a core problem in fluid mechanics, which can subvert research in various fields such as weather forecasting, aircraft design, and even universe simulation. This is not only the highest honor in the scientific community, but also comes with a $1 million prize from the Clay Mathematics Institute. Money is secondary. The real meaning is the recognition and shock from the academic community. And now, this achievement belongs to a prisoner, to me. Rewards are distributed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the manufacturing technology of the first generation of Mecha. The system's voice sounded again. Mecha? My breath was held in my throat. A large amount of information flooded into my mind like a tide, about every technology in mecha manufacturing. From the energy system to the control system, from the processing technology of a screw to the design principle of the power core, the details were so stunning that I was stunned. This is not only the pinnacle of Blue Star's technology, but also a groundbreaking innovation. I'm rich. I clenched my fists and my heart beat faster. If I can fully understand these technologies, I am confident that I can elevate the technological level of mankind to a whole new level. The emergence of mechas can even allow the country to stand at the top of the blue planet. However, my excitement didn't last long. The system's voice poured cold water on me again. Main mission: build the first mecha within 5 years. Mission reward: unknown. 5 years? To build a mecha? I frowned. This is not going to be an easy task. Right now, the first problem I face is how to get out of prison. I still had 8 years left in my sentence, but the system only gave me 5. You can't let me build a mecha in prison? Can you let me get out of prison early through normal channels? That's impossible. I calmed down and thought back to my imprisonment. The more I thought about it, the more it felt like an elaborate trap. Someone reported it, and then the police came to my house and searched for the so-called top secret data. They also found the transaction records with the buyer in my computer. Even more than $10 million were inexplicably added to my account. The whole process was absolutely flawless, and it was obvious that someone had framed me. And all this is probably related to my research results at that time. My research institute focuses on new materials for military bulletproof vests. During the experiment, I accidentally discovered some key data, which may even be disruptive technological achievements. It's obvious that someone didn't want me to bring these things back to China, so they set up all this. There is almost no solution through normal means. My only hope is my motherland, to let my motherland know my value and save me. But if I want the country to be willing to save me at all costs, I have to prove that I am worthy. So I decided to write a letter. I couldn't send the letter directly because I didn't know if my letter would be intercepted by surveillance. I glanced at Glenn, the black man on the upper bunk. Although this big mouth was weird, at least he could help. Glenn, I said, you guessed right, I am really drawing a talisman. This talisman is very complicated, and I can't finish it by myself. If you do me a favor, I will teach you. After you learn it, you can leave here invisibly. Really? Glenn jumped off the bed excitedly. Joe, I knew it. Eastern magic. I quickly stopped his wild thoughts and just told him that I needed him to help me mail a letter. Not long after, a letter was sent through Glenn's channel and eventually landed on the desk of Lin Peiyuan, director of the Institute of Aerodynamics. The next morning, Lin Peiyuan handled the work at hand as usual. The secretary brought him a pile of letters, and he flipped through them casually. A letter sent from abroad caught his attention. He opened the envelope and saw only a thin piece of paper. As soon as he glanced at it, the teacup in his hand fell on the table. Proof of the general solution of the equation? Lin Peiyuan was stunned, and his first reaction was that it was a prank. But the more he read, the more he felt something was wrong, and the content on it deeply attracted him. He held his breath and concentrated, his palms trembling slightly unconsciously. When his secretary pushed the door open to remind him of his schedule, he waved her out without any hesitation. Don't bother me. The secretary was stunned. Lin Peiyuan's schedule was always very tight, and there had never been such an abnormal situation. But he didn't dare ask more questions and had to leave the office. Lin Peiyuan confirmed the contents of the letter again and finally made up his mind. He stood up suddenly and told his secretary, "Contact Colonel Chun of the Army Aviation Corps and arrange a helicopter for me. I need to rush to the city immediately." Helicopter? The secretary almost didn't react, but Lin Peiyuan's tone left no room for doubt. Soon, he personally boarded a camouflaged military helicopter and flew towards the city. At the same time, Lu Guangda, director of the city's supercomputing center, received a notice that an important person was about to land by helicopter. Upon hearing the news, he immediately took people to the rooftop helipad to greet them. However, when the camouflaged military helicopter appeared in the sky, everyone was stunned. When the military helicopter landed on the helipad of the city's supercomputing center, I knew that everything was going according to plan. The letter had been delivered, and the proof had finally been taken seriously. The appearance of Dean Lin and his use of a military helicopter to verify the general solution of the equation meant that my efforts finally paid off. Although I was unable to witness the shock caused by the letter with my own eyes, I can imagine the scene at that time. Dean Lin is an authority in the field of aerodynamics, and every decision he makes is of great importance. The people at the supercomputing center certainly didn't expect that this heavyweight would suddenly visit them and ask for 50% of the computing power of Riverlight. This is simply unimaginable under normal circumstances. 50% of computing power? When hearing this request, Lu Guangda, the head of the supercomputing center, was so shocked that his face was almost beyond words. Of course they would be shocked. The Great Riverlight, a supercomputer with a computing power of 9 kilobytes per second, has been running at full capacity since its construction and has never had idle computing power. They stopped other projects just to verify one equation, which is not only a technical issue but also a huge trade-off. But Dean Lin could not give in. With an overwhelming aura, he broke all doubts with a simple sentence. "I want to verify the general solution of the Navier-Stokes equation." I can imagine the shocking effect this sentence had when it landed. The universal solution to the equation? That is one of the 7 millennium problems, and countless top mathematicians and physicists have spent their entire lives trying to solve it but have still not been able to do so. Now, the answer is in an ordinary letter? The room must have been eerily quiet, and they would have surely suspected that this was a prank. But Dean Lin's professional vision was enough to make them re-examine the matter. Who completed this general solution? This is the question that is bound to arise. I know they will guess who the sender is and think of a Chinese scholar overseas, or even a hidden master. No one would have thought that this letter came from a prison and from a young man who was wrongly accused. But this is not important. What is really important is that when the supercomputer completes the verification and the general solution is confirmed to be correct, my value will be fully recognized. As long as this is true, I will have the opportunity to escape from prison and return to the stage where I belong. When I handed the letter to Glenn and through his hands it reached Lin Peiyuan, I knew that this was a fateful step. I didn't know if the letter would be ignored, but it was my only bet. I heard that there was a joke in the research institute, and Lin Peiyuan's secretary Yang Mu actually ran to the garbage dump to look for this letter. I closed my eyes, his miserable appearance appeared in my mind, and I couldn't help laughing to myself. I don't need to see these processes with my own eyes. What's important is the results. Finally, he found the fragments of the letter, pieced together the return address, and even found out my identity. At this moment, in the supercomputing center, Lin Peiyuan was nervously waiting for the verification results. I can imagine the atmosphere, with everyone holding their breath and staring at the supercomputer's operating status on the big screen. My proof process is very detailed, but whether I have really solved this millennium problem still needs to be verified by supercomputing. Verification completed. When the prompt tone indicating that the program had finished running sounded, I seemed to be able to hear the shocking sound far away in the supercomputing center. It's really proved. Lin Peiyuan's voice may have a hint of disbelief, but more of it is excitement. This news will shock the whole world. The general solution of the equation is not only a mathematical breakthrough, but will also completely change the theoretical foundation of fluid mechanics and even many scientific and technological fields. I imagine them excitedly discussing my results, and I guess that they must be eager to know the source of this proof. Soon, Lin Peiyuan took out his mobile phone, and Yang Mu had already sent the investigation results to him. When he sees the word prison, he will be stunned. How could this happen when he's in prison? I could almost feel Lin Peiyuan's confusion and shock. He might not understand how a prisoner could solve such a difficult problem. But for me, these 2 years of prison life were both a desperate situation and a test. Now, My value has been demonstrated to them, and now it depends on how they act. When I lay in the cell and closed my eyes, my mind was always busy. I haven't written anything in the past 2 days because I know that even writing a little bit may cause a storm. So I chose to sort out the technical content of the mecha in my mind. This information is like a brand in my memory, clear and clear. The core of the power system is the battery, a battery technology that uses carbon nanotubes as a conductive agent, with an energy density far exceeding the current level. Once this technology comes out, it will be enough to subvert the global energy landscape. Thinking of this, my thoughts became clearer, and at this moment, the door opened. "Zhou, you have a visitor." The prison guard stood at the door. I immediately opened my eyes and followed him to the visiting room. As soon as I sat down, two strangers appeared in my sight. One was wearing glasses and looked very refined. The other was wearing a well-tailored suit. "Hello, my name is Yang Mu, and I'm the secretary of academician Lin Peiyuan. This is Huang Xiang, a famous local lawyer." The man with glasses took the initiative to speak. Lin Peiyuan's secretary? My heart moved slightly, and the power of the letter began to manifest. I listened as Yang Mu continued. "Director Lin has read your letter and sent me here to meet with you and ask about your request. In addition, I have investigated your case and found that there may be some problems, so I invited attorney Huang, who may be able to help you." At this point, Huang Xiang took over the conversation, spread a stack of documents on the table, and began to explain incessantly. He mentioned that although the chain of evidence in the case was complete, there might be flaws in the evidence collection procedure. As long as it was proved that the evidence collection procedure was illegal, the evidence would be invalid. I looked at him, and to be honest, I felt a little impatient. Hire a lawyer? Rely on legal means? I have tried these methods before, but they are useless. The other party has a strong background, and the normal means will not work at all. It seems that my letter is not important enough. I stood up and interrupted their conversation. They were obviously stunned. Their eyes were full of confusion. "I will give you something at this time tomorrow. Take it back and give it to Director Lin," I said lightly, turned and left the visiting room. Since the equation isn't shocking enough, I'll give them something bigger. The next day, I entered the visiting room again, and Yang Mu was already sitting there waiting for me. He was obviously a little impatient, or perhaps confused, but I didn't intend to explain. I handed the prison guard a letter, watched him check it carefully and nodded. Then I handed the letter to Yang Mu. "Please take this letter to Dean Lin." I looked at Yang Mu, spoke briefly, then stood up and left the visiting room. My time is precious. There is no need to waste it on explanations. I have done what I should do. After Yang Mu opened the letter, he should be able to feel the weight of the two pieces of paper. He might be able to understand some of the content, such as the basic chemical equations, but he probably won't be able to fully understand more of the content, especially the complex mathematical symbols about battery models. I know that he will contact Lin Peiyuan as soon as possible. After Lin Peiyuan reads the content, he will definitely realize the importance of this letter. I can imagine how shocked Lin Peiyuan was when he received the letter and saw the battery model described in it. The high-performance battery model using carbon nanotubes as conductive agents is not only a technological breakthrough, but also a disruptive technology that can trigger the next energy revolution. I know Lin Peiyuan will carefully verify every piece of data on the paper. After confirming the feasibility of these theories, he will understand that the true value of this technology is far beyond imagination. Sitting in the cell, I closed my eyes and waited quietly. I had already made this move, and now it was up to them to decide how they would proceed. After returning from the cell, I leaned on the bed, recalling Yang Mu's expression when he left. He was clearly shocked, and maybe a little scared. That was the effect I wanted. The letter has been sent, and I know the weight of the contents. Lin Peiyuan will definitely realize its importance, and Yang Mu's mission is just to send this time bomb back safely. As for what kind of storm will be triggered later, I don't care, and I even secretly look forward to it. Yang Mu may have guessed the seriousness of the matter, but obviously, his nervousness and fear were not enough to cope with the situation that followed. I believe that at this moment, he is handling the letter carefully and dare not make any mistakes. The intervention of the 6th Special Intelligence Bureau is only the first step. I can imagine that after Lin Peiyuan received the letter, he must have immediately reported it to his superiors through special channels. Breakthrough research results like these are not something that can be easily handled by individuals, institutions, or even single countries. They are enough to shake the existing energy landscape. At the same time, a data center far away in the country may also be experiencing a storm. Maybe someone was trying to clean up any information that might be leaked. To them, I was a dangerous variable, but I know that they can only suppress this bomb temporarily and the real explosion is only a matter of time. I lay on the bed, closed my eyes, and waited quietly for further developments. The letter has been sent. Those who should take action will take action, and those who should make decisions will make decisions. I don't need to urge, because this game is no longer beyond my control. Meanwhile, Lin Peiyuan's phone call completely stirred up the situation. The top management immediately decided on 3 things to do. First, ensure the data is safe. The special agent escorted Yang Mu's envelope back to China through a secret passage, and all WeChat records and related data were erased. Second, use the data in hand to conduct process verification in domestic research institutes. This task was assigned to the Institute of Energy under the Chinese Academy of Sciences, led by academician Chen Tiankai. The third and most important thing is to find a way to rescue me from the prison of my country. Technology is important, but the talents behind the technology are more important. The 6th Special Intelligence Bureau took on this difficult task. On the outskirts of the city, in an unremarkable office building, the headquarters of the 6th Special Intelligence Bureau. Director Han Haining lowered his head and carefully read through my information. From my elementary school math grades to my doctoral degree, every page was studied in great detail. There was a knock on the door, and he said without even raising his head, "Come in." A neat figure walked in. She was wearing a white shirt, a one-step skirt, and short hair. Her facial features were delicate, and her temperament was as cold as a human iceberg. "Chen Ruoyun is here. Please sit down." Han Haining looked up and smiled. After she sat down, Han Haining pushed a stack of information in front of her and said, "Your target is him, Zhou Yang. You have only one mission: bring him back home safely." Chen Ruoyun quickly flipped through my information with a serious expression. Han Haining added in a deep voice, "Remember, target safety comes first. Even if someone shoots, you have to go up and block the bullet. He can't die anyway. Failure is not an option, understand?" "I understand." Chen Ruoyun nodded vigorously. Han Haining continued, "At present, he is being held in a prison in the country. No matter what means are used, legitimate or illegitimate, even blowing up the prison, I only want one result: bring him back. Resources can be mobilized at will, and the country will cover any serious trouble that occurs. Do you understand?" "I heard it clearly," Chen Ruoyun said firmly. "Very good. This is your contact resource. If you have any questions, find him. Let's set off immediately." Han Haining made the final instructions. A few hours later, Chen Ruoyun boarded a flight to China. The next day, she arrived at the country. The person who met her at the airport was He Bing, the middle-aged man in charge of handing over envelopes at the embassy. Section Chief Chen. He Bing took the initiative to greet him. "Hello, go here." Chen Ruoyun handed him an address. The car drove into an ordinary residential community and stopped in front of a 2-story house. The light cast a swaying figure through the curtains. Chen Ruoyun knocked on the door wearing sunglasses, and a middle-aged white man with a red nose poked his head out. "Mr. Mason, I'm Chun Yun. If it's convenient, let's go to the yard and talk." Chen Ruoyun smiled calmly. Mason followed her to the yard, puzzled. After standing still, Chen Ruoyun said directly, "Mr. Mason, you are the warden of Fox Prison, with an annual salary of $50,000. Your wife works in a supermarket, you have 3 children, your eldest daughter's college tuition is $20,000, and you also have a mortgage, a car loan, and $80,000 in arrears. These are enough to give you a headache, right?" Mason was stunned, his eyes alert and angry. "Who are you?" Chen Ruoyun continued to smile. "I can help you make millions, or even more. How does it sound?" Mason instinctively wanted to refuse, but when he heard the number of millions, he couldn't help but stop. Chen Ruoyun pressed on, "There is a person in your prison. I need him to come out. The method is up to you. After the matter is done, I will give you $3 million and arrange for your whole family to go to a country without an extradition treaty." Mason's breathing was rapid, and his tone was forced. "I can't do it. I don't have the final say in prison." $5 million, Chen Ruoyun said calmly. Mason wavered, but still shook his head. $10 million. Chen Ruoyun smiled. Mason's eyes were red. He struggled for a moment and gritted his teeth and said, "I can't do it alone. I may need $30 million. Chen Ruoyun interrupted him. "You can use anyone. You make the arrangements. After the matter is completed, $10 million will be deposited immediately, and the remaining $20 million will be in place after your people come out." Mason was silent for a long time, but ultimately he couldn't refuse the offer, his face full of complexity and hesitation. When I saw Mason staring at the long string of zeros on his mobile bank card balance, I glanced at him with some disdain. Such people, greedy to the point of having no bottom line, are just the easiest chess pieces to manipulate. As long as you do it according to the agreement, the money will be yours. My tone was calm, but it was enough to make him nod repeatedly with red eyes. Don't worry, I will definitely rescue the person. After dealing with Mason, I got straight into the car and gave another address. Bing didn't talk much and drove quietly. I cooperated with him and finally didn't have to bother explaining anything. The car drove into a dilapidated factory area, surrounded by dirty streets covered with graffiti. This was local gang territory, and the air smelled of rot and grease, but I didn't care. When I arrived in front of the factory, I got out of the car and waved to the camera. Soon after, the iron gate opened and two strong men stood out, staring at Bing and me warily. Raise your hands, one of them ordered in Russian. I didn't resist, I raised my hand, but said coldly, don't touch me, if you still want to keep your hand. The other party was stunned for a moment, and was about to explode when a voice came from the factory, let them in. I walked straight into the factory, and Bing followed closely behind me. The interior of the factory was completely different from the outside. It was filled with all kinds of luxury sports cars and precision equipment, resembling a car repair shop, but the atmosphere was so tense that it seemed as if a conflict could break out at any time. In the middle of the factory, a middle-aged man with a wretched appearance came up to me with a fake smile on his face. He was the person I was looking for, Petrov. Where's the stuff? I asked directly in fluent Russian. He waved his hand and several people carried out several ammunition boxes. When the box was opened, there was a wide variety of weapons inside, ranging from automatic rifles to throwing weapons and even tactical pendants. Bing took a quick look and realized that these equipments were enough to arm a tactical team. Where's the money? Asked Petrov, his eyes full of greed. I took out my phone and shook it, then said calmly, give me your account number. After the transfer was completed, I reminded him to check it. After he confirmed the receipt, the smile on his face deepened. But then he closed the box and his face turned cold. What are these weapons for? If you don't explain clearly, I'm afraid you can't take them away. The air suddenly stagnated. The workers around us stopped what they were doing, and all eyes were focused on us. As a knife seller, do I need to care about what customers use knives for? I asked with a sneer. What if I have to ask? His tone turned dangerous. Bing moved closer, tensed his body, and was ready to take action at any time. I raised my hand to signal him to calm down, ignored Petrov's provocation, and turned to leave the factory. Although Petrov's men were nervous, they did not stop him. When the car drove outside the factory, suddenly a black car stopped next to us. The car window rolled down, and a man with an oriental face saluted, Comrade Chanruayun. According to the order from the superior, the leader of the Jiaolong squad, Hu Zhangping, is reporting to you with his squad. Please give us your instructions. I nodded and pointed to the factory building and said, the weapons are inside. This place is your base for the time being. Wait for my orders. I added, the money has been paid. If you don't give it, you can handle it yourself. After that, I closed the car window and said to Bing, drive. I don't need to see what happens next. My people will complete the task neatly and efficiently, and I have more important things to do. The factory was filled with the laughter of Petrov and his men. $1 million US. This money is so easy to make. One of the men shouted proudly. With a smile on his face, Petrov leaned back in his chair, looking very proud. These Chinese are as weak as rabbits. I just threatened them a few times, and they paid the money obediently. They didn't even have a rebellious heart. His men echoed in agreement, and laughter filled the entire factory. However, just as their laughter began to gain momentum, it was suddenly stopped by a loud, dull thud. The factory door collapsed to the ground, and 4 figures strode in. The burly man in the lead spoke in a loud voice, and although he spoke in Russian, he did not hide his intentions. Let's get the weapons. Petrov was startled, then stood up angrily. Who are you? Do you know whose territory this is? The 4 of them didn't say much, but rushed forward quickly and efficiently. Tainyo knocked the big man in front of him down with one punch and threw him into the pile of tires in the corner. The other 3 people acted quickly, and everyone in the factory had almost no chance to fight back and were knocked down in just a few seconds. Petrov lay on the ground, his face filled with horror, looking at this group of strangers who were calmly equipping themselves with weapons. He finally reacted, his lips trembling as he murmured in a low voice, "Oh my God! You are soldiers, soldiers of the country." Hu Zhangping checked the weapons and said coldly, "From now on, this place is requisitioned. Any questions?" Petrov shook his head hastily and kept saying no. Looking at the 5 fully armed soldiers, he no longer dared to have any thoughts of resistance. Meanwhile, I was returning to my cell from the library at Forks Prison. On the way, a prison guard stopped me and said, "Joe, someone wants to see you." My heart moved. It seemed that things were finally making progress. Soon after, I was taken to the visiting room. A woman in simple business attire stood there, her eyes calm and sharp. Even though she didn't say a word, I knew what her presence meant. She only said, "Zhou Yang, we are going to take you home." In the reception room, I met Chen Ruoyun for the first time. When she came in, I was stunned. It wasn't because of her looks, but because of her temperament. Her calmness and sense of control over the overall situation made me almost forget that I was in prison. "Mr. Zhou, my name is Chen Ruoyun." Her voice was low and steady. I didn't rush to answer, I just nodded. "Who is she? What is she doing here? Is she the same lawyer as the last time? Or does she have other intentions?" "I wait patiently. I will be responsible for escorting you back home safely. You will leave here tomorrow at the earliest, or the day after tomorrow at the latest. I hope you are mentally prepared." This sentence made all my nerves tense for a moment, but I tried to keep a calm face. I nodded slightly and asked, "Anything else?" "No." She still smiled. This time, I didn't stop and stood up. "Well, goodbye." "Goodbye." Her smile was still as indifferent. Back in the cell, I tried to calm myself down, but my fists clenched involuntarily. Her words confirmed for me that the letter had finally worked and that I didn't have much time left. At 5 in the evening, the prison guard opened the door of the cell. "Zhou, pack your things. You are going to be transferred to another prison." Glenn, who was sitting on the upper bunk, poked his head out, looking surprised. "What's going on? Transferred to another prison? Did you apply for it?" I ignored him, knowing in my heart that this must have been arranged by Chen Ruoyun. I don't know how they arranged everything within the prison system, but it's clear that planning has begun. I simply packed my clothes, followed the prison guard out of the cell, and boarded a transfer vehicle. The car started moving. I didn't look back at the high wall that had suppressed me for 2 years, but looked forward, the road leading to freedom. At night, the car was still moving, but I didn't feel tired at all. I just wanted to leave here as soon as possible. But I didn't know that the people who arranged for me to be transferred to prison were not Chen Ruoyun, but someone else. Meanwhile, in prison, Mason's car has just arrived, and he is clearly pleased with himself. The brand new Porsche attracted a lot of attention. "This guy either won the lottery or made a fortune," colleagues joked. He smiled complacently, waiting for the time to come to hand me over to Chen Ruoyun in exchange for his 20 million. But before midnight, his colleague came running over with a pale face and told him, "That person is gone." Mason was stunned. "Who? Who else?" "It's him." Mason almost jumped up. "What's going on?" My colleague was so anxious that he was sweating all over his forehead. "I don't know. When I took over, I went to see him, but he was gone. I checked the records, and there is no record of transfer. He seems to have disappeared out of thin air." Mason's heart sank. He realized that his plan might have been exposed, but he dared not say anything. He could only lower his voice and say, "Pretend nothing happened." But he knew in his heart that his 20 million was definitely lost. I had been transferred to an unfamiliar place at this time. The scenery outside the car window became increasingly desolate, and I began to realize that something was wrong. Transferring the prison? But this doesn't match the planned route at all. The car finally stopped in front of a tall building. I was taken out of the car, and without much explanation, pushed into a closed interrogation room. On the other side, Chen Ruoyun was waiting outside the prison, but there was no news until the early morning. Finally, she called Mason. "Mr. Mason, I want an explanation." Mason's voice trembled on the other end of the phone. "That person has been transferred away. There is no record. Don't contact me again." The call was hung up, and Chen Ruoyun cursed angrily. She quickly calmed down and started to replan. "Investigate. Use all intelligence networks to find Zhou Yang's whereabouts, especially the police system." Soon, the news came that I was transferred to the headquarters of Longhua and never came out again. A day and a night have passed in the abandoned factory. The 5 people remained calm. Some were watching TV, some were playing poker, and no one showed a trace of impatience. However, when Hu Zhengping's cell phone rang, he immediately sat up straight, glanced at the screen, and his face instantly became serious. "Assemble," he ordered in a deep voice. The 4 of them were equipped almost instantly and stood in a straight line, always with guns in hand. This was their instinct. "Clean up the traces in 1 minute and get ready to go." Hu Zhengping said this and took the lead in leaving the factory. A minute later, 5 people drove the vehicle onto the road. At 5 o'clock in the morning, when the sky was just getting light, The car stopped in front of a gray high-rise building on the edge of the city. Hu Zhengping took out a photo, which was my ID photo. The target is him, and the mission is to bring the target out safely. He must be alive. There is no possibility of failure. He raised his head and glanced between the four people. Do you understand? Understood. Blackbird grinned. His life is more valuable than ours. If a bullet comes, I will be the first to block it. Hu Zhengping didn't say much, just nodded. They all knew that this was a mission that could only succeed, and such missions were often the most difficult. Hu Zhengping continued. According to intelligence, the target is being held on the 5th floor. There are 30 armed security guards in the entire building, and an unknown number of agents. Try not to shoot actively. If you can deal with him at close range, use combat methods. The four nodded and started to move without further ado. They put on their masks and got ready. Action, Hu Zhengping ordered. 5 people got out of the car quickly and rushed to the main entrance of the building like a gust of wind. I have been interrogated in this building for 10 hours. The white interrogator had a ferocious look on his face. He approached me and growled, "Tell me, who are those people you met? If you tell me, I'll let you sleep and eat hamburgers. Otherwise, you can keep wasting time." My throat felt dry as sandpaper and my vision went black for a while. Anger and fatigue intertwined together. I didn't even have the strength to refute. I could only close my eyes and remain silent. At this moment, there was a loud noise, and the door of the interrogation room was suddenly slammed open, with half of the door falling to the ground. Several figures rushed in like lightning, so fast that I could hardly see their movements. "Who are you?" the white man yelled and reached for the gun at his waist. Before he could finish his move, Hu Zhengping, who was in the front, took a step forward and chopped his neck with a precise knife. The white man fell to the ground, without any power to resist. "Mr. Zhou, we have received orders to escort you away," Hu Zhengping said as he uncuffed my handcuffs. I was stunned, staring at these fully armed men, too shocked to speak. The country actually sent soldiers to raid the headquarters? This is too hardcore. Okay. I nodded reluctantly. Blackbird quickly found the key to help me unlock the handcuffs, but when I stood up, my eyes went dark, my feet went weak, and I fell back. After 10 hours of intense interrogation without food or water, I was completely exhausted. "Tainyo!" Hu Zhengping shouted. Tainyo immediately stepped forward, and without saying anything, he picked me up with one hand. I was a little embarrassed for a moment, but I could only let him do it. "Let's go," Hu Zhengping said coldly, and rushed out the door first. The hall was in chaos. The monitoring room had already discovered the abnormality on the 1st floor. Security guards and agents rushed to the scene, and alarms rang out in the building. As soon as we rushed out of the interrogation room door, we were greeted by a barrage of bullets. All I heard was a whizzing sound beside my ears, which was the sound of bullets flying past us. "Cover," Hu Zhengping commanded in a deep voice. The 5 people quickly dispersed and used the cover to fight back. Tainyo held me in his arms. My whole body pressed against his bulletproof vest, and I could hear the bang-bang sound of bullets hitting his armor. In the director's office, Branch Chief Paul was talking on the phone with a relaxed smile. "Don't worry, my people are interrogating him. No matter how hard he tries, he won't be able to hold out for long. 12 hours is enough for him to talk. Otherwise, just send him to the federal prison and arrange some surprises. It's simple and thorough." As soon as he hung up the phone, his men suddenly rushed in, shouting in panic, "Chief, terrorists have broken in." Paul was so stunned that he almost dropped the coffee in his cup. "What? Terrorists? You must be kidding." Before he could come to his senses, the voices on the intercom exploded. "Damn it, stun bombs, my eyes. Shoot. Shoot quickly. The enemy's firepower is too strong. Retreat quickly. The target is on the 5th floor. They are too fast. They have already reached the 2nd floor." Paul rushed to the window just in time to see a black SUV speeding away in the morning light. His face was pale and his hands were shaking. Who is this person who dares to attack the headquarters? Just 10 minutes later, Tainyo took me out of the interrogation room. A black SUV parked steadily outside the building. After they put me in, they evacuated quickly. In the car, I leaned back in my seat and couldn't help asking them, "Are you soldiers?" They didn't answer, but their actions and equipment said it all. I was shocked. How much did the country value me for sending such an elite force to rescue me? Thinking of this, I couldn't help but sigh, "Thank you." The leading Tainyo nodded slightly and said calmly, "It's my duty." But there was still confusion in his eyes, as if he was wondering what was so special about someone like me. When the car drove to a secluded place, I finally saw Chenruaya. Mr. Zhou, I'm sorry, there was a change in the plan and you were frightened. Her tone was still calm, but her eyes were full of apology. I nodded and said nothing more. Although I had resentment before, now that I think about it, the person has been successfully rescued. There is no point in complaining. Leave the next arrangements to me, don't worry, she said, and motioned for me to get in another car. Before leaving, I looked back at the 5 people who saved me and nodded in greeting. They simply returned the greeting and turned around to continue with the subsequent evacuation plan. The car started moving. I leaned back in my seat, closed my eyes, and finally felt a long-lost sense of security in my heart. Chapter 14 Battery Demonstration. Branch Headquarters. The real people from the headquarters and the Department of Homeland Security all arrived. In the conference room, leaders from all parties gathered together to listen to the case report. Paul presided over the meeting, sighed, and said, "Let's just watch the video." The entire branch headquarters building was covered with cameras, and Hu Jinping and his 4 companions did not consider intercepting the video signal or anything, so the entire process was recorded. From the very beginning, when Hu Jinping and his 5 companions appeared, Hu Jinping accelerated, kicked the table and the people away, and rushed to the 5th floor at a rapid speed. Then, facing a room full of armed agents, he used a stun grenade to clear the way and quickly rushed out of the headquarters. The entire video process is very short, taking less than 5 minutes. At that time, there were more than 50 armed agents and more than 30 armed security guards in the entire building, for a total of 80 people. And it only took the 5 people 5 minutes to complete the whole process of kidnapping and leaving safely. So the video was played, and all the responsible persons present fell silent. These 5 people are masters. Their equipment is very good, extremely good, said the person in charge. And they are well-trained, very professional, extremely professional, and 100% have experience serving in the special forces. The more they talked, the more solemn their expressions became. This time, they met a master. All right. A person in charge from the headquarters stood up and said, "The key now is how to catch them. They attacked us and took the prisoners away. This is a provocation to us. If we let them escape, how can we save our dignity?" The heads of the other 2 departments looked at each other and thought to themselves that it was your shame and it had nothing to do with us. But although I thought so, I didn't dare to show it. Let's check the guns first. Their weapons are not common goods, so they should be easy to check. You can also check the mercenaries from the list of retired military personnel. By the way, if you want to do something this big, there will definitely be rumors in the local area, so you can pay attention to it. Everyone contributed their ideas and made various suggestions. At this time, Paul coughed lightly, took out a photo, pasted it on the writing board, and said, "Everyone, we should start our investigation with this person." When everyone looked at him, Paul continued, "This man is Zhou Yang, the prisoner who was kidnapped this time. He is a criminal imprisoned in prison. We received some intelligence that someone might kidnap him, so we took him out of prison and temporarily placed him in our headquarters building. But we didn't expect that as soon as we brought the people here, the other party directly stormed our headquarters building and kidnapped them." The person in charge raised his hand and asked, "Is there anything special about this person?" Paul was panicking, but suddenly it occurred to him that Zhou Yang's kidnapping was a perfect way to cover up the fact that he had framed Zhou Yang. This man used to be a researcher at the Lofa Institute of Physics, responsible for the research of a confidential military high-strength flexible material. 2 years ago, he stole important research data and sold it to a mysterious buyer. Fortunately, he was reported and discovered. Otherwise, this confidential research would have been leaked. Everyone present frowned with serious expressions, as this actually involved confidential military research. "This is going to be a big deal." Paul continued, "The evidence was solid at the time, and he was sentenced to 10 years in prison, but we have never let up on him. Just a few days ago, he suddenly started to frequently contact some Chinese people. We thought that we had received intelligence that someone was going to kidnap him, so I have a bold guess that the people who kidnapped Zhou Yang were Chinese, and their purpose was to get the research data in Zhou Yang's hands." Everyone's breathing suddenly became rapid. Who would have thought that it would even involve the country? "Paul, are you sure what you said is true? Do you have any evidence?" "If you don't have any evidence, don't make random guesses," the man asked with a serious expression. Paul nodded vigorously and said, "Of course, we have people monitoring him all the time, and we have prison visit records, which can all be used as evidence." The head of the Department of Homeland Security suddenly stood up and said, "You guys continue. I need to report the situation to the minister." Having said that, he walked out directly. Seeing this situation, the person in charge could no longer sit still and quickly stood up and followed. At this point, Zhou Yang's name has entered the sight of the country's intelligence agencies. After determining that there was a possibility of leaking important military research results, the country's intelligence agencies frantically searched for Zhou Yang's whereabouts. Country Institute of Energy Research. The research team led by Chen Tiankai has managed to prepare a battery model and is now conducting data testing on this fingernail-sized battery. Due to breakthroughs in manufacturing materials, the size of the battery has been greatly reduced. This is also an incredible breakthrough. With modern battery technology, it has become extremely difficult to reduce the size of batteries with the same capacity. Measure the capacity first. Chen Tiankai's eyes were a little red. In the past few days, he had hardly rested and devoted himself to this demonstration and research. The researcher next to him has already started testing. Soon, the data came out. 8,300 mAh. After seeing the data, many researchers at the scene gasped and their breathing became rapid. With current battery technology, an 8,300 mAh battery would probably be the size of a palm, but the battery in front of me is only the size of a fingernail and 1 millimeter thick, which is simply incredible. Chen Tiankai suppressed his inner excitement and said hurriedly, "Continue the test." Test data came out one by one. The attenuation efficiency is as high as 95%. The battery energy reaches 43 watt-hours. There are also open circuit voltage, battery internal resistance, operating voltage, and other performance indicators, which are often several times higher than those of modern batteries. This is simply divine. Chen Tiankai's eyes widened. He was so excited that he couldn't control himself. This tiny battery in front of us is a revolutionary technology that will change the whole world. Many researchers present couldn't help but burst into cheers. No one knew better than them what this battery technology represented. Who developed this battery? It's amazing. I don't know. It seems like this is a production process sent down from above, but no one knows who developed it. No matter who it is, I have only one thought now. I am convinced that the person who can develop this kind of battery is simply a god. It's amazing. That's right. It's no exaggeration to say that this is another technological revolution. Everyone was talking about it. Chen Tiankai waved his hand and said, "Okay, let's continue testing other data. There is still a lot of data to be tested, such as charging and discharging rates, and differences in battery performance under extreme environments. Then there is the safety performance. No matter how good the performance is, it will not work if it explodes as soon as it is used. Moreover, such a small battery can store such a large amount of electricity, just like a small bomb, so safety is extremely important." After arranging everything, Chen Tiankai hurried out of the laboratory. On the one hand, Chen Tiankai had to report the verification results to his superiors. On the other hand, he was also curious about what kind of genius could develop such battery technology. Chapter 15 Returning Home, VIP Treatment. The plane gradually descended. "Mr. Zhou, the plane is about to land," Chen Ruoyun said softly. Zhou Yang turned his head and could see the vast land through the plane window. "Motherland, I'm back?" Zhou Yang murmured softly, his eyes inevitably a little red. "I went abroad when I was 18, and now I am 27 years old. In a blink of an eye, it has been almost 10 years since I left my homeland. I left home when I was young and returned when I was old. My accent has not changed, but my hair has turned gray." Although Zhou Yang did not have any white hair on his temples, his 2 years in prison had inevitably made him look more weathered. "Thank you very much." Zhou Yang calmed himself down and said to Chen Ruoyun beside him. This time, if it weren't for Chen Ruoyun, it would not be easy for Zhou Yang to get out of prison. After leaving the headquarters, Zhou Yang, under the arrangement of Chen Ruoyun, changed his appearance, first forged his identity and went to a country in the north of the country, and then flew back to China. Chen Ruoyun smiled and said, "No need, this is what I should do." This smile was so beautiful and charming that Zhou Yang couldn't help but stare at it. At this time, the voice of the person sitting in the front seat attracted Zhou Yang's attention. "Sister Sue, how many people will come to pick me up at the airport this time? How about my clothes? Do you think I should wear a scarf?" Zhou Yang was traveling in business class. There was a man and a woman sitting in the row in front of him, and the man was talking. The man boarded the plane wearing a baseball cap and black sunglasses that covered half of his face, looking very mysterious. The woman next to him said, "Why are you wearing a scarf? What you want now is exposure. Don't worry, I have already arranged everything for you. When the time comes, you just need to leave beautifully." Their conversation also attracted the attention of a young lady sitting next to them. The young lady stared at the man for a long time and suddenly screamed, "Are you Huku? Oh my god, you are Huku. I am actually on the same plane with Huku." The young lady's companions also shouted excitedly. The passengers in business class were all attracted and looked over curiously, pointing and talking. Some people even took out their mobile phones and started taking pictures secretly. Chen Ruoyun, who was sitting quietly, suddenly stood up and stood in front of Zhou Yang. The two of them were very close to each other, only about 10 centimeters apart at most. Zhou Yang could almost feel Chen Ruoyun's breath hitting his face. He was slightly stunned and asked in surprise, "What's wrong with you?" Chen Ruoyun stood up and took out a baseball cap from the backpack in the luggage compartment and handed it over together with a pair of sunglasses. After Zhou Yang put them on, she whispered, "I'm sorry, Mr. Zhou. I'm afraid those people will take pictures and include you in the picture. The above means that I hope you can keep a low profile for the time being." Zhou Yang finally reacted, nodded slightly, and looked at the man named Huku in the front row. Seems like a celebrity. It seemed that many people in the business class knew Huku, and Huku also stood up to greet everyone and take photos with them. Chen Ruoyun scanned everyone at the scene with sharp eyes, taking note of everyone who took photos with their mobile phones. "Do you know him?" Zhou Yang asked curiously. Chen Ruoyun glanced at Huku and said, "She seems to be a celebrity. She appeared on some variety show this year and suddenly became popular." Zhou Yang looked at Chen Ruoyun in surprise. He didn't expect that Chen Ruoyun, this cold-faced female agent, actually watched variety shows. Chen Ruoyun blushed slightly and said, "I take a look occasionally." At this time, the plane began to descend. The plane stopped and many passengers packed their luggage and prepared to get off the plane. But the hatch did not open. "Hey, why don't you open the hatch? There are only a few people in the first class. Why haven't they all gotten off yet?" When many passengers were wondering, a flight attendant appeared and said, "Please wait a moment, passengers. We may be late to get off the plane." "Later? How late? We are in business class, okay? We were the first to get off. Why are you asking us to get off later?" Many passengers were shocked when they heard this. The stewardess smiled and didn't explain anything. At this time, someone noticed that there was no shuttle bus outside, which meant that not only them, but also the people in the economy class did not get off the plane. What the hell? Everyone was confused. Zhou Yang was about to get off the plane, and he was a little confused at the moment. Chen Ruoyun said softly, "Mr. Zhou, can you please be patient and wait for a moment?" Zhou Yang nodded and sat back down. At this time, the woman named Su next to Huka suddenly shouted, "Hey, what the hell is going on with your airline? The plane has already landed. Why don't you let us get off the plane? Do you know that there are many people outside waiting to pick us up, Cuckoo?" The stewardess remained unmoved and just stood there smiling. And this wait lasted another 5 minutes. Huku also came up, took off his sunglasses, revealing a handsome face, and said to the flight attendant, "Beautiful sister, there are many of my fans outside. I have already arranged a pickup time with them on Weibo. Now if you don't let me get off the plane, they will have to wait for me there in vain. There are hundreds of people. Can you please be flexible and let me get off the plane first?" Zhou Yang couldn't help but touch his chin. The guy in front of him was quite handsome. The woman surnamed Su also shouted, "And it's not just fans. There are also many reporters waiting to take pictures of our cuckoo. You've delayed our work. Be careful or I'll be rude to you. Where's your leader? Let him come out." The flight attendant remained unmoved, as if she had received some strict order and refused to let anyone get off the plane. Zhou Yang couldn't sit still any longer, so he stood up and said, "Stewardess, is there something special going on? If so, could you explain it to us? If there is a reason, then it's not impossible for us to wait." Chen Ruoyun next to her opened her mouth but said nothing. She sat back in silence. The stewardess just smiled. Just then, someone suddenly shouted, "Look, there are so many cars outside." "Yes, there are several of them. How did the car get in? And look, it's all red flags and the license plate. Wow, it's all digital, it's amazing. Shit, I see. No wonder we weren't allowed to get off the plane. It turns out there are VIPs on our plane. I guess there will be a welcoming ceremony later. Some people are waiting." "What VIP? Why are you taking a commercial flight? Are you in first class? I wonder who you are. Who else could it be? It's definitely not an ordinary person. Don't you understand when you see all these red flags?" Zhou Yang also looked out curiously, but saw nothing. At this time, the plane door opened. Soon, a middle-aged man in a suit and tie boarded the plane and appeared in the business class. He looked around. His eyes fell on Zhou Yang, and he hurried over. "Hello, Mr. Zhou. Welcome back to China. My last name is Li, and I'm in charge of the airport pickup this time," the visitor said with a smile without showing his teeth, and his voice was extremely gentle. In an instant, the entire business class was filled with deathly silence. All the passengers stared at Zhou Yang intently. Only then did they realize that Zhou Yang was the VIP guest. Zhou Yang himself was also stunned. It turned out that this whole thing was caused by me. Chapter 16. This is already very low-key. You guys came here just to pick me up? Yes, Mr. Zhou. The middle-aged man surnamedly smiled and nodded. Zhou Yang couldn't help but look back at Chen Ruoya. Didn't you tell me to keep a low profile? All right. Zhou Yang picked up his luggage. Actually, he didn't have much luggage, just a backpack. The middle-aged man surnamed Li respectfully stepped aside. All the passengers in the business class looked at Zhou Yang in disbelief. They all guessed that there was a special VIP passenger on the plane, and they thought he was in the first class. They didn't expect that he was in their business class, and right next to them, and so low-key. Yes, in the eyes of everyone, Zhou Yang is indeed very low-key. Considering his status as someone who can stage such a big show, Zhou Yang should be surrounded by a bodyguard in black suits sitting in front, behind, left and right, and it would be reasonable to keep strangers away. Chen Ruoyun followed. At this time, Zhou Yang suddenly stopped, turned around and said to Huku, "Aren't you in a hurry to get off the plane? Why don't we go together?" "And them, Mr. Li, right? Can they get off the plane now?" Zhou Yang asked, pointing at the passengers in the same cabin. The middle-aged man surnamedly smiled and nodded, saying, "Of course, if you say yes, then yes, sir and miss, please come in." Huku opened his mouth wide and stared at Zhou Yang blankly. He thought he was very ostentatious, but compared with Zhou Yang's, he was nothing. Besides, Huku wouldn't dare to do this. Just as he was about to refuse, the woman named Su next to him poked him from behind and said with a smile, "Okay, that's great. It's a good opportunity for us to get to know each other. The person who can put on such a display is not an ordinary person. Who wouldn't want to meet such a big shot?" Chen Ruoyun frowned slightly and sneered in her heart, "Do you think you are worthy of knowing him?" But Chen Ruoyun said nothing. Whatever Zhou Yang said, that's what it was. Huku and Zhou Yang walked off the plane in a daze, and then got into the same car with Zhou Yang. Huku is a celebrity and has ridden in all kinds of luxury cars, but he has never ridden in a Hongqi car like the one in front of him, and it was a car he dared not even think about. The car drove directly outside the airport. "Hey, aren't we going to the terminal?" the woman surnamed Su suddenly said. The middle-aged man surnamedly said, "That's right. We left directly from the underground parking lot." The woman surnamed Su was stunned and said hurriedly, "How can that be possible? We argued for a long time, but she didn't dare to tell us the reason." Zhou Yang guessed what he meant and said, "Why don't we stop for a while? There are hundreds of fans and reporters waiting for them." The woman surnamed Su was filled with embarrassment. She had previously said that this display was very impressive, but compared to Zhou Yang's, it was complete rubbish. Huka blushed and said hastily, "It's okay. I'll explain it to my fans later." The middle-aged man surnamedly still smiled and said, "You don't actually have to go, because there are not many people in the entire terminal." No one. Both of them were stunned and didn't react. As he spoke, the car had arrived at the entrance of the parking lot. The car stopped and someone opened the door. "You two, get off here, and then walk up the stairs over there to reach the airport arrival hall," said the middle-aged man surnamedly. The two looked at each other, dared not say anything, and got out of the car obediently. The woman surnamed Su was still thinking about getting to know Zhou Yang by riding in the same car with him, but after getting on the car, she was completely stunned and didn't even dare to mention getting to know Zhou Yang. "Goodbye then. I'm sorry for disturbing you." Zhou Yang smiled and waved goodbye to the two of them. Huko hurriedly said that it was okay and was very well behaved. The car drove away again. Huko finally let out a long sigh and patted his chest. "Wow, I was so scared that I didn't even dare to breathe." "Sister Su, who is this person?" "How should I know? He is definitely not an ordinary person." The woman surnamed Su also looked scared. If she had known this would happen, she would not have been with Zhou Yang before. There were 4 cars in total, all filled with bodyguards in black suits. There is also the middle-aged man named Li. Although he did not reveal his identity, it is obvious at first glance that he is not an ordinary person. The temperament he possesses is definitely not something he can fake. "Let's go." Huku picked up his suitcase and walked towards the airport arrival hall. "Okay, the big shots affairs have nothing to do with us. Be prepared. There are your fans outside. Don't get too close to them. Also, smile when facing the reporters. Do you understand?" The woman named Su warned. Huka nodded and took note. The two came to the arrival hall. But when they saw the situation in the airport reception hall, they were stunned. The huge arrival hall was surprisingly empty. No, there were people, but they were all police officers, and there were also fully armed special police patrolling back and forth. Fans, reporters, not a hair. The two opened their mouths wide, finally understanding why the middle-aged man surnamed Lee had said that it was useless to come to the airport arrival hall, because there was really no one there. Has the entire airport been blocked? The woman surnamed Su said blankly. Why? Just because of picking up Zhou Yang? Even if a foreign leader came, there wouldn't be such a big scene. At this moment, a man in a black suit suddenly came over and said coldly, Please hand over your phone so I can check if you have taken any photos that you shouldn't have taken. Huku was dumbfounded again. At this time, Zhou Yang had already left the airport by car. Zhou Yang also saw that the entire airport was full of police and special police. Have you closed the entire airport? Zhou Yang asked in surprise. Just because you picked me up? The middle-aged man surnamed Lee nodded slightly and said, This was specially arranged by our superiors. Zhou Yang was touched. This is how much the motherland values us. Actually, it doesn't have to be like this. Zhou Yang said softly. The middle-aged man surnamed Lee smiled but said nothing. Zhou Yang shook his head slightly and then said to Chun Ruoyun, You told me to keep a low profile before. Is that really how low-key I am? Chun Ruoyun said, Actually, I think this is already very low-key. Not making it public and returning home secretly, this is not considered low-key. What is considered low-key? Zhou Yang was speechless and asked again, So what are your plans for next? After returning to China, Zhou Yang was ready to work hard and contribute to the motherland with the technology he gained from the system. The middle-aged man surnamed Lee said, What the leader means is that you just came back from abroad and you are exhausted from the journey. It is better to rest for a while and wait until you are physically and mentally relaxed before discussing the next matter. After a pause, the middle-aged man surnamed Lee continued, Besides, you have been away from the motherland for nearly 10 years. In recent years, the motherland has also developed very rapidly. Don't you want to see this beautiful land? Zhou Yang's heart moved, and he suddenly asked, Can you take me to a place? After being abroad for nearly 10 years, the most important thing I should do is to pay homage to my parents. Given Zhou Yang's parent status, they could definitely be buried in the cemetery, but at the time, according to the wishes of his grandparents, they were still placed in their hometown. Okay, I'll arrange it right away. The middle-aged man surnamed Lee said immediately. The next day, Zhou Yang took a special car back to his hometown. Chapter 17. Treatment of Heroes. City, Linzhou County, Gushan Township, Wanghu Village. The reason why Gushan Township is called Gushan is because there is a mountain several hundred meters high here, called Gushan. Wanghu Village is located at the foot of the mountain. There is a large lake right in front of Gushan Mountain. Wanghu Village got its name because it is located on the mountain overlooking the lake. Wanghu Village is not big. A highway was built a few years ago. Both sides of the cement road leading into the village are planted with rape flowers. When the rape flowers are in full bloom, the whole mountain and field are golden, and the scenery is extremely beautiful. People from the county town also come here for an outing, so there are many farmhouses in the village, and the economy is also good. 3 cars drove into Wanghu Village, one after another. In the car in the middle are Zhou Yang, Chun Ruoyun, and the middle-aged man named Li who met them at the airport earlier. His name is Li Tianshu. When I was a child, I went back to my hometown with my parents. What impressed me most was the rape flowers all over the mountains. It's a pity that it's not the season for rape flowers to bloom. Otherwise, we should be able to see them. Zhou Yang said as he looked out through the car window. There were no rape flowers or even rape fields to be seen, only bare mountains. There is a temporary road leading up the mountain with construction vehicles parked on it. I don't know how many workers wearing safety helmets are busy on the construction site. Zhou Yang frowned. Li Tianshu leaned over to take a look and said, It seems like they are developing it. Zhou Yang said in a deep voice without saying anything, Drive faster. Li Tianshu frowned slightly. He was a secretary by profession and was best at guessing the intentions of his superiors. But now, he clearly felt that Zhou Yang's mood had become very bad. Soon, the car stopped. The originally quiet Wanghu village now has a lot more commercial atmosphere. The farmhouses are gone, but there are many more restaurants and small supermarkets. There are even many cars parked on both sides of the main road that runs through the village, including some luxury cars. The car stopped, but Zhou Yang didn't get out. The people in the 2 cars in front and behind got out first. They were all special security personnel in plainclothes. It's okay. Chun Ruoyun touched the headset and said to Zhou Yang. Li Tianshu then opened the car door and asked Zhou Yang to get out. Zhou Yang got off the car and looked around, but he could no longer find his childhood memories. Who is this? The villagers in the nearby shops looked over curiously, sized up Zhou Yang and his group, and talked a lot. I haven't seen it, but this is quite a big show. With so many people following him, he must be a big boss. It's probably their developer superior coming to inspect again. Last time, a leader came, and there were many people following him. Zhou Yang withdrew his gaze, feeling inexplicably moved. Zhou Yang no longer has any relatives in the village, let alone close relatives, or even distant relatives. My only concern is my parents' joint grave on the mountain. Chen Ruoyun took out some offerings from the trunk. Let's go up the mountain. Zhou Yang said nothing and led the way up the mountain. They walked through the familiar yet unfamiliar narrow path, then went up the mountain road, all the way up. As they walked, a security guard suddenly appeared in front of them and stopped Zhou Yang and his group. What are you doing? There's a construction site ahead. You can't enter. The security guard stopped them. Zhou Yang's expression changed slightly. The thing I was most worried about happened. When Zhou Yang saw the construction site on the mountain before, he was worried that his parents' graves were also within the construction site. Unexpectedly, this actually happened. Get out of the way. Zhou Yang's eyes immediately turned red and he shouted in a deep voice. The security guard was stunned and said, "Ahaha, you dare to glare at me? Let me tell you, this is a construction site. What are you doing here? If you want to go in, find your superior and let him take you in." Zhou Yang didn't say anything, but Li Tianshu's expression next to him changed drastically. He quickly winked at Chen Ruoyun, who waved her hand calmly. Several special agents behind her stepped forward quickly, lifted up the security guard without saying a word, and dragged him aside. Zhou Yang walked inside without saying a word. Soon, Zhou Yang arrived at a flat ground. The ground has been leveled. But if I remember correctly, this location should be where my parents' graves are. Zhou Yang's eyes went dark, and he almost fainted. Mr. Zhou. Li Tianshu hurriedly supported Zhou Yang. His face changed drastically, and Chen Ruoyun immediately shouted, "Doctor!" There was a doctor accompanying them. Immediately, a middle-aged doctor carrying a small medicine box rushed over. "I'm fine." Zhou Yang pushed Li Tianshu away and knelt down on the muddy ground with a plop. "Dad, Mom, our son is back." With a cry of grief, Zhou Yang could no longer speak. At this moment, Zhou Yang's heart was filled with anger. The grave of his parents could be said to be Zhou Yang's only thought in this world, but now it has been razed to the ground. Moreover, Zhou Yang even felt that his parents were not worthy. For whom did his parents die? They died for the country. They were military experts. When Zhou Yang was a child, he remembered that his parents were often away from home all day and all night for research. It can be said that parents have dedicated their entire lives, and even their lives, to the country's military industry. But after they died, not even a grave was left. Is this the treatment a hero deserves? Li Tianshu, who was standing next to him, also looked extremely unhappy. He took a step forward and whispered, "Mr. Zhou, don't worry. I will give you an explanation for this matter." Without Zhou Yang saying anything, Li Tianshu knew what he should do at this moment. Just then, a group of people suddenly ran over from a distance, holding sticks or something in their hands. "That's them." The leader pointed at Zhou Yang and his group and shouted, "Boss Hu, they are the ones causing trouble at the construction site." Boss Hu was a young man with a gold chain around his neck that was as thick as a finger. He walked forward arrogantly, looked Zhou Yang and his group up and down, and said, "You are so brave. Do you know where this is? You dare to cause trouble here. Are you looking for a fight?" No one present said a word. Boss Hu glared at you and said, "I'm talking to you, but you're pretending to be deaf and didn't hear me, right? Fine. If you don't accept my toast, I'll punish you. Why are you standing there? Beat you up and kick you all out?" Chun Ruoyan waved her hand calmly and said, "Liam O, you go." A special agent stepped forward, pinched his wrist, took a step forward, and rushed out. On the opposite side, there were more than a dozen people, all holding weapons. But this special agent named Liam O seemed not to see it and rushed forward alone. "Hit me." Boss Hu grabbed the steel pipe in his hand and smashed it over. Liam O threw a punch so fast that even the movement could not be seen clearly. With a dull thud, Boss Hu fell to the ground with his head raised as if struck by lightning. He felt dizzy, and when he looked at the steel pipe in his hand, he found it was bent. Liam O's punch actually bent the steel pipe. Boss Hu was stunned for a moment. At this time, Liam O was like a wolf among a flock of sheep, attacking with both hands, punching and kicking. After a series of bangs, half a minute later, Liam O was the only one standing at the scene. Chapter 18. Catch the Troublemakers. After doing all this, Liam O stood back calmly. It was as if knocking down a dozen people by himself was a trivial matter for him. Zhou Yang stood up and said, "Can you help me find a shovel?" Chen Ruoyun pointed at a person, and that person went there immediately. Boss Hu and his group lay on the ground wailing. Boss Hu shouted, "Okay, you can fight, right? Just wait, this is not over yet. As he spoke, he took out his cell phone and started dialing. No one stopped him, or not even a glance at it. Soon, a shovel was found. Zhou Yang took it, compared the location, and started digging. This piece of land has been filled up, and my parents' graves should be buried underneath. Moreover, many years have passed and the surrounding terrain has changed, so Zhou Yang is not sure about the exact location. However, Zhou Yang wants to dig it out and find his parents' grave again. Mr. Zhou, let me do it. Li Tianchu hurried forward and said, No, I can do it myself. Zhou Yang refused. Li Tianchu's face changed slightly, and he took out his cell phone and started making a call. In just about 10 minutes, a large number of workers came running from the construction site. At the same time, 2 policemen in uniform appeared on the mountain road. A large group of people came forward. The leader was a middle-aged man in a gray suit. Manager Chu. Seeing this middle-aged man, boss who seemed to have found his backbone, he quickly got up and stepped forward and said, Manager Chu, these guys are too ruthless. They can beat me up. Look how badly they beat me. They are here to cause trouble. We can't let them go. The middle-aged man stepped forward, took a look at Zhou Yang and his group, and said in a deep voice, What are you doing? Do you know where this is? This is the construction site of our Qiyun group. I am Chu Bo, the project manager here. Why are you here to cause trouble? No one paid any attention to him. Zhou Yang was still digging and had already dug a shallow pit, but he still hadn't found his parents' graves. At this time, 2 policemen also came closer. Captain Su, you are finally here. These people came to my construction site to cause trouble. Can you help deal with it? Chu Bo pointed at Zhou Yang and his group. Wanghu village is undergoing large-scale development, and there are many people coming and going, so the town police station has set up a special police office. These 2 policemen are from the police office. A middle-aged policeman stepped forward, took a look at the beaten Hu Lauda and his group, and then raised his voice and asked, Who are you? Still no one answered him. Everyone stood near Zhou Yang, watching him digging the soil in silence. The middle-aged policeman frowned and said sternly, You don't want to explain it properly, right? Then don't say anything. Go back to the police station and tell them. But no one moved. The middle-aged policeman glared and walked straight forward. But as soon as he got close, he was stopped by a special agent. How dare you attack a police officer? The middle-aged policeman was furious. Special situation without saying a word. Chun Ruoyun winked. The special police officer directly took out an ID card and showed it to the middle-aged policeman. The middle-aged policeman was originally furious, but when he glanced at the documents in front of him, he felt as if a bucket of cold water was poured over his head and cold sweat broke out all of a sudden. Who are you? The middle-aged policeman trembled as he spoke. The special agent put away his ID but did not answer. Although he was ignored this time, the middle-aged policeman didn't dare to get angry again. The words on the ID and the stamp made him tremble all over. Captain Su, what's wrong? Is there a problem? Chu Bo walked up and asked. The middle-aged policeman shook his head. Chu Bo frowned and said, Then why are you still standing there? Take them away. If they stay here, it will affect our construction schedule. The middle-aged policeman hurriedly shook his head and said, Why not just forget it? It's just a small matter. Don't worry about it. The middle-aged policeman did not dare to reveal the identities of Zhou Yang and his group. Not worth it. Chu Bo glared and looked at the middle-aged policeman suspiciously. He remembered that the middle-aged policeman's attitude changed drastically after he saw the special agent's ID. After a pause, Chu Bo looked at Chen Ruoyun and said, Okay, you have a background, right? I want to see who dares to go against our Qiyun group in the city. After saying that, Chu Bo took out his cell phone and dialed a number. When the call was connected, Chu Bo said loudly, Director Liang, right? I'm Chu Bo from Qiyun. We met at the last drinking party. The middle-aged policeman next to him shuddered and said, Chief Liang, if nothing unexpected happens, he should be the director of the Municipal Public Security Bureau. Director Liang, I have a small matter now. I would like to ask you for a favor. Our group's project in Gushin has been blocked. As you know, this project is a key project in our city. It has an investment of several billion yuan and the construction period is tight. Now someone is making trouble and delaying the construction period. I will not be able to report it to the original owner. What? You arrange for someone to come over. Okay, I'll wait. After hanging up the phone, Chu Bo pointed at Chen Ruoyun with an arrogant look on his face and said, Don't leave if you have the guts. Wait and see how I deal with you today. You dare to go against our Qiyun group and don't even go out to ask around. In the city, our Qiyun group is the leader. He gave a thumbs up, arrogant to the extreme. Unfortunately, no one at the scene paid any attention to him, or even looked at him for a second. Chu Bo seemed to be talking to the air. He was so angry that he gritted his teeth and walked back. No one left the scene. Everyone is waiting. Zhou Yang was the only one left, still digging the soil in sweat. Another quarter of an hour passed like this, and from afar, several police cars could be seen coming down the mountain. Within a few minutes, a dozen policemen went up the mountain. The leader was also a middle-aged policeman. "I'm Hee-jun, the director of Gushin Township Police Station, and that's Manager Chu," said the middle-aged policeman. Chu Bo came forward. Hee-jun shook his hand and said, "I'm sorry, Manager Chu, for delaying your construction. Where is the troublemaker? I'll take him away and deal with him right away." Chu Bo pointed at Zhou Yang and his group and said, "That's them." Hee-jun frowned slightly and was about to speak when the policeman named Su hurried over and whispered a few words in Hee-jun's ear. "What?" Hee-jun's face changed, and he hurriedly said, "Are you sure? It can't be a fake ID." "Fake?" Policeman Su was stunned. He only took a glance and indeed didn't see it clearly. Hee-jun snorted and said, "Old Su, I think you are really confused. How could such a person come to our place? He must have fake ID. Well, you even dared to forge the ID of a state public institution. I have to take you back for a thorough investigation." As he spoke, he waved his hand and more than a dozen policemen surrounded him. But at this moment, more than a dozen military trucks suddenly appeared at the foot of the mountain. "Hey, why are there so many military vehicles down there?" Someone noticed and shouted strangely. The next moment, a team lined up and quickly came up the mountain and came straight in front of everyone. There was a huge group of people, more than 100 of them, each holding a weapon, fully armed, and marching in unison, heading straight to the scene. Everyone at the scene was so frightened that they dared not move, and they didn't understand what was going on. Then, the leader, a 3-star official, ran to Zhou Yang and his group, stopped, saluted, and said in a loud voice, "Comrade leader, the 1st Company of the 121st Regiment of the Military Subdistrict, led by the company commander Meng Yuanqi, reports to you. Please give your instructions." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone at the scene was stunned. Their eyes almost popped out of their heads in shock. Chapter 19. Let's hollow out the mountain first. Chu Bo, Hee-jun, the police officers at the scene, and dozens of workers on the construction site all stood there in a daze, motionless. Faced with so many armed soldiers, they didn't dare to move. Li Tianshu nodded slightly and said, "Comrade Company Commander, please bring your people to seal off the entire construction site and stop the work." "Yes." Meng Yuanqi stood at attention, then turned around, facing the troops, and said loudly, "Everyone in the company, the 1st row faces the north, the 2nd row faces the east, and the 3rd row faces the south. Each row will have a squad under the command of Deputy Company Commander Hong to take charge of the west. The site will be cordoned off, and no one is allowed to enter or leave the construction site." The order was given, and the troops quickly began to move. The entire process was silent, with only the sound of moving footsteps, which was shocking. Chu Bo opened his mouth wide and screamed, "Why did you block the construction site?" "Why?" Li Tianshu waved to Chu Bo, motioning him to come forward. "Manager Chu, don't go over there, they have guns." Boss, who was shaking with fear, and secretly pulled Chu Bo. Chu Bo gritted his teeth and said, "If they have the guts, they can kill me." Then he stepped forward and said, "I'd like to hear why you blocked our construction site. Otherwise, our Qian group will not let this matter go." Li Tianshu smiled contemptuously, as if to say, "Young man, you are still a little too young to play with me. Qian group, right? Don't let people accuse me of abusing my power. Let's talk about reason. This is Gushin Mountain. The country has already issued relevant regulations. Commercial development is not allowed in pristine mountains and forests. How did your Qian group obtain the development permit? Is there any problem here? Do I need to say more?" Chu Bo opened his mouth wide and stared at Li Tianshu blankly, unable to utter a word. "By the way, let me tell you one more thing. Start looking for a job now because you will be unemployed soon." Li Tianshu thought for a moment and added, "Unemployment?" Chu Bo came back to his senses and gritted his teeth. "Our development is a normal business activity. Our Qian group is not afraid of investigations, and you still want me to lose my job? Who do you think you are? Even if you're the king of heaven, you can't control the internal affairs of our company. And I tell you, the vice president of the company is my uncle, and you still want me to lose my job? What a joke." Li Tianshu smiled and shook his head, too lazy to say anything more to Chu Bo. As Li Tianshu as he is, arguing with Chu Bo is a complete degradation of his own status. Moreover, in Li Tianshu's opinion, Chu Bo's vision was too narrow. When he said that you would be unemployed, he didn't mean that Qian Group would fire you. but that the entire Qiyun group would be finished. Take them away. Li Tianshu waved his hand lightly. Meng Yuanqi and the remaining few soldiers immediately stepped forward and sent everyone present away. Chu Bo walked down the mountain. The construction site on the other side had been completely blocked by soldiers, and all the workers were walking out with confused looks on their faces. Just as Li Tianshu said, the construction site was blocked and work was stopped. Hateful. Chu Bo took out his cell phone and called his uncle. But when I called, the line was busy. It took a long time before the call was connected. As soon as the call was connected, Uncle Chu Bo asked bluntly, "What the hell happened at the Gushin construction site?" This question confused Chu Bo. How come his uncle knew about it when the incident just happened here? Damn it, do you know how many people called me just now? The industrial and commercial, tax, environmental, fire, and social security departments all called me. Damn it, they are trying to destroy our Qiyun group. King asked around and found out that someone had offended someone at your Gushin construction site, and someone wanted to investigate Qiyun group. Tell me, what happened at the Gushin construction site? Chu Bo opened his mouth wide again. It's only been a short time, and so many departments are investigating them. Is this true? Before, Chu Bo shouted that Qiyun group was not afraid of investigation or something, but that was bullshit. How could they not be afraid of investigation? If any department wanted to investigate you, they would definitely find out. Moreover, it is unheard of for so many departments to work together to investigate. Uncle, what will happen to our Qiyun group? Chu Bo asked blankly. What can I do? You have a pig brain. With so many departments investigating together, it's over. We are finished with Qiyun. Now, tomorrow, we will go bankrupt. Chu Bo held the phone, stunned. He suddenly remembered what Li Tianshu had said before, asking him to find a job. If Qiyun group went bankrupt, he would probably have to find a job. The other side. Zhou Yang's shovel hit something with a bang. Zhou Yang quickly put down the shovel and started digging with his hands. After digging up the soil, Zhou Yang was instantly moved to tears when he saw the black coffin underneath. Found it. After a while, Zhou Yang got up, carefully filled some soil back in, and then climbed out of the hole he had dug. Director Li. Zhou Yang said that Li Tianshu was the director of an unknown department. Li Tianshu hurried forward. Zhou Yang looked at the big lake in the distance. The breeze blew past, and the lake was sparkling. How is the verification of the things I gave you before going? Zhou Yang asked. That battery technology has been handed over to the country for several days. If things go well, the verified product should have been produced. After all, Zhou Yang provided a detailed design plan, and even the data was ready-made. Simply preparing it might be difficult in industry, but it was still very easy in the laboratory. Li Tianshu's face changed, and he said hurriedly, I don't know the specific situation. I will call and ask. After saying that, he quickly took out his cell phone and went to the side to make a call. A few minutes later, Li Tianshu came back and said a little excitedly, very good. 2 words are enough. This result was within Zhou Yang's expectations. Didn't you ask me before what my plans were? I have thought about it now. Zhou Yang turned around, looked at the Gushin mountain in front of him, and said, I want to build a laboratory here. Can. Li Tianshu said without hesitation. Li Tianshu just called his leader, who briefly talked about the results of the battery verification and said just one sentence at the end. This sentence means that no matter what Zhou Yang's request is, it will be met. So let alone building a laboratory, Li Tianshu would be satisfied even if he blew up the entire mountain. Zhou Yang smiled and said, Director Li, I haven't even told you the scale of my laboratory yet, and you agreed so easily? Li Tianshu said, Mr. Zhou, you must be joking. No matter how big the laboratory is, it is just a laboratory. It will never be as important as you. So as long as you are willing, we will build you a laboratory no matter how big it is. Zhou Yang glanced at Li Tianshu and could feel the weight of Li Tianshu's words. It seems that my second letter did work. Well then, hollow out this mountain for me first. Zhou Yang said lightly. Chapter 20 Infrastructure Capabilities. Hollowed out. Li Tianshu subconsciously looked up and looked at the Gushin mountain, which was 400 or 500 meters high and covered an area of dozens of acres. What's the matter? Is there a problem? Zhou Yang asked. Li Tianshu came back to his senses and shook his head. No, you make the request and I will implement it. Even if you want to punch through the earth, I will build it for you. With the country's current infrastructure capabilities, it would be easy to hollow out a mountain or even fill the sea. Good. Zhou Yang nodded with satisfaction. This was exactly the attitude he wanted. When returning to China this time, Zhou Yang's only thought was to hold on to the dream of making his motherland stronger, making his motherland the first country on the blue planet, and even moving towards the endless starry sky. Asking for money and power, those things are too vulgar and unbearable for Zhou Yang. Let's not talk about anything else, just the battery technology that Zhou Yang took out. He asked the country for 100 billion. Will the country give it to him? It must give it to him. Let alone 100 billion. Even if it's 200 billion or 300 billion. What difference does it make? So Zhou Yang didn't care about money at all. To him, money was just a number. What did the country not give him? Return to the village. That day, the group stayed in the village. Zhou Yang began to design the drawings, and the idea of designing the laboratory inside Gushan Mountain suddenly came to Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang's goal is to build the mecha within 5 years. This kind of weapon of mass destruction is a technology that can change the world's situation. Keeping it secret is the first priority, so it is absolutely necessary to hide it in the mountains. The next morning, Zhou Yang got up and handed a preliminary laboratory design drawing to Li Tianshu. The entire laboratory was divided into several major areas by Zhou Yang. The first is the supporting area, which is responsible for the production and design of supporting parts surrounding the mecha. The second is the final assembly area. The mecha provided by the system is nearly 10 meters high and requires an open area for final assembly and experiments. The third is the experimental area, where relevant theoretical research and technical verification will be carried out. As for other related living areas, there is no need to say more. The entire design drawing is only Zhou Yang's preliminary idea and design. To turn it into a design and construction drawing, it must be designed in combination with the terrain and in cooperation with the Professional Design Institute. Just leave this to Li Tianshu. Okay, Mr. Zhou, I'll arrange it. Li Tianshu went there immediately. The state machinery is operating with astonishing efficiency. The next day, government departments entered the village and offered an irresistible condition to demolish and relocate all the villagers in Wanghu village. And it wasn't just Wanghu village. Several villages within a 20-kilometer radius surrounding Gushan were all demolished and relocated. At the same time, the engineering team has entered Wanghu village and started field measurements. On the same day, large-scale machinery entered the site and cooperated with an engineering team of thousands of people to carry out the construction. The first item was to build the road. And it's not just an ordinary road, but a highway was built directly. Zhou Yang didn't ask where it led to. In his opinion, the progress of the entire project was as incredible as moving mountains and filling the sea. Maybe this place was still a wasteland the day before. It was leveled on the second day, concrete was poured, and the foundation was built on the third day, and it became a wide and straight highway on the fourth day. Such investment is simply at all costs, and the investment is incalculable. Mr. Zhou, this is the first version of the design. What do you think of it? If it doesn't work, I'll ask them to revise it. In the conference room, Li Tianshu played Zhou Yang a video rendering of the overall design of the laboratory. It was very detailed. The entire laboratory was designed inside the mountain based on the entire Gushan Mountain. All the requirements raised by Zhou Yang before were met, and the design standards of the laboratory were also in accordance with the highest standards. Zhou Yang had previously worked at an internationally advanced physics institute and was very familiar with laboratory design standards. The laboratory standards before us are among the best in the world. Okay, let's carry out the construction according to this design. Zhou Yang nodded. Li Tianshu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It was not an easy task to produce the design drawings within a few days. He said, well, the estimated construction period is 45 days. What do you think, Mr. Zhou? Zhou Yang nodded. It would have been an impossible task to hollow out a mountain and build a high-standard laboratory in 45 days if it were not for the country's incredible infrastructure capabilities. By the way, I want to visit BYD. Is that okay? Zhou Yang said. The laboratory matters have been arranged, and the only thing Zhou Yang has to do next is to build a mecha. Mecha is a systematic project. Even a screw on a mecha cannot be bought from any hardware store. The technological content of this screw may exceed the technology of modern society. And the key is industrialized production. Zhou Yang had no plans for trial production. He was going to skip that step and go straight to industrial mass production. Zhou Yang has not yet revealed this plan to the country. Even now, the country only thinks that Zhou Yang wants to engage in battery research and development and does not know that Zhou Yang wants to manufacture mechas. No one asked, and Zhou Yang didn't say anything. The key is that the country now fully supports it, so Zhou Yang doesn't have to ask the country for funding. In short, just do it. Li Tianshu nodded. Of course, I'll arrange it. The next day, Zhou Yang took a helicopter directly to the nearest airport, accompanied by Li Tianshu and Chen Ruoyun. It seems that the country's arrangement is that Li Tianshu is responsible for daily work, while Chen Ruoyun is responsible for Zhou Yang's safety. Through the helicopter window, Zhou Yang suddenly noticed that a camp had appeared out of nowhere just a few kilometers around Gushan Mountain. This will be a confidential research institute in the future. These are some basic security measures, Li Tianqiu explained. Zhou Yang secretly exclaimed in amazement. Basically, just pull an army here to station there. This is called basic? There was no conversation along the way, and that evening, Zhou Yang and his party arrived in the city. After a night's rest, the group drove to BYD's final assembly plant early the next morning. The reason why Zhou Yang chose BYD is that in the domestic battery sector, BYD is the absolute leader, with leading industrial production capacity and technical strength. Because they had been notified in advance, when Zhou Yang and his team arrived, the factory was decorated with lights and balloons. Hello, Director Li. The person who took the lead in welcoming was BYD's chairman Wang Haoning. When he saw Li Tianqiu, he hurried forward to shake hands and express his welcome. Wang Haoning knew that Li Tianqiu was not an ordinary person. With that level, even the top leader of the province would have to be polite to him. Li Tianqiu nodded slightly, but quickly stepped back, letting Zhou Yang out, and said, Mr. Wang, let me introduce you. This is Mr. Zhou. Wang Haoning's hand was empty, but he reacted very quickly. He did not retract his hand, but turned to Zhou Yang quickly, saying, Hello, Mr. Zhou. Hello, Mr. Wang. Zhou Yang shook hands with Wang Haoning. He still admired this man who had researched battery technology to the world's top level. Chapter 21 You Should Thank Me. After withdrawing his hand, Wang Haoning finally had time to look at Zhou Yang. The first impression was that he was very young, too young, probably only 30 years old at most. Such a young person could make Li Tianqiu take a step back and give up his position, which shows how extraordinary Zhou Yang's identity is. Wang Haoning was also a man of insight. When the coaster that the group was riding in stopped, the first people to get off were the security personnel. Each of those security personnel was full of energy and spirit. They were definitely not just fancy-looking people, and their waists were bulging, which meant they were carrying real weapons. Can an ordinary person take real weapons on the road? So Wang Haoning racked his brains to recall who Zhou Yang was, but after thinking for a long time, he still couldn't remember. The key point is, why did Zhou Yang come to visit his factory? Did he do it by taking bribes? Forget it. We should fight back when enemies come. We should do our best to save face, or people will find fault with us. Wang Haoning thought to himself, smiling more sincerely, and led Zhou Yang and his group into the factory for a tour. Zhou Yang did not exchange too many pleasantries with Wang Haoning and toured the entire factory carefully. In the meantime, asked some questions from time to time. This visit lasted more than 2 hours. It is not only an assembly plant, but also a research and development center, a display of the latest lithium batteries, and so on. Finally, the group headed to the administrative building. Wang Haoning stayed behind and secretly asked his Wu Chen, What do you think they are here to visit? Wang Haoning asked. Wu Chen frowned and thought for a while, then shook his head and said, I don't know what he does, but I know that this Zhou guy is definitely knowledgeable. Knowledgeable? Wu Chen nodded and said, During the visit, he asked some questions, all of which were very critical core questions. I dare not say that he understands the specific technology, but he is definitely someone who has a deep understanding of the battery industry and technology. Wang Haoning frowned. Does that mean Zhou Yang might be a technician? Why would a technical person, accompanied by someone of Li Tianqiu's level and with such a high security level, come to visit his own company? For a moment, Wang Haoning was a little confused. On the other side, Zhou Yang was also communicating with Li Tianqiu. Zhou Yang knew that Li Tianqiu was actually a link between himself and the top management, and his ideas could be conveyed to the top management through Li Tianqiu. So for some things, just tell Li Tianqiu. Director Li, what do you think? Zhou Yang asked. Li Tianqiu thought for a moment and said, Very good. I know BYD. It is a model of private enterprises. In terms of battery technology, it is world-class and top in China. Zhou Yang smiled and said, What do you think about handing over my battery technology to BYD for production? Ah. Li Tianqiu was startled for a moment and asked hurriedly, Mr. Zhou, you mean that you plan to give the battery you developed to BYD for production? Why? Li Tianqiu's first reaction was confusion. Even if this kind of high-tech battery is to be produced, it should be produced by state-owned enterprises. Even if the existing state-owned enterprises are not doing well, it is not difficult to set up a new one. Wrong. The next moment, Li Tianqiu suddenly reacted and thought of a more critical question. He hurriedly asked, Mr. Zhou, do you mean that the battery can be produced? Isn't this thing still in the laboratory demonstration stage? Laboratory production and industrial production are completely different concepts. Zhou Yang said this. Could it be true? Li Tianqiu suddenly thought of a possibility, that is, Zhou Yang has solved the industrial production design of carbon nanotube batteries. Li Tianshu couldn't help but take a breath. This was no small matter. Some technologies have been demonstrated in the laboratory and even prototype products have been developed, but there is still a long way to go before they can be put into large-scale industrial production. It may take several years, or even many years before they can be transformed into industrial industries. For example, aviation engines. In the laboratory, the country can produce very high-end engines that are comparable to the best in the world. But if the country wants to directly carry out industrial assembly line production, it will not work because it does not have the production technology. Technology is one aspect, and production technology is also important. Especially in modern society, large-scale industrialized production has higher requirements on industrial foundation and technology. However, as the developer of carbon nanotube batteries, it is possible that they have solved the industrial design problems in advance. Thinking of this, Li Tianshu became excited instantly. The country had already made plans that this technology would take several years or even 10 years to realize, but now, it can suddenly be industrialized for production. Are you kidding me? Zhou Yang smiled. The system provides battery technology and also provides the corresponding technology for industrial production. For example, carbon nanotube batteries. From the industrial production of carbon nanotubes, to the preparation of positive and negative electrodes of the battery, the injection of conductive agents, and the final packaging, everything is included. It is ready-made. By breaking through some production processes and designing some production machines, it can be mass-produced. Zhou Yang's smile made Li Tianshu even more certain that Zhou Yang might have really completed industrial design. Mr. Zhou, let me make a phone call and communicate with the higher-ups. Li Tianshu said hurriedly. Zhou Yang nodded. This kind of thing must be communicated with the top management and get their support. As for handing it over to BYD, it will give BYD a chance to thrive. So Zhou Yang felt that Wang Haoning should thank him very much. Come to the conference room in the administrative building. Zhou Yang sat and drank tea while Li Tianshu was outside making a phone call. Only Wang Haoning, Wu Chun, and some BYD executives were left. They looked at each other, not knowing what Zhou Yang meant. At this time, Li Tianshu came back. Li Tianshu first came to Zhou Yang and said in a low voice, "The higher-ups attach great importance to your idea, Mr. Zhou. In principle, they agree that you can hand over this technology to BYD for industrial production, but the specific form of cooperation may require the state to intervene." After all, this technology was proposed by Zhou Yang, and Zhou Yang did not explicitly say that this technology would be transferred to the country free of charge. So from this perspective, how Zhou Yang deals with this technology is Zhou Yang's own business. And Zhou Yang understood instantly. Simply put, the state needs to invest. Can. Zhou Yang nodded. His initial idea was to take the lead from the country and choose BYD, just to take advantage of BYD's mature and high-quality industrial production capabilities in the battery industry. Mr. Wang, I am impressed by BYD's battery technology. I came here today for another thing, which is to cooperate with Mr. Wang to produce a battery. Zhou Yang looked at Wang Haoning and spoke. Wang Haoning was stunned. Many BYD executives present were also stunned. No one expected that Zhou Yang would make such a request. Cooperate to produce a new type of battery. The first thought in everyone's mind is Zhou Yang serious? In this kind of thing, can we just cooperate as we please? And no one really knows what kind of battery technology Zhou Yang will come up with. In terms of lithium battery technology in China, BYD is definitely number one in the country. BYD has always been paying attention to the battery technology research of major universities and research institutes. If any new technology emerges, they will definitely be the first to know. Wang Haoning's mind turned, and his first thought was to refuse politely, because Wang Haoning felt it was unreliable. But before he could open his mouth to refuse, Wang Haoning's cell phone suddenly rang. "Sorry, I have to take a call first." Wang Haoning apologized, stood up and walked away, then answered the phone. After a few words, Wang Haoning suddenly exclaimed, "What? Academician Shen Tiankai agreed to come. What? He is already on the way and will be here soon. Good. I will go down to greet him now." Chapter 22. No question. Wang Haoning ran out of the meeting room excitedly. After running out of the door, Wang Haoning remembered that there were guests here, so he ran back and said apologetically, "Mr. Zhou, Director Li, I'm sorry, I have a distinguished guest who will be here soon, so I have to go and greet him. Please sit down and wait for me. I will come back later. Wu Chen, please help me entertain the two distinguished guests, understand?" Wu Chen nodded quickly. Wang Haoning smiled apologetically and ran out in a hurry. Zhou Yang's expression remained unchanged, without any sign of dissatisfaction at being neglected. Li Tianshu was slightly surprised and whispered, "It was academician Chen Tiankai. Academician Chen helped you verify your carbon nanotube battery." Oh. Zhou Yang was stunned. If possible, they could communicate later. Wu Chen on the other side hurriedly stood up and continued to pour tea for Zhou Yang, saying, "I'm sorry. Mr. Wang has been inviting this guest for a long time and finally agreed to come, so Mr. Wang is a little excited. If I have been negligent, please forgive me." Zhou Yang waved his hand calmly and said, "Is there a blackboard?" Blackboard? Wu Chen was stunned and nodded quickly, "Yes, yes." As he said that, he quickly asked someone to run out and push a whiteboard over. Zhou Yang stood up, picked up a marker pen, and said, "You are doing it, right? I will write something for you. Come and see." As he spoke, Zhou Yang started writing and drawing on the whiteboard. "Is this a process flowchart?" Wu Chen took a look and immediately realized. Zhou Yang nodded slightly and continued. Li Tianshu's face changed drastically, and his first reaction was to drive everyone out of the scene and prevent them from coming into contact with the production process of the carbon nanotube battery. But Zhou Yang was still here, and it was Zhou Yang himself who decided to write it. So Li Tianshu considered it and decided not to do so. Instead, he stepped forward and checked it himself, even though he couldn't understand it. "Hey, Mr. Zhou, what is the production process?" Wu Chen looked at it for a while and asked in confusion. Zhou Yang said, "Battery." "Battery?" Wu Chen was stunned and shook his head. "That's not right. The production process of lithium batteries can be roughly divided into 6 steps: electrode slurry preparation, coating, pole piece punching, lamination, assembly, and grouting. Yours is completely different." Wu Chen is very familiar with the production process of lithium batteries. Of course it's different, because this is a battery production process that subverts your thinking. Zhou Yang put down the marker and said, "Estimate how many steps of the process requirements here can be completed with your company's current production technology." The production flowchart written by Zhou Yang not only describes the production process, but also specifies in detail the process standards, production requirements, and other information for each step of the production process. Wu Chen held his chin and looked at it carefully for a long time, frowned and said, "Mr. Zhou, I don't know what this new battery you were talking about is like, but judging from the process flowchart you wrote now, we at BYD can probably meet 40% of the process requirements." 40%? To be honest, this number exceeded Zhou Yang's expectations. He had looked at it before and thought that 30% was the maximum. After all, although they are both producing batteries, carbon nanotube batteries are completely different batteries. What if we upgrade the technology? Zhou Yang asked. Wu Chen shook his head and said, "That will cost a lot of money, but in some places, the process requirements can indeed be met through process upgrades. If you don't count the investment, it can probably reach 70%. After that, Wu Chen hurriedly added, "I am talking about the ideal situation regardless of the investment cost. Simply put, the input and return are not proportional." "It's pretty much what I thought." Zhou Yang smiled and sat back down. BYD's technical strength and production technology are absolutely top-notch in China. Zhou Yang made the right choice by choosing them. Of course, some people may say that military enterprises should be more powerful than private enterprises. This is true in theory, but in reality, military enterprises and private enterprises take completely different technological routes. Take chips, for example. The research direction of military enterprises is to make chips more durable and more stable. In a nutshell, as long as they can be used and are easy to use, it's fine. As for the size, a few nanometers or something like that, military enterprises don't care at all. The place where they put the chips is not like a mobile phone, which is the size of a pigeon cage. Private enterprises are different. They must be researching performance, integration, and miniaturization. When it comes to specific production processes, they also have different requirements. Therefore, it is totally unrealistic to say that the technology of military enterprises is 20 years ahead of that of private enterprises, and that they can be used by private enterprises. It is an indisputable fact that BYD is the #1 battery manufacturer in China. Wu Chen looked at Zhou Yang suspiciously. At this moment, he was really interested in the new battery that Zhou Yang mentioned. Because Zhou Yang even made a production process flowchart, and it looked very realistic and didn't seem like it was written randomly. Is there really any new technology on the market? Wu Chen couldn't help but take out his cell phone and started searching for news on this matter. But nothing happened. After asking some friends, Wu Chen was able to find out some information. A classmate who works at the Chinese Academy of Sciences sent Wu Chen this message in reply. "Don't ask. If you ask, there is no answer." Wu Chen's heart was pounding. It really happened. When he looked up at Zhou Yang again, Wu Chen's expression had changed again and again. Wu Chen's intuition told him what Zhou Yang knew. Zhou Yang ignored Wu Chun and talked in a low voice with Li Tianshu. For the remaining 30% of the technology, I can organize people to make a breakthrough. The investment should not be small, but in the long run, this is necessary. Zhou Yang said, the greatest gain from mastering a technology is not necessarily the technological achievement, but the research talents cultivated in the process of mastering the technology. Talent is priceless. Li Tianshu nodded in agreement and said, Mr. Zhou, what is your initial estimate of the investment required for this? Zhou Yang thought about it seriously and raised a finger. 100 billion? Li Tianshu nodded slightly, not much. If we invest 100 billion yuan and solve the production process of carbon nanotube batteries, the country will probably be very happy. For such a strategic investment, 100 billion is just a drop in the bucket. In order to promote the development of battery energy, the country has subsidized hundreds of billions of yuan for new energy vehicles alone. Zhou Yang glanced at Li Tianshu speechlessly and said, your boss really doesn't take money seriously. The 10 billion I mentioned is not 100 billion. I think it's more than enough. How many? Li Tianshu couldn't help but widen his eyes and said hurriedly, Mr. Zhou, 10 billion is not too little. According to Li Tianshu's idea, investing hundreds of billions would be too little to solve this epic-making production process. This is just like solving the chip production process. As long as it can be solved, investing hundreds of billions of dollars will be a piece of cake. Not a few. Zhou Yang smiled, because he had already obtained the detailed production process from the system, and now he just had to put these things into reality. Chapter 23. Not a man, but a god. Li Tianshu nodded doubtfully. 10 billion, 100 billion, or something like that. Li Tianshu didn't decide to argue with Zhou Yang. Anyway, the country fully supports this aspect, and we just need to give Zhou Yang whatever he wants. So, Mr. Zhou, what do you think about this cooperation? Li Tianshu asked again. Zhou Yang said, we can set up a new company, spin off BYD's battery production business, and incorporate it into the new company in the form of technology shares. The state will then invest money in proportion, and as for the profits, dividends will be distributed in proportion. The specific shareholding ratio can be discussed with BYD. Battery production business is one of BYD's main businesses, and they also have many other businesses, such as automobiles. Zhou Yang's idea is to completely spin off BYD's battery business and incorporate it into a new company. This will not only utilize BYD's existing battery production technology, but also avoid the problem of unclear separation. I see. Li Tianshu nodded and asked, what about you, Mr. Zhou? If this new company is really established, BYD will provide the production technology and the state will provide the funding. Then what about Zhou Yang? Zhou Yang will provide the most core technology. Without technology, there would be no company. For me, there is no need. It is not necessary. I don't need the money. Zhou Yang said calmly, even though he didn't have a penny on him right now. But Zhou Yang was not short of money at all. Someone arranged his meals, he had a special car for travel, and even someone was responsible for buying his clothes. Chun Ruoyun was not only responsible for Zhou Yang's security, but also took full responsibility for Zhou Yang's life. So Zhou Yang didn't need any money at all. He didn't even need money. Li Tianshu smiled and said nothing more. He asked this because he wanted to know what Zhou Yang thought. Zhou Yang could say no, but the country had to give it to him. This means we must not treat meritorious officials unfairly. After waiting for a while, Wang Haoning came back. He apologized first, then said, Mr. Zhou, Director Li, it's almost noon. I'll treat you. Let's have a simple meal in the company cafeteria. Academician Chen is here too, so we can sit together, chat, and get to know each other. Zhou Yang nodded. Li Tianshu also stood up and said, okay, Academician Chen and I are familiar with each other. Oh. Wang Haoning was stunned. He didn't know that Li Tianshu and Chen Tiankai also knew each other. The group set off and headed towards the cafeteria. Of course, it is not a staff canteen, but a canteen for the company's senior management, and it is decorated like a 5-star hotel. When I entered the cafeteria, I happened to meet a group of people walking out. The leader was a white-haired old man, and there were people beside him who were nervously trying to stop them. I told you, I'm very busy and don't have time to have dinner with you. The old man said dissatisfiedly. Wang Haoning's face changed, and he hurriedly went to meet him and said hurriedly, Academician Chen, what's going on? Why are you leaving so suddenly? The white-haired old man was Chen Tiankai. He glanced at Wang Haoning and said, Boss Wang, I appreciate your kindness, but I have more important things to do, so let's skip the meal. It's not necessary. As long as you give us the discharge test machine on time, there's really no need for anything else. This time when he came to BYD, Chen Tiankai wanted to borrow a discharge testing instrument, which is only available at BYD in the country. Wang Haoning said, "Academician Chun, I have promised to borrow the instrument from you. I will definitely do it. I know you are busy at work, but no matter how busy you are, you should combine work with rest. Having a meal won't waste too much time. By the way, I can introduce you to a friend." "Forget it." Chun Tiankai was quite stubborn and prepared to leave with a wave of his hand. At this time, Li Tianshu stepped forward and said, "Academician Chun, long time no see." Chun Tiankai was suddenly stunned, looking at Li Tianshu, and asked uncertainly, "You are Director Li? Why are you here?" The two had met before and were barely acquaintances. "By the way, Director Li, where is Mr. Zhou? I want to see him. Is that okay?" Chen Tiankai said hurriedly again. These days, Chen Tiankai has been in charge of the verification of carbon nanotube batteries. The more he tests, the more shocked he becomes. The superior performance of this new battery surpasses any other battery of the current era. Therefore, Chen Tiankai was extremely curious about the developer of this battery. He kept submitting reports and wanted to meet the developer, but his request was never approved. However, Chen Tiankai still used his connections to make some inquiries and found out that the developer of the battery was named Zhou and was currently in China, accompanied by Li Tianshu. "Find Li Tianshu, and you will meet Mr. Zhou. Please, Director Li, I really want to meet Mr. Zhou and ask him for advice." Chen Tiankai even begged. Wang Haoning and other BYD executives nearby were stunned for a moment. Chen Tiankai was rude to them and was too lazy to even eat, but now he was begging Li Tianshu to meet some Mr. Zhou. It would be fine if he just asked for help, but Chen Tiankai even wanted to ask Mr. Zhou for advice. Wang Haoning was roaring in his heart. "You are an academician." He really couldn't imagine what kind of expert could make Chen Tiankai willing to ask for advice. Wu Chen's face suddenly changed. He secretly patted Wang Haoning and nodded at Zhou Yang, who was not far away. "Mr. Zhou, Li Tianshu is accompanying him. Could it be Zhou Yang?" Wang Haoning stared at Zhou Yang blankly, with a huge wave of emotion in his heart. Ever since Zhou Yang appeared today, he had not taken him seriously, thinking that he was just the son of an official with a lot of pomp and circumstance. As for what Zhou Yang said later about cooperating with Wang Haoning to develop a new battery or something, Wang Haoning didn't even listen and thought Zhou Yang was talking nonsense. But now, Wang Haoning realized that he was the biggest fool. He prayed to gods and Buddhas everywhere, but finally found out that Zhou Yang, who came to his doorstep, was the most powerful true Buddha. Li Tianshu smiled and pointed at Zhou Yang, saying, "Academician Chun, let me introduce you. This is Zhou Yang, Mr. Zhou." "Are you Mr. Zhou?" Chen Tiankai's eyes lit up, and he quickly came to Zhou Yang, looking at him, and was so excited that he couldn't control himself. "Hello, Academician Chun." Zhou Yang extended his hand to greet him. Chen Tiankai quickly shook hands with Zhou Yang and said excitedly, "Mr. Zhou, the carbon nanotube battery you developed is simply amazing. It is a groundbreaking invention that can change the world." For a moment, Chen Tiankai couldn't find a more appropriate word to describe the technological content of carbon nanotube batteries. In Chen Tiankai's view, the innovation of battery technology, like the heart of industry, can change the whole world. Wang Haoning and others were stunned again. Chen Tiankai's reaction was too humble. "There is also the carbon nanotube battery. What the hell is this thing?" It was actually evaluated like this by the most powerful battery expert in China, academician Chen Tiankai. Wang Haoning could tell from the tone that it was not commercial flattery at all, but was sincere. In an instant, Wang Haoning's eyes changed when he looked at Zhou Yang. "By the way, I heard that you also solved the equation. This is another major event in the scientific community," Chen Tiankai said again. Chen Tiankai knew that the news that the equation had been solved had begun to spread in a small area. Wang Haoning was startled again and asked Wu Chen in a low voice, What is this equation? Is it an equation?" Of course Wu Chen knew what the equation was. Looking at Wang Haoning with a helpless look, Wu Chen said, "Anyway, this is a very powerful thing." "No, it is a very, very powerful thing. The one who can deal with this thing is no longer a human, but a god." Chapter 24 time is limited. Let's produce directly. At this time, Li Tianshu came forward. "Academician Chun, please don't get too excited. Mr. Zhou is here and can't run away. If you have any questions, you two can discuss them slowly. It's just right, let's have a meal together." Chen Tiankai was so excited, just like a fan meeting his idol. As an old man in his 60s or 70s, Li Tianshu was really worried that his heart wouldn't be able to take it. Zhou Yang didn't expect Chen Tiankai to be so enthusiastic, and hurriedly said, "Yes, Academician Chen, I just happen to have some questions that I want to discuss with you. Let's talk while we eat." "What are you discussing?" I want to give you some advice. Your research on batteries is far better than mine. Chen Tiankai said modestly. Yes, eat quickly. Chen Tiankai sighed and said hurriedly. Wang Haoning opened his mouth wide. He had begged for a long time, but Chen Tiankai didn't want to stay for dinner. Now, with just one word from Zhou Yang, he was willing to stay. Come in. Wang Haoning said hurriedly, and his heart was inexplicably excited. First, he discovered that Zhou Yang was the real technical expert. Second, he suddenly realized that Zhou Yang came here to seek cooperation because Zhou Yang had said before that he wanted to cooperate with BYD to produce a new battery. Wang Haoning didn't take it seriously at the time, but now he realized that this new battery is most likely the carbon nanotube battery that Chen Tiankai mentioned. Intentionally delaying the process, Wang Haoning secretly asked Wu Chun, "What can you think of this carbon nanotube battery?" Wu Chun said, "Carbon nanotubes have actually been studied by some people. They can be used as a conductive agent for grouting and can greatly improve the performance of batteries. However, this thing is expensive." Expensive? Wang Haoning was stunned. Wu Chun nodded and said, "Yes, it is expensive, because this thing is more complicated to prepare. I don't think any domestic company has completed industrial preparation, so it has to be imported. For example, the carbon black conductive agent we commonly use costs about 50,000 yuan per ton, while the conductive agent made from carbon nanotubes costs more than 500,000 yuan per ton, which is 10 times the cost. Sometimes, good technology may not necessarily be used in civilian applications because cost issues must be considered. No matter how good a product is, if the price is too high and it can't be sold, that's a big problem." I see. Wang Haoning frowned slightly, didn't ask any more questions, and quickly followed. In the box, the guests and hosts took their seats. Chen Tiankai pulled Zhou Yang aside and wanted to discuss the technical issues of carbon nanobatteries. "Academician Chen, let's eat first, and then we can talk it over after dinner, okay?" Zhou Yang said with a smile. Chen Tiankai nodded helplessly. He didn't enjoy the meal at all. Afterwards, everyone had their meal and stopped talking about business. Instead, they chatted about local customs and stuff. After dinner, Wang Haoning led everyone to the lounge next door and served tea. Zhou Yang then said, "I have plans tomorrow. Let's try to resolve some things today." Everyone present was startled and looked at Zhou Yang, wondering what he was going to do. "Manager Wu, can you help me find a blackboard?" Zhou Yang said. Wu Chen nodded and hurriedly asked someone to get a blackboard. "Mr. Wang, if it's convenient, could you please let the people from your company go out for a while? What we are going to discuss next may be quite confidential. By the way, Wu Chun can stay, in case you don't understand some technical issues." Zhou Yang said somewhat impolitely. Several BYD executives' expressions changed slightly, and they all looked at Wang Haoning. Wang Haoning intuitively felt that Zhou Yang was going to discuss something important, namely cooperation. He nodded slightly and signaled the senior executives to leave. Li Tianchu also winked at Chen Ruoyun, who quickly went out and took security personnel to guard the meeting room. Zhou Yang came to the blackboard, thought for a while, and wrote down a few words. Matrix energy. Carbon nanotube battery. 2 lines of text. Mr. Wang may think this way of talking is a bit hasty, but my time is limited. I still have to travel to many places. I don't have much energy to take charge of the battery side, so I'll leave it to you. Battery technology is only a very small part of the entire mecha system. Next, Zhou Yang will travel across the country to solve all the industrial production problems of the mecha. The system gives 5 years, which means there is not much time left for Zhou Yang. Wang Haoning quickly raised his hand and said, "Mr. Zhou, I would like to ask, what kind of battery is this carbon nanotube battery? Does it use carbon nanotubes as a conductive agent? If it is such a battery, hasn't it been developed by now?" Zhou Yang pointed at Chen Tiankai and said, "Can we let Academician Chen answer Mr. Wang's question?" Chen Tiankai nodded quickly, stood up, walked to the blackboard, and began to write data. "I won't go into too much detail. This carbon nanotube battery is not just a simple process of using carbon nanotubes as a conductive agent. We have already prepared it in the laboratory and have produced a prototype. These are the specific data of the battery, which are real and valid." Chen Tiankai began to write data on the blackboard. Except for a few tests that have not been done, all basic tests have been done, and Chen Tiankai is very clear about the battery data. Impossible. Seeing these data on the blackboard, Wu Chun was the first to scream. Wang Haoning couldn't help but widen his eyes and said, "Academician Chen, the size unit of this battery is marked wrong. The length and width are not 20 millimeters, but 20 centimeters. According to the data written by Chen Tiankai, a battery with a side length of 20 millimeters and a thickness of only 1 millimeter actually has a battery capacity of more than 8,000 milliamp hours, which is simply unbelievable. Chen Tiankai guessed Wang Haoning's reaction and said proudly, "That's why I said this is an epic-making battery that will change the world." Wang Haoning opened his mouth wide. If everything he saw was true, then just as Chen Tiankai said, it would indeed change the whole world. An electric car can run thousands of kilometers on a single charge, and a mobile phone can be used for a month on a single charge. Moreover, with such a small battery, the phone can be made thinner and lighter and can have more functional modules added. Changing the world is no joke. Zhou Yang motioned for Chen Tiankai to sit down first, and then said, "Mr. Wang, next, we will set up a new company, named Matrix Energy. Your company will separate the battery production business and incorporate it into Matrix Energy in the form of technology investment, and the state will be responsible for the startup capital." Chen Tiankai, who was about to sit down, was suddenly startled, stood up, and hurriedly asked, "Mr. Zhou, are you going to start producing carbon nanotube batteries directly?" Zhou Yang nodded. "How is this possible? With current production technology, this battery cannot be produced." Chen Tiankai said hurriedly, losing his composure for a moment. After producing the finished battery in the laboratory, Chen Tiankai also estimated that with the current production level, it would take several years to break through the relevant production technology and realize industrial production. But now, Zhou Yang told him that this thing was ready for industrial production, and even the company name had been thought of. Are you kidding? Chapter 25. The first step of the long march. Zhou Yang stopped and looked at Wang Haoning. "I think this is also the question in Mr. Wang's mind," Zhou Yang asked. Wang Haoning nodded blankly. His mind was still a little hot at this time, and he was thinking about what kind of changes would be brought to the battery industry if this kind of battery was produced and put on the market. Now, after hearing what Chen Tiankai said, I suddenly woke up. This kind of battery is still in the laboratory stage and is 800 miles away from industrial production. Zhou Yang continued. Unlike traditional lithium batteries, carbon nanotube batteries have their own particularity. In addition to the conductive agent being mainly carbon nanotube conductive agent, the battery itself is also prepared with modified carbon nanotube materials. Industrial production, in my opinion, should have two difficulties. One is cheap raw materials for carbon nanotubes. If I remember correctly, my country has not yet solved the problem of industrial production of carbon nanotubes, and domestic demand is entirely dependent on imports. Wu Qin nodded quickly. This was also the important reason why he was most pessimistic about the industrial production of carbon nanotube batteries. In industrial production, cost is the key. Chen Tiankai also agreed and said, "Yes, in the research of carbon nanotubes, our theory is not much different from the world's top level. The key is the production process, which has a big gap. In fact, the country's theoretical research has always been very strong. To put it bluntly, just because I can't produce it doesn't stop me from coming up with it at my imagination. Moreover, under laboratory conditions, at a huge cost, there is nothing we can't produce. But when it comes to industrialized production, there is a big gap between China and foreign countries, and this is a problem of the entire industrial environment and cannot be improved in a short period of time." Zhou Yang said, "I will be responsible for the cheap preparation of carbon nanotube materials. I will solve it quickly." Everyone present was shocked when they heard this. Especially Wu Qian and Wang Haoning. They looked at Zhou Yang with some suspicion, thinking that it's too arrogant to say that you can solve this problem just by saying so. Zhou Yang didn't explain anything. His system contained complete industrial production data of carbon nanotubes. This thing is not only used in battery production, but also used in many parts of mecha due to its good conductivity, structural stability, high voltage resistance, and other properties. Therefore, if you want to manufacture mecha, the production process of this thing must be solved. There is no point in explaining it now, we just have to wait until it is produced and see the results. Zhou Yang said, "This is the first difficulty. The second difficulty should be the production of the shell, because the entire battery has many layers inside and the structure is extremely precise. My idea is to mass produce it, so I can use chemical etching methods. In simple terms, the production of the entire battery is divided into multiple levels. Each level is laminated using a layer-by-layer pressing method. Finally, a chemical etching method is used to carve out a complete battery shell layer by layer, and then grouting is performed." Zhou Yang drew a simple diagram on the blackboard. Chen Tiankai's eyes widened instantly, and he couldn't help but exclaimed, "Yes, why didn't I think of it?" He made a prototype in the laboratory, but it consumed a lot of high-precision instruments and was almost built up bit by bit. Zhou Yang's method solved two problems. First, it could form the complex internal structure of the shell in one go. Second, it could be mass-produced to reduce costs. At the same time, the entire process is actually much simpler than the production of lithium batteries themselves. Wu Chun was also stunned. The production method proposed by Zhou Yang was simply a fantastic idea. He really didn't know how Zhou Yang came up with it. But think about it. Zhou Yang is the developer of this carbon nanotube battery, and he even solved the equation. It is not easy for such a person to solve this kind of production process problem. Is it possible? Wang Haoning didn't understand and secretly asked Wu Chen beside him. Wu Chen thought about it seriously and nodded slightly. If these two difficulties are really solved, Wu Chen believes that industrial production of batteries should be achievable. Wang Haoning nodded solemnly, feeling relieved. All right. Zhou Yang put down his pen, looked at Wang Haoning and asked, I have said almost everything I need to say. What do you think, Mr. Wang? Are you willing to cooperate? The country will definitely give its full support, so the only problem lies with BYD. Wu Chen looked at Wang Haoning nervously, wanting to say something but stopping himself. Wang Haoning had a calm expression on his face, as he had also seen many storms. After carefully looking at Zhou Yang for a moment, Wang Haoning slowly said, Sure. How can we at BYD not do something that will change the entire battery industry? Currently, all the information about this carbon nanotube battery is from Zhou Yang and Chen Tiankai, and Wang Haoning has not even seen the prototype. It is no exaggeration to say that the two people's arguments are not even as good as each other. But the key reason that prompted Wang Haoning to make the decision was the country's attitude. Li Tianchu represents the country and has a national background, so Wang Haoning is not afraid. Moreover, Wang Haoning saw it very clearly. If this was true, it represented the future. If one went against the future, one would only be left behind by the times. Only by keeping up with the times could one move towards glory. Mr. Wang is quite generous, Li Tianchu said with a smile, but his tone was a little lonely. Li Tianchu actually hoped that Wang Haoning would refuse. He actually preferred to let a state-owned enterprise do this kind of good thing. But since Zhou Yang decided to cooperate with BYD, he decided to respect Zhou Yang's idea. It just gave BYD a free ride and gave it another chance to take off. Wang Haoning smiled. Li Tianchu's tone made him feel that he had made the right decision. He stood up and said, Mr. Zhou, we have finished discussing the important matters. It is an honor for BYD to reach this cooperation. I have to show my hospitality as a host. How about this, Mr. Zhou? You stay for 2 more days and I will take you around the city. Zhou Yang shook his head and said, No need, there will be a chance in the future. Like Chen Tiankai, Zhou Yang has little interest in eating, drinking, and having fun. After that, Zhou Yang said, If that's the case, then it's settled. BYD will provide the production technology, and the state will provide the startup funds. As for academicianship, if possible, I hope you and your team can help solve the industrial design and factory upgrade of carbon nanotube batteries through commercial cooperation. The intellectual property rights of the specific research results will be bought out by Matrix Energy in one go, or through cooperative development, etc. It's up to you to discuss the details. Chen Tiankai thought about it seriously and said, I don't have any projects recently, so it's okay. Wu Chen beside him was very excited. This was a great opportunity to cooperate with Chen Tiankai. That's it. If you have any technical questions, you can contact me as soon as possible. Zhou Yang finally said that many things are easy to say, but difficult to do in practice. If you want to solve them, you will definitely have to contribute your own efforts. However, with systematic means of production in place, the general direction will not be a problem, and this is the most critical thing. Even after solving the battery problem, Zhou Yang still didn't relax. The battery problem is only the first step in a long journey. If Zhou Yang wants to develop a mecha, there are still countless technical difficulties waiting for him. Chapter 26 Big Investment. When a country wants to do something, once it makes a decision, there is no doubt about its speed. The very next day, when Zhou Yang set off for the next stop, Li Tianchu had already told Zhou Yang that the general method of cooperation had been negotiated. In the equity structure of Matrix Energy, BYD exchanged all its battery production business for 40 billion yuan and incorporated it into Matrix Energy in exchange for 40% of the equity. The state will provide 60 billion in funds and obtain 51% of the equity. Theoretically, Matrix Energy was valued at 100 billion yuan, and the state paid 60 billion yuan, so it should have received 60% of the shares, but it only received 51% because the state gave the remaining 9% to Zhou Yang. In other words, Zhou Yang did nothing, but he owned 9% of the shares of a company valued at 100 billion, worth 9 billion yuan. And this is not just a valuation, it is real assets worth hundreds of billions. That means I've become a billionaire? Zhou Yang said with a smile. Li Tianchu said, It's like this, wait 10 days and you'll sign it, then it will be done. Zhou Yang knew in his heart that this 9 billion might be a reward from the country. He wanted to refuse it, but after thinking about it, he decided to give up. He pretended to be noble, but it turned out not to be noble. Besides, it was given by the country, so he might as well take it. Okay, let's do everything as soon as possible, Zhou Yang said. 10 days later, the signing ceremony was held as scheduled. BYD held a special press conference. As they are a listed company, they must make an announcement regarding such a large asset change. Many financial reporters came to the press conference. Brother Lee, do you have any gossip? I don't know. I asked a BYD executive I'm familiar with, but he said he didn't know either. I don't know if he really didn't know or was deliberately hiding the news. Familiar reporters were also exchanging information. Alas, I really don't know what there is to hide. It has to be announced anyway. Why hide it? Let us know in advance so that we can write a press release in advance. Maybe they have some big trick up their sleeves. Maybe a new generation of electric cars will roll off the assembly line. Stop joking. If it's a car launch, it's so small. It's impossible. At this time, the staff notified reporters to enter. The press conference venue was not large, and the banner above read, "Signing ceremony between BYD Group and Matrix Energy." Why is it a signing ceremony? What the hell is going on? And this Matrix Energy, why haven't I heard of it before? An energy company that makes batteries? Is BYD planning to make some big moves in its battery business? Okay, stop guessing. You'll know once you get here. After a brief opening statement by the host, Wang Haoning and a number of BYD executives appeared. There were only 2 signing representatives from Matrix Energy. One of them was a young man in his 30s, wearing glasses and well-mannered. The host introduced him as He Ziyu. The person accompanying him was a young woman, who was He Ziyu's assistant. Many reporters quickly took out their mobile phones and began searching for information about Matrix Energy. But there is no information online. It's quite interesting. This Matrix Energy seems to have appeared out of nowhere. I can't even find any business information about it. After everyone took their seats, Wang Haoning briefly welcomed the many reporters and finally said, "Next, I will announce a decision. BYD will completely separate its battery business and join Matrix Energy in the form of technology investment, obtaining 40% of Matrix Energy shares." After he finished speaking, there was an uproar at the scene. My God, what is BYD going to do? Sell off its battery business? That's impossible. The battery business is BYD's core business. How can it be sold? Didn't you hear that it's a technology investment and joining Matrix Energy? That's not right. BYD's battery business is worth at least tens of billions. How come they only got 40% of the shares? I understand. This is clearly BYD getting an investment and spinning off the battery business. Didn't they announce a long time ago that they were planning to spin off the battery business? Then they set up a new company, changed its name, and took in the investment. If that's the case, then BYD's entire battery business will get 40% of the shares. Doesn't that mean the investment will be more than 50 billion? It's more than 50 billion, probably 60 billion. BYD's battery business is worth about 40 billion. Who is willing to invest 60 billion yuan to make such a big investment? Many financial journalists are talking about this. It seems that there is a reason why BYD is so low-key this time. Such an investment can be described as a king bomb. For a moment, all the reporters looked at He Ziyu. They wanted to know who was behind Matrix Energy and who could come up with a huge sum of 60 billion yuan. He Ziyu sat steadily, but showed no intention of speaking. The contract was ready, and Wang Haoning and He Ziyu signed it at the same time. The press conference ends here. Many reporters were dumbfounded. Is that all? You won't introduce anything? With tens of billions of dollars of investment, at least tell us what BYD plans to do with this investment and what business it plans to expand. And this Matrix Energy, it's too mysterious, it's so generous. At least introduce yourself. It's most likely some mysterious giant that wants to enter the battery industry, but it hasn't been announced yet. Could it be Evergrande Group? Didn't they announce that they would build cars, also new energy vehicles? What they lack is battery technology. Direct investment in BYD's battery business would solve the battery problem. Many reporters speculated, but He Ziyu did not explain anything and left quickly after the press conference without giving reporters any chance to interview him. BYD, on the other hand, is extremely low-key. Wang Haoning and other senior executives also refused to accept any interviews. The next day, as expected, this news made the front-page headlines of the financial section. Even some comprehensive media reported it extensively. The name of Matrix Energy has quickly come into the attention of some people. But Matrix Energy is so mysterious that many media outlets have searched for a long time but have not been able to find any information about the company. It's as if this company came out of nowhere. Therefore, many media outlets made speculations based on conspiracy theories which really attracted a lot of attention. However, the biggest impact of this incident is on BYD's stock. The separation of the battery business was such a big deal, but the result was that BYD's stock price hit the limit down as soon as the market opened. And it was a plunge that even 8 horses couldn't pull back. Fuck, I lost a lot of money. It's a black swan. It's definitely a black swan. I lost hundreds of thousands of dollars. A few $100,000 is nothing. I just increased my position last week, and now it's all gone. Millions, my wife's money. There was wailing in BYD's stock forum. And this is just the beginning of BYD's stock plunge. Chapter 27, What It's Like to Be a Billionaire. Zhou Yang looked at the contract in front of him. Just sign, and you will get 9% of Matrix Energy's shares and $9 billion in cash. How would it feel to become a billionaire overnight? Zhou Yang didn't know, but he was very calm. It was no different from signing a pay slip and receiving 90 yuan. Li Tianshu put away the contract and said with a smile, I heard that BYD's stock has been falling for several days in a row. I guess President Wang must be very depressed. It's normal to fall. Zhou Yang said. BYD split off its core battery business and exchanged 40% of its equity, which is equivalent to an investment. The key investment is in a company that no one has ever heard of, Matrix Energy. With such bad news, it would be strange if the stock price didn't fall. However, this is only a temporary low. Once the carbon nanotube batteries go into production, BYD will definitely explode. Therefore, if you buy BYD stocks at a low price now, you will definitely make a lot of money. By the way, Chief Chen, how much is your monthly salary? Zhou Yang suddenly said to Chen Ruoyun beside him. Chen Ruoyun was stunned. She didn't expect Zhou Yang to talk to her. After thinking for a while, she said, I don't know, maybe 20,000 or 30,000. You're amazing. You don't even know how much you earn. Zhou Yang was amazed and said, if you have some spare money, go buy some BYD shares. I guarantee you can make 10 times the money in 3 months. If carbon nanotube batteries go into production, it will not only change the electric vehicle industry, but all aspects, including all industries that can use batteries. At that time, it would be strange if BYD's stock did not explode. Earn 10 times the money, easily. Chen Ruoyan thought about it, then shook her head and said, forget it, I'm not short of money. Zhou Yang couldn't help but look at Chen Ruoyan twice more. This girl was just like him and didn't care much about money. Li Tianshu said, Mr. Zhou, from what you said, can the production problem of carbon nanotube batteries be solved in 3 months? That's about right. But there is another prerequisite, which is the issue of raw materials. By the way, has Tianai Chemical responded? Zhou Yang asked. Behind Zhou Yang stood a young woman named Li Ziyu. She was sent by her superiors to be Zhou Yang's secretary, responsible for some daily official work. I heard that he is a top student with strong qualifications. Li Ziyu shook his head and said, I'll contact them and ask. During the 10 days after the signing of the contract, Zhou Yang traveled to many places, mainly visiting some companies. For example, bearing companies, transmission system companies, hydraulic oil companies, and many machinery companies. I also went to Tianai Chemical on the way, but I didn't meet the other party's boss and left after a brief tour. Tianai Chemical is a leading company in the domestic carbon nanotube production industry and has many patented technologies. However, although they are the leading company in China, there is still a big gap between their products and international products. At least it does not meet the requirements for making carbon nanotube batteries. But the basis is that Zhou Yang's idea is to cooperate with BYD, provide the other party with technology, and enable the other party to have high-level carbon nanotube production capabilities. Soon, Li Ziyu came back with an ugly look on his face and said, Mr. Zhou, Tianai Chemical has rejected it. Rejected? Li Tianshu frowned slightly and asked, why did you refuse? Did you tell me the reason? Li Ziyu nodded and said, their original words were that they were confident in their products and did not need to cooperate with others. Huh, what a big tone. Li Tianshu snorted coldly and said, the CEO of Tianai Chemical is called Yang Bo, right? Okay, I'll remember it. In Li Tianshu's view, the purpose of finding Tianai Chemical is to solve the raw material problem of carbon nanotube batteries. But Tianai Chemical refused, saying that this was going against the national interests. There was no doubt that such a disobedient company must be taught a lesson. Zhou Yang waved his hand and said, forget it. Since they don't want to, let's produce it ourselves. Let Matrix Energy open a company to be responsible for the production of carbon nanotubes. Here are the relevant production technologies I have compiled. We will try to complete production within 3 months. As he spoke, Zhou Yang took out a document from the folder next to him and handed it to Li Tianshu. Zhou Yang had nothing to say about Yang Bo, who didn't give him face. Angry, even less so. For Zhou Yang, this is just a small matter. He originally wanted to support local enterprises, but since you don't want the wealth that is delivered to your door, I feel sorry for it. If low-priced carbon nanotubes start to go into production, then Tianai Chemical will be directly impacted. With their current technology, if they lower the price, they will only lose money. If they do not lower the price, their products will not have any competitiveness. There is only one outcome waiting for them: changing careers or going bankrupt. Good. Li Tianshu opened it and found that he couldn't understand it at all, but he felt relieved. When Zhou Yang said that he could solve the raw material problem, Li Tianshu was a little worried, but now he is completely relieved. It seems just as Zhou Yang said, from the very beginning, Zhou Yang not only developed the carbon nanotube battery, but also solved the problem of industrial production of carbon nanotube batteries. Then Mr. Zhou, I will arrange where we should go next. Li Tianshu asked. These days, Zhou Yang has been to many places, all of which were machinery companies. This made Li Tianshu a little confused, and he didn't know what Zhou Yang was going to do. Making batteries has nothing to do with these things. Next, let's go back to Wanghu village. I need to prepare some things for the next plan, Zhou Yang said. After a tour, Zhou Yang visited many leading companies in the domestic machinery industry. He already had a rough idea of the domestic machinery production capacity. The next step is to prepare relevant information and solve the problems one by one. However, there are several core issues that Zhou Yang needs to prepare well for. For example, chip problems, propulsion systems, and intelligent control systems. Compared to these systems, even batteries are insignificant. Go back to Wanghu village? Li Tianshu was stunned, nodded, and didn't ask any more questions. The next day, Zhou Yang rushed back to Wanghu village. Li Tianshu did not go along because Zhou Yang said that he did not need to arrange anything for him next, and he also had to go back to report on the work done during this phase. But Chun Ruiyun still followed Zhou Yang and was responsible for Zhou Yang's security. Although I had only been away for more than 10 days, Wanghu village had changed drastically. Machines were roaring everywhere, and at the foot of the mountain, the original village had been demolished and some buildings had been built. The excavation work on the mountain was progressing at a rapid pace, allowing Zhou Yang to witness the country's infrastructure capabilities. Zhou Yang settled down in a temporary residence at the foot of the mountain and began to prepare for work. Along the way, some technical problems on BYD's side were solved. In a flash, 3 months passed. Li Tianshu called. Mr. Zhou, the first batch of carbon nanotube batteries has come off the production line. Chapter 28: The Person with the Greatest Contribution. BYD Headquarters. The entire factory was decorated with lights, and there was a carpet at the entrance that stretched all the way to the administrative building. The carpet alone was more than 2 kilometers long. Hurry up, the people are here. By the way, is my image okay? Wang Haoning, along with a group of BYD executives, hurried out, asking his assistant about his image as he walked. The assistant jogged to catch up, nodded breathlessly and said, "No problem, so cool." Wu Chen nodded hurriedly and said, "It's in place. I asked them to wait at 8 in the morning." Good. Wang Haoning said no more, and the group hurried to the gate. And this time we waited for nearly half an hour before a coaster slowly drove over. "Here I come." Wang Haoning and others, who were anxiously waiting, hurriedly went to meet them. The coaster slowly stopped and the door opened, but Chun Ruiyun got out first, glanced around vigilantly, and then made way. Zhou Yang, who was behind, got off the car. "Mr. Zhou, welcome." Wang Haoning hurriedly came forward and extended his hand excitedly. "Mr. Wang, congratulations." Zhou Yang and Wang Haoning shook hands and congratulated them. Wang Haoning smiled so much that his mouth almost broke into a grin and said, "Congratulations. Mr. Zhou must have contributed the most to the successful production of the Lungsan battery." Zhou Yang waved his hand and said, "I just provided some information. You guys did the detailed work, so the credit belongs to you." Zhou Yang shook hands with Chen Tiankai and Wu Chan beside him. Although Zhou Yang provided relevant technical information in 3 months, the upgrade of the production line and the research and development of several key equipment were also inseparable from the hard work of Chen Tiankai's team and Wu Chen's team. Chen Tiankai also shook his head and said, "I dare not take the credit for this, old man. Several key production equipment were designed by you, Mr. Zhou. So if we talk about the credit, the biggest one is you, Mr. Zhou." Wu Chen also quickly nodded in agreement. The upgrade of this production line is not a simple matter. Major changes were first made based on the original production line. Zhou Yang provided the direction for the major renovation, while Chen Tiankai and Wu Chun completed the specific work themselves. However, Chen Tiankai and Wu Chun were not able to design several key equipment. After several attempts, all of them ended in failure or did not meet the process requirements. In the end, it was Zhou Yang who provided the design ideas and completed the final design. So even though Zhou Yang was not at BYD during these 3 months, the completion of the production line was closely related to Zhou Yang. Mr. Zhou, don't be so modest. Let's go in quickly, Wang Haoning said. Zhou Yang nodded. He was surprised that the battery problem was solved in 3 months. Although he had seen the prototype, this was the first time he had seen a formal product. But at this moment, a Land Cruiser suddenly drove over from a distance. The key point is the license plate of this Land Cruiser. The floating one is a military license plate. The Land Cruiser slowly stopped, the door opened, and a middle-aged man in a major general's uniform walked out, accompanied by a lieutenant colonel. The middle-aged man looked around and walked over here. Although he did not introduce himself, his intimidating aura as a soldier made those who were blocking his way step aside and make way. The middle-aged man walked straight to Zhou Yang, then smiled and said, "This must be Mr. Zhou Yang. I have heard of your name for a long time, and seeing you today, I can see that you are indeed a promising young man." After a pause, the middle-aged man stretched out his hand and said, "It's the first time we meet. Let me introduce myself. I'm Gao Jianjun from the General Assembly Department." General Assembly Department? Wang Haoning next to him couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise. Zhou Yang was also a little surprised. The General Armament Department was not an ordinary department. It was responsible for the equipment procurement and logistics support of the domestic military and directly connected with major military-industrial enterprises. Its power was astonishingly great. "Hello, General Gao." Zhou Yang hurriedly shook hands. "If I'm not mistaken, Gao Jianjun came here most likely for the Lungsan battery. As for where he got the information, it was probably leaked by senior management." At this time, another coaster drove over. Wang Haoning was stunned. Another person came? He remembered that he had notified Zhou Yang and Li Tianshu, but not the others. If he had known so many people were coming, he would have held a bigger welcoming ceremony. Coaster slowly stopped and an old man in a Zhongshan suit with graying temples walked down. Minister Ling. Wang Haoning's eyes widened instantly. He was no stranger to this old man, as he was the current head of the Ministry of Energy. BYD's main business is the battery industry, and it has to deal with the Ministry of Energy. How could Wang Haoning be unfamiliar with the head of the Ministry of Energy? Behind the old man, Li Tianshu also walked down. Following behind was He Ziyu, who was the legal representative of Matrix Energy. But even now, Matrix Energy was just an empty shell and didn't even have an office. Minister Ling. Wang Haoning hurriedly went to greet him. Minister Ling's name is Ling Hongjun. He shook hands with everyone cordially and finally came to Zhou Yang and said with a smile, "Mr. Zhou, I have heard of your name for a long time. Today I finally meet you in person." Although Zhou Yang has been in Wanghu village during this period, his reputation, especially his influence among high-level officials, is growing. The country attaches so much importance to Zhou Yang because of the carbon nanotube battery developed by Zhou Yang, which is now named Lungsan Battery. Initially, the country thought that Lungsan batteries would be a long-term project and it might take several years to see results. But even so, the country invested without hesitation. Zhou Yang wanted to build a research laboratory and invested billions to build it. Zhou Yang wants to cooperate with BYD, and the country will also invest 60 billion yuan. Even the country is prepared for the possibility of failure. However, the country did not expect that in just 3 months, Zhou Yang would bring the Lungsan battery to market. When Li Tianshu delivered the news, even the top leaders of the country were stunned. The whole process was so fast and so smooth. After all, the country's top leaders have discussed this many times and realized what kind of changes the emergence of Lungsan batteries will bring. It can be said that the country is not even ready for the arrival of Lungsan batteries. And all of this was facilitated by Zhou Yang. Therefore, Zhou Yang's importance to the country has risen sharply and reached an incredible level. Therefore, even Minister Ling was polite when facing Zhou Yang. Chapter 29, Amazing Endurance. Outside the gate, the group exchanged pleasantries. Finally, it was Li Tianshu who said, "Minister Ling, General Gao, and President Wang, let's not stand here and talk. We all came here for the same thing, so let's go directly to the factory." Everyone nodded. Everyone who came here today came for the Lungsan batteries. Gao Jianjun came on behalf of the military, while Ling Hongjun came on behalf of the country's top leaders. A group of people walked towards the factory. Based on the original battery production line, BYD upgraded and renovated it, and worked overtime to complete the construction of 3 production lines. Now everyone has come to the first production line. Since the entire factory is a dust-free space, everyone went directly to the control room on the 2nd floor. From the huge windows of the control room, they could see the production line below at a glance. Wu Chun introduced, This is our #1 production line. Except for some key workstations, it can basically achieve 80% automation, and the output of the entire production line can reach 1.3 million pieces per day. Oh, 1.3 million pieces, not bad, Minister Ling said with a smile. 3 production lines can produce 3.9 million pieces a day, which is a very high efficiency. Wu Chun said, the main thing is that we have designed a new chemical etching equipment, which can be mass-produced and then sliced and grouting can be completed. As he spoke, Wu Chun glanced at Zhou Yang again and said, these key devices were all designed by Mr. Zhou. Ling Hongju nodded slightly and said, I've heard about this a long time ago. Mr. Zhou is not only good at theoretical research, but also first-class industrial design. I admire you very much. Zhou Yang was busy being modest. Wang Haoning said, several leaders and Mr. Zhou, after the ribbon-cutting ceremony, we will officially open the production line and see how the first batch of Lungsan batteries roll off the line. Ling Hongjun and others nodded. Zhou Yang didn't care. In fact, after seeing this, he had already seen enough. The battery problem has been solved. Afterwards, a ribbon-cutting ceremony was held outside the factory. There were no reporters, but this scene will definitely leave a mark in history. Coming back to the control room, the production line below was already ready and all workers in various positions were in place. Just wait for the order and the production line will start to operate and produce. Come here, Mr. Zhou. Without waiting for Wang Haoning to speak, Ling Hongjun said with a smile. Gao Jianjun also nodded. The only qualified person present was Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang thought about it, didn't hesitate, walked forward and pressed the main control switch. The production line was powered on, the system started, and the workers began to take their positions and prepare. The carbon nanotube raw materials produced at a low price began to be poured in, and as the production line operated, the processing was carried out step by step. About half an hour later, the first batch of Lungsan batteries had been produced. The workers also delivered the first batch of products as soon as possible. Zhou Yang picked up a Lungsan battery. It is 2 centimeters square and only 1.5 millimeters thick. The positive and negative poles of the battery are on the front and back respectively. If 2 batteries are stacked together and fixed with a special card slot, the effect of series connection can be achieved. As for parallel connection, it is just as simple. In short, the square batteries can be easily connected to form battery packs that meet different needs. Ling Hongjun held a Lungsan battery and said, I can't believe this tiny battery has such a large capacity. Gao Jianjun also nodded in agreement and echoed, it is truly a groundbreaking product. People always say that foreign countries have black technology, but I think the Lungsan battery is the real black technology. Wang Haoning was also very excited. Over the past 3 months, the more he thought about it, the more excited he became. He was glad that he had chosen to cooperate with Zhou Yang. He could foresee what kind of impact this thing would have on the entire world. By the way, what is the cost? Ling Hongjun asked. Gao Jianjun also looked over hurriedly. Cost is also critical. Wang Haoning raised a finger and said proudly, we have done the calculations. If we run the 3 production lines at full capacity and ship more than 100 million pieces per month, the cost can be reduced to about 10 yuan per piece. Oh. Ling Hongjun was surprised and asked, is it so cheap? Gao Jianjun was also incredulous. He said, take the 18650 battery for example. A high-quality one has a factory price of around 20 yuan. However, the Lungsan battery has far surpassed any existing lithium battery in terms of battery capacity and performance. And the price is still so low. This is incredible. How did you do it? Wang Haoning explained with a smile. The reason why the cost can be so low is that we have greatly reduced the cost of raw materials based on the low-cost preparation method of carbon nanotubes proposed by Mr. Zhou. At the same time, we have not yet included the research and development costs. Normally, those high-quality lithium batteries have certain patents and have undergone a lot of research and development, so a lot of research and development costs are included. From the research and development of our batteries to the transformation of the production line, all of this was done by Mr. Zhou, and this part is almost impossible to estimate, so it was not included in the cost calculation. Ling Hongjun nodded and said, indeed, the credit goes to Mr. Zhou. Looking at Zhou Yang's calm expression, Ling Hongjun was shocked. The successful production of Lungsan batteries could be said to be facilitated by Zhou Yang. In terms of contribution, no one can compare to Zhou Yang. At this time, Zhou Yang asked, have you produced samples of battery packs? Each Lungsan battery is just the basis. If it is to be shipped, it must be made into different types of battery packs. Wang Haoning smiled mysteriously and said, everyone, let's go to another place. I just happen to have a surprise for you all. Oh, what surprise? Ling Hongjun became interested. Wang Haoning didn't say anything. He took everyone out of the factory and drove to a factory building in the park. Zhou Yang smiled. If he remembered correctly, this was BYD's automotive battery assembly plant. Zhou Yang had roughly guessed what the surprise Wang Haoning was talking about was. Everyone, please look. When the factory door was opened, a brand new car appeared in front of everyone. Hey, a car. Ling Hongjun was stunned. Wang Haoning nodded and said, look, everyone. This is the new Han that we originally planned to release in the second half of the year. However, due to the emergence of Lungsan batteries, we have redesigned the car. The most important change is to reduce the size of the battery compartment. Because compared to 18,650 batteries, Lungsan batteries are too small. The key is that they are not only small, but also have large capacity. Therefore, the final battery pack will definitely be very small. What about the battery life? Gao Jianjun asked hurriedly. Zhou Yang also looked over curiously. He thought BYD should have done the test a long time ago. Sure enough, Wang Haoning raised a finger again. 1,000 kilometers? Gao Jianjun exclaimed. A range of 1,000 kilometers is amazing. Wang Haoning shook his head and said slowly, no, it's 10,000 kilometers. 10,000 kilometers. Everyone present was shocked at the same time. Zhou Yang, on the other hand, remained calm. This number was within his expectations. Chapter 30 Press Conference. Zhou Yang said, Mr. Wang, the 10,000 kilometers you mentioned should be estimated based on the original battery compartment capacity. Under the same conditions, the battery compartment using 18,650 batteries may have a range of 400 to 500 kilometers. Even if BYD's own blade batteries are used, it is estimated to be only about 500 to 600 kilometers. However, with the same volume, it can accommodate several times the number of Lungsan batteries. Not to mention that the capacity of Lungsan batteries is astonishingly large. So it is normal for the battery life to increase by more than 10 times. But everyone present had their eyes wide open in shock. Oh my God, 10,000 kilometers, that's too exaggerated. If you charge it once, it means you don't need to charge it for half a year or a year. Ling Hongjun exclaimed. Gao Jianjun also nodded quickly. 10,000 kilometers was indeed a bit exaggerated. What about the charging efficiency? Based on what you said, with a range of 10,000 kilometers, how long does it take to fully charge? Gao Jianjun asked. Wang Haoning thought for a moment and said, if the range is 10,000 kilometers, it might take 1 or 2 days to fully charge. The capacity is there, and the charging efficiency has not been improved yet, so it is not an easy task to fully charge it. Gao Jianjun said, even if that's the case, it's still pretty impressive. It only takes 2 days to fully charge the battery, and it can last for several months or even a year without having to be recharged. Wang Haoning smiled and said, Gao Jianjun, the 10,000 kilometers I mentioned is only the theoretical maximum. In fact, after considering the discharge attenuation and charging efficiency, we finally decided to design the battery's range to 3,000 kilometers. In this way, with the help of a dedicated fast charger, it can be fully charged in 4 to 5 hours. At the same time, the battery will not be left for a long time, and the power will slowly decay. Any battery will discharge slowly if left there for a long time. Even the Lungsan battery cannot solve this problem. In this way, we can find a good balance between efficiency, economy, and battery life. Several people nodded. Even a range of 3,000 kilometers is still amazing. It only takes 4 or 5 hours to fully charge the battery, and you can charge it at night. Once fully charged, you may not need to charge it for a month. For office workers who only use their batteries for commuting every day, they may not need to charge them for several months. Ling Hongjun and Li Tianshu looked at each other. He could already foresee the impact such new energy vehicles would have on the entire automotive industry. Next, everyone test drove the car. Wang Haoning also prepared one for Zhou Yang, saying that he would give it to Zhou Yang. After all, this is the first car to use Lungsan batteries, and it has considerable commemorative value. Zhou Yang thought about it and accepted it. It's just a car. It's really nothing. After the visit, Zhou Yang drove directly back to Wanghu village. During these 3 months, Zhou Yang has been very busy. He has been dealing with a very important matter. Chip design. Biomimetic cell chips for Mechs. The laboratory in Wanghu village has been put into use a long time ago, but it has not yet been used on a large scale, with only a few graduate students helping out. Because Zhou Yang is currently only preparing for chip design and industrial production. Especially the system software of some devices, no one could help Zhou Yang with this, so he had to write it himself. The system provides complete codes, but it is not easy to understand and write them. Because today's large-scale production equipment, any system has tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of lines of code. During these 3 months, Zhou Yang spent a large part of his time typing code. Now, the preparatory work has been basically completed, and the next step is to implement it. Zhou Yang still prefers to cooperate with domestic companies, like BYD. The results were achieved, talents were cultivated, and the results could be directly converted into products. If the country were to invest in a company again to start production, it would probably take a long time. However, Zhou Yang has not yet decided which company to cooperate with. There are still some domestic chip companies, and the domestic chip level is not as bad as people say on the internet, but there is a huge gap with the world. Of course, there is still a big gap in high-end chips. Therefore, Zhou Yang felt that this required more support from himself. After returning to Wanghu village, 10 days later, Zhou Yang had completed all the preparations. At this time, an invitation letter was sent. It was the launch conference of BYD Lungsan Battery. Wang Haoning also called Zhou Yang personally, wanting to invite Zhou Yang to participate and witness this history. In fact, Wang Haoning originally wanted to visit him in person, but after asking around, he still didn't know which research institute Zhou Yang worked in. This laboratory in Wanghu village is still highly confidential. After some consideration, Zhou Yang decided to go. Just as Wang Haoning said, witnessing history is history that you create with your own hands. The press conference was scheduled in the city. The largest press conference venue, BYD, also sent invitations to almost all mainstream media in the country. There are also companies, any battery-related companies, the top companies in the industry. BYD has also sent out invitations. At the same time, a huge publicity campaign was carried out in the early stages. BYD's press conference advertisements are everywhere on the internet. On September 9th, BYD New World will see you there. On the internet, countless people are discussing BYD's press conference. The amount of investment in advertising is so huge that it is hard not to know. What kind of press conference is BYD holding? A new car launch? I don't know. Wasn't BYD very low-key in the past? Why is it so high-profile this time? This level of advertising investment must be hundreds of millions. Hundreds of millions, at least. These past few days, wherever I go, there are advertisements for this conference. The amount of investment is staggering. The key is that we don't know what BYD is going to release. They are just a car company. Even if they are going to release a new car, they don't have to do it this way. Even Mercedes-Benz doesn't do it this big. Forget it. There's no point in discussing it any further. We'll know on the 9th. I heard CCTV is going to broadcast it live. What the hell? How much did BYD spend to get CCTV to decide to broadcast it live? September 9th has arrived amid the curiosity and anticipation of countless netizens. It was a nice, sunny day. The National Convention Center is filled with huge press conference posters. The most eye-catching slogan is undoubtedly Meet the Future. It was 8 o'clock in the morning, 2 hours before the press conference, but the invited reporters, corporate representatives, and guests from all parties had arrived one after another. Any gossip? Familiar reporters were whispering to each other. Don't even think about it. BYD has made such a big splash. How could there be any gossip leaked out? But 9 times out of 10, it's still about cars. Not necessarily. Guess who I just saw? Mr. Lei from Xiaomi. Who, Lei Jun? Why is he here? So, I guess BYD may not release a car, but a battery. Did you forget that 3 months ago, BYD suddenly announced the separation of its battery business and the cooperation with Matrix Energy? At that time, I guess that BYD was preparing a big move, and now, the big move is here. Chapter 31. Occupy the C position. A car slowly drove into the parking lot of the National Convention Center. It took me half a day just to park the car. Mr. Zhou, there are too many people and too many unsafe factors. My idea is that if you must attend this press conference, I will call the support team over and rearrange the security work. Chen Ruoyun said with a serious expression. At this time, they were riding in a car. Apart from Zhou Yang and himself, there were only 3 security guards in the car. Zhou Yang asked, "Do you think many people recognize my face?" Chen Ruoyun hesitated for a moment, but still shook her head. Although Zhou Yang is doing work that changes the world, it has to be said that he is too low-key. That's it. No one knows me, so how could I be in danger? Besides, I'm in my own country. Why would someone attack me for no reason? Zhou Yang said with a smile. This is your homeland, not your country. Chen Ruoyun was speechless and could only nod and say, okay then. The car stopped. Zhou Yang got out of the car and went to the press conference with Chen Ruoyun. Zhou Yang came in a low profile and did not inform Wang Haoning and the others. There was a huge flow of people at the entrance of the venue. 3 security check channels were opened, but there were too many people and everyone had to queue. Zhou Yang also wanted to queue up, but before he could get over, he was stopped by Chen Ruoyan. Mr. Zhou, there are too many people here. It's not safe to queue. Let's go in directly. As they spoke, Chen Ruoyun and a few others surrounded Zhou Yang and went straight to the entrance. Make way. Chen Ruoyun coldly stopped a young man who was about to be checked. The young man was pushed aside. Zhou Yang quickly said, I'm sorry. The young man, dressed in a smart suit, immediately exploded and shouted, just say sorry, but do you know who I am? How dare you squeeze me? And you dare to cut in line? Where are you? Is there no one to take care of you? Get out of my way and get to the back. The young man stepped forward to push Zhou Yang away, but a strong arm reached out and stopped the young man. The three sturdy special agents stood there like door gods, looking coldly at the young man. Their aura alone was enough to intimidate the young man. Zhou Yang frowned slightly, thinking that what Chen Ruoyan did was inappropriate. Just as he was about to apologize to the young man again, Chen Ruoyan pulled Zhou Yang and whispered, Mr. Zhou, let's go in first. As he spoke, he took Zhou Yang through the security gate. Beep beep, the security gate started to alarm frantically. Several security guards in charge of security were startled and quickly surrounded her. One of them asked, Miss, please take out the contraband on you. Please put your keys and other things in the box. The young man behind him yelled, Okay, you cut in line, but you dare to push me. Fine, I'll remember you guys. You know who I am. I'm from Tianai Chemical. I have plenty of money, just wait and see how I deal with you. The people queuing behind originally supported the young people and felt that Zhou Yang should not cut in line, but now that the young people were making a lot of noise, they all frowned. Compared to Zhou Yang who cut in line, young people are more annoying. Chen Ruoyun seemed not to hear what the young man was shouting. She took out an ID from her pocket and handed it to the security guard. Zhou Yang saw clearly that this was a gun license. The security guard also saw it, opened it, and was stunned for a moment. He swallowed his saliva quietly and said quickly, Sorry, then you go in? Chen Ruoyun nodded slightly, without saying much, and went straight inside with Zhou Yang. 3 special situations also quickly followed. Every time someone passes through the security gate, the gate will alarm frantically. The security guard was so shocked that he swallowed his saliva. If he guessed correctly, everyone was carrying a weapon. Can ordinary people legally possess weapons? Hey, what's wrong with you? Why did you let them go like this? They have contraband on them. Why don't you take them away? Search them for me. When the young man saw the security guard let Zhou Yang and others go, he immediately got angry and started yelling. The security guard's face changed slightly, and he said in a deep voice, Sir, please line up for inspection. The young man was furious. Not only did Zhou Yang and his men cut in line, they were also let go without even being checked, while they themselves had to be checked. This was not the right way to treat people differently. But just as he was about to say more, a man with a camera hanging around his neck patted him on the shoulder and said, Dude, stop it. Do you know who those people are? Who? The young man was stunned. The man smiled mysteriously and said, If I'm not mistaken, the beautiful woman just showed a gun license. She is legally carrying a gun. She is not dressed as a police officer. You can figure it out yourself. After saying that, he walked right past the young man and started going through security check. Cold sweat instantly flowed down the young man's forehead and his face turned pale. A gun license, legal gun possession, is said to be a license to kill. In other words, if you make too much noise just now, the other party may directly shoot you. The young man swallowed hard. He never expected that he would be on the brink of life and death. Zhou Yang followed Chen Ruoyan into the venue and couldn't help but say, Chief Chen, you are too high profile. We can just line up slowly. There is no need for that. Chen Ruoyan shook her head and said, Mr. Zhou, do you have any misunderstanding about being high profile? I think we have been very low-key just now, and this is also for your safety. Cutting in line, can this be called high profile? Not having anyone to pick you up and walking through the aisle is already extremely low-key. Okay? Zhou Yang was speechless and said no more. He followed the crowd into the venue. His position is in the front row. I went there by myself. Zhou Yang said. Chen Ruoyun nodded slightly, winked at the 3 special agents, and they quickly dispersed to both sides, forming a chi shape around Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang handed the invitation letter to a staff member on site. When this person received the invitation letter, he took a look at it and his face changed slightly, but he quickly regained his composure and led Zhou Yang to sit in the center of the first row. Zhou Yang frowned slightly. It seemed that his invitation letter was not ordinary. He was directly arranged to sit at the press conference. Sure enough, the moment Zhou Yang sat down, many passionate eyes looked over at him. A lot of big shots from all walks of life, as well as government officials, special guests, and so on, have arrived today. Their seats are all in the front row, but because there are so many people, they have to sit in 4 rows. There are also distinctions between high and low among these 4 rows. Those who can sit in the first row are undoubtedly of the most respected status, and the person sitting in the center of the first row is undoubtedly the most distinguished guest. All major automobile manufacturers came, and they were all senior executives, such as the president of Mercedes-Benz Asia Pacific and the general manager of FAW Group. There is also the technology industry, including DJI drone maker and Xiaomi's president Lei Jun. None of these industry leaders took their seats, but let a young man named Zhou Yang take the seat. At this moment, all the leaders had the same idea in their minds. Who is this young man? Chapter 32. This is the Lungsan Battery. Facing the curious gazes of many bigwigs, Zhou Yang remained calm and sat steadily. At this moment, a hand suddenly reached out from the side. Hello, Huawei Yu Changhong. Zhou Yang turned his head and looked at the person who came. He was a middle-aged man wearing glasses and had an elegant temperament. Hello, Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang and Yu Changhong shook hands and nodded. Zhou Yang's calmness and indifference blocked Yu Changhong's next words. He could only smile awkwardly and look away. But at this moment, Zhou Yang suddenly turned around and asked, You Huawei are designing chips, high silicon Kirin, right? Yu Changhong was stunned. He didn't expect Zhou Yang to take the initiative to talk to him. He quickly said, That's right. I didn't expect Mr. Zhou to know high silicon Qilin. As soon as he said this, Yu Changhong secretly cursed himself for being stupid. Who in the country didn't know about the Kirin chip? Especially some time ago, news broke that Kirin chips were sanctioned by the country. The battery problem has been solved, and the next problem is the chip. According to the old thinking, we should still cooperate with local enterprises and help them develop. There are still many domestic semiconductor companies, such as HiSilicon, Unigroup Spreadtrum, ZTE Microelectronics, Wada Semiconductor, etc. Among them, due to different businesses, only HiSilicon is truly involved in high-end chips and can keep up with international standards. Huawei, the company behind HiSilicon, is not a state-owned enterprise, but it is a responsible private enterprise. Therefore, Zhou Yang's first intended partner was HiSilicon. Yu Changhong was stunned. He still didn't know who Zhou Yang was or what he did, but he must be an extraordinary person since he was in such a high position. So he said, What's wrong with that? I welcome you. When you are free, you can contact me directly. As he spoke, he handed over a business card. Zhou Yang took it, felt around, and found that he didn't have a business card. He waved to Chen Ruoyun in the distance. Chen Ruoyun hurried over, and after learning what Zhou Yang wanted, she quickly took out a business card and handed it over. Yu Changhong took it blankly, looked at Chen Ruoyun walking away, and it took him a while to react. Zhou Yang also brought a bodyguard with him, and Chen Ruoyun's temperament made it clear at first glance that she was not an ordinary bodyguard. Then look at the business card in your hand. It was just a very simple business card with Zhou Yang's name written on the front and a mobile phone number on the back. This kind of business card made Yu Changhong feel that Zhou Yang's identity was not ordinary. Yu Changhong was about to talk more when the lights in the press conference suddenly went dark and turned off. The press conference has begun. At 10 o'clock in the morning, CCTV's financial channel and major news live broadcast platforms all broadcast the press conference on time. The invited guests also took their seats one after another, and the only sound at the scene was the low whispering. Then a white light suddenly shone overhead. It turned out to be a holographic projection, a countdown to the number 10. Wow, is this a press conference held by BYD? Is it so high-tech? In the online live broadcast room, the number of viewers immediately exceeded 10 million, and many people were communicating and discussing. This is a huge investment. BYD has invested a lot of money this time. I'm even more curious about what they're going to release. Is it the legendary electric supercar? That's possible. Isn't it rumored that BYD is also planning to build a supercar? Only a high-end and classy press conference like this is worthy of a supercar. Among many viewers, the most speculated is that BYD will release a brand new car. After all, BYD is just a car manufacturing company. The countdown on the scene also stopped, and the light beam froze and hit the stage. Accompanied by passionate music, a man walked onto the stage. It's Wu Chun. In an instant, all eyes were focused on Wu Chun. The tens of millions of viewers in front of the camera, as well as the industry leaders and reporters on the scene, were all curious about what BYD was going to announce with such a big fanfare, and now the mystery is about to be revealed. Wu Chun was not stage frightened. After a brief opening speech, the large screen behind him began playing a video. Everyone, have you ever encountered such a situation in your life? For example, on the highway, When your electric car still has dozens of kilometers to go, you are still a long way from the next service area. When you are lucky and finally reach the service area, you find that the charging station is broken and cannot be used. As soon as these words were spoken, countless audience members showed the expressions I had guessed. There is no doubt that BYD is going to release a new electric car, and the main focus this time will definitely be battery life. Wu Qin continued. And when your phone is running out of battery, you can't find a power bank. Or, when you use a drone to take photos of the beautiful mountains and rivers of our motherland, you are limited by the battery life and cannot shoot for too long. In life, the anxiety caused by insufficient power is always around us. Combined with the video on the big screen, Wu Qin's speech was even more interesting, causing a lot of laughter at the scene. But doubts arose in many people's minds. At the beginning, I said that the battery life of electric vehicles is reliable, but then I talked about mobile phone batteries, drone battery life, and many battery situations in life, which seemed to be a bit off topic. Oh my God, why are you talking so much nonsense? Hurry up and get in the new car. That's right, I came to see the new car, not to listen to your nonsense. Please be patient, people above. At this kind of press conference, it is normal to talk about irrelevant things. The leaders of various parties and reporters at the scene also showed a lack of interest, except for some OEMs, especially the president of Tesla Asia Pacific, who listened very seriously. In the electric vehicle industry, BYD is definitely a strong challenger to Tesla. However, as the absolute leader in the world's electric vehicle industry, Tesla does not actually take BYD seriously. It's not that we underestimate the enemy, it's just that there is not a single one who can fight. It is also said that Tesla is now produced in China, and with the price dropping, it has defeated all other major electric vehicle companies. At the end of the video, Wu Qin said loudly, "Have you ever imagined that one day, an electric car can run for a month or even several months after a single charge, and a mobile phone can be used for several months after a single charge? What kind of world would it be like? Then, let's meet the future together." Wu Qin waved his hand excitedly, and on the big screen behind him, there was a countdown and surging music. Finally, a battery that looked like a chip appeared. This is the new generation of carbon nanotube battery, the Lungsan battery, which we, BYD and Matrix Energy, have jointly produced and have independent intellectual property rights. When these words were spoken, everyone at the scene was stunned. No one expected that after all the fanfare BYD put in place, what they finally released was not an electric car, but a battery. It's just a battery. Is it necessary to make such a big deal about it? Chapter 33: Small Battery, Large Capacity. In the live broadcast room, there was an uproar the moment the Lungsan battery was seen. What's the point of this? You're here to release a car. Why are you releasing a battery? Exactly. I'm still waiting to see the supercar. I hope BYD can bring down the price of supercars so that everyone can have a Ferrari and indulge in supercar addiction. Everyone at the scene looked at the Lungsan battery that appeared on the big screen with curiosity, and their faces were also full of question marks. Why does this battery look like this? It's square, like a chip. By the way, what did Wu Qin say just now? What battery was he talking about? Wasn't it lithium battery? I don't know. I didn't hear it clearly. It might be a new battery developed by BYD. From the looks of it, it shouldn't be much different from the Blade battery. The size of the Lungsan battery is not marked on the screen, so the size of the battery cannot be seen intuitively. Everyone was talking about it. Wu Qin deliberately kept everyone in suspense for a while before taking out a Lungsan battery from his pocket, holding it high up and saying loudly, "Everyone, look, this is a Lungsan battery." The camera focused between Wu Qin's fingers, and the Lungsan battery was clearly displayed on the big screen. When the battery was seen, there was an uproar both at the scene and in the live broadcast room. Is this the Lungsan battery? Why is it so small? Exactly. I thought it was a big piece, but it looks like a chip. No matter what it looks like, if this thing is really a battery, what is its capacity? 1000 mAh? 1000 milliamperes, brother? Are you kidding? It's so small. It should be at most a few dozen milliamperes. So BYD made such a big fuss just to launch a button battery? Many reporters and industry professionals at the scene were also puzzled and didn't understand what BYD was doing. They really couldn't see what kind of technological content such a large battery could have. The key is capacity. No matter how fancy the battery is, capacity is the key. Does BYD want to rely on such a button battery to solve the problem of electric vehicle endurance? This is just hilarious. Everyone was talking about it. Yu Changhong, who was sitting next to Zhou Yang, couldn't help but mutter, "What's BYD up to? Is there something special about this Lungsan battery?" But considering its size, if the capacity is larger, it would be quite suitable for use in a mobile phone. After that, Yu Changheng said to Zhou Yang, Mr. Zhou, what do you think? What do you think? Zhou Yang thought to himself that he would just sit and watch, but after such a long time, he also felt that BYD had gone a bit too far, and this was not the right way to keep people in suspense. If we follow Zhou Yang's idea, we can just do it directly. Making such a big fuss is totally nonsense. At this time, Wu Chun said loudly, I think the biggest question everyone has now is what is the capacity of this Lungsan battery? I can tell you that its capacity will exceed your imagination. How about we ask a few friends to guess, Mr. Lei? What do you think? Zhou Yang was speechless. Well, they were keeping us in suspense again. He even felt like leaving. The camera was pointed at Lei Jun. Lei Jun thought for a moment and said in a serious tone, looking at the size, it's estimated to be around tens or hundreds of milliamperes. But Mr. Wang held such a large press conference, so there must be some special technology. So I guess it's around 300 milliamperes. Some people from the battery industry also came to the scene, and when they heard Lei Jun's speculation, they all nodded. Just like Lei Jun said, BYD has made such a big fuss, it would be too funny if it really released a button battery. So 300 milliamp hours is still very likely. For such a large battery to have a capacity of 300 milliamp hours is actually quite amazing. Wu Chen smiled and said, okay, I won't keep you in suspense. What I want to tell you is that this small Lungsan battery has a capacity of 8,450 milliamp hours. The battery capacity of 8,450 is also displayed on the big screen. The scene was dead silent. There was also dead silence in the live broadcast room. Everyone was stunned. Holy crap, is this true? More than 8,000 milliamp hours, you must be dreaming. A battery this small, over 8,000 milliamp hours, damn it, I won't believe it even if you kill me. There was an uproar in the live broadcast room. At the scene, the president of Tesla Asia Pacific couldn't help but exclaimed, impossible. Many bigwigs in the front row had similar reactions. Lei Jun widened his eyes. Yu Changheng, who was beside Zhou Yang, had a look on his face as if he had seen a ghost and muttered, are you kidding me? Such a small battery has a power of more than 8,000 milliamp hours, which is simply a miracle. A reporter suddenly stood up and asked loudly, Boss Wu, are you responsible for what you said? Many people present nodded. This data is too exaggerated. Who knows if it is an exaggeration by BYD? Wu Chen said with a smile, Comrade reporter, I am of course responsible for what I said. This is the battery test data conducted by an authoritative organization. A test document appeared on the big screen. The testing party is the Energy Institute of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. The big bright red seal demonstrates the reliability of this test document. But this is too unbelievable. The reporter who asked the question sat back in a daze. This sentence expressed the thoughts of everyone present and countless people in the live broadcast room. It is incredible that such a small battery has a power of more than 8,000 milliamp hours. Wu Chun continued, the theme of this conference is to meet the future, so let's take a look at how the world will change after using Lungsan batteries. First of all, BYD will launch the latest model of the Han series nationwide 6 days from now, which is on the 15th of this month. The specific configuration of this new car will be announced later, so I won't announce it now. But I can tell you now that the entire Han series will have a range of 3,000 kilometers and will take 4.5 hours to fully charge. At the same time, there is also a high-end version of Han, which will have a range of 8,000 kilometers and can be fully charged in 12 hours. Although Wu Chun did not elaborate on the specific configuration and price of Han, the battery life alone is enough to explain a lot of things. Battery life has always been a pain point for electric vehicles. Now, the emergence of Lungsan batteries has solved this problem. The live broadcast room has exploded. It takes 5 hours to fully charge and has a range of 3,000 kilometers. Am I fucking dreaming? There is also a high-end version with a range of 8,000 kilometers. My God, BYD is going to be amazing. After this, I only need to charge it once for half a year. My commute to get off work is less than 10 kilometers, so the 3,000 kilometer range is enough for me to drive for 10 months. There's nothing more to say. I'm writing this as proof. As long as BYD releases a car with a range of 3,000 kilometers, I'll pick it up right away. Count me in and go for the high-end version. 8,000 kilometers. Damn, this world has gone crazy. There was a chaos in the live broadcast room. The reaction at the scene was similar. The person who had the biggest reaction was undoubtedly the president of Tesla Asia Pacific. He was so anxious that he almost jumped up and down, screaming, impossible, impossible. The standard configuration has a range of 3,000 kilometers, while the high configuration has a range of 8,000 kilometers. This is the pace that will kill all electric car companies. Chapter 34: Production and Prices. Not only Tesla, but also major electric vehicle companies present, such as NIO, Xpeng, Geely, etc., all change their expressions. The amazing battery life brought by Lungsan batteries is definitely a killer weapon, like a nuclear weapon, which can instantly kill any electric car on the market. In terms of configuration, they are all similar. The only key factor that restricts electric vehicles from catching up with fuel vehicles is battery life. To this end, electric car manufacturers have tried countless methods, including researching fast charging, researching no charging, directly replacing batteries, etc., but almost all ended in failure. Without breakthroughs in battery technology, electric vehicles will never become mainstream. And now, BYD is the first to make a breakthrough in battery technology, which, as this press conference promoted, will change the world. Wu Chun continued, the launch of the Lungsan battery will not only change the electric vehicle industry, but all aspects of life. I think soon, everyone will see ultra-thin mobile phones with a battery capacity of more than 100,000 mAh that can be charged for a month without charging. When saying this, Wu Chun glanced at the several mobile phone manufacturers present. For example, Lei Jun, Yu Changhong, and other company representatives. Compared with electric car manufacturers, the mobile phone industry has also expressed that it is not calm. Just as battery life restricts the development of electric vehicles, mobile phone battery capacity is also an important factor restricting the development of mobile phones. Who doesn't want to make a mobile phone thinner and have a longer battery life? But the battery is so big that it is impossible to make it thinner. If it is made thinner, the battery capacity will be reduced and the battery life will be shortened. The emergence of Lungsan batteries, with their ultra-small size and ultra-large capacity, perfectly solves this problem. Therefore, several manufacturers' representatives were extremely excited and understood why BYD specially invited them. There are also electric cars that can be ridden for a long time on a single charge, drones that can fly for a long time on a single charge, and electric tools with larger capacity and longer use time. In all aspects, as long as lithium batteries are used, Lungsan batteries will bring huge changes. Lithium batteries have a wide range of applications in modern society, so Lungsan batteries have no worries about sales. Wu Chun introduced the possible application scenarios of the Lungsan battery, and then said, well, before we enter the next stage, we still have some time to answer some of your questions. As soon as these words were spoken, reporters at the scene raised their hands. Everyone knows that the launch of the Lungsan battery is definitely a groundbreaking technological product. At this time, some journalists have already started writing articles and publishing them on their own media websites. However, compared to reporters from all parties, many representatives of manufacturers and special guests present also had many questions. Lei Jun raised his hand. Okay, then it's Mr. Lei. I wonder if Mr. Lei has any questions? Wu Chun said with a smile. Lei Jun took the microphone and asked, I am very concerned about two things, the production volume and price of Lungsan batteries. Can you tell me? Many manufacturers nodded. Price and output are always the most important issues. The Lungsan battery is small in size but has such a large capacity, and it obviously has incredible high technology. Although BYD has announced that it can be mass-produced, no one knows whether it is small-scale or large-scale, and there is also the price. If the price is too expensive, then the cost-effectiveness will not be very high. It's different for electric vehicles. Electric vehicle batteries are expensive and priced high. As long as the performance is high, consumers are willing to spend more money to buy them. But it's different with mobile phones. Domestic mobile phone manufacturers are piling up configurations and engaging in price wars. Even family members can do it if they are ruthless. If the cost is high, the impact will be different. Wu Chun smiled and said, Boss Lei really stumped me with your question. Well, since Boss Lei asked it, I think this is also a question that many companies are concerned about. After a pause, Wu Chun said, we now have 3 production lines, and our monthly shipments exceed 100 million pieces. 100 million pieces. This number shocked many people, especially Tesla's Asia-Pacific president, who just sat back down with a deathly pale face. A monthly output of 100 million pieces shows that BYD is by no means engaged in small-scale mass production, but rather in truly large-scale mass production. As long as the price is right, this kind of product has no worries about sales, and you can say that you can sell as many as you can. Coupled with the high profits of being the world's #1, you can imagine how quickly BYD will increase its production lines. In fact, BYD has now started building a new production line. Lei Jun smiled and nodded. An output of 100 million pieces a month is not much, but it is not a small amount either. With Xiaomi's status, it should be able to get a considerable market share. As for the price, Wu Chun raised the Lungsan battery in his hand again and said, the factory price of a Lungsan battery like this is tentatively set at 15 yuan. There was an uproar at the scene again. Holy crap, is this true? $15 a piece. Many people couldn't help but swear. Many electric car manufacturers are in a gloomy mood. BYD is trying to wipe them out. Impossible. How can it be so cheap? Tesla Asia Pacific president screamed again. Large capacity, long battery life, and so cheap. How much is a 18,650 battery? It is more expensive than a Lungsan battery, and the Lungsan battery not only has a large capacity, but also a small size, and more batteries can be stacked in a unit volume. We are better than you in every aspect and cheaper than you. It is conceivable that Lungsan batteries will sweep the country and even the world. Except for the nervous electric vehicle industry, other industries are full of excitement. BYD's main business is electric vehicles, and it is not their competitor. Such a cheap and high-quality Lungsan battery can definitely change the entire industry situation. Lei Jun's eyes lit up, and he turned to face the camera and said loudly, Dear me fans and the audience in front of the live broadcast room, it shouldn't be long before you can see this super large capacity Xiaomi mobile phone on the market. After saying that, Lei Jun sat down, took out his cell phone, and sent a message directly to the company's top management. Change the design now. Replace the battery with a Lungsan battery based on the existing mobile phone design layout. At the same time, redesign it to reduce the space of the battery compartment. Come up with a design plan as soon as possible. At this moment, Lei Jun was extremely excited. Compared with the price, Lei Jun actually cares more about the compactness of the Lungsan battery. Because mobile phones are so small and the space is so limited, every inch of space is valuable. However, a battery pack takes up nearly 1/3 of the space in the mobile phone compartment. Now, using Lungsan batteries, this space can be reduced to the size of a chip. The space saved can be used for a lot of purposes. There is no need to worry about some compromises and some castrated configurations. Just go for it. Putting down the phone, Lei Jun couldn't help but look at Yu Changhong on his left. At this time, Yu Changhong was also on the phone. Lei Jun believes that compared with the electric vehicle industry, the changes in the mobile phone industry will be greater. Chapter 35: A Matter of Words. Next, Wu Chun answered some other questions about Lungsan batteries. For example, charging efficiency and so on. The atmosphere was lively, like an industry carnival, but Zhou Yang was so bored that he wanted to die. As for this press conference, Zhou Yang thought that it would be enough to just post an announcement on the official website or just hold a press conference. Beside him, Yu Changhong was on the phone, and it seemed that he was calling directly to Wang Haoning. Boss Wang, 1 million pieces per month is too few. It's not enough. How about we lower the price a little and go for 17 yuan per piece? Yu Changhong's request was not met, and his face was full of regret. Zhou Yang couldn't help but said, How about I help you talk about it? Yu Changhong was stunned and said quickly, Mr. Zhou knows Mr. Wang. As soon as the words came out of his mouth, Yu Changhong woke up in shock. Zhou Yang was sitting in the press conference seat, so it would be strange if he didn't know Wang Haoning. That's great. Thank you so much, Mr. Zhou. Yu Changhong said hurriedly, handing over the phone. It's just a small matter. Zhou Yang took the phone and said, Mr. Wang, this is Zhou Yang. By the way, how many tablets do you need per month? Zhou Yang asked Yu Changhong again. Yu Changhong said hurriedly, At least 3 million, no? It would be best if we could negotiate for 5 million pieces. Given the shipment volume of Warwick mobile phones, 5 million pieces a month may not be enough. Although the capacity of a single Lungsan battery has reached 8,000 mAh, it is so small that it would be embarrassing not to stuff a few pieces into it. If a mobile phone has a few pieces, it may not be enough even if 1 million mobile phones are shipped in a month. Zhou Yang smiled and said to Wang Haoning, Boss Wang, then give Huawei 10 million pieces every month, and the price should be more favorable, 14 yuan. After saying that, Zhou Yang handed the phone back to Yu Changhong. Yu Changhong widened his eyes. That's it? He thought Zhou Yang would try to build a good relationship with Wang Haoning and talk about their wishes. After all, everyone can see now that Lungsan batteries have no trouble selling, and they will sell as many as they can. But Zhou Yang just said one sentence and used an imperative tone and directly asked Huawei for 10 million pieces. This was too exaggerated. Yu Changhong even thought Zhou Yang was joking. But when he picked up the phone, Wang Haoning on the other end of the line laughed and said, I didn't expect that Mr. Yu and Mr. Zhou knew each other. All right, 10 million pieces per month, and the price will be what Mr. Zhou said, 14 yuan per piece. Based on the current shipment volume, once the production line is further expanded, the cost price of 10 yuan will be further reduced. BYD can make a profit even at 10 yuan per piece, let alone 15 yuan. And as far as Zhou Yang knew, The price of 15 yuan should also be decided by the state. Otherwise, from a business perspective, if BYD sells one piece for 20 or 30 yuan, no one will think it is too expensive. Yu Changheng put down his phone and stared at Zhou Yang blankly. His mind was full of one question. Who is Zhou Yang? He is so young, yet he has such great power. Thank you, Mr. Zhou. You've been a great help. Yu Changheng said quickly, even using the honorific your. Zhou Yang waved his hand and said, no need, it's just a small matter. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. I'll contact Mr. Yu when I get back. Yu Changheng quickly stood up and saw Zhou Yang off. Watching Zhou Yang leave under the escort of Qin Ruoyun and other bodyguards, Yu Changheng became more and more curious about Zhou Yang's identity. In the next session, Wu Qian introduced some other features of Lungsan batteries, as well as battery products with Lungsan batteries as the core. But no one is paying attention to it anymore. What everyone is more concerned about is what impact the emergence of Lungsan batteries will have on the entire world. All major media platforms reported on this as soon as possible. A huge breakthrough in battery technology, the Lungsan battery has emerged. With a small size and large capacity, the future technology has arrived. Penguin News. BYD has devoted itself to research and development for many years, achieving qualitative change through quantitative change. The Lungsan battery is a battery from the future that has turned science fiction into reality. Sina News. There are a staggering number of similar reports, all with headlines about future technology. In fact, for those who have watched the press conference and learned about the Lungsan battery through reports, the Lungsan battery is like black technology. It is the size of a button battery, but has an amazing capacity of over 8,000 milliamp hours. Who would dare to believe it? In some technology forums, special threads have been opened to discuss what changes the emergence of Lungsan batteries will bring to various industries. Besides electric cars, the most talked about thing is mobile phones. The major domestic mobile phone manufacturers also responded very quickly. After the press conference, Lei Jun posted a Weibo post saying that the Mi 10 Special Edition will be released in a month. This phone will have a battery pack consisting of 16 Lungsan batteries and have an astonishing capacity of 130,000 milliamp hours. Xiaomi is mighty, and CEO Lei is domineering. 130,000 milliamp hours, that's a rate of one charge in 1 month without having to charge. From now on, my mom won't have to worry about my phone running out of battery anymore. I feel like the power bank industry is going to go bankrupt soon. With such a large capacity, why would you need a power bank? That's not right. With the size of a power bank, you can imagine how many Lungsan batteries can be stuffed into it. I can give you a power bank with a capacity of 1 million mAh, which can last for a year. From now on, power banks will become regulated items. 1,000,000 milliamperes of power is like a small bomb. Don't use power banks anymore. With a capacity of 100,000 milliamp hours, your phone will almost become a bomb. In the past, Samsung batteries with a capacity of only a few thousand mAh could injure people. This one with a capacity of over 100,000 milliamp hours is a joke. People could be blown to death. Has the person above watched the press conference? Please go back and search the video. BYD has done safety tests. Breaking the Lungsan battery or piercing it with a knife will not cause a short circuit. It seems that the material used is relatively special, so you don't have to worry about safety. I just want to know how long it takes to fully charge a mobile phone with a capacity of more than 100,000 milliamp hours. Stop talking. Looking at this 2,800 milliamp hours iPhone 12 in my hand, it suddenly doesn't make me happy anymore. After Xiaomi, all the other major mobile phone manufacturers would not sit idle and have issued announcements one after another, saying that they would soon release new high-capacity mobile phones. Among them, Warwick's announcement was the most domineering. The announcement said, first of all, we would like to thank BYD for its support, which allows Huawei to obtain a share of 10 million Lungsan batteries every month. At the same time, the press conference scheduled for the 18th of this month will be postponed to the 1st of next month, when a new series will be released. Huawei directly used Lungsan batteries in its flagship product that has not yet been released. Fans of major mobile phones are having a frenzy. However, the major manufacturers are depressed. The news that Huawei had obtained tens of millions of pieces directly stimulated them and made them extremely jealous, because they had tried their best, but the share they got from BYD was only 1 million per month. Warwick's volume is 10 times theirs, and instantly, the other mobile phone manufacturers were in trouble. Chapter 36, Expanding Production Capacity. Like the mobile phone industry, the electric vehicle industry also responded hugely. Stocks in major electric vehicle industries fell in response. Especially for new car manufacturers such as NIO and Xpeng, their stocks fell after the press conference. In contrast, BYD's stock rose against the trend. One is the upper limit and the other is the lower limit. It's like heaven and earth. After BYD announced the separation of its battery business and cooperation with Matrix Energy, BYD's stock price continued to fall, and countless retail investors sold their shares at a loss, losing everything. Who would have thought that just 3 months later, BYD would come up with such a big hit? All financial channels are speculating that BYD's stock will usher in an incredible wave of growth. Those who react quickly and are well-informed have already started buying BYD shares while the press conference was taking place. By the time most investors reacted, BYD's stock price had already started to rise wildly. Those who sold BYD stocks before are now beating their chests and regretting to death. Some people even bought the bottom when BYD's stock price was extremely low. Now that the stock price has risen, they have made a fortune. But the biggest winner is still Wang Haoning. When the stock price was falling, BYD had already initiated the decision to repurchase shares and acquired a lot of its own stocks. At that time, some financial experts analyzed that BYD's move was to support the market and maintain its own stock price. But now that this big bomb has come out, no one dares to discuss it anymore, and they all started calculating how much BYD will earn from the subsequent stock price increase. Compared with the discussions online and the changes in stock prices, the biggest issue for major companies now is how much Lungsan battery production they can get. BYD itself said at the press conference that its monthly output is 100 million pieces. I don't know what connections Warwick used, but he took 1/10 of it. BYD itself is a major car manufacturer, so its battery consumption is certainly not small. Moreover, once BYD's new cars using Lungsan batteries are launched on the market, they will surely sell well. By then, BYD's own consumption of Lungsan batteries will surely increase significantly. 100 million pieces a month is really not enough. Nowadays, major companies are frantically using their connections to find ways to get batteries from BYD. But after asking around, there is only one answer. There is no stock. Don't even think about getting any for at least 3 months. BYD headquarters. Mr. Lee, it's not that I don't give you face. You know how many years we have been friends. How can I not give you face? I really don't have the goods. 2 million is really the limit. You don't know how many companies out there want to get the goods but can't. How about this 3 months? After 3 months, I can make the decision and give you 10 million tablets a month. Wang Haoning hung up the phone, his face full of distress. Across the desk sat a young officer who was already a lieutenant colonel at a young age. He smiled and said, "Boss Wang, you should be the happiest person at this time. Why are you still so sad?" Wang Haoning glanced at the young officer and said with some depression, "How can I not be worried? The demand is so great, but I don't have the goods. The new production line will take at least 1 or 2 months to debug, so I'm worried." The young officer laughed secretly, thinking that you were worried that you make money too slowly. "Boss Wang, I don't care about other companies, but you have to complete the 50 million pieces order from the military with guaranteed quality and quantity." Wang Haoning nodded depressedly. This time, the largest purchaser of Lungsan batteries is actually the military. Lithium batteries are also widely used in the military field, such as communication systems, underwater robots, drones, etc. Therefore, Gao Jianjun would only show up when the product was off the production line, just to see the finished product and prepare to place an order. Fortunately, the price given to the military was also 15 yuan per piece. Otherwise, Wang Haoning would be depressed to death. But even so, the monthly output is just a little bit, and Wang Haoning feels bad that the military takes half of it for nothing. He was ambitiously preparing to sweep the electric vehicle field, but now the battery production is poor, which will directly affect the production of electric vehicles. "Okay, I'll be leaving first then." The young officer stood up and left. Wang Haoning sent the people away. Not long after he sat down, his assistant came over and reported the business invitation to Wang Haoning. In order to get the goods, countless company CEOs were lining up to invite Wang Haoning to dinner. Just reject them all and tell them directly that there is no stock and to wait. Wang Haoning said depressedly. It was expected that Lungsan batteries would sell well, but it was not expected that they would sell to this extent. The assistant nodded and said, "By the way, Mr. Wang, someone from Tianai Chemical came over and wants to meet you. They want to discuss some cooperation on carbon nanotubes." "Who?" Wang Haoning was stunned. He knew the name Tianai Chemical. At the beginning, Zhou Yang was planning to cooperate with Tianai Chemical to use cheap carbon nanotube production methods to ensure that Lungsan batteries could use cheap raw materials. But the problem is that Tianai Chemical actually rejected Zhou Yang, saying that it was unnecessary. It was because of this that Matrix Energy directly invested in the construction of a carbon nanotube factory to produce a large amount of cheap carbon nanotubes exclusively for BYD's use. This factory has made a great contribution to the mass production of Lungsan batteries. Therefore, Wang Haoning was deeply impressed by Tianai Chemical, which rejected Zhou Yang. Where is the person? Bring him here so I can see him. Wang Haoning thought about it and said he wanted to see what kind of person dared to reject Zhou Yang. Soon, a young man was brought to Wang Haoning's office. If Zhou Yang was there, he would recognize that this young man was the one who cut in line at the press conference. Hello, Mr. Wang. My name is Zheng Yun, and I'm the Deputy General Manager of Tianai Chemical. By the way, my father is the chairman of Tianai Chemical. The young man stretched out his hand and introduced himself. Wang Haoning didn't shake hands with him, but looked at the young man quietly. Zhang Yun withdrew his hand awkwardly and said quickly, Boss Wang, I went to the press conference and learned that our Lungsan batteries are made of carbon nanotubes, so I think we can definitely cooperate, because in China, when it comes to the production of carbon nanotubes, our Tianai Chemical is the industry leader. Wang Haoning smiled secretly in his heart. Just as he thought, Tianai Chemical came for carbon nanotubes. Fortunately, Zhou Yang had the foresight to build a factory himself, otherwise he would have been restricted by others in the issue of carbon nanotube raw materials. By the way, as soon as our Lungsan battery was released, your Tianai Chemical stock should have risen a lot. Wang Haoning suddenly asked. No, it just went up a little bit. Zhang Yun spoke modestly but was very proud in his heart. This time, taking advantage of the popularity of Lungsan batteries, not only their Tianai Chemical, but also related companies producing carbon nanotubes, all saw a surge in growth. As the industry leader, Tianai Chemical has hit the daily limit for several consecutive days. Wang Haoning sneered, waved his hand and said to his assistant, Go, find a few reporters to issue an announcement, saying that BYD has built a carbon nanotube factory, but in order to meet the production demand of Lungsan batteries, the production capacity will be expanded to produce 5,000 tons a month. What we can't use ourselves will be sold to others. The price is 80,000 per ton. Hearing this, Zhang Yun was stunned for a moment. Chapter 37. The Great Master of the Nation. Zhang Yun stood up in an instant. Boss Wang, you must be kidding me. 80,000 per ton. You're going to lose a lot of money. The current market price of carbon nanotubes on site is about 550,000 renminbi per ton for imported high-quality products, while domestically produced ones are of much lower quality and generally cost around 400,000 renminbi. And now, Wang Haoning is selling it for 80,000 yuan per ton. Even at the worst price, he will still lose more than 300,000 yuan per ton. There's still another 5,000 tons a month left, Mr. Wang. This is not the way to joke. Carbon nanotubes are a new type of material. They are difficult to prepare and have a low yield rate, so the price has remained high and domestic demand is also low. Tianai Chemical is the industry leader and has the best understanding of domestic demand. Last year, the domestic carbon nanotube trading volume was only more than 1,000 tons, and all manufacturers together produced only 2,000 tons. But now, Wang Haoning asked for production of 5,000 tons in a month. Isn't this nonsense? Joke? Wang Haoning glanced at Zhang Yun and scolded him without hesitation. You are just a young man. Who do you think you are? I am joking with you. Are you worthy? Let me tell you, even if your father came, he would not dare to talk to me like this. In the domestic business community, Wang Haoning is also a well-known tycoon. Now that he is angry, his aura alone is enough to scare Zhang Yun so much that his face turns pale. Mr. Wang, please calm down. I don't mean to offend you, but if you do this, won't you have to pay money? Zhang Yun hurriedly explained. Wang Haoning snorted and laughed. Losing money? How do you know we will lose money? Let me tell you clearly, the ex-factory price of the carbon nanotubes we produce is 60,000 per ton. What? Zhang Yun exclaimed, and was stunned. How could it be possible to produce 60,000 tons of carbon nanotubes? If this price really exists, it can directly sweep the domestic and even global carbon nanotube market. Wang Haoning said, Mr. Zhang, Mr. Zhou gave you a chance before. He planned to cooperate with you to produce cheap carbon nanotubes, but you actually refused. Do you know who you refused? It was Mr. Zhou. Humph, you are just a small company like Tianai Chemical. Who do you think you are? How dare you refuse, Mr. Zhou? I can tell you clearly that starting tomorrow, our carbon nanotube factory under BYD will expand its production capacity to 5,000 tons per month and sell 81,000 tons to the outside world. What will the result be? Think about it yourself. Assistant, show the guest out. Wang Haoning waved his hands and said impatiently. If Tianai Chemical had not rejected Zhou Yang, Wang Haoning would not even bother to meet Zhang Yun in order to give Zhou Yang some revenge. As for expanding production capacity, it was decided long ago. Because the demand for Lungsan batteries is so great, the output of carbon nanotubes must keep up. Zhang Yun walked out of the office in a daze, his face as pale as death. Monthly output is 5,000 tons, 81,000 tons. Thinking of these words in his mind, Zhang Yun felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, and his whole body was cold. If all this is true, it would be a devastating blow to Tianai Chemical. Within 2 months, Tianai Chemical will either change its business or go bankrupt. Mr. Zhou? Zhang Yun muttered to himself and hurriedly asked the assistant beside him, Assistant Su, I just want to know, who is this Mr. Zhou? The assistant glanced at Zhang Yun, smiled, pointed at the elevator, and turned and left. How so? Zhang Yun was almost crying. He didn't know how he had offended Mr. Zhou and had to suffer such suppression from BYD. Wang Haoning said that Tianai Chemical rejected Mr. Zhou, but Zhang Yun couldn't remember when Tianai Chemical rejected Mr. Zhou. The impact of Lungsan batteries is still expanding. On the second day of the press conference, the news broadcast spent 10 minutes introducing the Lungsan battery. This move is unprecedented. All of a sudden, the whole country knew about the existence of Lungsan batteries. There is no need to say much about the advertising effect. The key is official recognition and official attitude. In the news, the official was generous with their praise and described the emergence of Lungsan batteries as bringing incredible changes to the country and even the world. If at the beginning, some people still questioned the authenticity of the Lungsan battery, although BYD held a grand press conference and also had various testing certificates and so on. But this thing can be faked. After all, the Lungsan battery is so scary. A small thing like a chip actually has such a huge capacity. It is simply alien technology. But after the news broadcast, the questioning voices disappeared. If something can be officially acknowledged and widely publicized, its authenticity is beyond doubt. For a time, Lungsan batteries became the hottest word. On the internet, in the media, and even old men and women on the streets would talk about Lungsan batteries. This popularity made the news of Lungsan batteries spread all over the world in the first place. All media are reporting that the mysterious Eastern country has made a breakthrough in battery technology. Some people have questioned that China's scientific research and technology are backward, and it is impossible for it to be the first to make breakthroughs in battery technology. Many internationally renowned research institutes and energy experts have also jumped out to accuse China of fraud and said it is impossible for China to develop such a battery. These voices are all reported by the mainstream Western world because they feel that such groundbreaking technology is simply impossible to be developed by China, and they look down on China's research and development capabilities. As for truly fair reporting, there are very few countries. Fortunately, domestic netizens cannot see reports from abroad. Otherwise, they would be very angry. And a very crucial point is that BYD has only held a press conference. Although the official media has reported on it, the most important product has not yet come off the production line. Only when electric cars with a range of 3,000 kilometers and mobile phones with a power of more than 100,000 milliamp-hours are available will people truly believe that Lungsan batteries have entered their lives. Zhou Yang also watched the CCTV report. Mr. Zhou, I think you are still too low-key. Chen Ruoyun, who was accompanying him, said softly. This news report did not mention Zhou Yang at all, but only said that the Lungsan battery was developed by BYD and Chen Tiankai. But Chen Ruoyun knew that the Lungsan battery was developed by Zhou Yang alone, and even the mass production was handled by Zhou Yang alone. Chen Tiankai's team definitely has contributions, but the credit may not even be 1%. And now, all the honors go to Chen Tiankai, and Zhou Yang remains unknown. Low-key? Zhou Yang glanced at Chen Ruoyun and said, Then what do you think I should do? Like you said, be high profile and let everyone in the country know that I developed the Lungsan battery. So what? I can eat more deliciously or live longer. Zhou Yang turned off the TV, stood up and said, I don't need other people's praise for me. I don't care how they evaluate me or how they look at me. I just want to do what I want to do well, and I just want to have a clear conscience. Chen Ruoyun was instantly moved and murmured, Mr. Zhou, you are a true patriot. A great man of the country. This is not something that ordinary people are qualified to bear. Chapter 38. Are you kidding me? Zhou Yang smiled and asked, Have you arranged tomorrow's schedule? Chen Ruoyun nodded. Tomorrow, Zhou Yang planned to visit High Silicon headquarters. City. High Silicon headquarters. It was 10 o'clock in the morning. Old Chen, President, you rushed here early in the morning, and now he's waiting directly at the door. Who is he waiting for? This is too grand. Kong Lu chatted in a low voice with his colleagues beside him. The colleague was also full of questions and shook his head. I don't know. Could it be that the big leader from the city is here? Probably not. Kong Lu shook his head and said, if it was the leader, he would have notified him in advance. As the two were talking, Yu Changhong suddenly turned his head and said, "Here comes a distinguished guest. You all should pay attention to your appearance. Do you understand?" The group nodded hurriedly, but they were even more curious in their hearts. Anyone who could be treated as a distinguished guest by Yu Changhong was definitely not an ordinary person. Just then, a red flag car slowly drove over. Yu Changhong's eyes lit up and he hurried to meet him. Kong Lu and several colleagues looked at each other and followed suit. "Hey, what model is this Hongqi? It's quite impressive. Why have I never seen it before?" a colleague asked curiously. Kong Li's eyes widened instantly and he exclaimed, "Fuck, this is it. And you can see the body of the car seems very thick. Damn, this can't be the legendary bulletproof version. Who on earth can ride in this car? Is this car cool?" asked a colleague who didn't understand. Kong Lu lowered his voice and said, "It's where the leader sits. Tell me, isn't that awesome?" Suddenly, several colleagues fell silent. The car stopped, but Chun Ruoyan got out first and then opened the door. "Mr. Zhou." Yu Changhong came forward with a smile. "Mr. Yu." Zhou Yang shook hands with Yu Changhong and said, "Excuse me for disturbing you. I hope it doesn't affect your normal work." Yu Changhong hurriedly shook his head, called an electric car for the park, took Zhou Yang into the park, and introduced the situation of the entire park. Zhou Yang asked, "Mr. Yu, can I take a look at your chip design?" Yu Changhong was stunned, wondering why Zhou Yang wanted to see the chip design. The key point is that until now, Yu Changhong still doesn't know what Zhou Yang's specific identity is. Zhou Yang followed Yu Changhong and others and spent 2 hours on the tour. He got a general understanding of HiSilicon's chip design level. We are the leader in China and also at the top level in the world. Although the country is unable to produce cutting-edge chips due to problems such as lithography machines, its chip design is not inferior to the world's top level. As I said, just because I can't produce it doesn't stop me from imagining it and doing some theoretical research. Besides, there is nothing that can't be made in the laboratory. Mr. Zhou, this is our latest chip, the Kirin 9000. It has a 5-nanometer process, an 8-core design, and 15.3 billion transistors inside. It's not much different from Apple's. Kong Lu pointed to a chip and said proudly, "How much is the difference?" Zhou Yang asked curiously. Kong Li's expression changed slightly, and after a long while he said, "About 20%. Zhou Yang nodded and said, "That's quite a lot. 20% is already a lot." Kong Lu and the others' faces turned red instantly. Zhou Yang's words had offended them. One person couldn't help but say, "What do you know?" "That's right. It's only 20% short. It's already very strong, okay?" Kong Lu also clenched his fists. If Yu Changhong hadn't been there, he really wanted to have a good fight with Zhou Yang and make Zhou Yang take back his words. With just one sentence, Zhou Yang denied everything. Yu Changhong coughed lightly and said, "What are you mumbling about? Mr. Zhou doesn't know much about chips. It's normal for him to think it's bad. And I think that bad is bad, no matter how bad it is. Even if it's 1% bad, it's still bad. Don't forget that the original intention of establishing HiSilicon was to make the world's #1 chip. Don't think that you can just sit back and enjoy the credit after you have developed the Kirin 9000. I think what Mr. Zhou said is right. You are still far from it." These words made Kong Lu and the others look ashamed and angry, and they looked at Zhou Yang even more unfriendly. Zhou Yang looked at Yu Changhong in surprise and asked, "Chairman Yu, are you sincere in what you said?" Yu Changhong nodded and said, "Of course it's true. Mr. Ren's original intention in establishing HiSilicon was to become the world's #1. He once told us that if others can develop it, why can't we? Do we have one less brain than them?" "Well said." Zhou Yang clapped his hands in applause. Yu Changhong smiled, glanced at his watch and said, "Mr. Zhou, it's almost time. Why don't we go have dinner? I've already made arrangements." Zhou Yang extended his hand to Chun Ruoyan. Chun Ruoyan immediately stepped forward and handed over a small password box. Zhou Yang opened it and found a solid-state drive inside. Zhou Yang handed the SSD to Kong Lu and said, "Kong Lu, right? Take a good look at the contents here and give me a result as soon as possible." After that, Zhou Yang said to Yu Changhong, "Then Mr. Yu, let's go eat." Yu Changhong took a curious look at the solid-state drive and wanted to ask what it was, but after thinking about it, he gave up and left with Zhou Yang. Only Kong Lu and his group were left. One of them waved his fist at Zhou Yang's departing back and said, "This guy's words are so infuriating. If Mr. Yu wasn't here, I would definitely beat him up. Come on, don't you see that she has a bodyguard with her? She's a pretty lady too. Forget it. Mr. Yu is right. He is not a professional." Mr. Kong said it was 20% off. It's not wrong for him to say it's much worse. Kong Lu snorted, looked at the solid-state drive in his hand, thought for a moment, handed it to a colleague at a nearby camera, and said, "Open it and see what it is." After the colleague connected the computer, he turned on the computer and said, "Wow, it's not small, and it's almost full. I don't know what's installed in it." "Stop talking nonsense and open it," Kong Le shouted. When I opened the hard drive, there was a file called Design Principles of Cell-like Biochip. Kong Le opened his mouth wide and yelled, "Fuck, are you kidding me?" Chapter 39, I'll give you 100 billion. Yu Jiang Restaurant. In the luxurious box, Yu Changhong raised his glass and said, "Mr. Zhou, you helped us get 10 million Lungsan batteries before, which was a great help to us. On behalf of Huawei, thank you. Lungsan batteries are in short supply and BYD needs to use them itself, so there are not many available to share with other companies." Lei Jun claimed that a large number of Xiaomi tins using Lungsan batteries will be put on sale online, and there is no need to rush to buy them, as they are all in stock. But in fact, Xiaomi only got 1 million Lungsan batteries. According to Lei Jun's idea, one mobile phone uses 16 Lungsan batteries, and 1 million pieces are only enough to assemble 62,500 mobile phones. This amount is just a drop in the ocean and is not enough at all. Therefore, Yu Changhong knew very well that Lei Jun would probably slap himself in the face again this time. Only Huawei, because of Zhou Yang's words, got 10 million pieces, which is definitely enough for a short period of time. It's just a small matter. Zhou Yang and Yu Changhong clinked their glasses and took a sip. However, HiSilicon is only involved in chip design. When it comes to production, other companies still have to rely on it. However, China's chip production capacity is still far from perfect, and improving it is not an easy process. Even if Zhou Yang had the detailed technical data of the high-precision lithography machine, it would be impossible for him to produce it directly. A lithography machine has more than 100,000 parts, and many of these parts cannot be produced domestically. If you want to build a lithography machine, you have to start from scratch. From materials, lenses, electronic signals, etc., all aspects must be upgraded to the world's top standards before it can be produced according to the drawings. So there are some things that you really can't produce even if you were given the blueprints. Zhou Yang did not obtain the production information of the lithography machine from the system, so he was helpless about the improvement of silicon-based chips. But it does not prevent Zhou Yang from overtaking others and directly skipping silicon-based chips to produce biological cell chips. Moreover, according to Moore's law, the development of silicon-based chips is about to reach its physical limit. Just like battery technology, it is extremely difficult to make further improvements and breakthroughs. The only way to achieve a breakthrough is to start from scratch and find another way. Biomimicking cell chips is this new path. Is Huawei short of money? Zhou Yang asked after putting down his wine glass. Yu Changhong was stunned by this question. He thought for a moment and said, "Mr. Zhou, do you mean to invest in Huawei?" Otherwise, Yu Changhong really didn't know why Zhou Yang asked this. Because Warwick has not yet gone public, it is not easy to invest in it. Zhou Yang shook his head and said, "No, I just want to know how much money you can put into research and development." Yu Changhong frowned and said with some pride, "Last year, we invested more than 90 billion in research and development. This number is indeed a lot. What about a simple chip?" Zhou Yang asked again. Warwick has many departments, and its main business is communications. The total cost of all research and development is over 90 billion yuan. Yu Changhong thought for a moment and said, "Probably more than 10 billion. Somewhat less." Zhou Yang thought for a moment and said, "How about I give you 100 billion and let you do chip research and development?" Phew. Yu Changhong sprayed it out and started coughing violently. "This is 100 billion, not 1,000 yuan. Mr. Zhou, you are not kidding, are you?" Yu Changhong said blankly. Is Warwick short of money? Warwick is very rich, but it is always short of money. When it comes to research and development, no amount of money is too much. However, Zhou Yang's words of 100 billion still scared Yu Changhong. Zhou Yang looked at Yu Changhong and said, "I never joke." Although Zhou Yang didn't have a penny on him. No, based on his 9% stake in Matrix Energy, Zhou Yang is still a billionaire. But Zhou Yang felt that as long as he took the production materials of the biological cell chips to the country, 100 billion would be easily obtained. The country needs battery technology, but it also needs chip technology. Investing 100 billion yuan to develop a brand new chip, overtaking others and becoming the world's #1. The country would be willing to invest even 1 trillion yuan, let alone 100 billion yuan. Yu Changhong opened his mouth wide and fell into a daze. For the first time, he began to seriously think about Zhou Yang's identity. Not just anyone can say, "I'll invest 100 billion in you." Yu Changhong was about to ask Zhou Yang about his identity when the door of the box was suddenly slammed open. The people who came in were Kong Lu and his group of 6. Mr. Yu. They insisted on breaking in and we couldn't stop them. The 2 waiters outside the door said nervously. Yu Changhong was surprised and asked, "Why are you here?" Kong Lu and the others were not invited. And how did Kong Lu know that they were having dinner here? However, Kong Lu seemed to have not seen Yu Changhong at all and rushed directly towards Zhou Yang. But just as he got close, an arm blocked him and easily pinned Kong Lu down. "It's Chen Ruoyun. What do you want to do?" Chen Ruoyun said coldly. Kong Lu was pinned to the ground, his face flushed red, and he said weakly, "We didn't intend to do anything. We just wanted to ask Mr. Zhou some questions." "Chief Chen, it's okay." Zhou Yang waved his hand. Only then did Chen Ruoyun let go. Yu Changhong, who was standing next to him, narrowed his eyes and looked at Chen Ruoyun in disbelief. Section chief? Official people? If a bodyguard can become a section chief, that level must be quite high. What about Zhou Yang's identity? Yu Changhong didn't dare to think about it anymore. Kong Le got up, looked at Chen Ruoyun with fear, and then hurried to Zhou Yang. 6 people stood in front of Zhou Yang in unison. "Come, apologize to Mr. Zhou," Kong Le shouted. The 6 people bowed 90 degrees in unison and said loudly, "I'm sorry, Mr. Zhou." "What are you doing?" Yu Changhong standing next to him was stunned. Kong Le stood up and said, "Mr. Zhou, we were blind and offended you before. Please forgive our ignorance and impulsiveness. To be honest, until we saw the contents of your hard drive, we knew that there are always people better than you. This time, we are really convinced. You are the real God." The remaining 5 people also nodded vigorously. For those who are engaged in technology, everything is based on technology. If someone's technology is better than theirs, even if it is only slightly better, they will treat him as their enemy and work hard to catch up. But for a certain type of people, their skills are far superior to theirs, and they dare not even dream of catching up with them. They can only worship them and treat them as gods. And what's in that hard drive is enough. Zhou Yang glanced at Kong Lu and asked, "Do you understand everything?" Kong Lu hurriedly shook his head and said, "I understand the superficial aspects, but I don't understand the deep theory." "And what was the result?" Zhou Yang asked again. "The contents in the hard drive are like a textbook. It is normal not to understand it, but if you just read from the book and still cannot learn, then there is really nothing you can do." What Zhou Yang wanted was a result. Kong Le said seriously, "Give us 3 years. We will definitely be able to figure it out." 3 years. Zhou Yang shook his head. It was too long. Chapter 40. I am optimistic about you. Zhou Yang felt that 3 years was too long to solve the chip problem. In those 2 years, we will definitely be able to develop it. Kong Le gritted his teeth. Zhou Yang still shook his head. Yu Changhong beside him was confused and asked quickly, "Kong Le and Mr. Zhou, what are you talking about, 2 or 3 years?" Kong Le explained, "It is a chip, a biocell-like chip. Mr. Yu, this is a completely new chip design. From the material to the architecture, everything is new. It can be said that this is a chip that has never appeared in the world. And these are not the most important things. The most important thing is its performance. According to the design drawings given by Mr. Zhou, the fingernail-sized chip will contain 2.6 trillion cell contact structures, which are similar to transistors. Mr. Yu, can you imagine how powerful a chip would be if it had 2.6 trillion transistors? It's more than 100 times more powerful than the most powerful chip available today." Kong Le became more and more excited as he spoke. He felt that this thing was the futuristic technology in science fiction movies. Yu Changhong on the opposite side was also wide-eyed with shock. He also started out as a technician and worked his way up step by step. He certainly understands chips and knows what it means to have a brand new chip with such powerful performance. That's a pace that can kill the whole world in seconds. Kong Le, are you saying that this biochip is the design given by Mr. Zhou? Yu Changhong stared at Zhou Yang blankly, his mind full of question marks. Where did Zhou Yang get this thing? Even Chen Ruoyun pricked up her ears and memorized the words biomimetic cell chip and what everyone said at the scene. Zhou Yang has been busy for the past 3 months, but Chen Ruoyun doesn't know what he is busy with because she doesn't understand. But Chen Ruoyun's intuition told her that Zhou Yang was conducting a very important research. And now, Chen Ruoyun felt that she had the answer. For the past 3 months, Zhou Yang had most likely been studying this biological cell chip. Kong Lu nodded vigorously and said, "Yes, just before. Mr. Zhou gave us all the relevant design drawings and theoretical basis. Mr. Yu, you were not present either." That hard drive. Yu Changhong suddenly realized and asked in disbelief, "All the contents?" Kong Lu nodded. The hard drive contained everything related to the chip, from the design drawings of the bioimitation cell chip, the theoretical basis, to the corresponding system set, instruction set, and so on. It is simply an encyclopedia of biological cell chips. Once you understand it and see it, you can make it. Of course, the manufacturing method is difficult, but Kong Lu feels that if he spends 2 or 3 years studying it thoroughly, he should be able to manufacture it in the laboratory. Yu Changhong was even more shocked. It took him a while to calm down and asked, "Mr. Zhou, what do you mean?" The brand new biological cell chip data was given directly without any encryption. Isn't Zhou Yang afraid that Warwick will plagiarize it and claim it as their research results? Moreover, he had mentioned before that he would give 100 billion. At this moment, Yu Changhong was completely confused and didn't understand what Zhou Yang was going to do. Zhou Yang said, "It's nothing special. I'll just leave the production design and preparation of this chip to you, Huawei." After these words were spoken, Yu Changhong became even more confused. There is no hatred or love in this world without reason. Yu Changhong really couldn't understand why Zhou Yang was so good to Huawei, giving him research results and money. "Mr. Zhou, you are an official, right? As far as I know, there are many state-owned enterprises in China that make semiconductors and chip designs. Since you have such research results, why do you give them to our Huawei? Does the government want to swallow up our Huawei?" Yu Changhong asked. Huawei is still a private enterprise and has not been listed. It is not because it is resisting capital. Everyone knows that money is sweet, and that with more money, one can do what he wants. But money is not easy to get, especially capital money. If you take money from capital, you have to compromise and be controlled by others, even if the other party is a country. Only private enterprises, which make their own decisions, can make the most of every penny. Zhou Yang smiled and said, "Mr. Yu, you think too much. No one wants to swallow up your Huawei. As for why this thing was given to your Huawei, it's very simple. I chose your Huawei." Mr. Zhou's choice? Yu Changhong was shocked again. Who on earth is Zhou Yang, and how could he decide on an investment of hundreds of billions? Zhou Yang nodded and said, "You Huawei are good. I am optimistic about you." "That's it?" Yu Changhong's eyes widened. If he was optimistic about Huawei, he would just hand over the priceless chip design directly to them and give them hundreds of billions of funds? Yu Changhong said he couldn't understand it at all. "Then Mr. Zhou, what do you want?" Yu Changhong asked back. "If the biomimetic cell chip is real, how much is this design worth? 100 billion, 200 billion, or even 1 trillion? It is simply impossible to estimate." Not to mention that Zhou Yang directly returned 100 billion yuan to them. Correspondingly, after paying so much, what does Zhou Yang want to get? Warwick shares? What do I want? Zhou Yang thought for a moment and said, "I don't want anything, and President, you shouldn't have any concerns. I have my own considerations for doing this." From Yu Changhong's perspective, he might still be thinking about commercial interests, shares, money, and so on. But at Zhou Yang's level, he no longer thinks about these things. Money is too vulgar and too low level for Zhou Yang. What Zhou Yang was thinking about was the development of science and technology and the future of the country. Zhou Yang has his own considerations for finding a private enterprise to cooperate with, just like BYD, so that products can be brought to market faster and benefit millions of people. It's not that state-owned enterprises cannot lead these things, but they will always be slower and have some constraints, unable to move freely. Of course, the premise of all this is that everything is within the control of the country. For example, regarding the security of these data, Warwick has always done a good job in technological confidentiality because they have been suppressed by the country and know the importance of scientific research. So Zhou Yang felt that in some aspects, they did better than the country. Yu Changhong fell into deep thought. No matter how hard he tried, he still couldn't understand Zhou Yang's purpose and intention. But the chip information is right in front of you, and there are hundreds of billions of dollars in investment. It seems that as long as you nod, you can get it immediately. At this time, Kong Le couldn't help but ask, "Mr. Zhou, can I ask you some questions about the chip?" The biological cell chip was invented by Zhou Yang, and no one is more qualified than Zhou Yang to explain the principles behind it. Zhou Yang said, "In terms of theory, you should be able to understand it thoroughly soon. The key is the chip production technology and how to mass produce it. I will help you solve these things slowly, so I will give you 3 months. I hope you can complete mass production in 3 months. Just like the Lungsan battery, 3 months is plenty of time in Zhou Yang's opinion." Kong Lu and others were completely dumbfounded. 3 months? Is it possible? Chapter 41 stunned the top management. After dinner, Zhou Yang left first. However, Chun Ruoyun deliberately fell behind and returned to the box. "Mr. Yu, I hope you can keep today's conversation and the information Director Kong has obtained confidential. The National Security Bureau will come to your park in a while to conduct a background check on all your employees. I hope you can cooperate." After Chen Ruoyun finished speaking, she turned and left without waiting for anyone to react. Kong Lu and others opened their mouths wide. Who is this beauty? She's from the National Security Bureau. This is too exaggerated. That's right. We didn't do anything wrong. Why do you need to do a background check on us? Kong Lu frowned and said, I understand. It may be because we saw that information, and this information should be top secret. Top secret, if it is leaked, it will cause a big stir. He gestured in his neck. Several colleagues rolled their eyes when they heard this, but when they thought about the value of this chip, they dared not say anything more. As for Yu Changhong, he was still in shock. He poured himself a glass of wine and drank it down. Only then did his mind become clearer. He asked, Kong Lu, tell me clearly, is this kind of biological cell chip feasible? Is it difficult to develop it? Kong Lu said seriously, okay, it's also difficult, not just ordinary difficult. What do you mean? Kong Lu thought for a while and said, as for the theoretical aspects, the information provided by Mr. Zhou is perfect. It can be said that Mr. Zhou has completed the design of the entire chip. As long as we understand the principles, we can complete the preparation of the chip in the laboratory in a week, at most a week. After a pause, Kong Lu continued, but just like silicon-based chips, the key is still the production technology. Although this biomimetic cell chip no longer requires a photolithography machine, I have carefully observed that the difficulty of production is also very high. The main difficulty is the preparation of biomimetic materials, which use nanoparticles similar to thermal hydrocarbons. I have seen this material in the latest foreign scientific journals, but it is still in the laboratory preparation stage, and there is no technology for large-scale industrial production. The second is to solidify the material and build a bionic cell structure. But that's not all. The most difficult part is the structure inside the cell. He will use an electroacupuncture technique to change the position of particles inside the cell to form the required structure. And this electroacupuncture is the most difficult to manufacture. I looked at the design requirements, and it is very difficult. Yu Changhong fell into deep thought. After a long while, he said, Kong Lu, when you go back, form a task force of 100 people. Keep it absolutely confidential. Study the information you got with all your strength and thoroughly understand the theoretical knowledge as soon as possible. Since Mr. Zhou gave you the things directly without any reservations, it means that he has high hopes for you. You must not disappoint Mr. Zhou. Do you understand? Kong Lu nodded vigorously. After reading the information on the hard drive, in their hearts, Zhou Yang was a god, the god of chip design. Kong Lu didn't know how huge a scientific research team was behind the development of this document. He even thought that this thing might have been developed by Zhou Yang alone, because some special narrative and marking methods showed that it was only one person who recorded this thing from beginning to end. If it was really done by Zhou Yang alone, it would be even more exaggerated. According to Kong Li's idea, Zhou Yang could be called a god. Okay, I understand. Kong Lu nodded vigorously. Yu Changhong stood up and said, I'll go back and discuss this with Mr. Ren. Don't worry about other things. After saying that, Yu Changhong left in a hurry. During this period, Huawei was hit by all-round sanctions from the United States. The worst thing was that TSMC was under pressure from the United States and was not prepared to manufacture for Huawei. As a result, even if Huawei designed the most advanced chips, it would not be able to produce them. Because HiSilicon is still just a chip design company, not a manufacturer, and domestic chip manufacturers have not yet reached the world's top level. Therefore, the Kirin 9000, which is about to be released, was once called the last Kirin chip. The future situation is very grim. But now, the biological cell chip brought by Zhou Yang has given Yu Changhong hope. But Zhou Yang was too mysterious and generous, which made Yu Changhong a little nervous. He was afraid that there was some conspiracy behind this, so he had to go back and discuss it carefully. The next day, an old acquaintance visited the hotel where Zhou Yang was staying. Is Mr. Zhou busy? Li Tianshu asked with a smile. Zhou Yang was sitting in front of his notebook, typing code, without stopping, as if he didn't see Li Tianshu. Li Tianshu was ignored, but he didn't care. He sat down quietly beside him and waited patiently. And this wait lasted for 2 hours. Zhou Yang stretched his body, making a series of crackling sounds, and stood up and said, Director Li is here. Li Tianshu nodded and said with a smile, Mr. Zhou, although you are still young, you still need to take care of your health. I see that you work for such long hours, so how about I arrange a professional physiotherapist to help you relieve your physical fatigue? Zhou Yang sat down, and Li Ziyu hurried over to pour him tea. The temperature was just right, and the aroma of tea filled the air. Zhou Yang didn't ask what kind of tea it was. Anyway, it was an unbranded internal supply that people outside couldn't buy no matter how much money they spent. Are you here for the chips? Zhou Yang glanced at Li Tianshu. It seems that it was Chen Ruoyun who told the higher-ups. Li Tianshu nodded and said, Mr. Zhou, the higher-ups asked me to come over and ask you what you think. The higher-ups got the information as soon as possible and hired an expert to evaluate it overnight. The result is stunning. Like battery technology, chip technology is also a long-standing problem. The main reason is that my performance was so bad before, and now the cost of making up for it is too high. They have developed for decades, with many years of industrial accumulation, and have set up a comprehensive blockade with patents from the underlying architecture to the production process. Not to mention the country, even any country cannot break through it if they want to. After years of catching up, domestic chips can only be said to be barely adequate. Moreover, the pursuit of chips has not actually reached the point of being urgent, because the country only lacks the most advanced chips. The mid and low-end chips are actually not bad. Especially for military chips, it is enough to be self-sufficient. Because of the special nature of military chips, there is no need to pursue the highest end. But this thing cannot be controlled by others. Sooner or later, we will have to catch up. The country has also made up its mind and is spending huge amounts of money to catch up. And now, Zhou Yang suddenly came up with a chip design, which completely amazed the country's top leaders. Chapter 42 New Car Release. Zhou Yang glanced at Li Tianshu. What's the idea? Zhou Yang asked back. Li Tianshu said, what they mean is that a state-owned enterprise should take the lead, or directly set up a new company to lead the promotion. Zhou Yang knew that the country would consider this. In fact, from the perspective of the country, it is always more reliable to hold things in one's own hands. And from a national level, there are more things to consider. For example, if you come up with battery technology that is ahead of its time, and you really roll it out, it may change the existing oil energy landscape. In that case, many things will change. For example, the country does not have to be threatened by another country and offers so many favorable conditions for an oil pipeline. It is also possible that some allies who originally supported you were suddenly pushed to the opposite side because of the changes in oil energy. A single move can affect the entire body, and this is no joke. In fact, Zhou Yang also expected that the country could support the rapid production of Lungsan batteries. But it was also because of this that Zhou Yang saw the country's determination, a heart that wanted to work hard to become stronger and was not afraid of any challenges. In that case, let the storm come even stronger. As long as you are strong enough, all problems will not be a problem. Thinking of this, Zhou Yang smiled and said, that's not necessary. I've been to see them. The high silicon team is pretty good. Besides, isn't it good to support private enterprises? Li Tianshu nodded and said, then I understand. I will go talk to Huawei. Chen Ruoyun told her superiors all about the conversation at the dinner table yesterday, so they also knew that Zhou Yang proposed to give 100 billion to high silicon, which was equivalent to taking the initiative and exercising control through investment cooperation, just like BYD. This approach may really be, as Zhou Yang said, to support private enterprises. Zhou Yang nodded and said, by the way, don't give me shares this time. It's useless even if you give them to me. Li Tianshu was stunned and left with a smile. After seeing Li Tianshu off, Zhou Yang returned to his notebook and started typing code. The chip issue was settled, so next, Zhou Yang decided to solve another very important problem. Control system. The power system, chips, and control system are the core systems of the mecha and should always be solved first. The remaining materials, transmission systems, and other gadgets can be solved later. Figuratively speaking, the control system of the mecha is like Jarvis in the Iron Man armor, which is a control core similar to artificial intelligence. In fact, the information provided by the system is also based on a primary artificial intelligence. This artificial intelligence is not the kind of artificial intelligence that modern technology talks about, which can only play chess or something. It is a system that has amazing computing power, real thinking ability, and can proactively solve problems. Just like in the movie, when Iron Man fainted, Jarvis was still able to take him away. If we replace it with the so-called artificial intelligence system today, it will only trigger specific behavior patterns based on specific conditions. This is a huge software development project. There is so much code, so much that it is despairing. Zhou Yang estimated that even if he worked day and night for 3 to 5 years, he might be able to complete the whole process. So Zhou Yang is not writing specific codes now, but writing the architecture and algorithm framework. Just like a towering tree, Zhou Yang first drew the branches and trunk and left the rest of the leaves to others to fill in. But even so, it is not something that can be filled just by saying so. We need experts in software development, preferably in artificial intelligence. Zhou Yang's idea is to build the framework first, then hand it over to private enterprises to improve, and finally share and promote the technology. True artificial intelligence has extremely broad applications in life. Smart homes, smart cars, every aspect of life can become smart. You can imagine that you own a smart car. After getting in the car, you just tell the name of the place and the car will drive automatically to the destination. There is also a smart home. When you get home, it's like having a friend who can control every corner of your home as you wish. Current technology has already developed in this direction, but the intelligent core is too crude and low-level, and there is a huge gap between it and true artificial intelligence. Zhou Yang was already considering which company to cooperate with. China's software development capabilities are still very strong because the overall environment is good and there are many internet giants. At the same time, there are some professional software companies in China, such as ZTE, Newsoft, Ufida, and so on. In Zhou Yang's mind, he actually prefers to cooperate with these three companies because their applications involve more aspects of life. But Zhou Yang has not yet decided which one to choose and plans to study it more later. After waiting for another 2 days, news came from Li Tianqiu. The negotiations with Huawei have ended. Just as Zhou Yang expected, the state will take the lead in investing in high silicon and gain control. However, what Zhou Yang did not expect was that the investing entity this time was actually Matrix Energy. In other words, the state invested an additional 100 billion yuan in Matrix Energy, first further diluting the shares of BYD and Zhou Yang, and then investing 100 billion yuan in high silicon in the name of Matrix Energy. You guys are quite cunning, Zhou Yang said with a smile. The state's move can be said to kill two birds with one stone, further weakening BYD's shares and influence in Matrix Energy in order to gain greater control. At the same time, it invested in high silicon and achieved its set goals. In this way, the Matrix Energy becomes stronger. It is probably for this reason that BYD agreed. Li Tianqiu smiled and said, "This is also good for Mr. Zhou, isn't it?" By operating with Matrix Energy, Zhou Yang also indirectly held shares of high silicon, and his assets increased in value again. Zhou Yang waved his hands, too lazy to calculate how much his shares were worth. It must be an astronomical figure anyway. In mid-September, BYD held a high-profile electric car launch event, unveiled their Han, which has a range of 3,000 kilometers, and opened pre-sales on its official website. At Tesla's headquarters, CEO Elon Musk also watched the entire BYD new car launch live. They are causing trouble. The president of Asia Pacific, named Simmons, slammed the table and shouted. The lowest selling price of the domestically produced one is 260,000 yuan, and the standard version of Han is also sold at 260,000 yuan, which is exactly the same. This is clearly an attempt to stir up trouble and compete with Tesla. Musk frowned and said, "I didn't expect that they would actually sell a real car, but a range of 3,000 kilometers, is that possible? I still don't quite believe it." A range of 3,000 kilometers is really a dream. There has been a lot of news about Lungsan batteries during this period, but the actual product has not been released. Musk has been paying attention to it, but still thinks it may be false propaganda or watered down. Never mind him. Musk snorted and said, "Over the years, there have been people who have wanted to challenge Tesla, but in the end they all failed, including BYD. Chapter 43. It turns out that we are poor. Han is roughly divided into two versions, a standard version with a range of 3,000 kilometers and a performance version with a range of 8,000 kilometers. The standard version starts at 260,000 yuan, while the high-end version starts at 350,000 yuan. The high-end version starts at 390,000 yuan, which is nearly 400,000 yuan. A semi-class electric car that can be sold at this price is the first domestically produced one. When this price was announced, all major manufacturers were relieved. Their first thought was that BYD was inflated. Although your battery is powerful, you are courting death if you dare to sell it at this price. The largest automobile forum in China, Autohome, also did a special report, analyzing the configuration of Han in detail, and finally concluded that at the current price of Han, it might suffer a Waterloo. Although the battery life is amazing, the price is really too expensive. According to Autohome, the standard version starts at 190,000 yuan and the high version starts at 290,000 yuan, so it may still sell well. As for netizens, they couldn't help but discuss it heatedly. BYD has really become arrogant. They dare to sell it at such a high price. Wouldn't it be better if I just buy a 3 Series for 300,000 yuan? That is to say, if it is 100,000 cheaper, it will be fine. If it is 100,000 cheaper, I will buy one immediately. Although BYD has made a breakthrough in battery technology and made our country proud, the price is too unfriendly. 300,000 is really unaffordable. BYD itself has lost confidence in the face of such one-sided voices on the internet. The marketing department found Wang Hao Ning. "Boss Wang, is our guide price too high? Wang Haoning had read a lot of related reports, and he felt a little uneasy. He thought for a while and said, "Now that the price has been announced, can we take it back and reprice it? Forget it, let's just leave it like this for now and see how it goes." Just then, the vice president of marketing rushed in. "Boss Wang, it's a big explosion." The vice president of marketing was so excited that he couldn't contain himself. "What big explosion?" Wang Haoning was shocked. "The factory exploded?" The vice president of marketing hurriedly said, "It's the pre-sale of our new car. It's a huge hit. 1,000 cars are all sold out." "What?" Wang Haoning exclaimed in disbelief. This time, due to the production capacity of Lungsan batteries, BYD only produced 1,000 vehicles in the first month. It was thought that selling 1,000 vehicles a month would be incredible, but unexpectedly, they were all sold out as soon as the pre-sale started. It seems like it's only been about half an hour from the time the pre-sale channel was open to now. "It's true." The vice president of marketing nodded excitedly and said, "I couldn't believe it at first. I was afraid that our pre-sales would be cold, but who would have thought that in just half an hour, all 1,000 cars were pre-sold, and the deposits have all been received." After checking the background data several times and making sure it was correct, the vice president of marketing came over to report. "Okay." Wang Haoning was delighted and said, "Who said that our prices were too high and that the cars wouldn't sell? Aren't they all sold? Go. Calculate the sales and post an announcement on the official website. Say in half an hour, we've sold 300 million. In order to give back to the car buyers, give them a big gift package or something. You decide for yourselves." "Okay, Mr. Wang." The marketing director was also extremely excited. Although the price was set by Wang Haoning, if the new car was really not well received, he would definitely be the one to take the blame. Now that it is selling well, he also breathed a sigh of relief. After BYD opened the pre-sale channel for new cars, not only BYD's marketing department, but also other automobile manufacturers and major media magazines were paying attention to the pre-sale situation. Especially Tesla. "What's going on?" Asia Pacific President Simmons asked his assistant nervously. The assistant refreshed the webpage. There were only 1,000 cars available for pre-sale. If the sales were completed, it would indicate that the pre-sale had ended. As I was scrolling, a pop-up window suddenly popped up, indicating that the pre-sale had ended. The assistant was stunned for a moment and said blankly, "President, it seems that all the 1,000 cars have been sold." "What?" Simmons was horrified and screamed, "How is this possible? It's only been open for pre-sale for a short time. Half an hour, and all 1,000 cars are sold out. Damn it, this is impossible. BYD must have falsified the data, or they bought the cars themselves to create a hot sales scene. Yes, it must be like this. I don't believe they can sell all of them." Simmons howled in anger and almost smashed the table. Just then, the phone suddenly rang. It was Musk calling. "Simmons, how are BYD's new car sales going? Tell me, is there no one buying them? They are really crazy. They dare to sell them against Tesla. Who do they think they are? They want to challenge us. I want to let them know that BYD is a joke." Musk said excitedly. Simmons remained silent for a while before he said, "Boss, BYD's pre-sale of 1,000 cars has been sold out in half an hour." Musk, who was speaking excitedly, suddenly fell silent. "Damn it, this is a conspiracy. They must have bought it back with their own money." Musk screamed and hung up the phone. BYD's official website also immediately announced that the pre-sale of the new car was sold out within half an hour, with net sales of 300 million yuan. When this announcement came out, it really shocked a lot of people. Fuck, are there so many rich people in the country? 300,000 to buy an electric car? Are you kidding me? Exactly. Apart from the battery upgrade, I really don't see what's so good about this car. It can't be compared with Tesla at all. 9 out of 10 times, the data is fake. Maybe BYD spent its own money to buy the cars back to create the effect of hot sales. Humph, that's 100% true. Countless people questioned it, and major automobile manufacturers also felt like they had seen a ghost. On that day, BYD's stock continued to rise sharply, while the stocks of several major electric vehicle manufacturers continued to fall. Especially for companies like NIO and XPeng, which have been falling for many years in a row, their market value has evaporated by tens of billions. Even Tesla's stock price in the country fell slightly, resulting in a loss of more than 10 billion. After the pre-sale ended, BYD also arranged for pre-sale customers to pick up their cars as soon as possible. City. TikTok anchor Daming started the live broadcast immediately. "Hello everyone, I'm Daming. Do you know where I'm going now?" Daming is a guy with 5 million fans. In real life, he is a typical rich second generation. The videos he shot are of him eating at various big four restaurants, from Wuling to Rolls-Royce. Of course, the reason why he was able to go to the Rolls-Royce 4 store for free meals without being kicked out was not because the service was good, but because he really owned a Rolls-Royce. These days, BYD's Han has been very popular online. It has a range of 3,000 kilometers, and a high-end model has a range of 8,000 kilometers. How could I miss such a great car? So I bought one on the first day of pre-sale. Which version? Is there any need to ask? It must be the highest-end version among the highest-end versions. Chapter 44 Live Broadcast Endurance Challenge. More than 3,000 people flocked into the live broadcast room, and the atmosphere was very lively. Deming, you were stupid. You actually bought it. I saw this car, and it is just to take advantage of the popularity. Anyone who buys it is a fool. 300,000 yuan for a crappy electric car. Even if it has a range of 3,000 kilometers, it's still the same as if I bought a gasoline car. I didn't expect that someone would actually buy it. I thought BYD's claim that the pre-sale was sold out was fake, and they bought it themselves. Daming took his mobile phone and got in his own shopping cart, a Panamera, and arrived at BYD Store 4. There is only this flagship store that can pick up the cars. The text message said it would be at 10 a.m. We arrived a little early, and it is now 9:30. I wanted to dispel a rumor online that all the 1,000 cars pre-sold were purchased by BYD itself. We'll go see if there are any car owners who want to pick up the car together. Daming said this as he walked towards the store. Maybe they are all agents. There were all kinds of comments in the live broadcast room. Deming didn't read the comments much, just explained his purpose and was finally taken to a lounge. There were already 7 or 8 people sitting in the spacious lounge. Brother, are you all here to pick up the cars? Daming asked. Several people present nodded. Deming explained that he was live streaming, and after several people agreed to appear on camera, he said to the live studio, "See, someone really bought it, but I don't know if it was a fake." There was also an uproar in the live broadcast room. It's not even time to pick up the car yet, but 8 people have come to pick it up, which means that there are indeed people who have purchased it. Damn, there really are fools out there. Daming sat down and asked the young man next to him, "Brother, can you tell me why you bought Han?" The young man said, "There's no real reason. I just watched the press conference and heard that this car can reach a range of 3,000 kilometers and can be charged for a month. I thought it was great, so I came here to buy it." What about the price? Do you think it's too high? Daming asked the question that fans care about most. Price. The young man smiled and said, "Only about 200,000 yuan. Is it high?" As soon as these words were spoken, the live broadcast room exploded instantly. Fuck, 10,000 critical hits, my little heart. 200,000 is not high. What's wrong with this world? Why are there so many rich people? It turns out that it's not that BYD's price is too high, but that we are too poor. I burst into tears. Deming smiled and asked, "Can you please tell me how much you earn a year?" The young man thought for a moment and said modestly, "It's not much, just about 1 million. I'm a poor guy." This remark brought a huge amount of criticism to the people in the live broadcast room. Daming then asked the young man on the other side why he bought the car. This guy was also straightforward, saying, "I can't get a license plate, but new energy vehicles can be registered, and the range is so long, plus it's not expensive, so why not buy it?" I asked another question. "I heard that this is the first electric car in China that uses a super powerful battery. Let's try it out and see what a car with a range of 8,000 kilometers looks like. Anyway, it's only about 300,000 yuan, which is a small amount of money." The people in the live broadcast room were almost vomiting blood and dying from countless critical hits. It turns out that it's really just because we are poor. I bought it for fun. I really don't understand the world of the rich. At this time, more and more people came to the lounge. In the end, the seats were all full. Deming said, "I have just asked the sales manager. A total of 89 cars have been pre-sold in the entire city. 89 cars in one city. It seems that it is possible that all 1,000 cars are sold out. Okay, I've been arranged to pick up the car. Brothers, we're going to see this legendary car with a range of 8,000 soon. Let's go." Soon, Daming arrived in front of his car. The car has been washed, fully charged, and the temporary license plate has been processed, so you can drive away at any time. The car is quite pretty, in a red color. I like it. The high-end version is pretty good, very luxurious. Okay, I won't say anything more. Let's look at the battery life that you are most concerned about. Daming starts the car, and the electric car has almost no starting sound. Daming also aimed at the dashboard immediately. Oh shit, the range shows 8,632 kilometers. That's awesome. Oh no, I have to post this on WeChat Moments right away. This range is so cool to see. The live broadcast room was also filled with amazement. When I saw the promotion before, I thought the 8,000-kilometer range was nothing special. Now that I see the actual car display, it really seems a bit scary. For someone like me who doesn't drive much and only drives 5,000 to 6,000 kilometers a year at most, if I charge the battery once, I don't need to charge it for a year. It's too scary. That's right, after 8,000 kilometers, it feels like the battery will never run out no matter how hard you drive. It's not nice, but I like it. Alas, I am short of money. Otherwise, I will also pick one up. Forget about the 8,000 yuan one, but I can still consider the 3,000 yuan one. There was a lot of discussion in the live broadcast room. Daming also drove on the road. There's nothing much to say about the configuration and driving experience. BYD said it's their flagship this year. It has all the necessary configurations. It's just so. The key is the battery life, which is fucking amazing. The car stopped on the side of the road. Daming got out and greeted a young man. Then he said, "Brothers, let me introduce you to someone. This is a buddy of mine. Let's call him Saw. The two of us are ready to initiate a challenge." We checked and found that if we drive from 4,000 to 5,000 kilometers, it would be about 4,175 kilometers. So Saw and I are going to launch a challenge. We will drive this Han from 4,000 to 5,000 and then back. The total distance is exactly 8,000 kilometers. Let's see if our Han really has a range of more than 8,000 kilometers, or if it is false as the internet says. As soon as these words were spoken, the live broadcast room exploded instantly. Damn, Daming is awesome. That's awesome. But if it really works, then this car will be even more awesome. It can travel 8,000 kilometers on just one charge. Can someone please calculate how much money it costs per kilometer? BYD has already announced that the price per kilometer is less than 1 cent. That's awesome. It suddenly occurred to me that if I use this thing to run Didi, the cost would be basically zero. Damn, I regret it now. I should have bought a Didi car. Driving for Didi, did you get kicked in the head by a donkey? By one to run a truck. Tens of thousands of people signed a petition in blood, begging BYD to produce an electric truck. The range and power consumption are amazing. At this time, Daming and his companions had already driven on the road. As the first anchor to challenge the 8,000-kilometer range in a live broadcast, he quickly attracted a lot of attention. Douyin officials also began to divert traffic, and when the two drove away, the number of people in the live broadcast room had exceeded 100,000. Chapter 45: Tesla's Compromise. BYD Marketing Department. Mr. Hu, here is a video I want you to watch. The assistant found the marketing director and played a live broadcast. He is a host named Daming on Douyin. The camera is on a moving car. Hey, isn't this Han? The marketing director, Hu Shuang, took a look at the video and said in surprise. In the live broadcast room, Daming was also speaking. Brothers, we have been gone for a day and a night. It is now 8 o'clock in the morning. The odometer shows that we have traveled 1,400 kilometers. The key is our range. Please forgive my swearing, but this car still has 7,200 kilometers of range left. Damn it, this car is so cool. You never have to worry about the battery life. You can drive it however you want. Daming was a little excited. The two of them did what they said and live-streamed the entire process. From the start, they drove on the highway all the way, resting the car halfway. After driving for a day and a night, the battery still had 84% remaining. The live broadcast room is extremely popular, with the number of online users exceeding 300,000. What the hell? What kind of car is this? It has a range of over 7,000 kilometers. Is it towing a fuel tank behind it? Did the guy above just get online? Don't you know about BYD's latest generation of electric cars? Let me tell you, this is the high-end version with a range of 8,000 kilometers. It will scare you to death. I used to suspect that this thing was false advertising, but now I really believe it. The range of 8,000 kilometers is too amazing. This is simply abnormal. After buying this, I will probably charge it once a year at most. Hu Shuang was surprised and asked, "What's going on?" The assistant said excitedly, "This is a live broadcast owner who talked about cars. He picked up one of our high-end models and then directly challenged him to drive it from the starting point to the destination and back, which is exactly 8,000 kilometers. He wanted to see if our high-end model really has a range of 8,000 kilometers. Mr. Hu, I think this is a good opportunity to promote our Han people." Hu Shuang nodded. Although the pre-sale was sold out quickly, they had been considering how to reverse the public opinion online. Now was a good opportunity to let everyone know that their Han truly had a range of 8,000 kilometers. After thinking for a while, Hu Shuang said, "Go, contact Douyin, spend money, and help them attract traffic. The assistant went there immediately. Soon, Daming discovered that the number of people online in the live broadcast room increased sharply. Haha, guys, who helped me with this traffic diversion? BYD, did you pay for it? Daming laughed excitedly. He felt that he had done the right thing in this live broadcast. After the pre-sale, there would definitely be people who would review the battery life of Han, but he was the first one and would have the greatest impact. The current traffic diversion is probably due to BYD's push behind the scenes. Okay, brothers, let's go and see the Potala Palace. After Daming spent money to attract traffic, the attention to his live broadcast was incredibly high, and with some media reporting on it, the popularity suddenly became a hype. Even major manufacturers are keeping an eye on Daming's live broadcast. Especially Tesla. The more I look at it, the more frightened I become. Damn it, are they towing a tanker truck behind them? Simmons screamed angrily. Just then, the cell phone suddenly rang. It was Musk calling. Simmons, go to BYD and contact BYD to see if you can get the Lungsan battery. Musk's words left Simmons stunned. Boss, we haven't even fought yet. So are we going to compromise? Simmons shouted, Boss, even if the Lungsan battery is great and has a long battery life, electric cars are more than just about battery life. After all, they are cars, and this is just the beginning. BYD's prices are too high, and their cars are not worth that price at all. I think we can lower the price, compete with them, and eliminate them. Musk shook his head and said, Yes, BYD may have done something stupid by setting the price so high, but the power of the Lungsan battery is unquestionable. This is the future, you know, the future. Their batteries will be shipped, and other electric car manufacturers in China will get the batteries. If there is an electric car on the market that costs hundreds of thousands of yuan but has amazing range, what do you think we will do? How much impact will it have on us? So we have to change and embrace the future. Go ahead. Anyway, let's contact BYD first to see if we can get the Lungsan battery. I heard that it is in short supply and the production is limited. After the call was hung up, Simmons felt terrible. Once upon a time, what Tesla was most proud of was its battery technology. They didn't take these electric car manufacturers in the United States seriously at all and felt that none of them could compete with them. And now, they actually have to ask a domestic electric car manufacturer for help. Simmons felt that his pride had been severely trampled upon. Daming's live broadcast lasted for a full 6 days. Brothers, I am impressed by this car. Its range is definitely more than 8,000 kilometers. It may be because we are driving on the highway all the way, which is more economical. We still have 200 kilometers to go, and our range is still 800 kilometers. We ran the entire 8,000-kilometer journey from start to finish without charging once. I just can't believe that one day electric cars will be able to do this. Brothers, no doubt about it. Just buy this awesome class for its range, and enjoy the joy of driving it as you like without ever having to charge it. By the way, I heard Xiaomi is going to release a phone with a battery capacity of over 100,000 milliamp hours soon. No doubt, I'm ready to buy it. Haha, it's great to have power. Finally, the car arrived at Daming's villa. After getting off the car, Daming felt weak, but extremely excited. We did it. The instrument panel shows that we have driven a total of 8,476 kilometers, and we still have more than 300 kilometers of range left. Brothers, I think this car can still be used for another week of work. BYD is awesome. Chinese products are rising. No, I can't bear it anymore. Go to sleep. Daming waved his hand wearily and turned off the live broadcast. The peak number of people online in the entire live broadcast room exceeded 6 million. It was simply a live broadcast feast, and countless people intuitively felt the power of the 8,000-kilometer range. I wonder if other electric car manufacturers are trembling with fear at this moment. While they are still struggling with the range of 400 or 500 kilometers, BYD has directly jumped to 8,000 kilometers. Awesome. Looking at it this way, I suddenly realized that BYD's pricing is not that high. Yes, the battery is awesome, the configuration is also flagship, and the price is very attractive. When will BYD officially start selling? I just want to change my car and buy one. It just so happens that I can't get a license plate, so I just bought a new energy vehicle and ordered the high-end version. Just wait. I heard that the production of Lungsan batteries is limited. It's unclear when they will be available for mass sale. Even Lei Jun took the opportunity to take advantage of the popularity and posted a photo of a Xiaomi 10 with a 130,000 mAh battery on Weibo, saying that there would be a surprise at the end of the month. Chapter 46 High-Strength Crystalline Steel. Wanghu Village, Research Base. After passing through several security checks, Li Tianchu met Zhou Yang. In the laboratory, Zhou Yang was directing several researchers to do experiments. Li Tianshu did not disturb Zhou Yang and just waited on the side. It was more than an hour later that Zhou Yang stopped and said hello to Li Tianshu. Mr. Zhou. Li Tianshu came over and looked curiously in the direction of the laboratory. It seemed that he had succeeded, and several researchers were cheering and celebrating. Mr. Zhou, what experiment are you doing? It must have been successful. Congratulations. Li Tianshu said with a smile. Zhou Yang nodded and said, we are preparing a crystalline material, but we have solved the crystallization problem. Li Tianshu thought about it and didn't ask any further. He wouldn't understand anyway. Mr. Zhou, I have prepared the list you wanted. Would you like to take a look at it? Li Tianshu opened the briefcase and handed over a document. Zhou Yang took it and examined it carefully. Li Tianshu asked curiously, Mr. Zhou, why do you want a group of metal smelting experts? Zhou Yang did not report to his superiors what the entire research base was researching. Because Zhou Yang had unlimited funds, he did not need to report the research projects to his superiors or ask for funds. Therefore, Li Tianshu didn't know what Zhou Yang was researching now. Yesterday, he suddenly asked for a list of domestic experts in metal smelting and materials, which made Li Tianshu even more confused. Metal smelting? Could it be that Zhou Yang is studying metals? Zhou Yang looked through the documents. It was a thick stack and contained a very detailed introduction to the experts, including their life stories, research results, and so on. I plan to research a high-strength crystalline steel, Zhou Yang said casually. The battery problem has been solved, and the chip problem has also been basically solved. Next, Zhou Yang decided to solve the material problem. The Mech's covering parts, core thruster materials, and various transmission structure materials are equivalent to the skeleton of the entire mecha and are extremely important structures. Li Tianshu's eyes lit up, and he asked hurriedly, how strong is high-strength crystal steel? The country is a major steel-producing country, producing more steel in a year than all the countries in the world combined. However, in terms of high-end steel, the country still lags far behind. Although it has been catching up in recent years, the research on steel is a long-term process. Because, in the final analysis, steel is made by adding various elements and trying them in different proportions, so you have to experiment again and again. People abroad have been researching this since the industrial age, and have conducted countless experiments and accumulated so many years of experience before they developed various high-strength steels. However, the country started late, and only in recent years has it paid attention to the research of high-end steel, so it is not easy to catch up. Zhou Yang glanced at Li Tianshu and said, it's probably 10 times stronger than the deck steel of an aircraft carrier. It's also lighter, more impact-resistant, has a high melting point, and is structurally stable at extremely low temperatures. With every word Zhou Yang said, Li Tianshu's eyes widened a little bit. In the end, their eyes were as big as cows' eyes. Li Tianshu didn't remember much of what happened later, he just remembered what Zhou Yang said earlier. 10 times stronger than the deck steel of an aircraft carrier. The deck steel of an aircraft carrier is the most critical steel plate of an aircraft carrier, because it has to take off and land aircraft all the time. And the impact force of the aircraft during takeoff and landing is extremely amazing. This thing is not as thick as people imagine due to the size of the aircraft carrier. Although it is not thick, it has incredible strength. It is no exaggeration to say that the impact force that 1 centimeter of it can withstand is more than 10 tons. This is a very special kind of steel. Only countries in the world have the production technology, and exports to countries are restricted. The country also spent a lot of effort to research it, but there is still a certain gap with our country. It is not very good, and can only be said to be sufficient. So you can see how high the technological content of this thing is. It can be said to be one of the steels with the highest technological content. But now Zhou Yang said that the steel he wanted to study was more than 10 times stronger than the existing deck steel. How could Li Tianshu not be shocked? Mr. Zhou, is what you said true? Li Tianshu's breathing became rapid. And at this moment, Li Tianshu also remembered what Zhou Yang said later. Such characteristics as lightweight, high melting point, and extremely low temperature structural stability. The key is this lightweight. If steel can solve the problem of lightweighting, then the uses of this steel will become very wide. For example, tank armor, armor of various ships, and even bulletproof steel plates can be made of this steel. Zhou Yang smiled and said, don't be picky. I think there are about 100 people on the document. Go and invite as many as you can. I won't refuse anyone. By the way, find the construction team for me. I want to build a blast furnace. Since Zhou Yang was going to do it, he must have solved the production process of this high-strength crystalline steel. Due to the limitation of scale, it is impossible to really build a steel plant, but it is still necessary to build a small blast furnace and complete small-scale mass production. Moreover, the mechas will be assembled here in the future, so if there are any problems with any parts, they can be manufactured on site, which is more convenient. Okay. Li Tianshu nodded excitedly, wishing he could go back right away to report the matter of high-strength crystalline steel to his superiors. That's right. Before leaving, Li Tianshu stopped again and said, High Silicon has been separated from Huawei as you requested, and is now fully promoting the production of biomimicking cell chips. I met with them, and they said that it will take at least 3 months and at most 6 months to complete the production of chips by the end of this year. 3 to 6 months? Last time, when Zhou Yang told Kong Le that it would take 3 months, he was actually just trying to put some pressure on them, and he didn't really want them to solve all the problems within 3 months. 3 to 6 months is a period of time that Zhou Yang can accept. Can. Zhou Yang nodded and focused his attention back on the experimental data. Without mentioning how Li Tianshu reported the matter of high-strength crystalline steel to the top management, the popularity of Lungsan batteries continues to ferment. After Daming's live broadcast, there have been continuous car review forums and self-media testing the Han, or the Lungsan battery. Test its capacity, test its safety. The results are shocking. Not only does the Lungsan battery have incredible safety, but its data far exceeds that of existing lithium batteries. Moreover, Lungsan batteries are becoming more and more famous internationally, attracting more and more attention. BYD also took the opportunity to announce that it will add 6 production lines to expand the production of Lungsan batteries, and will continue to expand production capacity depending on the situation. Influenced by this good news, BYD's stock price rose again. Related sectors and companies also followed the rise. The only thing that is the same is that the stock price of the manufacturer of carbon nanotubes, the raw materials of Lungsan batteries, has been falling wildly. Among them, the one that suffered the most was Tianai Chemical. Chapter 47 Exposure. Tiana Chemicals. It was all gloomy and sad. Bid. Zhang Yun slapped the table angrily. During this period of time, Zhang Yun was living in hell. After meeting Wang Haoning last time, BYD immediately announced that their own carbon nanotube factory would be expanded. As a result, the stock prices of carbon nanotube manufacturers that were previously affected by the Lungsan battery and became popular also rose. Many manufacturers are full of confidence and are preparing to expand their production scale. But no one expected that BYD had solved the production problem of carbon nanotubes by itself, and also developed a cheap preparation method with an astonishingly high output. Affected by this announcement, carbon nanotube manufacturers are in a bleak situation. The worst hit is Tianai Chemical. The stock price plummeted, suppliers demanded payment, and the capital chain was broken. In just over half a month, an industry leader was on the verge of bankruptcy. Zhang Yun's father, the chairman of Tianai Chemical, was depressed and almost jumped off the building. Zhang Yun hated BYD to the extreme, but if he had to talk about hatred, he hated someone more. And this person is Mr. Zhou. Mr. Zhou. Zhang Yun gritted his teeth and said, his eyes fell on a photo. This is a photo of Zhou Yang entering security check. At that time at the National Convention Center, Zhou Yang cut in line to enter the venue, and it was Zhang Yun who had a dispute with Zhou Yang. At that time, the man with a camera standing behind Zhang Yun secretly took pictures. Zhang Yun paid for this photo. As for why, it was because Zhang Yun had been looking for who Mr. Zhou was these days. Later, Zhang Yun found some clues in the photos taken at the press conference. There were so many big shots at the scene, but the unknown Zhou Yang was assigned a position. It can be imagined that Zhou Yang's identity is not ordinary. Zhang Yun speculated that Zhou Yang might be the Mr. Zhou mentioned by Wang Haoning. Zhang Yun also investigated the matter of refusing Mr. Zhou's cooperation. Tianai Chemical did receive a cooperation invitation, but the other party's situation was very special and it came from a government department. Considering that Zhou Yang was accompanied by armed bodyguards during the security check, they must be high-ranking officials. Zhang Yun has roughly guessed that it was because Tianai Chemical rejected Zhou Yang's request for cooperation and was then taught a lesson by BYD, which led to the current result. You want to hide your identity, right? Then I will expose you. Even if I can't do anything to you, I will disgust you to death. There was a gleam of revenge in Zhang Yun's eyes, and ideas popped up one after another. Soon, a post went viral on the forum. The most awesome Q-jumper in history. I'm giving you face by shouting that I'm cutting in line with you. Otherwise, I'll kill you. The post is written from the perspective of a person who was cut in line, describing how someone cut in line and how the other person was so arrogant and even threatened to kill him. Video and pictures are also key, especially the gun license and the close-up shot of the waist, which proves that the person who cut in line was not bragging, but really had the ability to kill himself. With the help of some interested parties, the post spread wildly on forums, Weibo, and other channels. Under the hype, the popularity suddenly became alarmingly high. This guy is too arrogant. He cut in line and even threatened to kill the other person. The key point is that this person's identity is not ordinary. This was at the BYD press conference, right? And didn't you see the gun license? What is this? A license to kill? That beauty's waist is bulging. She must be a plainclothes officer with a gun. Fuck, this guy who cuts in line is so awesome. Who is he? So what if you're awesome? Do you think you can just jump the queue and threaten to kill people just because you have power? We are now in a society ruled by law. Push this video up so that everyone can see it and let this guy know the power of the people. That's right, take the lead. Nowadays, all the arrogant ones have fallen. This guy will be the next one. After this topic became hot enough, another post continued to expose the identity of the person who cut in line. In the front row of the press conference, queue jumpers are in their seats. Then the post speculated wildly about this person's identity from a conspiracy theory perspective. First, it was speculated that this person had a very high status, otherwise he would not hold such a position, and he was a distinguished guest invited by BYD, but he did not appear as the organizer. Finally, the conclusion was revealed that this person was most likely the boss of Matrix Energy, the mysterious company that acquired BYD's battery business. And there is more speculation in this post. They fabricate identities for the queue cutters. It is possible that the queue cutter is not only the boss of Matrix Energy, but also a scientist of Matrix Energy. The Lungsan battery was developed by him, and he was invited to attend the press conference this time. It is because they are scientists that they are protected by plainclothes officers with guns, just like in the movies. This exposure post was obviously written by an expert. The choice of words and sentences makes it sound serious, and it is able to greatly arouse emotions and mix in various conspiracy theories, which is really eye-catching. Oh my god, this person is not ordinary. That's right, he's definitely the boss behind the scenes. I'm scared. I'm scared. Stop talking about it. If you keep talking about it, you might get asked to have coffee. But I did check it out. This Matrix Energy is very mysterious. It seems to have appeared out of nowhere. Yes, just like the Lungsan battery, it all appeared out of nowhere. It's so mysterious. It shows that our country has been preparing for a big move. There was a lot of discussion online, but the public opinion trend has changed somewhat, from the one-sided condemnation at the beginning to a neutral attitude. He is a person of high status, and he may have urgent matters. What's wrong with cutting in line? There are other passages in the airport. That's right. The person who posted the message said that the other party was clamoring to kill him. I don't think that's the case. With his status, he wouldn't say such things in public, no matter how arrogant he is. It's just a video, and there's no sound. God knows what happened. There are too many things that are taken out of context these days. Zhang Yun has also been paying attention to these comments. After seeing the change in public opinion, Zhang Yun was also dumbfounded. How so? Zhang Yun was dumbfounded. He had paid someone to do all of this. The original plan was to expose Zhou Yang and link it to the currently popular Lungsan battery or something. Anyway, he just made up the story and didn't have to take responsibility. This makes Zhou Yang's behavior of cutting in line seem even more abominable. But Zhang Yun didn't expect that things would develop to this point. Zhang Yun immediately called the person who posted the post and yelled, "What did you do? Why did it turn out like this?" The other party was also a little depressed and said, "Boss, I think the direction of the hype you said is wrong. The gossipers actually agree with the point of Lungsan battery and think it is a good thing. You linked this person with Lungsan battery, which has the opposite effect." Zhang Yun couldn't help but widen his eyes and said, "So you blame me?" The other party didn't speak. Zhang Yun said irritably, "What should we do now? What else can you do?" The other party smiled and said, "Don't worry, boss. We are in this business. We will definitely find a way. In a few days, when the popularity has dropped a little, we will order more photos and create a few hot spots. I guarantee that the popularity will rise again. Okay, let's do it. Once this is done, I can give you another 100,000. Zhang Yun nodded with satisfaction. The boss is open-minded. Please go ahead. What Zhang Yun didn't know was that his post exposing the truth had not only caused a sensation on the internet, but even the country's intelligence agencies had noticed it. Chapter 48 caught a big fish. National, international intelligence agencies. This department specializes in investigating foreign intelligence, especially intelligence from hostile countries. The country's intelligence has always been the focus of the country. Intelligence Agent Jack is currently searching for relevant information about Lungsan batteries on the internet in the country. Since the Lungsan battery was exposed, the country has attached great importance to it at the first time. Especially these days, after the pre-sale of BYD's new car, various technologies related to Lungsan batteries have been confirmed, and the country's attention to Lungsan batteries has reached a new level and reached an emergency level. At this level, all relevant information must be searched at all costs. The entire team became a special intelligence team, responsible for collecting information on Lungsan batteries. Although Jack is not a member of this team, he has also received external intelligence investigation tasks and collected relevant intelligence on the internet. What kind of information can be revealed on the internet? Anyway, Jack didn't believe there would be any valuable information. Jack envied even more those who concealed their identities and lurked in the country. They might be a business celebrity or a politician. Over a few drinks, they could get to know high-ranking officials and get the information they needed. These people are the white-collar workers among the agents. And Jack, at best, is a blue-collar worker. Jack is proficient in computers and wrote a crawler software himself. He would search for keywords related to Lungsan batteries on major websites in the country and prompt him when the information was collected. This way work efficiency will be much higher. After making a cup of coffee, Jack entered today's search keywords, Lungsan battery and developer. For the developers of Lungsan batteries, it has always been the most concerning issue in the country. As soon as the reptile was released, it immediately started to sound the alarm. How come so fast? Jack muttered something, picked up his coffee, and opened the information he had crawled back to check. And after seeing this, Jack never put down his coffee cup. What Jack was reading was the exposure post about Zhou Yang. Jack didn't care about cue cutting, shouting about killing, and so on. He cared more about the post exposing that Zhou Yang was the developer of the Lungsan battery. Although Jack quickly realized that this was a completely fabricated post, when he thought about it carefully, he suddenly felt that this post might have accidentally fabricated some useful information. Several key points. Jack muttered to himself. The fact that he was personally guarded by a national government official in plain clothes with a gun shows that he is not ordinary. He sat in the most honorable position at the press conference, which shows that he has a special relationship with BYD. And this person? Jack stared at Zhou Yang in the photo and began to search for information about Zhou Yang. But I didn't find any information, and all I found were exposure posts. Apart from this exposure post, there is no other information about Zhou Yang. I may have caught a big fish. Even if this person is not the developer of the Lungsan battery, he is very likely a senior executive of Matrix Energy. Jack jumped up excitedly and ran towards the Lungsan battery intelligence team. The intelligence team was headed by Senior Agent Robertson. After listening to Jack's report and looking at the photos, he was suddenly stunned. This person... Robertson muttered to himself with a strange expression. What's wrong? Do you know him? Asked the agent next to him. Robertson nodded, quickly went to his computer, opened an investigation document, saw the photo, slapped the table and said, "Yes, it's him." "Who is it?" The surrounding agents came over one after another. Robertson pointed to the information on the computer and said, "This man is Zhou Yang, a physicist who was sentenced to prison for stealing confidential information from the institute. But 4 months ago, he was suddenly rescued by a group of people from our branch headquarters." "What? Rescued people from the police station headquarters? How is that possible?" an agent exclaimed. "A police station headquarters, with security personnel and agents, dozens or even hundreds of people with guns, who could rescue people? I know about this matter. It's very serious. We've been investigating it for a long time, but there has been no follow-up." An agent recalled this sensational incident. Robertson said, "This matter is very serious. We have investigated for a long time and can basically confirm that it was done by Chinese people, but there is no evidence, and the people have been rescued, so we can only let it go. But now that I think about it, there are big problems behind this matter. This Zhou Yang has been imprisoned for 2 full years. If he was really important, the country would have rescued him long ago and would not have waited until now. Moreover, it used such a radical method, almost at all costs. What does this prove? It proves that Zhou Yang was not important 2 years ago, but is very important now. During that time, Zhou Yang, who had never communicated with the outside world, suddenly began to frequently contact Chinese people. Then the country rescued him at all costs. Why? Because he took out something valuable. We initially speculated that Zhou Yang took out the experimental data he stole from the research institute, but now think about it, it may not be the case, but the Lungsan battery. Robertson was horrified by his own speculation. The surrounding agents were also frightened and held their breath. Robertson's train of thought was completely opened, and he continued to analyze. It's very possible. We have been investigating the Lungsan battery for a long time, but there is no useful intelligence. This thing seems to have suddenly appeared. No matter how good the country's confidentiality work is, there will always be some news leaking out. But there is nothing. And not long after Zhou Yang was rescued, the Lungsan battery was launched. There was excitement in the eyes of everyone present. They caught a big fish. State, Special Intelligence Bureau 6. Chun Ruoyun stood in front of Director Han Haining, standing straight. What the hell are you doing? Han Haining was banging the table and yelling. On the table are photos of Zhou Yang cutting in line. How did you arrange it? Why did you have to use the normal passage? Isn't there a safe passage? You could have just left. Why did you let someone take pictures and expose it? A license to kill, Qin Ruoyun. You are so amazing. You even got a license to kill. Who issued it to you? After a long while, Han Haining finally sat back down and said, punishment, record a serious offense. Go back and write a self-criticism for me and reflect deeply. Chun Ruoyun bit her lip lightly, somewhat unconvinced, and after thinking for a while she asked, Director, what should we do about this matter? What else can I do? You still need to ask me about this. Han Haining slammed the table again. Special Intelligence Bureau 6 has immediately deleted all the content related to the exposure post on the internet and arrested the person who posted it. As the heat of this incident has subsided a little, it has gradually disappeared from the public eye. According to Han Haining, no serious consequences have been caused, otherwise Chun Ruoyun would have been punished more severely. Just then, a man suddenly pushed the door open and placed a document in front of Han Haining. Han Haining looked at it, and his expression changed instantly. You bastard! I suspend you from your job. Go home and reflect on your actions. Han Haining pointed at Chun Ruoyun and cursed. Chapter 49, Erasing the Spark. Chun Ruoyun was stunned. What happened? Commander, has something happened again? Han Haining threw the document in front of him to Chun Ruoyun and shouted, Look for yourself? Chun Ruoyun picked up the document, took a look at it, and instantly broke out in a cold sweat. This is a piece of intelligence sent by a hidden agent of the country. Just one content is that the country's intelligence department has confirmed that the developer of the Lungsan battery is Zhou Yang. Knowing the name Zhou Yang means that this information cannot be false. The key point is that at this critical juncture, the country's intelligence department suddenly found out. The reason is most likely related to Zhou Yang being exposed on the internet this time. Perhaps it was some clues that led the country's intelligence agencies to speculate that Zhou Yang was the developer of the Lungsan battery. Chun Ruoyun also knew the reason why Han Haining was so angry. Commander, I know I was wrong. Chun Ruoyun bit her lower lip lightly. In her resume, there had never been such a huge mistake at work. Go back and reflect on yourself. Han Haining waved his hand in annoyance. Chun Ruoyun gritted her teeth and had to leave. She was suspended and would be quickly transferred away from Zhou Yang. He didn't even have a chance to make amends. Zhang Family Villa. No, the name of this villa will be changed soon. Someone knocked on the door, but Zhang Yun ignored it. Get out of here, I have no money. Zhang Yun cursed, thinking that the person was here to collect debts. But the other party didn't stop yet. Zhang Yun grabbed the quilt in annoyance and covered his head. At this time, the knocking sound stopped. Just when Zhang Yun was about to have a good sleep, there was a loud explosion. The window glass seemed to shatter. The next moment, two fully armed special forces broke in through the window, one on the left and one on the right, and dragged Zhang Yun up from the bed. The door was kicked open and several special forces soldiers rushed in. That's him, take him away. A black hood was put directly on Zhang Yun's head, and then he was forcibly dragged out of the villa. Through the hood, Zhang Yun vaguely saw that the road outside the villa was full of police cars with flashing police lights, which was extremely dazzling. In an instant, Zhang Yun was so scared that he wet his pants. The 6th Special Intelligence Bureau acted like lightning, arresting Zhang Yun and interrogating him immediately, but they did not reveal anything useful, and the cause and effect were also investigated very clearly. Zhang Yun did not take the initiative to reveal information to foreign spies. However, the 6th Special Intelligence Bureau analyzed that it might be Zhang Yun's groundless fabrication. It was a coincidence that the National Intelligence Department guessed something. In short, Zhang Yun disappeared, and it would be impossible for him to see the outside world again in this life. Wanghu Village Research Base. Hello, Mr. Zhou. I will be responsible for your security from now on. My name is Lu Jun. A young man standing upright appeared in front of Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang was stunned and asked, Where is your section chief, Qin? By the way, I think I haven't seen her for 2 or 3 days. Zhou Yang devoted himself to the research of high-strength structural steel and did not notice Chun Ruoyun's departure at all. Lu Jun's voice was a little stiff, and he said, Confidential. Sorry, I can't answer that. Confidential? Zhou Yang smiled. What secrets could there be in front of him? Zhou Yang took out his cell phone and called Li Tianshu. Director Li, I want to ask what's going on with Section Chief Chun and why he was suddenly transferred away from me. Zhou Yang asked straight to the point. Li Tianshu on the other end of the phone was stunned and said, I don't know about this matter. Mr. Zhou, please wait a moment and I will ask. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Yang glanced at Lu Jun and threw the phone on the table. Lu Jun was embarrassed, and then he realized that he had said the wrong thing. He whispered, Mr. Zhou, it's not that I want to hide it from you. It's actually Section Chief Chin who made a mistake and was suspended. Error? Suspension? Zhou Yang was stunned and asked hurriedly, what's going on? In the past few months, Chen Ruoyan had been with Zhou Yang almost all the time, helping him arrange all his daily life. Zhou Yang was a little uncomfortable with her sudden departure. Lu Jun didn't dare to hide anything anymore and quickly recounted what had happened. Someone exposed me, who? Zhou Yang frowned. Lu Jun said, it should be Zhang Yuan from Tianai Chemical, the one who had a dispute with you during the security check. Zhou Yang immediately thought of the young man he met during security check. Tianai Chemical. It turned out to be him. Zhou Yang understood a lot of things in an instant. At this time, Li Tianshu called again and said, Mr. Zhou, I have already asked about the situation. Section Chief Chun made a mistake and was suspended by the 6th Special Intelligence Bureau. Zhou Yang interrupted Li Tianshu and said, I already know what happened, but I don't think Chief Chun is at fault. If possible, I hope that Chief Chin will still be responsible for my security. Li Tianshu was stunned, and an inexplicable thought flashed through his mind. Could it be that Zhou Yang and Chen Ruoyan had sparked a love affair during their relationship? If that's the case, that's good. During this period of time, Zhou Yang has continued to produce results, including Lungsan batteries, biological cell chips, and high-strength crystalline steel. The more things he gave away, the more the country valued Zhou Yang, and it couldn't help but worry about how to better retain top scientists like Zhou Yang. Treating him with courtesy as a national hero is basic, but apart from that, people have 7 emotions and 6 desires. But Zhou Yang doesn't care about money, and he doesn't even seem to have any interest in women, which makes the country a little worried. Giving Matrix Energy shares was not only to reward Zhou Yang, but also to keep Zhou Yang. But money is only external to one's body after all. At Zhou Yang's level, he doesn't care about money at all. It's still feelings. Unfortunately, Zhou Yang's parents have both passed away, and he has no relatives in China. Li Tianshu then thought that if Chen Ruoyun and Zhou Yang could spark a romance, get married and have children, that would be perfect. With a bond between them, Zhou Yang would be able to stay with peace of mind. Okay, I understand, Li Tianshu said immediately. Oh, right. When he was about to hang up the phone, Li Tianshu remembered something and said, Mr. Zhou, I have already contacted all the metal smelting experts you asked me to find, except for some who are busy with projects. Basically, all of them are willing to come. There are 85 people in total. I will arrange for someone to send the experts to the Research Institute in the next 2 days. Okay, let them come as soon as possible. Zhou Yang hung up the phone, glanced at Lu Jun, and said, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to offend you. Lu Jun hurriedly shook his head to indicate that it was not necessary, but he couldn't help muttering in his heart because he thought Chen Ruoyun was pretty. Zhou Yang signaled Lu Jun to go out and focused his attention on the experimental data in front of him. Zhou Yang really didn't take Chen Ruoyun's affairs to heart. He was just used to having Chen Ruoyun around him, and he felt a little uncomfortable with the sudden change. Moreover, in Zhou Yang's view, it is no big deal for the Chinese people to know that the Lungsan battery was developed by themselves. I am in my country now. Can't my motherland protect me? As for Chen Ruoyun's beauty, Zhou Yang really didn't care much about it. Of course, looking at a beautiful woman every day will always make you feel much better. Chapter 50 Metal Smelting Expert. A bus slowly drove into Wanghu village. There were 7 or 8 people sitting in the car. They were the first batch of metal smelting experts. I never thought that there would be a highway in this mountain valley. A middle-aged expert wearing glasses said curiously. His name is Ma Jingchun, and he is a professor of material science at Harbin Institute of Technology. Several colleagues nearby also nodded and said, not only is there a highway, I saw the military camp. It seems that this research institute is of a high level. The problem is that there are research institutes that study metal smelting. I know of many excellent ones in China, but why haven't I heard of any here? They also said they were going to research some special project. The confidentiality level is so high. Is it a military project? Everyone was talking about it. They came from all directions. When someone found them, they only said it was a mysterious project, but they didn't say what it was specifically. They only said that the project was important and there was no shortage of funds. Once a project has sufficient funding, it is most likely a major project, so people are very interested in it. Participating in such a project is an outstanding qualification. Mr. Su, do you know? Ma Jingchun asked. Everyone also looked at a gray-haired old man in the front row. This old man is called Su Chan. He is a big name in metal materials research in China and an academician. Su Chan turned around and glanced at Ma Jingchun. He knew Ma Jingchun because he had worked with him on a project before. I don't know, so I plan to come and see what kind of project can have unlimited funding, but my own high-strength yield steel project can't even be approved for 10 million. Su Chan said with a snort. Everyone present looked at each other and heard the dissatisfaction in Su Chin's tone. Ma Jingchun knew something about Su Chin's dissatisfaction. It seemed that some time ago, Su Chan had made some progress in his research on high-strength yield steel, and then went to his superiors to apply for funds, but it was never approved. Now that a project with unlimited funding suddenly appeared, it would be strange if Su Chan wasn't angry. As they were talking, the group arrived at their destination and everyone looked through the window. Wow, this research institute can't be inside the mountains. It's really possible. Wow, what level of research institute is this? It's amazing. Everyone exclaimed in amazement. There were probably not many research institutes that directly hollowed out a mountain to build a base. Now everyone is beginning to believe that this might indeed be a project that will not have to worry about funding, and they are looking forward to it. This kind of project is definitely a big project. Su Chin snorted and muttered, "What a fancy way of saying it. They have to hollow out a mountain. It's a waste of money and manpower." Everyone got off the bus. Ma Jingchun looked into the distance and suddenly said in surprise, "They are building a blast furnace, right? It doesn't look very large, so it can't be used for research. What kind of project is this? It's amazing." Everyone looked at it with disbelief. It was really exaggerated to build a blast furnace just for research. A blast furnace is not cheap to build. Moreover, without considering the location, building a steel plant out of thin air will 100% be abandoned when the research project is completed. This is such a waste. Extravagant and wasteful. Su Chin's face became even uglier. As they were talking, people from the research institute appeared, led by Li Ziyu, who was accompanied by a major officer. "Thank you all for coming, experts. You must be tired after the long journey. Why don't you go to the guest house and have a rest first?" said Li Ziyu. Su Chin waved his hand and said, "No need. We are here to work. Didn't you say there is a major project for us to participate in? Take us to have a look. I want to see what kind of project it is." Li Ziyu hesitated for a moment and said, "Well, the first generation of samples of the project has been put into production and is being tested in the back. Mr. Zhou is also there, so why don't we go there directly?" Su Chin nodded. The remaining few people are a surprise. So fast, the first generation of samples has already come off the production line. Then why did you call us over here? Everyone suppressed their doubts, got on an electric sightseeing car, and drove towards the back mountain. The group soon arrived at the back mountain. Before they got close, everyone heard a rumbling sound. Ma Jingchun pricked up his ears and said in surprise, "It sounds like the sound of cannon fire." As he spoke, Ma Jingchun looked at the major officer accompanying him and asked, "Comrade, are you firing artillery?" The major smiled and said nothing. Everyone suppressed their curiosity and arrived at a testing site. This is an extremely open testing site. There was originally a depression behind Gushan Mountain. However, after Gushan Mountain was hollowed out, a large amount of stones were dug out and filled here, creating an open area as a prepared testing site. Everyone heard the rumbling sound, entered the inner field, and immediately saw the situation inside. "Oh my God, it's a tank!" Everyone exclaimed. They saw a tank parked 1,000 meters away from them. The tank started and fired continuously, aiming at a target about 3 kilometers away. It was too far away, and they couldn't see clearly what the target was. They only knew that the tanks were firing continuously, and the dust and smoke billowed into the sky. This scene really stunned everyone. Li Ziyu led everyone to the observation building next to the test site, and introduced as he walked, "Experts, what you see is the first generation of high-strength crystalline steel samples that we have just prepared. Today we are testing its penetration resistance, and we are using armor-piercing bullets." Everyone looked sideways. High-strength crystal steel. What is that? I've never heard of it. Is it the crystallization of alloy steel? Some people in China have actually started researching this thing. This specimen is really powerful. From the time we got off the vehicle to here, we must have fired dozens of rounds. If they were all armor-piercing shells, they still haven't penetrated. This specimen is really powerful. Everyone looked excited. Su Chan said coldly, "It's not easy to break through if it's several meters thick." Li Ziyu smiled and said, Academician Sue. You don't know that this high-strength crystal steel has super strength. The target we saw is 2 meters long and wide, but the key is the thickness, which is only 50 centimeters. It is fixed on a concrete wall. The expected test goal is to be able to withstand 100 bombardments of the latest armor-piercing projectiles. As soon as these words came out, Su Chen exclaimed, "Impossible, 50 centimeters thick. Are you kidding me?" Ma Jingchun and others also stared with their eyes wide open, looking as if they had seen a ghost. For a 50-centimeter thick steel plate to withstand 100 hits from armor-piercing shells, this strength is simply beyond belief. Li Ziyu said, "This is just the first generation of samples. According to Mr. Zhou, our research and development goal this time is to reduce the thickness of the steel plate by 3/4 to about 10 centimeters under the same conditions." Everyone opened their mouths wide, too shocked to say a word. Su Chen's eyes widened as he exclaimed, "Impossible. There is no such high-strength steel in the world." "You just mentioned Mr. Zhou. Who is Mr. Zhou? Is he in charge of this project? I don't believe there is such steel in the world. Come on, take me to see him now." Su Chen was anxious. He was also researching high-strength steel and knew very well what level Li Ziyu was talking about. It was simply the level of alien technology. Chapter 51 High-capacity mobile phones are launched. Li Ziyu smiled and didn't say much. Just then, the gunfire suddenly stopped. Faintly, I heard someone shouting that something was shot through. Everyone looked over and saw that the tank had stopped and was firing. At this time, a group of people came down the stairs, led by a handsome young man, accompanied by several researchers and military personnel. "Mr. Zhou." Li Ziyu hurriedly came forward and pointed at Su Chen and his group and said, "These are the first group of metal smelting experts who have arrived." Zhou Yang was stunned, then stepped forward and said, "Welcome, welcome. Hello, my name is Zhou Yang, and I'm the person in charge of this research institute." Ma Jingchun and others hurriedly greeted Zhou Yang. Su Chen originally wanted to come up and question Zhou Yang, but when he saw that Zhou Yang was so young, he was stunned. In addition, Zhou Yang warmly welcomed them, and Su Chen couldn't lose his temper. He nodded slightly and said, "Mr. Zhou, right? My name is Su Chen. I heard from this girl that the goal of your high-strength crystal steel is to be 10 centimeters thick and withstand 100 armor-piercing bombardments. This is absolutely impossible. This kind of alloy steel has not been developed in our country, let alone in the world. This must be Academician Su, right?" Zhou Yang had a good memory. After reading the information, he remembered everyone and hurriedly stepped forward to shake hands with Su Chen. This enthusiastic attitude made Su Chen a little uncomfortable. He shook hands with Zhou Yang in a slightly depressed manner, and then said, "Director Zhou, please answer my question." Zhou Yang noticed that Su Chen's tone was a bit aggressive, but he didn't care. This man was an academician, a big shot in the domestic smelting metal industry, who had made outstanding contributions to the country and was a true patriot. "Mr. Su, the test has just ended. Why don't we go and see the results together?" Su Chen nodded. He was also extremely curious about the test results. Everyone got in the car and rushed to the target site. The smoke at the target site had slowly dissipated, and everyone got out of the car. It was a high-strength concrete building. On one wall, a 2-meter by 2-meter black steel plate was cast with cement. At this moment, there was a huge dent in the center of the steel plate, and the smoke had not yet dissipated. "Mr. Zhou, it didn't penetrate." A researcher ran over first, checked behind the wall, and shouted excitedly. Ma Jingchun and others were shocked. They got out of the car and saw at a glance that the thickness of the steel plate was indeed only 50 centimeters, as Li Ziyu said. 50 centimeters. If it could withstand 100 hits from armor-piercing shells, the strength would be incredible. Su Chen also hurried to the back of the wall to check. It turned out that the concrete wall was 1 meter thick, but at the corresponding position of the impact point, a large hole had been blown out in the concrete. The steel plate withstood the bombardment of armor-piercing bullets, but the force was still transmitted to the concrete wall. The steel plate was not broken, but the 1 meter thick wall behind it was shaken into a big hole after 100 bombardments. "It's really not broken." When he arrived at the cave entrance, Su Chen looked at the protruding steel plate and was stunned for a moment. Zhou Yang and his group also followed. Zhou Yang took a look and said with a smile, "Yes, the expected goal has been achieved, but it is almost at its limit. I estimate that if there are 10 more shells, it will be penetrated. But the first generation of samples has been successfully prepared. Next, we will officially enter the second phase of research." Zhou Yang said. The researchers at the scene cheered. Ma Jingchun and others were infected and started to applaud. Each of them was an expert in metal materials, and all of them knew what this high-strength steel represented. The motherland has become stronger, so they all feel happy from the bottom of their hearts. Su Chen suddenly said to Zhou Yang, "Director Zhou, I offended you just now. I am completely impressed that you can research such alloy steel. Besides, you are still so young and promising. I know what it means. I am old, but old age is still useful. Just arrange our next work. I fully support you." Su Chen's words made Zhou Yang respect him. The older generation of researchers, just like his own parents, devoted themselves to the country's strength and were willing to give everything. "Okay, Mr. Su, and all the experts, our next phase of work is to refine the crystallization to the nanometer level and, at the same time, complete the industrial mass production design of high-strength crystallized steel as soon as possible." With the participation of a large number of metal smelting experts such as Su Chen, the research speed will be increased by several levels. Zhou Yang estimates that the industrial design of high-strength crystalline steel can be completed and mass production can be achieved in a few months at most. At the same time, the popularity of Lungsan batteries continues to grow. After BYD announced that Han would be officially launched in large quantities in early October, at the end of September, Xiaomi also released the Xiaomi 10 Special Endurance Edition as late June expected. The battery capacity is as high as 130,000 mAh. Apart from that, there is not much difference from the Xiaomi 10 released at the same time. On the third day of the press conference, the phone was officially put on sale online. But what is surprising is that the long-lasting battery version of Xiaomi 10 is out of stock on all major e-commerce platforms, and Xiaomi's own official website is also in a limited-time sale state. All of a sudden, Xiaomi 10 became a complete hit. All major forums and self-media are discussing this matter. What the hell is Xiaomi doing? Didn't they say they would sell it online? Why is it limiting the sale again? And only 500 units are available a day. With so many people across the country rushing to buy 500 units, I can't tell you they all sold out in seconds. I bought the software specifically to grab it, but I still didn't get it. Damn, I think scalpers got it all. This is too deceptive. Mr. Lei is playing us like monkeys again. Some self-media also began to expose the information. Let's all go. This thing is just a gimmick. It's not that Xiaomi doesn't want to sell the stock, but they don't have any stock themselves because the production of Lungsan batteries is too low. Xiaomi got 1 million Lungsan batteries. One mobile phone has 16 Lungsan batteries. Calculate how many mobile phones can be assembled. If you want a truly large-capacity mobile phone, you can either wait or look at Huawei. According to gossip, Huawei has received 10 million Lungsan batteries from BYD, so it is no problem to produce hundreds of thousands of mobile phones. And the latest news is that Huawei plans to use Lungsan batteries in its latest flagship. Because of Xiaomi's hunger marketing, Warwick's popularity has also been hyped up. Many people already know that Warwick has obtained 10 million pieces of Lungsan batteries. Moreover, this month, Warwick has already announced that it will hold a new phone launch conference. Logically, Huawei should take advantage of this wave of popularity to hype up the new phone. However, Yu Changheng posted a message on his Weibo saying that the release of the latest flagship will be postponed, and that high-capacity Lungsan batteries will be standard across the board. At the same time, there was a huge surprise. Yu Changheng also specially attached a picture with a dark background, and judging from the content, it should be a chip. This Weibo post immediately attracted huge attention. Chapter 52 Airport Attack. The number of comments under Yu Changheng's Weibo instantly exceeded 1,000. Boss Yu, this seems like he's planning something big. The release is delayed. Is he planning to make a big move? The whole series is equipped with Lungsan batteries as standard. Look how powerful Huawei is. Compared with Xiaomi, it makes us Mi fans feel disappointed. Then why don't you say that Huawei got 10 million Lungsan batteries, while Xiaomi got 1 million? Huawei doesn't lack batteries at all. This is an external factor. What does it have to do with Xiaomi? The above poster is off base. What they are talking about here is the picture. Is this a chip? China is doing its best to sanction Huawei. I heard that the Kirin 9000 that Huawei is going to release this time will be the last swan song of Huawei chips. There will be no more Qilin from now on. This is too tragic. What's the big deal? I'm not as skilled as others, so I can only be controlled by them. Fortunately, we have made a breakthrough in battery technology. I have read reports and comments from abroad recently, and they all sound sour. Some say we are faking it, and some simply refuse to believe that we have developed such an amazing battery. BYD is powerful. With one Lungsan battery, it dominates the world. What does it have to do with BYD? BYD itself has said that they developed the product in cooperation with Academician Shun of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. The technology of the Lungsan battery is most likely from the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Academician Chen Tiankai is awesome, a great man of the country. A picture posted by Yu Changhong resonated with many people. Everyone knows that Huawei is now under sanctions from the United States, and Kirin chips will become a thing of the past. Now that the release has been postponed again, there is a high probability that there are problems with chip production again. Time flies, and it's already November. In Wanghu Village, the research and development of high-strength crystalline steel is still proceeding according to the technology. Under Zhou Yang's leadership, the research and development team of more than 100 people made rapid progress, and by the end of the month, they successfully produced the second generation of high-strength crystalline steel. In actual tests, the yield strength of the second-generation high-strength crystalline steel reached an astonishing 7,200. This level is abnormally high. Now in the world, the strongest deck steel is a special alloy steel produced in the country, with a yield strength of up to 1,000, which is even inferior to the United States. The second-generation high-strength crystalline steel developed by Zhou Yang has a yield strength 7 times that of the country's strongest alloy steel. In actual tests, a 15-centimeter thick steel plate can withstand 100 armor-piercing bullets without causing the steel plate to penetrate. This result made the whole team extremely excited. It can be said that it is the best in the world. But Zhou Yang was still not satisfied and said, "The yield problem has been basically solved, but our next step is to continue to advance and upgrade factors such as lightweight, tensile strength, and resistance to extreme temperature differences. In other words, our goal is the third generation of high-strength crystalline steel, which is also the ultimate goal of our project." Zhou Yang's words silenced all the experts present, and they looked at him in disbelief. Such research results are not enough, and we need to continue to make breakthroughs and improvements. "Mr. Zhou, is this necessary?" Ma Jingchun asked. Today's second-generation high-strength crystalline steel is already the best in the world. Moreover, it is not a matter of being slightly stronger than others, but several times stronger, several generations stronger. Is it necessary to spend huge amounts of money on research? Zhou Yang said, "I have the final say on the project. If I say it is necessary, then it is necessary. Only the third generation of crystalline steel can meet the requirements of mecha design. Using the current second generation is at most a semi-finished product. So no matter what, Zhou Yang will develop the third generation." Many experts looked at each other and said nothing more. Anyway, the project was Zhou Yang's and the funds were also obtained by Zhou Yang. If Zhou Yang said to do it, they would do it. Su Chun sighed lightly and smiled, thinking that this is what young people are like. They are never satisfied with the status quo and strive to pursue better things. If it were him, he would have been resting on his laurels. On November 5th, Li Tianchu made a sudden visit. "Mr. Zhou, HiSilicon has already produced samples of Tianxin 100. Li Tianchu smiled and reported the good news to Zhou Yang. After consulting Zhou Yang, this biological cell chip was named Tianxin, and 100 was his code name. "Oh, that was pretty fast." Zhou Yang was delighted. From September to now, it had not even been 3 months. Of course, HiSilicon has only produced laboratory samples and is still some distance away from formal production. Li Tianchu said, "Yu Changhong contacted me and wanted you to come over and give me some advice. Do you have time?" Zhou Yang readily agreed. Naturally, he couldn't miss such a big event. On the 6th, Zhou Yang took a plane too. This time, Chen Ruoyan learned her lesson and chose to go out through the passage directly. At the exit of the passage, Yu Changhong, Kong Lu, and a group of HiSilicon executives rushed over. "Boss, what time is the flight?" 9:50, people should be out by 10 at the earliest. "I haven't seen Mr. Zhou for more than 2 months. I'm so excited to see him now." "Yeah, I finally get to meet my idol." Kong Lu was also very nervous. They were like Zhou Yang's students. They had worked hard to achieve some results and were waiting for their teacher's inspection. Their group was so large and impressive that it was quite eye-catching. Moreover, those walking in the aisle were all business celebrities, and many of those who came to pick up the plane knew Yu Changhong. "It's Mr. Yu from Huawei." There are very few people who don't know Huawei and Yu Changhong, especially in the business community. This kind of behemoth has a strong penetration into a city, affecting every aspect of the city. So Yu Changhong's face is really more famous than that of ordinary stars. "Is President Yu here to pick you up at the airport?" Who is he to have President Yu come to pick you up in person? Needless to say, this is definitely not an ordinary person. At this time, people gradually came out of the passage. Yu Changhong and others saw a young man wearing a woolen windbreaker, accompanied by a tall beauty. Their eyes lit up, and they quickly came forward to greet him. "Mr. Zhou." Yu Changhong quickly extended his hand to greet him. Kong Lu and others were also so excited that they couldn't control themselves and greeted each other. "Hello, Thank you for coming to pick me up in person. Thank you for your help. Zhou Yang shook hands with everyone and said to Kong Lu, you have produced a sample in just over 2 months. That's impressive. This compliment made Kong Li's nose sore, and he almost cried. For more than 2 months, he led the team and slept only 3 or 4 hours a day, devoting himself to the research and development of Tianxin 100. Only he knew the hard work involved. Okay, let's go out first and talk about it, Yu Changhong said. The group set off and headed towards the parking lot. However, as they were walking, a man suddenly rushed out from the crowd in front, took out a pistol from his arms, pointed it at Zhou Yang, and pulled the trigger without hesitation. The moment the gunshot rang out, Zhou Yang suddenly felt something splashing on his face. At the same time, a figure fell on him and pressed him under him. In an instant, the entire airport was in chaos. Chapter 53. Your safety is more important than theirs. Bang, bang, bang. A series of gunshots rang out, and the other party was ready to kill from the moment they opened fire, with no intention of stopping. Yu Changhong and the others were all stunned on the spot. However, the 2 special situations brought by Chen Ruoyun did not scare anyone. The moment the other party opened fire, the 2 agents took out their pistols reflexively and fired at the same time. 2 gunshots were heard. The gunman was struck by lightning. 2 bullets hit his face one after another, one between his eyebrows and the other in his eye. He died instantly and fell in a pool of blood. It happened in just 2 or 3 seconds, like a flash of lightning, so fast that it was impossible to react. The target was killed. The 2 special agents quickly squatted down, one on the left and one on the right, protecting Zhou Yang in the center. Zhou Yang fell to the ground, then came to his senses and found that it was Chen Ruoyun who pounced on him and pressed him to the ground. Ding, ding, ding. A series of footsteps were heard, and 5 or 6 people came running over from 20 meters away, each of them pulling out a pistol. 4 of them protected Zhou Yang and surrounded him, while the remaining one rushed to the gunman and kicked his pistol away. Quick, retreat to the lounge. Chen Ruoyun turned over and got up, grabbed Zhou Yang without saying a word, asked Zhou Yang to lower his head, and quickly went back to the lounge. Blood. Where did the blood come from? Zhou Yang suddenly found a pool of blood on his chest, which was still warm. But Zhou Yang didn't feel any pain. Walk. Chen Ruoyun said nothing, and quickly protected Zhou Yang and rushed into the lounge 30 meters away with the help of the people around her. However, Yu Changhong and the others were so frightened that their faces turned pale, and they only reacted now. Blood! There is blood on the ground, an executive exclaimed. Only then did Yu Changhong discover that there was blood on the ground. Was Mr. Zhou shot? Kongla screamed. Yu Changhong's mind suddenly exploded. In the lounge, special forces rushed in, cleared the area immediately, and then guarded the door. At this moment, Chen Ruoyun's knees suddenly went weak, and she almost fell to the ground. Zhou Yang suddenly discovered that there was blood on Chen Ruoyun's back. You've been shot, Zhou Yang exclaimed, suddenly remembering what happened just now. Chen Ruoyun, who was following him, had already spotted the gunman when he raised his hand to draw his gun, and immediately moved in front of Zhou Yang, using her body to block the fatal first shot for Zhou Yang. I'm fine. Chen Ruoyun stood up quickly, with cold sweat on her forehead, but she seemed nothing had happened and was so calm that she didn't even frown. Intercom. Chen Ruoyun shouted. One of the 5 special agents who came over later quickly threw a small walkie-talkie over. These 5 people are special agents arranged by local government departments to secretly protect Zhou Yang and others. Chen Ruoyun quickly said, I'm Chen Ruoyun. Mobilize personnel immediately and cooperate with the airport police to block all airport passages and restrict anyone from entering or leaving. At the same time, notify the local police and mobilize all special police to block all entrances and exits within 3 kilometers around the airport. After giving the order, Chen Ruoyun took out his cell phone again, dialed a number, and said only a few words calmly. Code red. These 4 short words seemed to represent something, causing the expressions of the several special agents present to become extremely solemn. After doing all this, Chen Ruoyun said again, Mr. Zhou, please be patient and don't panic. We promise that we will ensure your safety. Zhou Yang looked at Chen Ruoyun, whose forehead was covered with cold sweat but had no expression, and became anxious. He said, I'm fine. What about you? You were shot. There is a medical room at the airport. Let's go there quickly. No, you were shot. You need to go to a big hospital. Let's go to a big hospital. Chen Ruoyun shook her head and said, I'm fine. The situation outside is unclear, and there may be lurking enemies, so we can't go out. We have to wait here for support. As he was speaking, a series of footsteps were heard outside. The next moment, 7 or 8 armed spies appeared outside the lounge and surrounded the entire lounge. Chief Chin, I am Chao Yuxing, the captain of the action team. A middle-aged man walked quickly to Zhou Yang, glanced at him first, then breathed a sigh of relief and reported to Chen Ruoyun. After saying that, Chao Yuxing was stunned and said, Section Chief Chin, you were shot. Chen Ruoyun stood up and said, I'm fine. Chao Yuxing, set up a defense line. We must ensure safety at all costs until the support arrives. Chao Yuxing nodded vigorously and said, Chief Chen, then you. Chen Ruoyun interrupted Chao Yuxing without hesitation and said, I'm fine. How are you okay? Zhou Yang stood up and also got angry. He said, Chen Ruoyun, don't think you're the only one in the world who can do this. There are so many people here. My safety is not a problem. Captain Chao, right? Do you listen to me? Chao Yuxing was stunned. He knew Zhou Yang's identity and knew that he was very important. He nodded and said, Of course, you are also a leader. I will obey your instructions. Okay, then you arrange a car right now and take her to the nearest large hospital. Zhou Yang pointed at Chen Ruoyun. Chao Yuxing's face changed. Chen Ruoyun hurriedly shouted, Chao Yuxing, I don't think you dare. Zhou Yang said, He doesn't dare, but I do. Chen Ruoyun, don't you even listen to me? Chen Ruoyun was stunned and stopped talking. Chao Yuxing, why are you still standing there? Let your people take action. If she dares to resist, find someone to hold her down. Zhou Yang shouted. Chao Yuxing was startled and waved his hand. Several special agents came forward immediately, picked up the chair, and left. Zhou Yang pointed at Chao Yuxing again and said, Chao Yuxing, I will remember you. If anything happens to her, I will never forgive you. Chao Yuxing shuddered and shouted, What are you still standing there for? Send him away immediately. Several special agents immediately escorted Chen Ruoyun away. At this time, Yu Changhong and others came over outside the lounge. Mr. Zhou, are you okay? Please let me in. I want to see Mr. Zhou. It was Yu Changhong who shouted, but he was stopped by the special agent. Let them in. Zhou Yang said hurriedly. Chao Yuxing shook his head and said, No, their identities have not been verified yet, so they cannot come in. Zhou Yang frowned and said, I believe them, and if there are gunmen outside, they are not safe either. Chao Yuxing still shook his head firmly and said, Mr. Zhou, your safety is more important than theirs. Zhou Yang had no choice but to shout, Boss you, I'm fine. Please wait outside and follow my instructions. Okay, I'm glad you're okay. Outside the lounge, Yu Changhong breathed a sigh of relief. At his level, he certainly knew how important Zhou Yang was and what he meant to the entire country. If something happened to Zhou Yang, it would be a disaster for many people. Chapter 54 Hostile Forces. There were so many people in the entire airport, but at Chen Ruoyun's command, the people from the airport branch, under the command of the security department, joined forces with the airport security to quickly block the entire airport. All entrances and exits are manned by designated personnel, and no one is allowed to enter or exit. What's going on? Why are there so many people here? Why don't you let me out? I have something urgent to do. Can you let me out first? Many passengers were stopped and dissatisfaction broke out. The leader shouted at the largest entrance, Please be patient, passengers. There is an emergency at the airport. Please wait patiently where you are. The airport's PA also began broadcasting loudly. Emergency. What's the situation? I don't know. Someone seemed to have heard gunshots over there just now. Shit, is there going to be a terrorist attack? Is this true? No, I need to leave quickly. It's too dangerous here. Many passengers were confused and rushed to the exit. What should we do? The leader was so anxious that he was overwhelmed and reported the situation to Chao Yuxing on the intercom. Chao Yuxing was also anxious and said in a deep voice, What should we do? Wait for someone. Fortunately, there was an emergency response team not far from the airport. At the command, hundreds of team members immediately got on the bus, rushed to the airport in 5 minutes, and blocked the airport. The fully armed staff still had a considerable deterrent effect, and the originally chaotic passengers gradually calmed down. Forget it. Something must have happened. I'd better wait and see. Yes, if something really happens, it may not be safe outside. The passengers' disturbance problem was initially resolved, and the staff then directed the passengers to enter the waiting hall and wait. 15 minutes later, many passengers saw dozens of large trucks parked outside the airport. Fully armed staff got off the trucks, quickly lined up, and blocked the entire airport. Oh my God, something serious has happened. That's too much. Countless people were amazed and took out their mobile phones to take pictures. Outside the lounge, although Yu Changhong was sure that Zhou Yang was fine, he was still nervous. That guy seemed to be coming for Mr. Zhou. It's so scary. What are you saying? Are you really targeting us? We are just a group of ordinary people. What is Mr. Zhou's identity? Mr. Zhou's bodyguard is really amazing. He used his body to block the bullet. I have only seen this kind of thing in movies before, but I didn't expect it to actually happen in real life. Yu Changheng was upset and shouted, "All right, stop talking." Fortunately, Mr. Zhou was fine this time. Otherwise, it would be a big trouble. At this time, a group of people came running in the distance and immediately stepped forward to put the entire lounge on alert. The leader shouted on the intercom as he walked. With the airport as the center, all entrances and exits within a 3-kilometer radius must be blocked. Not even a fly is allowed to fly out. Behind them, another group of people came running. Minister. The person at the door of the lounge greeted the visitor immediately upon seeing him. The middle-aged man who came was Gao Kun, the director of the municipal security department. Lao Lin. Gao Kun greeted him. Lao Lin nodded and said solemnly, "Let's go in first." The two entered the lounge. In the lounge, Zhou Yang sat steadily, but he was still a little anxious and worried about Chen Ruoyun's injuries. "Mr. Zhou, I'm glad you're okay," Gao Kun said hurriedly. Lao Lin also stepped forward and said to Zhou Yang, "Mr. Zhou, let's leave now." Zhou Yang nodded and said, "Okay, but I want to go to the new district hospital." "This?" Gao Kun said with some embarrassment. "I'm afraid this is not very safe." Zhou Yang looked at Gao Kun and said, "Let's go. Don't make it so serious. It's like the sky is falling." Gao Kun hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said to Chao Yuxing, "Chao Yuxing, go to the new district hospital and keep watch now." Chao Yuxing nodded and went immediately. "Let's go then." Zhou Yang stood up and walked out. When he arrived outside the lounge, Zhou Yang saw Yu Changheng and his group who were stopped in a corner. "Lao Lin, can you take my friend with you and go together?" Zhou Yang said. Lao Lin thought about it and nodded in agreement. The group, under escort, quickly went to the underground parking lot. The security department arranged 2 cars. Zhou Yang got on one, while Yu Changheng and others got on the other. They slowly drove out of the airport and headed for the new district hospital. "What is Mr. Zhou's identity?" Konglu asked. Yu Changheng said with a serious expression, "All right, don't ask questions that you shouldn't ask." When the country came forward to cooperate, Yu Changheng knew that Zhou Yang's identity was not ordinary. He also had his own guesses in his mind because the partner this time was Matrix Energy. Lenovo and BYD split their battery business and cooperated with Matrix Energy, which was exactly the same as their own. Yu Changheng boldly guessed that Zhou Yang was most likely the developer of the Lungsan battery. For such a great man of the country, any kind of treatment is normal. The group arrived at the new district hospital safely. Zhou Yang came to the operating room. Chen Ruoyun has been sent to the operating room and is undergoing surgery. "Mr. Zhou, I have already asked the doctor. Section Chief Chen sent the patient here on time, so there shouldn't be any serious problem," Gao Kun said softly. Zhou Yang breathed a sigh of relief. If Chen Ruoyun died while helping him block the bullet, he would never forgive himself. But this girl is really ruthless. She said she would block the bullets, so she did. She is just a bodyguard. Is it necessary to fight so hard? By the way, who attacked me? Zhou Yang asked. Gao Kun's face changed slightly, and after thinking for a while, he said, "We have conducted a preliminary investigation and ruled out many possibilities. We have also investigated the identity of the gunman. It should be arranged by the hostile forces." Hostile forces? Zhou Yang raised his eyebrows and understood instantly. Chapter 55. You don't know how important you are. In modern society, information spreads at an astonishing speed. The news that the airport was blocked by a large number of special police and soldiers was almost immediately posted on the internet, and a large number of videos can be found by searching. The real-time popularity of TikTok is also rising rapidly, topping the list. The number of comments below instantly exceeded hundreds of thousands. "Oh my God, what is going on? It's so noisy that the soldiers are coming out." It is said that gunshots were heard at the airport, and then all tourists were stopped from leaving the airport. Not only are we not allowed to leave, we are not allowed to enter. Just now, the highway to the airport has been restricted. I heard that the area 3 kilometers from the airport has been blocked by police, and all cars have left. Are they conducting an anti-terrorism exercise? It shouldn't be. If it's an anti-terrorism drill, they would usually notify us in advance, and they wouldn't detain so many passengers. It's most likely that something really happened. Didn't they hear gunshots? Maybe there are criminals causing trouble. Don't airports have security checks? How could someone bring a gun in? And even if it was a robbery, they wouldn't rob an airport, right? And even if there really was, the police would be enough to deal with it. Why did they even bring in the army? I'm at the airport. Let me tell you, there's at least a regiment of troops here. It's terrifying. There was a lot of discussion on the internet, and all major media outlets were rushing here like cats smelling fish, but they were all stopped. At this time, someone soon discovered that a large number of soldiers had appeared in the new district hospital, which was closest to the airport. The entire building was blocked and on alert. All the major media outlets, unable to find news, flocked to the new district hospital. Chief, there are a lot of reporters outside. A subordinate reported to Gao Kun. Gao Kun frowned. Information spreads too fast nowadays. Everyone has a mobile phone. When something happens, they just take a video and upload it to the internet. If they are slow to react, the video will spread everywhere, and it will be impossible to control it. Zhou Yang also heard it and said, Director Gao, this matter should not be made too big. The impact is too bad. If there is no problem at the airport, it is better to withdraw the people as soon as possible and restore normal order. As for this side, there's no need for so many people guarding it. Zhou Yang said. Gao Kun also understood this, and after thinking for a while, he said, Mr. Zhou, we can evacuate, but you have to go with us to a safer place, because we don't know if the other party has any backup plans. So even if we want to withdraw the guards, we have to make sure you are safe first. Zhou Yang wanted to stay in the hospital until the operation was over, but he knew that Gao Kun would not withdraw if he didn't leave. After thinking for a while, he said, Okay, I'll go with you. Good. Gao Kun nodded quickly, thought for a moment and said, Colonel Lin, I don't think the ground is necessarily safe. Don't you have an army aviation regiment there? Can you send a helicopter over here to pick up Mr. Zhou and take him to your camp first? I don't think the enemy would dare to attack your camp no matter how brave they are. Colonel Lin nodded and said, That's a good idea. Let's go to our camp and I'll make arrangements. Give me 10 minutes. Zhou Yang was speechless after hearing this and said, No need. Why take a helicopter? It's a waste of time and money. There's no need for this. No, it is very necessary, Mr. Zhou. Even if you don't know how important you are, we know that these are necessary for your safety. Gao Kun said. Zhou Yang opened his mouth and had no choice but to nod. After thinking about it, Zhou Yang stood up again and came to Yu Changhong and others. Mr. Yu, I'm sorry. With this happening, I'm afraid the trip to High Silicon will have to be delayed for 2 days. Let me see, maybe the day after tomorrow. I'll have someone notify you in advance then, Zhou Yang said. Yu Changhong quickly shook his head and said, Mr. Zhou, please don't say that. No one wants to encounter such a thing. I should be the one to say sorry for scaring you. Zhou Yang waved his hand and said to Kong Lu, You did a good job this time. I also have shares in Matrix Energy, so I am half your leader. So, I will give you 2 days off to have a good rest and relax. I will go to see your research results the day after tomorrow. Kong Lu nodded stupidly. These science and engineering men haven't come to their senses yet. After waiting for a while, Colonel Lin informed us that everything had been arranged and said, There is a helipad on the top of the hospital. Let's go directly to the top floor. Zhou Yang nodded and waved goodbye to Yu Changhong and others. Kong Lu leaned out of the window and soon saw a military helicopter flying away. His mouth opened wide instantly. But considering Zhou Yang's identity, leaving on a military plane didn't seem like a big deal. After arriving at the camp by helicopter, Zhou Yang was arranged to stay in the guest house. 4 hours later, Li Tianshu hurried over. The first thing he said when he saw Zhou Yang was, Mr. Zhou, this was a serious mistake in our work. You were frightened. Don't worry, we will never let something like this happen again. Li Tianshu, who was away from home, almost suffocated and died of fright when he heard that Zhou Yang was attacked by gunmen at the airport. Lungsun batteries, biological cell chips, high-strength crystalline steel. The emergence of Zhou Yang has solved many pain points in the country's science and technology. Moreover, Zhou Yang is still young. Who knows what other research results Zhou Yang can come up with? At this time, if something happened to Zhou Yang, Li Tianshu would be a sinner of the country. The senior executives who learned the news were also furious. Li Tianshu was the first to arrive, and more senior officials will arrive in person to express their condolences. Zhou Yang was very calm and said, It's okay. I came back to China to do this research because I expected something like this to happen. Back then, my parents were killed by hostile forces. They would rather die than reveal any information. I will not give up my research work just because I am afraid of death. Li Tianshu felt emotional. He had already investigated Zhou Yang's parents and knew what they had contributed to the country. By the way, how is Chun Raya? Is the operation over? Zhou Yang asked. Li Tianshu nodded and said, The operation is over. It was very successful and there are no sequelae. That's good. Zhou Yang breathed a sigh of relief. If anything happened to Chen Ruoyun, he would never forgive himself. Have you investigated this matter thoroughly? Zhou Yang asked. Hostile forces? Country? The key point is why Gua is targeting me. Is it just because of my previous release from prison? That shouldn't be the case. It happened so long ago. Besides, Gua wouldn't assassinate me just because of such a small matter. Li Tianchu said, I don't know the specific situation, but Director Han from the 6th Special Intelligence Bureau is here too. Why don't you let him introduce it to you? Only then did Zhou Yang notice Han Haining following behind Li Tianchu. Chapter 56 Public Chip. Han Haining stepped forward. This time, Han Haining was also scared out of his wits. Chen Ruoyun was his subordinate and was directly responsible for Zhou Yang's security. If something really happened to Zhou Yang, a large number of people would definitely be implicated, and Han Haining would be the first to bear the brunt and would definitely not be able to escape. Mr. Zhou. Han Haining stepped forward and said, we haven't fully investigated what happened, but we can roughly guess the cause. It should be the Lungsan Battery press conference, where Chen Ruoyun led you to cut in line. Oh. Zhou Yang was surprised. How could it be related to this matter? Han Haining immediately told him about Zheng Yun's situation. Their Special Intelligence Bureau 6 had also conducted a detailed investigation into the matter and knew some information from the country's intelligence department. They knew that it was because of this incident that Zhou Yang came into the sight of the country's intelligence department. Zhou Yang frowned and sighed. So that's how it is. Tianai Chemical, Zhou Yang really didn't expect that there was such a grudge here. What happened later? The country's intelligence department speculated that I was the developer of the Lungsan battery, so they sent people to assassinate me. Zhou Yang said. Han Haining nodded and said, it seems to be like this now. Zhou Yang snorted coldly. If the country wants me to die, then I will develop something more powerful and make my motherland the strongest country in the world. Good. Li Tianchu clapped his hands and said, Mr. Zhou, I admire you for what you said. Don't worry, from now on, the research and development will be left to you, and the rest will be left to us. Han Haining also nodded vigorously and said, Mr. Zhou, Han Haining, swear here that if I ever let you get hurt again, I will bring my head to you. Videos about the airport are still circulating wildly online. The authorities also immediately issued an announcement to refute the rumor, saying that this was an extreme gangster who used a homemade gun to attack his enemy due to a personal dispute, but had already been subdued. At the same time, with the help of technical means, the matter was slowly suppressed. But Zhou Yang knew that the country would not give up. But Zhou Yang had nothing to be afraid of. The next day, Zhou Yang went to High Silicon headquarters to check out samples of the biomimicking cell chip. Yu Changhong was the one who received Zhou Yang. When he saw Zhou Yang, he apologized again. Okay, it's all over. Let's go and see the results of your research over the past 2 months. Zhou Yang said. Yu Changhong nodded and took Zhou Yang to the laboratory. Kong Lu and others had been waiting early, and when they saw Zhou Yang, they all came forward excitedly. After the pleasantries, Zhou Yang looked at a chip on the experimental table. Is this Tianxin 100? Zhou Yang asked. The entire chip is very small, only 1.5 centimeters long and wide. Excluding the external packaging materials, the actual chip size is only 1 centimeter long and wide, and only about 1 millimeter thick. Can I take it? Zhou Yang asked. Kong Lu nodded quickly. Zhou Yang then picked it up. Judging from the appearance, it was no different from the existing silicon-based chips, but the inside was very different. Have you tested the performance? Kong Lu said, it has been tested. This is the test data. Compared with it, its performance is 112 times. In theoretical design, the performance of Tianxin 100 is more than 100 times that of Snapdragon 88. However, I didn't expect that after it was actually made, the performance would be even better. Wow, 112 times. This is too exaggerated. Li Tianchu also came along. After hearing this, he couldn't help but exclaimed. Kong Lu said proudly, its main frequency has reached an astonishing 340, and it has amazing performance in floating point operations and multi-threaded operations. It is no exaggeration to say that this small chip has the computing power comparable to a small supercomputer. Li Tianchu nodded vigorously. Although he didn't understand much, he just needed to understand one thing. Tianxin 100 is very powerful, and it can beat all the chips in the world. Zhou Yang put down the chip. After more than 2 months, High Silicon produced a sample, which made him very satisfied. Then let's move on to the next stage, industrial production. Zhou Yang said with a smile. Kong Lu and the scientific researchers on site all cheered excitedly. Although the chip has been successfully researched, as long as Zhou Yang, the developer, does not say it is a success, in the eyes of Kong Lu and others, it is not a success. Zhou Yang looked at Yu Changhong and said, How is the preparation of the supporting factory going? The design of the chip is one aspect, but the ability to produce it is the key. From the raw materials of the chip to slicing, electroneedle guidance, curing, and packaging, the entire production process involves hundreds of process links and is not a simple task. Zhou Yang provided the relevant production process design. Therefore, while developing chips, HiSilicon also allocated a large number of scientific researchers to carry out industrial design research and development. Yu Changheng smiled and said, "Thanks to the design information you provided, Mr. Zhou, nearly 80% of the problems have been solved, especially the most critical electroacupuncture equipment, which has also been successfully developed. I think that all the designs can be completed in a month at most, and then it will take another month to install and debug the equipment. If there are no problems, the production problems should be solved in 2 months at the fastest. But the most crucial thing is that Zhou Yang has completed the entire industrial design. The design of the equipment and the process requirements were all provided by Zhou Yang. Even the control systems of these equipment were completed in advance by Zhou Yang. Without considering the funds and investment, it is still possible to complete the industrial design and start production in more than 4 months." Li Tianshu, on the other hand, was so shocked that his eyes widened. He didn't expect that Tianqin 100 would be put into production so quickly. However, Li Tianshu felt that just like the Lungsan battery, it was all thanks to Zhou Yang who solved the industrial design problem. Otherwise, it would not have been possible to develop so quickly. Good. Zhou Yang nodded with satisfaction. The chip problem was solved. That's right. Yu Changheng suddenly said, "While Mr. Zhou and Director Li are here, I want to discuss something with you too. It's about whether we should hold a press conference for Tianqin 100 and make it public to the world. Once this high-precision chip is announced, it will definitely cause a sensation around the world." Moreover, Yu Changheng didn't know what the country's attitude was, whether it planned to continue hiding its strength or expose it. Even the separation of HiSilicon from Warwick and its joining of Matrix Energy was not disclosed to the public. Li Tianshu hesitated for a moment and said, "This matter is quite serious. I need to report it to the higher-ups and ask for instructions. By the way, Mr. Zhou, what do you think?" Li Tianshu looked at Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang's thoughts were the key. Why not make it public? Zhou Yang smiled and said, "This is a great thing. The whole world must be happy together, and our country is no longer afraid of any threats. Why should we hide? We must use upright means to scare the enemy and make him surrender." Li Tianshu's expression became serious, and he immediately said, "I understand. I will convey your words to the higher-ups." Chapter 57 Press Conference, Tianqin 100. A few days later, a decision was made and it was made public. Like Mr. Zhou said, our country is no longer afraid of any challenges. There is no need to hide it. If we want to become the world's #1, we must show the courage to be the world's #1 and be the core of science and technology, so that our opponents can only look up to us. Li Tianshu said so. Yu Changheng nodded excitedly. It would be too bad if he had to hide such a good thing secretly and not be able to release it. It just so happened that during this period, Huawei was being blocked by the state, and Tianqin 100 was the best counterattack. On November 20th, Yu Changheng posted a message on his Weibo. December 1st, Qingtian Center. I'll meet you unexpectedly in the future. As the saying goes, the shorter the content, the more information it contains. Yu Changheng's Weibo post quickly made headlines and attracted widespread attention. Boss Yu is about to do something big. Mr. Yu sent me a picture of a chip before, and I guessed at that time that Huawei was going to make a big move. Well, the big move finally came. I guess Huawei should have solved the chip production problem. If that's the case, that would be great. That's impossible. If TSMC doesn't do foundry for Huawei, who else can do it? Don't dream of relying on domestic semiconductor manufacturers. Maybe it's the launch of a new phone. It's been postponed for so long, it will definitely be released. If it's just a new version with Lungsan batteries, then I look down on Huawei. After such a long delay, it's still the same. How can it be fair to us fans? That's right. The production problem of Lungsan batteries has been solved. Many mobile phone manufacturers have already obtained a large number of Lungsan batteries. Xiaomi has already started to distribute them in large quantities. It is estimated that starting from next month, all major manufacturers will release flagship phones equipped with Lungsan batteries. To be honest, the Lungsan battery is really good, with more than 100,000 mAh. I basically charge it once a month now. There was a lot of discussion online, and major media outlets were also trying hard to get news about the press conference through various channels. But Warwick maintained confidentiality so well that no news was leaked until the day of the press conference. Wanghu Village. There was a knock on the door. Zhou Yang, who was busy typing code, did not hear it. The other person opened the door himself and walked in quietly. At 9:40, the other party reminded, Mr. Zhou, it's almost time. Zhou Yang nodded subconsciously and was suddenly reminded that the voice was not Li Ziyu's. He turned around suddenly and met a pair of beautiful eyes. Chen Ruoyun. Zhou Yang's eyes widened. The person who came was actually Chen Ruoyun. Mr. Zhou. Chen Ruoyun smiled and nodded. It was rare for this icy beauty to smile. Good. Zhou Yang stood up excitedly and wanted to hug Chen Ruoyun to welcome her back, but he felt it was inappropriate to move forward, so he stretched out his hand. Welcome back. Chen Ruoyun shook hands with Zhou Yang and said, I should thank you very much. You can say that I owe my life to you. Under the circumstances at the time, if Chen Ruoyun insisted on staying at the airport, there would definitely be big problems. Zhou Yang insisted on sending her to the hospital, and he really saved her life. Zhou Yang laughed and said, Come on, you even blocked a bullet for me. Now we're even. By the way, don't do this again next time. Chen Ruoyun smiled. Next time she encountered a similar situation, she would pounce on him without hesitation. By the way, what did you tell me just now? Zhou Yang asked. Chen Ruoyun said, According to your schedule, you have to watch Huawei's press conference, which will start in 20 minutes. As she spoke, Chen Ruoyun walked forward and turned on the TV. CCTV 1 broadcast the event live. Compared with BYD's last press conference, this one has higher specifications. The importance of Tianjin 100 is even greater than that of Lungsan battery. Okay, pour me a cup of tea. Zhou Yang sat down. This time, the security would never allow him to watch the event in person, and Yu Changhong didn't dare to invite Zhou Yang again. On TV, reporters were explaining the situation outside the Qingtian Conference Center. The entire Qingtian Center can accommodate 7,000 spectators. Now the audience is entering one after another. In addition to the enthusiastic ordinary audience, Warwick has also invited a large number of industry insiders. Okay, let's turn the camera to the interior of the Qingtian Center. Not only CCTV, but all major mainstream media outlets broadcast the event live on the internet. The live broadcast room on Douyin has over 10 million viewers. What a grand ceremony. I heard that CCTV even broadcast it. I heard that Yu Changhong also attended the last BYD press conference. Maybe he saw that CCTV was broadcasting it live, so he also asked CCTV to broadcast it live. To be honest, it's a bit inappropriate for a company's press conference to be broadcast live by official media. That's right. The official media should be more formal. It's okay to broadcast scientific achievements like the Lungsan battery that benefit the country and the people, but there's nothing to broadcast about Huawei launching a mobile phone. Many netizens are discussing this. The time came to 10 o'clock in the morning, and the press conference started on time. Warwick's press conferences have always been simple, without too many frills. The speaker at the press conference was still Yu Changhong. Yu Changhong, dressed in a suit, walked up to the press conference stage with firm steps. Yu Changhong first briefly announced the development achievements of Huawei in the previous stage, and finally said, Next, we would like to invite a special guest. As he was speaking, a young man walked up from the backstage. There were many financial reporters at the scene, and many of them quickly recognized the young man. Damn, I know this guy, Matrix Energy, he's Ziyu. It's really him. I heard that Matrix Energy is very mysterious. BYD's battery business was acquired by Matrix Energy. Some people have already analyzed that Matrix Energy should be backed by the state. How could the state trust a private enterprise to be in charge of a strategic-level scientific and technological achievement like the Lungsan battery? The key point is not this, but why did Matrix Energy come to Warwick's press conference? Could it be possible? Some reporters have already guessed the reason. On the stage, Yu Changhong also announced the reason. Let us welcome Mr. He Ziyu from Matrix Energy. Next, I will announce a decision on behalf of Huawei. In fact, this decision was made more than 2 months ago, but it was only announced now. That is HiSilicon Kirin. It will be separated from Huawei and merged into Matrix Energy in the form of technology investment, becoming a subsidiary of Matrix Energy. The specific merger and acquisition plan will not be announced here. Although Yu Changhong's words were simple, they caused an uproar at the scene. HiSilicon Kirin, a semiconductor company built by Warwick at great expense, is also the top chip design company in China. Every year, Warwick invests tens of billions in HiSilicon Kirin. Someone has already calculated that the valuation of HiSilicon Semiconductor alone exceeds 100 billion. It is too exaggerated that such a company worth hundreds of billions was directly swallowed up by Matrix Energy. Chapter 58 Debut. There was a heated discussion at the scene. Matrix Energy is too powerful. It first swallowed up the battery department, And now it has even taken over high silicon Kirin. It is invincible. You should say that the country is powerful. Anyone with a little bit of common sense should understand this kind of thing. What Matrix Energy is, it's the national team's downfall. Yes, if it weren't for the national team, Matrix Energy would be so mysterious that even the business information cannot be found except for the name. Those who came to the scene were all business celebrities, senior journalists, and well-informed. It was not surprising that Matrix Energy was able to acquire high silicon Kirin, which was worth hundreds of billions. With the strength of the national team, it would be easy to swallow up high silicon Kirin even if it was valued at trillions, not to mention hundreds of billions. The only thing that shocked them was that high silicon Kirin was willing to sell itself. High silicon Kirin can be considered as the core business, but it is not a listed company, but a private enterprise. No matter how much capital wants to invest in them, they all come back empty-handed. What does this show? It shows that Huawei does not need capital investment at all. The key is that it is not short of money. Now he has suddenly sold himself to the national team, and many reporters' eyes are sparkling. There must be a huge problem here. However, the spectators on major live streaming platforms do not have this kind of insight. Fuck, this Matrix Energy is too awesome. It even swallowed up high silicon Kirin. Could any big boss tell me how much high silicon Kirin is worth? How much is it worth? At least 100 billion. I'm stunned. What on earth is the origin of this Matrix Energy? It seems that it swallowed a certain D before. It's not that they swallowed up a certain company, but that they swallowed up a certain company's battery business. Even so, it's pretty impressive. A certain company's battery business is worth at least hundreds of billions. The press conference site. After announcing the first piece of breaking news, Yu Changheng simply gave a brief introduction to He Ziyu's identity without going into too much detail. He Ziyu is just a mascot, and some things are not convenient to disclose to the public. Then we'll move on to the next phase. Yu Changheng waited until He Ziyu stepped down before continuing. Some time ago, many people knew that we were sanctioned by the United States, and our chip business suffered a huge blow. Many people speculated that our next generation of chips would be stillborn. After these words were spoken, there was silence at the scene. On the live broadcast platform, there was a lot of indignation, and all the comments were cursing the United States for being unkind. The United States is too abominable. First it was the stars, and now it's the stars. In the final analysis, it's because we don't have the core technology and our technology is inferior to others. If you fall behind, you will be beaten. When will this day end? It's still good. Unlike Xingxing, who died right away. At least he managed to hold on until now. I said, no matter what phone is released today, we must support it. Yes, support domestic products. On the big screen, 1,000 pictures appeared. There was a burst of cheers at the scene. The live streaming platform is full of 660 SIXS. It's indeed a new generation of chips. There was news earlier that Huawei has already developed the next generation chip, which is the most powerful chip ever. The key is production. TSMC seems to have stopped doing foundry business. Domestic companies are also unable to produce 5-nanometer process. If the chip is developed but cannot be produced, it is useless. Don't be pessimistic, it's amazing that you can research this. There was also warm applause at the press conference. Everyone can imagine how difficult it is to research 1,000 under the heavy pressure of sanctions from the United States. Yu Changheng waved his hand, signaling everyone to be quiet, and then said, there should be applause here, but I want to tell you that we have to do more than just this. After a pause, Yu Changheng waved his hand vigorously. Accompanied by inspiring background music, the picture on the big screen suddenly changed and a brand new chip appeared. Everyone had a puzzled look on their face. Why another chip? The people in the audience looked at each other, indicating that they didn't understand at all. Yu Changheng introduced this person so grandly, but he could not say who this person was for the sake of confidentiality. So who was this person, and what did he do? All right. Yu Changheng said in a clear voice, next, let me introduce to you this biomimetic cell chip with complete independent intellectual property rights, which is about to enter mass production. It is the Core 100. The scene was silent. Everyone was confused. Weren't they going to introduce 1000? How did it suddenly become Core 100? And what the hell is a biomimetic cell chip? And it's about to enter mass production. When will you start producing chips yourself? Haven't you always been just designing chips? But people with keen eyes have already realized that Yu Changheng is about to reveal shocking news. Instead of introducing it, HiSilicon introduced the chip 100 in a grand manner. Doesn't that mean that in HiSilicon's mind, chip 100 is the flagship chip? Yu Changheng said, the biomimetic cell chip is a brand new chip that is different from any other chip in the world today. It uses brand new basic materials and has a brand new internal structure. I cannot reveal the specific details of the chip, but I can tell you that this chip, which is 1 centimeter square and 1 millimeter thick, contains 2.6 trillion transistor-like structures. Yes, that's 2.6 trillion, which is 100 times the number of transistors in Apple's chip. Boom. The atmosphere at the scene seemed to explode, and the whole audience was in an uproar. 26 trillion transistors, 100 times more. Known as the most powerful chip on the Earth, and Tianqin 100 has 100 times more transistor structures. Yu Changhong's words were like a bomb, and everyone at the scene went blank. The live broadcast rooms on various platforms were also all silent. Everyone was in shock. Yu Changhong seemed to think the impact was not big enough, and said, Core 100 will have a main frequency of 340. What does this number mean? You can think of it this way. Its computing power is equivalent to that of a small supercomputer. Oh my God, the main frequency is 340. Am I hallucinating? Such a small chip can have such a high main frequency. Damn it. Many people in the audience were screaming at the top of their lungs. The main frequency is 340, which is too exaggerated. Chapter 59 Intel, are you panic? In the live broadcast rooms of major platforms. Still in a speechless state, Yu Changhong did not give a detailed introduction to the materials and designs used in Tianqin 100. He just spoke in a way that ordinary people could understand. The transistor structure has as many as 2.6 trillion transistors, which is 100 times that of the most powerful chip currently available. The main frequency is 340, which is more than 100 times. In short, in one sentence, the performance is 100 times that of the most powerful chip on the Earth today. This is not just an improvement of one or several times, but a direct improvement of 100 times. Moore's law completely lost its effect at this moment. The press conference site. There was also constant discussion. Professionals have previously speculated that the performance of Kirin 1000 may not be as good as, but should be able to catch up with, Snapdragon 865. After all, Apple's series of chips have been around for many years and represent the most advanced technology on the planet. But now, while Huawei is developing Kirin 1000, it has also developed Tianqin 100. The key is the performance of Tianqin 100, which is completely black technology, the existence of alien technology. An increase of one or several times is still acceptable, but an increase of 100 times is simply outrageous. Mr. Yu, is what you said true? This Tianqin 100 can't be fake, because these data really look fake. A reporter couldn't help but shout. These words expressed the thoughts of everyone present. It's not their fault that they don't believe it. It's just that your Tianqin Top 100 is so abnormal that it's hard to believe. A man came on stage and handed Yu Changhong a mobile phone. Yu Changhong held up the phone and said, "This is our new flagship phone that will be released at this press conference. It will be equipped with the Tianqin 100 chip. Originally, I should have introduced this latest flagship phone in detail, but the major media reporters have basically exposed everything that should be exposed, so there is nothing much to introduce. After all, the protagonist today is our Tianqin 100. There was another uproar in the audience. In order to introduce Tianqin 100, I didn't even bother to introduce the latest flagship phone. But no one cared about that anymore. Everyone's attention was focused on the phone in Yu Changhong's hand. A mobile phone equipped with Tianqin 100. Yu Changhong said, "If we talk about how powerful this phone is and use some professional terms, I'm afraid many people won't understand. Let's be simple and direct. For example, run a score first." Yu Changhong turned on his phone and said, "Then let's run an N2 first." The image of the mobile phone has been projected on the big screen. Everyone saw Yu Changhong open the N2 testing software and start running the test. The latest iPhone 12 has an N2 score of 570,000 points. Let's see how many points our Tianqin 100 can run. The software starts running and performs calculations. A few minutes later, the results popped up. When everyone present and the many viewers watching the live broadcast saw the number, they all gasped and were shocked. How many points is this? 8 digits. Holy shit, I got over 65 million points. What the hell? This world has gone crazy. Maybe Ananta's data is wrong. More than 60 million points. Seriously? Everyone felt like they were going crazy. It was said to be 100 times more, and it really was more than 100 times more. Yu Changhong said, "I'm afraid some people don't believe this score and think we are faking it. You can also open your phone and check the N2 running score ranking. There should be data for our phone." Many people immediately took out their mobile phones and started checking. Sure enough, a mobile phone suddenly appeared on the N2 running score ranking, Huawei, and its running score was exactly the same as Yu Changhong's running score just now, more than 65 million. Yu Changhong said, if someone thinks that Ananta's running score is not professional enough, then we can change the software. This is a very professional running score software from abroad, so let's test it. As far as I know, the running score data of the iPhone is 1583 for single-core and 4198 for multi-core. The running score of Snapdragon 865 is only 845 for single-core and 3106 for multi-core. As he spoke, Yu Changhong had already opened the software and started testing. Countless people held their breath and watched the software run. Soon, the results came out. Everyone widened their eyes again. The chip was not recognized, but the score came out anyway, with a single-core score of over 181,000 points and a multi-core score of over 478,000 points. Compared with the running scores, this number can no longer be said to be a crushing victory, but a slam dunk. Yu Changhong smiled and said, you should have seen the amazing performance of Tianqin. So what do you think such a chip can do? With hundreds of apps open and running in the background, it may not work as you expect due to memory constraints. Or play mobile games with the best graphics. Come on, I can say that any mobile game can run smoothly with the highest graphics on Tianqin 100. I'm too lazy to test this aspect. Many people smiled knowingly. Indeed, Tianqin 100 is too powerful and can handle any game with ease. Yu Changhong said, Tianqin 100 has a performance 100 times that of the most powerful chip currently available. You may never be able to run this phone at full power after you buy it because it has too much performance. Since this is the first release of Tianqin 100, we have no intention of reducing its performance. So we think that Tianqin 100 should be of great use in more fields. Like a computer. As soon as Yu Changhong said this, countless people at the scene widened their eyes and gasped. Fuck, Huawei is really going to do something big. Not only is it targeting the mobile platform, it's also planning to get involved in the desktop platform. The key is that Tianqin 100 is too powerful. It is 100 times more powerful than the desktop version. Even if the desktop version is stronger, it will be at least dozens of times more powerful. I want to know if the toothpaste factory is watching the press conference. If they are you panicking? Yu Changhong waved his hand and someone brought him a laptop. Everyone should know that mobile phone chips are mainly based on architecture, while desktop chips are based on architecture. Different architectures mean that they are not easily compatible. But this has changed in the new generation of biomimetic cell chips, which have a brand new architecture that is backward compatible with other architectures. In other words, our Tianqin 100 can be used on both mobile and desktop platforms. The scene exploded again, one after another, making them feel like they were on a roller coaster. Before they had time to calm down, they reached the peak again. Yu Changhong pointed to the notebook in front of him and said, there are many professionals here. They should know some common sense. For example, why does an Intel produce graphics cards? Why does an Nvidia produce them? Don't they have the technology? Of course not. Just like Intel, you know they are the largest chip maker, but they are also the largest graphics card maker. Their integrated graphics cards have a much larger market share than Nvidia. They have the technology, why don't they do it? Do they not value the profits? Of course not. It's because of patents. It's a patent wall that Nvidia has built over many years. Chapter 60 Warwick's Ambition. If you are not a professional, you may not understand what Yu Changhong said. There is also confusion on the live streaming platform. Does Intel still produce graphics cards? Isn't Nvidia the world's largest graphics card manufacturer? The person above is ignorant. You only know that independent graphics cards can be used for gaming, but you don't know that most computers are equipped with integrated graphics cards, and Intel is the undisputed leader in this regard. The press conference site. Yu Changhong continued, patents are a wall that cannot be circumvented. But now it's different, because our biomimetic cell chip is fundamentally different from any chip in modern society. So the patent issue is not a problem for us, because we have redefined the chip. Yu Changhong opened the notebook in front of him. Tianqin 100, due to the special design, has strong compatibility. In fact, mobile platforms and desktop platforms are essentially the same. The main reason for the big difference is the difference in energy consumption. The same chip can be used universally on different platforms. For example, this laptop is equipped with our Tianqin 100. Its motherboard is designed by us based on the mobile platform, but because of the underlying architecture, it is compatible with the current desktop platform architecture. At the same time, there is another crucial point, that is, I've said before that it can run any mobile game on the market smoothly. In addition to its powerful performance, it is also a new design of ours. This one is also a biomimicking cell chip, so we can perfectly bypass all the current patent walls and design it as we please, so that it also has incredible performance. As for how powerful it is, let's test it. After Yu Changhong finished speaking, The live broadcast platform was filled with ghosts howling again. Old Huang, I just want to ask you if you are panicking now. As before, many people typed the same words. Warwick feels that the challenge today is not big enough and plans to challenge several fields at once. At the press conference, Yu Changhong had already opened his notebook. It is still equipped with Microsoft system. Seeing this, many professionals nodded. It seems that what Yu Changhong said, that Tianxin 100 is compatible with the architecture, is not a lie. Yu Changhong said, we can test the video rendering first. This is a video that our design team helped me make. You can see how powerful the rendering capability of Tianxin 100 is. As the saying goes, modeling requires graphics cards, rendering requires graphics cards, and video rendering is the most important consideration for computing power. Sometimes, a video of just a few seconds may take several hours to render. Yu Changhong opened a professional rendering software and started rendering. The original modeling began to be rendered at the speed of a video playback, light and shadow appeared, materials appeared, and the video was rendered in just over 10 seconds. Normally, using a workbench-level computer, it would probably take several hours to render such a video, but now, everyone has seen how fast it is. Everyone indeed saw it. Many people who work in film and television post-production and video rendering feel a tingling sensation on their scalp when they see Yu Changhong's testing process. They know best how much time and effort it takes to render this kind of video. Now, the emergence of Tianxin 100 has, without exaggeration, directly changed the entire industry. That's too much. With mainstream configuration, it would take at least a day and a night, not just a few hours. Yeah, you have no idea how slow this thing is to render. This Tianxin 100 is really amazing, but it is normal for it to have such strong performance. Everyone was talking about it, and there was an uproar at the press conference. Yu Changhong added, by the way, let's try another game. My employee told me that the game with the best graphics right now is a game called Cyberpunk, which has extremely high requirements for graphics cards. Let's try it with this laptop. Yu Changhong clicked on the game that he had downloaded in advance. On the big screen, everyone could clearly see that the game entered within seconds with almost no loading process. Yu Changhong adjusted all the game screens to the highest setting. This game is a real graphics card killer. Even the 3090, which is said to be the most powerful graphics card in the universe, cannot run it at 60 frames. However, everyone discovered that the laptop in Yu Changhong's hand could run the entire game smoothly at the highest graphics quality. Seeing this scene, many gamers expressed their dismay. Fuck, I feel like I really need to pay an IQ test tax for the 3090 I just bought. Why didn't Huawei release Tianxin 100 earlier? My 3090 just arrived. If nothing else, I just want to know when the Tianxin 100 will be released. I can't wait. The press conference site. The performance of Tianxin 100 really shocked many people. But considering the terrifying performance of Tianxin 100, people don't find it surprising. This thing is a performance monster. At this time, someone at the scene suddenly shouted, Mr. Yu, what about the heat dissipation? With such strong performance, the heat must be very serious. As soon as these words were spoken, many people in the circle reacted suddenly. The stronger the performance, the more terrible the power consumption. Desktop-level performance is stronger than mobile chips, and given the size of a mobile phone, if you really want to install one, you can actually install a desktop-level chip, but the reason why they are not used is that desktop-level chips consume too much power. The small battery and cramped internal space of a mobile phone have limited heat dissipation capabilities. Everyone looked at Yu Changhong, waiting for an answer. Yu Changhong seemed to have guessed that someone would ask this question, and said, well, actually, I've said almost everything I need to say. There's also a question and answer session, so let's move on. Some people will definitely think that the more powerful this thing is, the more heat it generates. But in fact, all your knowledge is based on existing silicon-based chips, and the biomimicking cell chip is something completely different. I said it has a structure similar to a transistor, but in fact it is not the same as a transistor. Its working mode and internal structure are not what you think. I can't reveal too much about it, but I can tell you that it doesn't generate as much heat as you think. We have actually measured that when running at full power, the temperature is only around 50 to 60 degrees. With the corresponding heat dissipation design, there is no need to worry about the heat problem. As for power consumption, it is indeed quite high, but thanks to the breakthrough in battery technology, I think this should not be a problem. After Yu Changhong finished speaking, everyone suddenly reacted. That's right, with the emergence of Lungsan batteries, it is estimated that starting from next year, the capacity of mobile phone batteries will instantly exceed 100,000 mAh. By then, no matter how high the power consumption of the chip is, it will be able to handle it. Chapter 61 Pressing on the Ground and Rubbing. With super performance and controllable power consumption, coupled with Lungsan batteries, Tianqin 100 is simply invincible. Looking around the world, there is no one that can beat it. At the press conference, Yu Changheng said, "I think everyone must have a lot of questions in their minds, so next, I will focus on answering some of the questions that everyone is more concerned about." Immediately, a reporter raised his hand to ask a question. Yu Changheng picked someone at random. "Excuse me, Mr. Yu, who was the person you mentioned before? Was Tianqin 100 developed by this person?" Everyone stared at Yu Changheng intently. Tianqin 100 is so powerful that it is like black technology. Mainly, it appears suddenly without any signs. No matter how good the confidentiality is, some information will always leak out, such as the news that Warwick is secretly developing a mysterious chip. But there is nothing, so it is not surprising to say that Tianqin 100 came out of nowhere. At the beginning, Yu Changheng suddenly wanted to thank someone, and this person was extremely mysterious. He did not say his name, nor did he say whether he was a man or a woman. It was impossible not to suspect that this mysterious person was the developer of Tianqin 100. Yu Changheng smiled and said, "No comment, next question." Another reporter stood up and wanted to ask about the mysterious man, but gave up after thinking about it and asked, "Mr. You said before that Tianqin 100 will soon enter mass production and will be installed on the... Does that mean you have solved the mass production problem of the chip? How did you solve it? Where did you buy the lithography machine from?" As everyone knows, Warwick has always been a chip design company, but when it comes to chip production, it still relies on foundries such as TSMC. If Huawei really had the ability to produce on its own, it would not have been sanctioned by the United States, and it would not have suffered so much. Yu Changheng said, "First of all, I want to explain a fact, which is that I have made it very clear that Tianqin 100 is not a chip in the traditional sense. It is a chip of a completely new design. From raw materials to production methods to architecture, everything is brand new. So we don't need to buy lithography machines because we don't need them. As for the mass production issue you asked about, yes, we have solved it. It will be put into production as early as January next year." Yu Changheng's words caused exclamations at the scene, and on the live broadcast platform, there was endless cheering. "Fuck, Huawei is awesome. They've put it into mass production. And there's no need for a photolithography machine. Is this the legendary situation where if you guys don't play with me, I'll just start over and play on my own? They always say that we can't produce lithography machines and how difficult it is to make them. Now it's good that we don't need them anymore. I wonder how you will feel when you see this news. It will be put into production as early as next year. Doesn't that mean that we can buy mobile phones equipped with Tianqin 100 in January? I just don't know how much it will cost. Such an awesome chip must be very expensive." At the press conference, the next reporter also asked about the price of Tianqin 100. Yu Changheng said, "The price of Tianqin 100 has not been decided yet, but I can guarantee here that the shipping price of our Tianqin 100 will never exceed Qualcomm's flagship chip every year. That is to say, it will be around 700 yuan. The cost price of one has long been exposed, which is about $100, which is about 700 yuan in RMB. However, Tianqin 100 has 100 times the performance but is sold at the same price." For a moment, everyone seemed to smell the strong smell of gunpowder. Warwick is trying to beat Apple to death. Not to mention the live streaming platforms, which were all filled with messages saying how awesome Warwick was. Wanghu Village. Zhou Yang signaled Chen Ruoyun to turn off the TV. Chen Ruoyun said, "Mr. Zhou, the press conference hasn't ended yet, don't you want to watch it?" Zhou Yang shook his head and said, "There's nothing to see." Zhou Yang doesn't care about the price at all. The pricing of Tianqin 100 is not something that Huawei can decide at all, but must comply with the country's strategy, which is to expand globally and compete head-on with foreign high-precision chips in a technological war. Therefore, even if it is sold at a loss, the country will promote Tianqin 100 on a large scale. Fortunately, Zhou Yang knew that the cost price of Tianqin 100 was only about 400 yuan, leaving ample room for profit. However, it was Yu Changheng who told Zhou Yang about the mysterious man, and Zhou Yang had some doubts in his mind. Is it the country's instruction? Yu Changheng absolutely dared not reveal his identity and existence to anyone. Warwick's press conference is over. But the aftermath did not end there. It was like a wave, sweeping across the country and even the world. Tianqin 100 also instantly rushed to the top of the hot list. All major media and forums are discussing Tianqin 100 crazily. The performance is 100 times stronger, which is simply crazy. That evening, the 7 o'clock news spent a full 5 minutes introducing Tianqin 100's scientific research achievements in detail. Once again, the official came out to prove the authenticity of Tianqin 100. At this moment, the nation is excited. First it was the Lungsan battery, and now it is the Tianjin 100. Everyone truly feels that the country has become stronger. The report on Tianjin 100 also crossed the ocean and reached the other side of the ocean. Apple headquarters in the United States. Apple executives gathered to watch the video of Warwick's press conference. There are subtitles below so everyone can understand them. Biological cell chip, what the hell is this? Screamed an executive. It's 100 times more powerful than ours. Is that true? They are talking nonsense. But the following running point session left everyone silent. It seems that the running points are difficult to fake. An N2 has more than 60 million points and 470,000 points. This number is simply despairing. An executive said, I have asked the company, and they checked the background data. This score should be true. With just one sentence, the scene fell into dead silence. No one spoke anymore, just watched in silence. When they saw Yu Changhong take out a laptop and test the video rendering function and game performance, everyone's expressions became more solemn, because they discovered another key point. Not only did Warwick handle it, but he also handled it. How is this possible? Someone exclaimed. In theory, and are actually the same thing. Both are chips, but they focus on different computing directions. A technical director frowned and said, we all know that research and development is not very difficult. The difficult part is to bypass the existing patent wall and develop software that is applicable to current software. NVIDIA and have built a patent wall for their own interests. It is not easy for any company to break through this patent wall. I speculate that the Tianjin 100 may really use a completely different architecture, as Yu Changhong said, so they are not subject to any restrictions in terms of patents. In this way, it is not difficult to design Tianjin 100 and then design another one with the same performance. The technical director's explanation did not make everyone present feel better. The amazing video rendering capabilities of Tianjin 100 made them feel heavy. Apple's consoles are also a large part of its business, and their consoles have superb office performance, especially the workbench-level consoles, which are the best choice for video rendering. The emergence of Tianjin 100 directly pushed their host computers to the ground. Chapter 62, Big Trouble. Next, Yu Changhong confirmed in the question and answer session that they have solved the mass production problem and that the product could be put into production as early as January next year. Exclamation point. One executive swore. We don't even need lithography machines anymore, so how can the United States impose sanctions on us? Even if it wants to, it can't. Afterwards, Yu Changhong announced that the factory price of their chip 100 would never be higher than that, and the executives present became even more uneasy. They are going to go to war with us, one executive shouted. The performance ratio is better and the price is lower, which is simply making trouble. Cook coughed lightly and suppressed all sounds. Looking around at everyone present, Cook's expression became extremely serious and he said, Guys, we are in big trouble. Yes, big trouble for fruit. It is conceivable how much impact the emergence of Core 100 will have on fruits. Cook continued, It is a very strong company. I heard that they also have plans to develop an operating system. Although we have a complete mobile phone ecosystem, their challenges cannot be ignored. Everyone nodded. This meant they were going to fight to the death, and it was a real threat to them. So what do we do? One executive asked. No one answered. Cook said, his ambition is too big. He not only wants to challenge us, but also Yinger and Ingda. So I think we can unite and put pressure on them. A lot of information was revealed at the press conference. Not only will the Core 100 be installed on mobile platforms, but the plan is also to extend it to desktop platforms. It has even been done. This is a death sentence for Ingda and others. If we really succeed, no matter it is Guagua, Inger, or Ingda, no one will be spared. This means that 3 of the most powerful internet companies have been provoked at once. Yes, that's what we should do. Let them be finished. Many executives nodded in agreement. Cook said, Okay, I'll go to Yinger tomorrow. Lungsan Battery Intelligence Team. Jack has been transferred to the intelligence team and is responsible for intelligence gathering. Team leader, I want to ask you to look at something. Jack found team leader Robertson. Robertson was not in a good mood. Not long ago, their team confirmed that Zhou Yang was the developer of the Lungsan battery. After reporting to his superiors, Robertson proposed an assassination plan to directly kill Zhou Yang. After considering it, the superior agreed. Robertson was not responsible for how the plan was arranged and had no idea. He only knew that it had failed. In retaliation, the intelligence department of Another Earth destroyed many of their bases and killed a group of hidden intelligence personnel, causing heavy losses. Robertson has also been criticized for this. What is that? Robertson asked absent-mindedly. Jack started playing a video, which was the press conference video. What's this? Robertson looked at it for a while and said impatiently, "Just get to the point." Jack quickly fast-forwarded the video and said, "The key point is here. The mysterious man that Yu Changheng mentioned was separated from high silicon and acquired by Matrix Energy. You should know that Matrix Energy developed this Core 100 chip not long after Matrix Energy acquired high silicon. So I think this mysterious man may be the developer of Core 100. At the same time, he is also the developer of Lungsan batteries, that is, Zhou. The Matrix Energy alone was enough to attract Robertson's attention. After analysis, the intelligence team was basically certain that Matrix Energy was the representative of another Earth government. And now, Matrix Energy has made another move, still in the chip field, and immediately produced results. Yu Changheng thanked another mysterious person. It is not difficult to suspect that Zhou Yang, who has close ties with Matrix Energy, is the developer of Tianqin 100. Is this Core 100 very powerful? Robertson asked. Jack nodded vigorously and said, "It's more than amazing. It's simply alien technology, just like the Lungsan battery. That's why I have reason to suspect that Zhou Yang developed the Tianqin 100. Based on the information I have collected, Huawei should not have the research and development capabilities." In Jack's opinion, if they had the ability to develop Chip 100, they would not have been so humiliated by the sanctions imposed by the United States. Robertson gasped and exclaimed, "This Zhou Yang, isn't he developing batteries? How come he's developing chips now?" Jack shrugged and said, "Who knows? But I've said it before, this guy is a genius, a true genius. Alas, I shouldn't have let him go before." "Okay." Robertson waved his hand and said, "Let's not talk about the past anymore. Come with me to see the director." Half an hour later, Robertson reported their speculation to the current director, Ferguson. Robertson finally said, "Director, Zhou Yang is getting more and more powerful. Now he has even developed a chip. We can't keep such a person. We must get rid of him." Ferguson looked serious, raised his hand to signal Robertson to go out first, and said, "I know what you said. I'm going to the White House now. I'll make a decision after I come back." A few hours later, Ferguson returned. "Chief, what do you think? Should we take action?" Robertson asked. Ferguson nodded and said, "Yes, we must take action, but not to assassinate him. Instead, we should find a way to bring him to the United States. Such a genius should serve our country." "Ah, taken to the United States?" Robertson widened his eyes, almost thinking he was hallucinating. "Commander, is this possible?" Ferguson said, "Nothing is impossible. Anyway, let's find a way to bring the person here first. You are responsible for intelligence gathering, and you know Zhou Yang's situation best. So you will be responsible for the intelligence work, and Adrian will be responsible for the specific actions." "Who? That lunatic?" Robertson exclaimed. "Adrian is a well-known madman in the headquarters. It's not that he is crazy, but that he acts crazy enough. In order to achieve his goals, he often does crazy things. For example, before, in a small country in the Middle East, in order to eliminate a target, he even designed and triggered a rebellion, causing the target to be killed by the rebels. But this rebellion killed many civilians and had serious consequences. So others called him a madman. The impact of Core 100 is still fermenting, and in Wanghu village, the research work on high-strength crystalline steel is progressing steadily. Zhou Yang estimated that the third phase should be completed in a month at most. On this day, Li Tianchu suddenly came to the door. "Mr. Zhou, can I ask you a question?" Li Tianchu's expression was a little serious. "Oh, what's the problem?" Li Tianchu said, "I know that the research and development of high-strength crystalline steel is going smoothly. Judging from the test results, the performance is also excellent. My question is whether this material can be used in aero engines to solve the material problem of aero engines." "Aero engine?" Zhou Yang was stunned. "Is this the aircraft engine, known as the jewel in the crown of industry?" Chapter 63. Shooting yourself in the foot. Aero engines, the jewel in the crown of industry, are the culmination of human industrial technology. It is so difficult that it is no exaggeration to say it is harder than climbing to the sky. In the whole world, among more than 200 countries, only 4.5 countries, country, and our country, can produce it. And our country, due to insufficient technology, can only be counted as half. Its difficulties mainly focus on two major directions. One is design, and the other is specific production. Designing an excellent engine is not an easy task. Our country is actually still at a very high level in this regard. As always, when it comes to brains, our country is no worse than anyone else. The key lies in the specific production. The process is too complicated, as is the material. It is resistant to high temperatures, has ultra-high strength, corrosion resistance, and is lightweight. This kind of material is not something that ordinary countries can produce. Zhou Yang looked at Li Tianshu and asked curiously, "What's wrong?" Li Tianshu sighed and said, "This is what happened. Just yesterday, the United States suddenly sent us a message, unilaterally interrupting the negotiations on the introduction of a series of engines. Series of engines are also very famous, especially his, which were exported to the country in large quantities, solving the country's urgent needs before the country solved its engine problem. Are we still importing? What about the engines we make ourselves?" Zhou Yang asked curiously. The country has also been developing engines and working hard to achieve localization. Li Tianshu said, "We are not yet able to mass produce them, so the higher-ups are planning to import them to solve the engine problem. We started discussing this a long time ago, and it was basically a done deal. But at this juncture, China suddenly changed its mind and gave up the negotiations, and it was very decisive. I guess it's related to the Lungsan battery." Zhou Yang was stunned and asked, "Why is it related to the Lungsan battery?" Li Tianshu smiled bitterly and said, "Mr. Zhou, think about it. How much oil does China export to our country every year? Now that we have solved the battery technology and sent a clear signal to the outside world that we want to vigorously develop electric vehicles, the most direct impact is probably to reduce oil imports. It is not difficult to understand why China took this opportunity to give us a warning." "Warn?" Zhou Yang suddenly laughed. What did their country have that they actually gave China a warning? At this moment, Zhou Yang already understood why Li Tianshu asked him whether high-strength crystalline steel could be used in aero engines. "Since you asked, I will tell you clearly that the third-generation high-strength crystalline steel can be fully used in aircraft engines. As for when the third generation will be completed, it will probably take at most a month." Li Tianshu's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly said, "Mr. Zhou, are you sure? They couldn't import them, and the ones they developed themselves couldn't get off the production line. Even after they were put into service, the engine was still a huge problem. The country was also anxious, so they had a sudden idea and came to ask Zhou Yang, wanting to use the high-strength crystalline steel developed by Zhou Yang in aero engines. After the material problem, there are two main problems in Zhou Yang's next plan. One is the control system problem, and the other is the thruster problem. The Mecha has thrusters and can fly short distances. Of course, this thruster is definitely not the existing fuel engine, but a particle thruster similar to the Hall thruster. So it's not impossible to do some engine research at the same time. "Okay, I'll arrange it right away," Li Tianshu said hurriedly. In fact, the country asked Li Tianshu to come to Zhou Yang not only to ask about the problem of high-strength crystalline steel, but also to see if Zhou Yang could help solve the problem of aero engines. Zhou Yang's research and development capabilities are beyond doubt, and every research result is black technology. Consulate of the state. Dimilov had been waiting for several days. "Didn't they contact us again?" Dimilov asked his assistant. The assistant shook his head. This was the 100th time Dimilov had asked this question. A few days ago, Dimilov, as the Kremlin's special envoy, conveyed the Kremlin's decision to unilaterally stop exporting engines to the country. In the first 2 days, the U.S. side had been in contact with Dimilov to discuss the possibility of restarting the negotiations. At that time, Dimilov was in a very good mood. He put on a sour face, said a lot of sour words, and mocked the negotiators of the United States. The Kremlin's idea is also to give China a warning. China must still export because China is short of money, but China has money. This time it is just a warning to China. It would be better to raise the price and ask for more conditions, such as more shares of oil trading. But what Dimilov didn't expect was that starting from 2 days ago, was suddenly stopped contacting him. For 2 days in a row, Dimilov became anxious. After thinking for a while, Dimilov said, "Go, arrange a car for me. I want to visit General Gao." The assistant nodded and went to make arrangements. An hour later, Dimilov arrived at the General Assembly Department, and after notifying, he wanted to visit Gao Jianjun. Gao Jianjun is responsible for military procurement. If we can get Gao Jianjun on board, the export will be a success. Unexpectedly, Gao Jianjun was not available. "You don't have time to see me, are you sure?" Dimilov widened his eyes with an expression of disbelief. The assistant nodded and said, "That's what his secretary said." Dimilov stood up suddenly. This was an insult. He came to visit in person, but Gao Jianjun didn't even want to see him. If this wasn't an insult, how could it be otherwise? "Let's go. They'll regret this." Dimilov started to leave. But after walking 2 steps, Dimilov stopped. Although he was angry, if this matter failed, he would definitely be punished when he returned. "When you go find them again, just tell them I'm waiting for them here." Dimilov gritted his teeth. And this wait lasted for 3 hours. Dimilov was absolutely certain that Gao Jianjun was deliberately leaving him out to get revenge on him. Humph, it's just a negotiation strategy. I'm not angry. Anyway, we took the initiative in this negotiation. No matter how rude you are to me now, I will demand it back tenfold or 100-fold at the negotiation table. You will regret it. Dimilov was so angry that his teeth were itching, but he forced himself to suppress his anger. Just then, Gao Jianjun's secretary finally came to inform Dimilov that Gao Jianjun could meet them. Gao Jianjun's office. Dimilov strode in, his face livid. However, Gao Jianjun was also surprisingly indifferent, as if he was dealing with official documents. He said without even looking up, "Mr. Dimilov, I have a meeting soon. You only have 5 minutes. Tell me, what's the matter?" 5 minutes? Dimilov felt greatly humiliated, but he still endured it and said, "General Gao Engine, it is not impossible to restart the negotiations, as long as you agree to a few more of our requests." Gao Jianjun suddenly interrupted Dimilov and said, "Mr. Dimilov, didn't my secretary inform you that we have decided not to purchase the engine?" "What?" Dimilov sat up in shock. Suddenly, Dimilov felt like he had shot himself in the foot. It seemed that the country had messed up this matter. Chapter 64, we don't need it anymore. "General Gao, are you kidding me?" Dimilov exclaimed. Gao Jianjun looked up and glanced at Dimilov and said, "Mr. Dimilov, I have to work more than 12 hours a day. Do you think I have time to joke with you?" "But don't you want it?" Dimilov asked hurriedly. If the negotiations failed, he would be the one to take the blame. So Dimilov became anxious and wanted to say that as long as you nodded, the deal would be done. Gao Jianjun shook his head slightly and said, "I have already said this question. We don't need it anymore." "Dimilov, if there is nothing else, then I will go to the meeting first." After Gao Jianjun walked out of the office, Dimilov sat down on the sofa, his face pale. As I walked out of the office, my assistant came up to me quickly and asked, "How did the talk go, sir?" "They said they don't want it anymore." Dimilov seemed to have lost his soul. The assistant was also stunned and said, "No, why?" Dimilov shook his head. He also wanted to know the answer to this question. The assistant said hurriedly, "Could it be that other sellers have failed? That's impossible. Who else in the world would sell engines to them except us?" In order to restrict China's development, the major powers in the world are making every effort to do so. Selling engines is just overthinking. After leaving the door, the cold wind blew and Dimilov sobered up a little. He slapped his face twice and said, "Something is wrong. It's too wrong. At the beginning, we proposed to end the negotiations. Even if they didn't know that we had other ideas, they should understand that this was just a means of negotiation. From a big picture perspective, they need it, and we are the only one who can sell them engines of this level, but they suddenly don't want it anymore, and it doesn't look like a negotiation tactic. So the reason is either, as you said, a new seller has left, or they really don't need it anymore. Something must have happened that we don't know about. Go quickly and use all your connections to help me find out why." The assistant ran away with a nervous look on his face. This transaction was not just about the billions of dollars worth of engines. The most important thing was the sincerity that the country had shown in order to make this deal happen. The share of the oil transaction worth tens of billions of dollars was the big part. If the deal really falls through, it would be an immeasurable loss. Wanghu Village. Li Tianshu arranged for a group of experts to come as soon as possible. There are 8 people in total. The person in charge is Li Bingxian, an engineer of Liming Engine Group and an aero engine expert. He was originally an engineer of Xi'an Aircraft Industry Group and was responsible for preliminary research and startup projects. Later, he was poached by Liming and came to Liming, where he also organized a group of people to engage in engine research and development. However, in the final procurement demonstration, the code-named engine that Li Bingxian and his team had researched was defeated. This blow was quite severe for Li Bingxian, and it made him a little paranoid. Now, when I heard from my superiors that someone could help them solve the material problem of aero engines, my first feeling was disbelief, thinking that I had been fooled. If the material problem had really been solved, he would have been transferred to Shifei long ago, and it would have been his turn to sit on the bench. "Chief Engineer Li, it seems we are almost there," Li Bingshuan's assistant Kong Ning said on the bus. Li Bingxian pushed his glasses and looked out of the car. A small hill appeared in his sight. When the car stopped, Li Bingxian suddenly came to his senses and said in surprise, "Could this research institute be inside the mountain?" It was Li Ziyu who received us again. He nodded and said, "Yes, our research institute is inside the mountain. Chief Engineer Li, Mr. Zhou is waiting for you. Let's go in." Passing through the heavy alloy door and seeing the soldiers with guns standing guard nearby, Li Bingxian realized that this was not an ordinary research institute. At least the level of confidentiality can be said to be the highest in the country. Moreover, the cost is too outrageous. It is like hollowing out an entire mountain. Ordinary research institutes cannot afford this treatment. However, Li Bingxian had never heard of this research institute. When he came here, he was full of resentment, but now all of it was gone. It's like a civilian running to the presidential palace. He would instinctively feel stage fright and want to throw a tantrum, but he wouldn't dare to do so. Li Bingxian even subconsciously felt that the owner of this research institute was no ordinary person. This research institute is so huge. It seems like the entire mountain must have been hollowed out. This is too exaggerated. Corning and others exclaimed. Li Bingxian hurriedly said, "Don't talk." All the way to a spacious laboratory. "Hello, Chief Engineer Li. My name is Zhou Yang, and I'm the person in charge of this research institute." Zhou Yang was waiting, and when he saw Li Bingxian and others, he stepped forward to greet them with a smile. Li Bingxian hurried forward and shook hands with Zhou Yang. His momentum was suppressed, and he dared not show his resentment. Zhou Yang greeted the rest of the people before bringing Li Bingxian to the experimental table. On the experimental table, there is a square piece of metal that looks like an alloy. "Chief Engineer Li, the material in front of you is the latest research result of our institute, high-strength crystallized steel. What you see is only the second-generation product. The third-generation product, which is the final product, should be ready in a month at most. By the way, this is the test data of the second-generation product. You can take a look at it." Zhou Yang handed over a document. Li Bingxian took it subconsciously and flipped through it. After just a few glances, his eyes widened and his hands trembled. He said, "Impossible. This data must be fake. This strength and heat resistance. How is this possible? When did the country have such a material?" The data on the material in front of him is several times stronger than the best foreign materials Li Bingxian knows. Zhou Yang smiled and said, "Whether it is fake or not, the things are here." Chief Engineer Li contested himself. After a pause, Zhou Yang continued, "I've been quite busy with work recently. The materials have been provided, and the specific engine design is still in the hands of Chief Engineer Li. Of course, the focus is still on perfection. The relevant information has also been sent by Xi'an Aircraft Industry Corporation. We have all kinds of large-scale experimental instruments here. If you need anything, you can look for her." Zhou Yang pointed at Li Ziyu and said, "Whatever you need, you can ask him to arrange it. By the way, don't worry about the money. The funds are unlimited." "Okay, I'm busy, so I won't stay any longer. Forget about the reception. We are all researchers, so we won't engage in such hypocritical courtesies. Finally, I wish Chief Engineer Li can solve the production process problems ahead of schedule." Zhou Yang said hello to everyone and turned to leave. Chapter 65 Visiting Bat. Such a welcome ceremony can be described as simple and unique. This made Kongning and others a little dissatisfied. They felt that Zhou Yang didn't pay enough attention to them. Although this research institute is very impressive, Corning believes that they are not ordinary people either. He feels very unhappy to be looked down upon. "Chief Engineer Li, Mr. Zhou really doesn't take us seriously," Kongning said in a low voice. Li Bingxian seemed not to have heard it. He stuffed the materials in his hand into Kongning's hands and said, "You take a look first." Then he asked Li Ziyu, "Secretary Li, is this high-strength crystal steel really developed by your research institute? Who is it? Mr. Zhou from before?" Li Bingxian racked his brains, but couldn't think of any domestic expert in the field of materials named Zhou Yang. Li Ziyu nodded and shook his head, saying, "I don't really understand research. This high-strength crystalline steel was proposed by Mr. Zhou, who led the research. But Mr. Zhou is no longer in charge of this project. The research and development of the third-generation product is mainly in the charge of academician Su Chan." "Who?" Li Bingxian's eyes suddenly widened. He knew Su Chan, a real big shot in the domestic metal smelting industry. "Secretary Li, are you saying that academician Su is also here?" Li Ziyu nodded and said, "It's in the next laboratory. Do you want to go over and meet? Is it okay?" Li Bingxian became nervous. The other party is an academician. Li Ziyu smiled and said, "Why not? Academician Su is a very nice person. I think he should be very happy to see you." At that moment, Li Ziyu led everyone to the laboratory next door. In an open laboratory, Su Chan is leading his team to conduct experiments. When Li Bingxian arrived, warm applause broke out in the laboratory. "Success, teacher. We succeeded." Some people are cheering. Then an old voice said, Okay, I have overcome another difficulty. But to be honest, this difficulty cannot be overcome without the guidance of Mr. Zhou." Li Bingxian hurried into the laboratory and saw Su Chan at a glance. Li Ziyu also stepped forward and introduced Li Bingxian to Su Chan and others. It's you. I remember we met at a meeting of the Ministry of Industry once. Su Chan said to Li Bingxian. Li Bingxian said excitedly, I never thought that academician Su still remembered me. I am so honored. Su Chan said, you are also very capable. I heard that you are doing very well in Xi'an Aircraft Industry Corporation. You have made great contributions to the launch of the project. Speaking of the project, Su Chan couldn't help feeling a little depressed. Don't mention it. It's my fault. I was too ambitious. I changed jobs to Liming, thinking that I had to make a more powerful engine to compete with Xi'an Aircraft Industry Corporation. But reality gave me a hard blow. Li Bingxian sighed and said that when he left Shifei, he wanted to prove himself. But not only did he fail to prove himself, but his life fell into a trough. Su Chan knew what happened when he saw Li Bingxian's reaction. He patted him on the shoulder and said, life is like this, with ups and downs. By the way, you are here now. Maybe this is the new starting point of your life. Li Bingxian nodded vigorously. After seeing Su Chan, he completely believed the experimental data of high-strength crystalline steel. With such materials, there is no need to worry about not being able to make better aircraft engines. Mr. Su, I will inevitably ask you for advice in the future. Please don't think I'm annoying. Li Bingxian said. Su Chan smiled and said, how could that be? To be honest, instead of asking me for advice, you might as well ask Mr. Zhou. If Mr. Zhou is willing to give you some pointers, you'll be in luck. Mr. Zhou? Li Bingxian was stunned for a moment, then he suddenly realized. The entire research institute belongs to Zhou Yang, and Su Chan is just Zhou Yang's assistant. Li Ziyu also said that the high-strength crystallized steel was developed by Zhou Yang, and it was only now that the project was mature that it was handed over to Su Chan. The real core is still Zhou Yang. Being able to recruit a big shot like Su Chan under his command. And the key is that Su Chan is willing to do it. You can imagine how powerful Zhou Yang is. I see. Li Bingxian nodded vigorously. He was full of resentment when he came here, but it had long disappeared at this moment. Zhou Yang's office. Li Ziyu knocked on the door. It was Chen Ruoyun who opened the door, nodded to Li Ziyu, and then stood quietly in the corner. In the corner, there is a chair, a coffee table, a bottle of Sprite, and a romance novel. Chen Ruoyun can sit there for a whole day. On the desk opposite, Zhou Yang was still busy at the computer. Mr. Zhou, Chief Engineer Li and others have already made arrangements. Li Ziyu said. Zhou Yang nodded. Li Ziyu knew that Zhou Yang was busy and was about to leave, but Zhou Yang suddenly called him. Please arrange it. Go and visit in these 2 days. Li Ziyu was stunned and asked subconsciously, which one? Of course, they are Baidu, Tencent, and Alibaba. Zhou Yang said, all of them. You can arrange them as you like. You can choose anyone first. Zhou Yang has almost finished preparing for the intelligent core. The rest of the work will be handed over to a dedicated person to complete. There are only 3 qualified private enterprises in China. Li Ziyu didn't dare to ask more, nodded, and then asked, then in what capacity? Zhou Yang thought for a moment and said, let's just use the identity of matrix energy. The intelligent core, in layman's terms, is artificial intelligence. Like Jarvis and Iron Man, he has a certain amount of wisdom and can help mecha pilots solve many problems. Because the mecha has too many systems and is extremely troublesome to operate, it is most appropriate to let artificial intelligence do these control commands. At that time, the driver only needs to give instructions and perform simple operations. It would be best to make the operation as simple as possible, just like playing a game. Okay, I'll arrange it right away. Li Ziyu left. Chen Ruoyun also left. Since Zhou Yang was going to travel, security work was essential. The next day, Tencent headquarters. A middle-aged man came to the door, showed his ID, and said, my name is Chao Yuxing, this is my ID. I want to see the person in charge of your company now. The receptionist at the front desk was shocked when he saw the certificate with the seal. A few months ago, someone came to my door with the same documents. Okay, please wait a moment. The receptionist did not dare to delay and immediately started to call his superiors. Soon, the group president Lin Haoning and several followers hurried downstairs to greet them. Captain Chao, I'm honored to see you. What can I do for you? Lin Haoning looked a little nervous. Chao Yuxing was not an ordinary person. He was from the National Security Bureau. Last time, it was the people from the National Security Bureau who came to their house and ran to their data center without any explanation and deleted some data. This kind of person is not someone that ordinary people can mess with. By the way, our President Ma will be back soon. Lin Haoning added. Chapter 66, Treat Well. Chao Yuxing stood up and shook hands with Lin Haoning lightly. Since Mr. Ma will be back soon, let's wait a while. 10 minutes later, Chao Yuxing met Mahua, once the richest man in the country and a real business tycoon. Hello, Captain Chao. Mahua was still very polite when he met Chao Yuxing. What Chao Yuxing represents is something that even Mahua does not dare to treat lightly. Because anyone who violates national security will be killed without mercy, no matter who you are, how powerful you are, or how much wealth you have. What is the red line? This is the red line. Hello, Mr. Ma. Chao Yuxing nodded and said, it's like this. I came here this time to tell Mr. Ma that a guest will visit your company tomorrow. I came here to do a preliminary security investigation to ensure that there are no safety hazards. In the afternoon, our security personnel will move in and take full control of your company's security. After Chao Yuxing finished speaking, the security chief who came with him couldn't help but exclaimed, full takeover? This behavior is too overbearing. Mahua glared at him and said hurriedly, okay, we will fully cooperate. By the way, who is the guest? Why didn't anyone notify us? Needless to say, this security treatment means he must be a big shot. Chao Yuxing smiled and said, I am just here to inform you. As for who it is from Matrix Energy. I can't say anything else. Matrix Energy? Mahua was shocked. Chao Yuxing called the security chief to check the security situation of the building. Lin Haoning hurriedly asked, Boss Ma, isn't this Matrix Energy the company that swallowed up HiSilicon? It's not just HiSilicon, it's also BYD's battery business. During this period, Matrix Energy has become a well-known name in the business world and a household name. I heard that the national team is behind this Matrix Energy, but I don't know if it's true or not. Is there any need to ask this? It's 100% true. If it's not the national team, who do you think can make BYD split off its battery business and Huawei hand over its HiSilicon Kirin? So what is Matrix Energy doing in Tencent? Several people were discussing. Mahua was also full of confusion. After thinking for a while, he took out his cell phone and dialed a number. Mr. Yu, it's me. Mahua called Yu Changhong. It's like this. Someone from Matrix Energy suddenly came and said they wanted to visit Tencent. What do you think about this? Mahua asked. Yu Changhong was stunned for a moment, then said, Mr. Ma, there are some things I can't say directly. I can only give you 4 words. Oh, which 4 words? Mahua was shocked. Yu Changhong said, give us a good reception. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Mahua was stunned for a moment, as if he understood something. Mr. Ma, what did Yu Changhong say? Lin Haoning asked hurriedly. Mahua came back to his senses and said quickly, go, call a meeting of the company's top executives to discuss how to prepare for tomorrow's welcoming ceremony. By the way, the other party is here to visit, so notify everyone below to cheer up and not let down our team at the critical moment and embarrass Tencent. Do you understand? If you give us a good reception, that's a good thing. A gleam of light flashed in Mahua's eyes. BYD's battery business was acquired by Matrix Energy. BYD released the Lungsan battery. Huawei's HiSilicon Kirin was acquired by Matrix Energy, and then Tianxian 100 was released. Anyone can see the problem here. Now that Matrix Energy has arrived, Mahua knows that good things are coming. That's why Yu Changhong asked him to receive him well and not neglect him. That afternoon, many employees at Tencent headquarters noticed that many strangers appeared at the company headquarters, and later a large number of special police officers also arrived. In addition, the company notified that someone was coming to visit, so everyone understood that an important person was coming to visit. Mahua originally wanted to organize a welcoming ceremony and even went to the airport to pick people up. However, due to security concerns, no notification was given as to when or how the other party would arrive. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon of the next day, a car drove into the underground garage of the Tencent building in a low-key manner. The entire garage has been cleared, and all employees and executives have been notified in advance that they are not allowed to drive today. Even if they have to drive, they cannot park in the underground garage. In the huge underground garage, there is a guard post every 3 steps and a sentry every 5 steps, and all of them are security personnel. Mahua and others, who had just received the notice 10 minutes ago, also hurried downstairs and waited in the underground garage. The car door opened, Chen Ruoyan got out first, and then opened the door for Zhou Yang. A number of senior executives from Tencent and other companies also stretched their necks to try to see who the person was, but when they saw that the person was a young man, they were all shocked. Zhou Yang is really too young, probably only about 27 or 28 years old at most. But it was such a young man who made such a grand trip that people could not even imagine Zhou Yang's identity. Hello, my name is Zhou Yang. Sorry to have kept you waiting. Zhou Yang walked forward and extended his hand to Mahua first. Although Mahua is one of the richest people in the country, Zhou Yang is not afraid at all. He feels like he is facing an ordinary person. At Zhou Yang's level, money and power are no longer something he cares about. No matter how much money you have, it's just a string of numbers. Hello, Mr. Zhou. Ma Huading was startled, came to his senses quickly, and shook hands with Zhou Yang. Although I don't know what Zhou Yang does, but looking at his posture, it is enough to explain everything. Ma Huading led the way, taking Zhou Yang upstairs, and then asked, Mr. Zhou, welcome to Tencent. I have prepared a small welcome ceremony upstairs, and I hope you can come and enjoy it. Let's talk about that after we finish the tour. Zhou Yang waved his hand and rejected Ma Huading directly, then asked, how many researchers do you have in Tencent now? Let's not talk about anything else, just these 8,000 people. Their annual salary is generally over 500,000, and the salary alone costs tens of billions a year. Then are you working on artificial intelligence? Zhou Yang asked again. Ma Huading's eyes lit up and an idea immediately popped into his mind. Could it be that the project that Matrix Energy was going to cooperate with them on was artificial intelligence? This thing is the hottest item right now. Yes, we have a team of about 500 people responsible for the research and development of artificial intelligence. Ma Huading said hurriedly. Although Tencent is a gaming company, that doesn't stop them from developing artificial intelligence. In this way, they can intelligently push ads to you, or intelligently analyze your gaming preferences to better serve you. Chapter 67A question. Can you take me to see it? Zhou Yang asked. Sure. Ma Huading hurriedly led the way, secretly excited in his heart. The direction of cooperation was most likely artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence is the future direction of technological development. Tencent has also made early plans and organized a team of hundreds of people to carry out development and research. This is Wu Yinming, the head of our artificial intelligence division. Ma Huading pointed at a middle-aged man and introduced him. Zhou Yang took a look at Wu Yinming. Apart from the fact that his hair volume was a little worrying, there was nothing special about him. He asked, can you tell me about your research and development projects? Wu Yinming glanced at Ma Huading, and when he saw Ma Huading nod slightly, he took Zhou Yang to a camera position, called up a program, and explained, Mr. Zhou, look, this is an artificial intelligence customer service program we developed. After it is running, it can monitor the operation of the game in the background. Once a player contacts the customer service, it will respond immediately, and its response is almost exactly the same as a real person. We have been running this program for nearly 5 months, and we have been constantly updating the database to make it more human-like. At the beginning, there was a 13% chance that players would recognize it, but now, less than 1% of players can recognize that the person talking to them is an AI. After the introduction, Wu Yinming looked at Zhou Yang with some pride. This was something that their division had spent a long time researching, and it was the result of their hard work. Zhou Yang did not comment, but asked, anything else? Wu Yinming was stunned for a moment, caught off guard by Zhou Yang. After thinking for a while, he quickly said, there are also some other things. Our self-developed intelligent programs can be used in many places. For example, in games, if there are many people logging into a certain server, the program will automatically mobilize the servers of other games to divert the traffic. If there are fewer people, the program will also use the vacant servers. Zhou Yang said nothing, just smiled. Wu Yinming looked a little panicked, especially under the stern gaze of Ma Huading next to him, and then said, by the way, we have also developed an intelligent game development program. After you input the general requirements, it will intelligently produce a game. Zhou Yang finally spoke up and said with a smile, you really are a gaming company? Zhou Yang nodded. He believed this since he was rich after all. After thinking for a while, Zhou Yang said, how about this? I'll give you a question and a week, and you give me a result. As he spoke, Zhou Yang stepped forward, opened a blank document on his computer, and wrote down a topic. Everyone present came forward to check it out. The topic is this: write a program and let the program draw a picture. Okay, that's all for today, Mr. Ma. I'll be leaving first. Zhou Yang smiled and stretched out his hand. Ma Huading was stunned. Are they leaving now? They haven't even seen anything yet. But he still quickly shook hands with Zhou Yang and said, okay, Mr. Zhou, don't worry. We will definitely work hard to solve the problem you asked. Zhou Yang nodded, turned and left. The car drove away. A group of executives stood there with strange expressions. Mr. Ma, who is this Mr. Zhou? Wasn't he here to visit? Why did he just take a few glances and leave? Asked an executive. Who knows? I just saw an artificial intelligence department. Do they want to cooperate with us on artificial intelligence projects? It's possible. Ma Huading nodded slowly and said, he just looked at the artificial intelligence department, which means he wants to cooperate in artificial intelligence, but I feel that he is not very satisfied with our artificial intelligence department. From beginning to end, Zhou Yang didn't say a single good word. What the hell is Wu Yinming doing? He is paid hundreds of millions of yuan every year, but he only produces such little results. If he fails, we should fire him. You can't blame Wu Yinming. Artificial intelligence is a bottomless pit. Even if you invest hundreds of millions of dollars a year, you may not even see any splash. Ma Huading said, let's go back and look at that question. Everyone returned to the artificial intelligence department. Wu Yinming, what do you think about this question? Ma Huading asked immediately. Wu Yinming was extremely nervous. The top management had sent a message yesterday saying that a big shot would come to visit today. At that time, Wu Yinming felt that their artificial intelligence department had only been established for 1 or 2 years and had not achieved any outstanding achievements. Even if a big shot came to visit, he would probably not come to his place. But he didn't expect Zhou Yang to come. Looking back on the entire visit, Wu Yinming could only describe it in 4 words: terrible. Especially at the end, Ma Huading's face looked extremely ugly. Isn't it just writing a program and drawing a picture? I think it's very simple. A senior said. Many executives with a technical background also nodded. In their opinion, this problem was not difficult, and they could just write a program and do it in minutes. Wu Yiming shook his head and said, Dear leaders, I think the meaning of Mr. Zhou's question may not be that simple. It is not about simply drawing a picture, but how to draw it. Write an artificial intelligence-like program to think about how to draw with human thinking. Ma Huading thought about it and said, this shouldn't be difficult. Write a program and tell it that I want to draw a tree. How difficult is that? Wu Yinming was about to cry and said, Mr. Ma, it's not that simple. I feel that the first question Mr. Zhou wants to test is that the program should think about what I want to draw, rather than us giving him a proposition. Ma Huading reacted immediately. Giving a program a proposition and asking it to draw is completely different from telling the program to draw a picture and letting the program think about what I want to draw. Just the question of what I want to draw is not so easy to solve. If you do a good job, there will be a reward. A big reward. Do you understand? He felt that if he couldn't handle this matter well, it would be difficult in the future. Chapter 68. Earn money from foreigners. In the car, Zhou Yang sat quietly. Chun Ruoyun asked from the opposite side, Are you dissatisfied? Zhou Yang came to his senses and realized that Chun Ruoyun was talking to him. It seems that we rarely talk except for necessary communication. Zhou Yang said, This should be the first time that Chun Ruoyun gossiped about me. In the past, we only talked about work. Chun Ruoyun's eyes were a little evasive, and she said, I see that you seem a little dissatisfied, so I just asked casually. Zhou Yang smiled and said, I can't say I'm not satisfied. Well, I'm not very satisfied. Chun Ruoyun said, In fact, if you tell your superiors, you can set up your own company. Chen Ruoyun knew that Zhou Yang was still looking for the same cooperation model as before with BYD and HiSilicon. It's different. Zhou Yang shook his head and said, This project can train a large number of talents, and I hope that these talents will not hide in the research institute to do research and development, but work hard in society to research and develop and change the entire society. Just as Chen Ruoyun said, as long as Zhou Yang is willing, he can tell the country and transfer thousands or tens of thousands of researchers to develop artificial intelligence. It will be an easy task. But in that case, these people who have been transferred will probably return to their original research institutes, university campuses, etc. when the project is completed. At that time, they will still be disconnected from society, and no matter what research they come up with, it will not be able to be transformed into results immediately. On the contrary, this kind of business cooperation mode, driven by interests, can be transformed into results in the first time and directly change the society. Okay, you have your own reasons and I can't argue with you. Chun Ruoyun smiled. Zhou Yang was a little dazed by this smile. After a while, Zhou Yang retracted his gaze and said, Actually, you can smile more. Chun Ruoyun's pretty face blushed slightly, and she said nothing more. The next day, Zhou Yang went to the city to visit Alibaba as planned. The person who received us was the vice president of Alibaba, as their boss Ma was away due to some matters. Zhou Yang did not comment on anything. He left the same question and left. Jack Ma returned to the Hangzhou headquarters the day after Zhou Yang left. I heard that people from Matrix Energy came to visit. What did they see? Asked Jack Ma. The vice president said, I just took a casual tour, mainly looking at the research on artificial intelligence. By the way, he left a problem before leaving and gave us 7 days to solve it. Oh, what's the question? Bring it here and let me see it, said Jack Ma. Looking at the question in front of him, Jack Ma fell into deep thought. Matrix Energy is a big name. It would be great if we can cooperate with it, but it doesn't matter if we can't. We just need to do our own thing well, said Jack Ma. As for this question, you can give it to the people below you, organize a project team, and study it carefully for me. No matter what, we should strive for it, just in case we get a good cooperation project. Ali didn't mention it, but Zhou Yang had already arrived in the city. Li Tianshu came to the airport to pick him up. Mr. Zhou, are you going to develop artificial intelligence? Li Tianshu asked. Someone was specially assigned to report to him about Zhou Yang's itinerary over the past few days. And of course he knew that Zhou Yang had visited Tencent and Alibaba successively and left a question behind. Even for this question, Li Tianshu asked relevant experts to verify it as soon as he got it. Zhou Yang did not hide it and said, yes, it is artificial intelligence. Li Tianshu was a little confused. From Lungsan batteries to chips and then to high-strength crystalline steel, Zhou Yang's research and development span is astonishingly large. The key is that Zhou Yang has actually developed incredible results. Li Tianshu had reason to believe that Zhou Yang could develop great results in artificial intelligence, but he really couldn't understand why Zhou Yang wanted to do research in this way. A project is proposed and given to a company for cooperation, but the results are not yet out. Just like Warwick, the Tianxin 100 has not yet been officially produced, but Zhou Yang has already started other research. It seemed as if Zhou Yang was eager to study something. Li Tianshu heard that Zhou Yang worked more than 12 hours a day. Although Zhou Yang is still very young, Li Tianshu still wants to find a suitable opportunity to persuade Zhou Yang to relax and enjoy life. With Zhou Yang's current achievements, he can already beat 99% of the scientists in the country in seconds. Mr. Zhou, the weather is getting cold, and it's almost the end of the year. Why don't you go to the south to recuperate for a while? Li Tianshu asked tentatively. Zhou Yang glanced at Li Tianshu. During this period, Zhou Yang ran around nonstop and solved several important problems one after another. The core problems of Mecha have basically been solved. Actually, it's okay to take a break. The system has given 5 years, which is definitely enough given the current progress. Let's take a look. Zhou Yang didn't say death at all. Li Tianshu nodded quickly, feeling that he could already make arrangements. The car slowly arrived at Baidu headquarters. Robin Li and a group of Baidu executives were already waiting outside the door. Director Li Yanhong first shook hands with Li Tianshu. Li Tianshu's identity was not ordinary and not someone that ordinary people could get in touch with. Even Robin Li is not quite up to par. This must be Mr. Zhou, welcome. Li Yanhong did not forget Zhou Yang and hurried forward to greet him. Compared with the two Ma, Robin Li is more low-key, and he has a technical background and can be considered a typical science and engineering man. Hello, Mr. Li. Zhou Yang shook hands and followed Robin Li into the Baidu building. Mr. Li, how far has your autonomous driving developed? Zhou Yang asked. Among the 3 companies, Baidu actually has the most in-depth research on artificial intelligence. They have been working on autonomous driving, which is a very important application of artificial intelligence. Li Yanhong glanced at Zhou Yang. He only knew that Zhou Yang was from Matrix Energy, but he was not quite sure about his specific identity. It has been road-tested now, but it is still the first generation and is still far from our goal, said Robin Li. Zhou Yang asked again, how does it compare to Tesla? Globally, Tesla is probably the best in autonomous driving technology. However, during this period, Tesla was tortured to death because of the mass launch of Han. Of course, this is just the domestic market. However, Zhou Yang had heard from Li Ziyu that BYD planned to launch the Han overseas to seize the foreign market and make money from foreigners. Zhou Yang fully supports this point. If you want to make money, don't just focus on your own people. If you have the ability, go and make money from foreigners. Zhou Yang's idea is that by then not only BYD, but also Huawei will have to go out and earn money from foreigners. Chapter 69 selected. Zhou Yang's questions are very sharp. Li Yanhong was quite straightforward and said, we are probably not as good as Scylla. We still have some gaps in terms of algorithms. Zhou Yang was still very satisfied with this answer. Although Baidu has a bad reputation and its operations are a mess, their boss is pretty good in terms of technology. Finally, Zhou Yang also left the same question. Among the 3 companies, Zhou Yang actually prefers to cooperate with Baidu. But Zhou Yang decided to wait and see the results before making a decision. A few days later, Zhou Yang received answers from the 3 companies one after another. Each one provides a picture in an open-source program. The picture of the penguin is a realistic painting of a field landscape, with realistic brushstrokes and the texture of an oil painting. At first glance, it looks like it was painted by a professional painter. On the cat side, it is a bunch of interwoven blocks of color without any clear image, a perfect example of postmodern expressionism. The only answer I received from a certain website was very simple, just a circle. Moreover, the circle is not round. It looks like something a child scribbled on it. Chief Chin, which painting do you think is better? Zhou Yang asked. Chun Ruoyan next to her took a look and said, I think this photo of the penguin is good. It looks very real. Zhou Yang smiled and picked up the photo from Baidu. Zhou Yang hasn't looked at the procedures of the three companies in detail, but he already has the answer. Or a certain degree. Tsuyu, go make some arrangements. I'm treating the boss of a certain website to a meal. Zhou Yang said. The next morning, a Hongqi car stopped in front of Baidu's headquarters building. The boss of a certain company went downstairs early. The driver got out of the car first and said, Hello, sir. I am the driver responsible for picking you up. Here is my ID. After a pause, he said hurriedly, There's no need to look at the ID. The driver didn't say much, just opened the door and asked everyone to get in. The car hits the road. Yesterday, he received a notice saying that Zhou Yang invited him to dinner and someone would come to pick him up, and then what happened today happened. The car headed west and soon drove out of the city. Is it so far? I couldn't help but ask. The driver nodded slightly and said, It will arrive in about 15 minutes. He suppressed his doubts, wondering if there were any good restaurants outside the city, but the guest should follow the host's wishes, and he came here today mainly to discuss business. It is estimated that Matrix Energy may choose them to cooperate to a certain extent. I felt a little excited in my heart. In the past few years, Baidu has been declining, and I am not good at running it. Seeing Baidu half dying, I feel very anxious. Matrix Energy is very famous, and D, which cooperates with Matrix Energy, and High Silicon Kirin are all making huge profits now. How can I not be jealous? 15 minutes later, the car actually went up the mountain. When they reached the middle of the mountain, the car was stopped by armed guards. After checking the documents and reviewing them, they let you go. He felt inexplicably nervous. He felt that the surrounding area was not an ordinary place. There was a guard post every 3 steps and a sentry every 5 steps, and there were patrolling soldiers everywhere. The car stopped and was led by a special person. It passed another security check before entering the inner courtyard. Here is an antique building, like a manor. It is antique and the environment is quiet and elegant. I was led all the way to a garden in the deepest part, where I met Zhou Yang. Mr. Zhou. I feel a little shocked. This place is definitely not something that ordinary people can live in, not even if they are rich and powerful. Mr. Li is here, please sit down. There was a notebook and some documents in front of Zhou Yang. Ziyu, ask the kitchen to prepare it. Zhou Yang ordered. Li Ziyu went there immediately. Zhou Yang then said, I'm sorry, Mr. Li, for making you run so far. I'm a quiet person, so they arranged a yard like this for me. The scenery is pretty good. Let's go around after dinner. He quickly said, It's okay. It's not far. Logically speaking, he was a big shot in the business world and a wealthy man who was once on the rich list, but in such an environment, he became inexplicably restrained. I became even more curious about Zhou Yang's identity. Zhou Yang turned the notebook around and said, Here is what I wrote. You can take a look at it first. Not knowing what Zhou Yang was up to, he turned to look at the notebook. When I saw it, I was stunned for a moment. Is this an artificial intelligence program? Said in a lost voice. Zhou Yang nodded. Without asking any more questions, he hurriedly looked at it. He was a technician, so these things seemed to be no problem at all. But even so, he found that there were many things he still couldn't fully understand. Mr. Zhou, the meal is ready. Li Ziyu came to report. Zhou Yang put down his teacup, patted Li Yanhong on the shoulder, and said, Mr. Li, let's go eat first and watch it later. Have a meal? After a pause, he subconsciously said, Why are we still eating? These things are too important. I want to. At this point, he realized where he was and quickly changed his words. I'm sorry, Mr. Zhou. I was too engrossed in watching it. Let's eat, right? Are you ready? By the way, how long have I been watching? He stood up and said with a confused look on his face. Zhou Yang said, You have been watching for an hour. What? I've been watching this for an hour? He was startled and said, Mr. Zhou, you just said that you wrote these things. He looked at Zhou Yang in disbelief. He had always thought that Zhou Yang was a high-ranking official. But now, after seeing these things, he realized that Zhou Yang might not be a high-ranking official. Because even a scientist may not be able to research these things. Are you a researcher? He asked tentatively. Zhou Yang nodded and said, Yes, I am a researcher. Who do you think I am? I thought you were a high-ranking official. Xiao Xiao. A huge wave of emotion surged in her heart. There are many people doing research in China, but for a researcher to receive such treatment, To have to hire a security guard and have Li Tianshu accompany him when he goes out, and to live in such a place, he can't be an ordinary scientist. I'm afraid only the country's great men can receive such treatment. No wonder he can write these things. I said to myself, Matrix energy, could it be that the Lungsan battery and Core 100 were also developed by him? Another possibility suddenly occurred to me. It's not that he looks down on DD and high silicon Kirin, but he feels that epic-making future black technologies like Lungsan batteries and Core 100 are definitely not something that can be developed by DD and high silicon Kirin. And it seems more reliable that Zhou Yang, such an unknown, extremely mysterious scientist who is so highly valued by the country, developed these things. Chapter 70 Become More Pure. Come to the restaurant. The decoration is luxurious and classical, with some landscape paintings hanging on the walls on both sides. Li Yanhong took a casual glance and found a painting worth tens of millions. Since it can be displayed here, there is no doubt about its authenticity. The chairs in front of me, if I am not mistaken, should be made of Wangwali wood. These decorations alone are worth an unknown amount of money. Such luxury made even Li Yanhong, who was used to big scenes, feel a little pressure. After the host and the guests sat down, Zhou Yang said, I heard from them that the chef seems to be a state banquet chef. I don't know much about what dishes he made, so I don't know much about it. If you feel that the taste is not to your liking, just tell me and I can ask them to make other arrangements. Li Yanhong quickly waved his hand and said, It's okay. I can eat anything. Just kidding. If he is a chef who prepares state banquets, how can the food not be delicious? The dishes are first-rate and the presentation is like a work of art, making it hard to put down your chopsticks. Zhou Yang looked calm as he came up and started to pick open the belly of a fish with chopsticks. For Zhou Yang, if he wanted to eat this kind of thing, he could eat as much as he wanted. Li Yanhong burst out laughing and started eating. After 2 bites, he asked, Mr. Zhou, why did you show me that just now? That kind of stuff is a real secret. Isn't Zhou Yang afraid that he might copy it? Zhou Yang said, The things were originally given to you. Why do you want me to show them to you? For us. Li Yanhong was shocked. Is this the kind that is given directly? Zhou Yang said, You just read it, and you should know that what I wrote is a big framework, but every detail still needs people to fill in, and it is not something that can be completed by one or a few people. It requires thousands or even tens of thousands of people to work together to complete it. Li Yanhong nodded. He read it for an hour. Although he didn't finish it, he had understood it. Just like Zhou Yang said, what Zhou Yang took out was a writing outline, but the specific plot still needed someone to fill in. Filling in all the content is not a small project. I'm afraid it will take tens of thousands of people to do it. Zhou Yang continued, You know about Matrix Energy. If you want to cooperate, you have to split off a completely clean business company within Baidu. Use this business company as the main body and enter Matrix Energy. Baidu, BYD, and High Silicon Kirin are somewhat different. The latter two are domestic companies, while Baidu, which had a foreign background from the beginning and was registered in the Cayman Islands, controls domestic corporate entities through layers of shareholdings. And even now, Baidu's major shareholders are still foreign investment banks. If we really want to cooperate, this will definitely not work. Matrix Energy must be the dominant force to ensure that the core of artificial intelligence is under national control. I understand. Li Yanhong nodded. After learning that Matrix Energy was coming to visit him, and there was a possibility of cooperation, Li Yanhong also inquired about the situation at BYD and High Silicon because there was a precedent. According to the information obtained, BYD and Huawei have split off their relevant departments and merged them into Matrix Energy, or in other words, they have been acquired by Matrix Energy. However, Baidu's situation is more complicated, and it is not an easy task to split it out. Seeing that Robin Li was a little hesitant, Zhou Yang said, I chose Baidu because it is a company with a solid foundation and has really made some achievements in the field of artificial intelligence. I don't know much about business matters. In fact, in my opinion, Baidu has done too many things. Since you want to do artificial intelligence, then make up your mind and do it with all your heart. The future of artificial intelligence is far beyond your imagination. If you really want to do this, you can make Baidu more pure and keep some core businesses. Whether you make money or not is a small problem. As long as you do well, Matrix Energy will cover the bottom line for you. Li Yanhong opened his mouth wide. What Zhou Yang said really shocked him. Li Yanhong had no appetite for the rest of the meal. After the meal, he did not continue to read the contents of the notebook. He followed Zhou Yang around and left the manor. Li Ziyu appeared beside Zhou Yang and asked, Mr. Zhou, do you think he will agree? Zhou Yang shook his head and said, How would I know? I'm not a god. I can't guess what he's thinking. Whether he agrees or not, it won't have any impact on the overall situation. For Robinly, projects worth hundreds of billions of dollars affect the entire body. Any move can affect the jobs of tens of thousands of people and also concerns his own future. But for Zhou Yang, these are all trivial matters. As long as the general direction is right, then it won't go wrong. In the next few days, Zhou Yang stayed in the manor, not to wait for Li Yanhong's reply, but to prepare to rest for a few days. After being busy for so long, Zhou Yang also felt a little tired. On this day, Robin Li contacted Li Ziyu and told her that he wanted to visit her again. Zhou Yang agreed. At the same place, Li Yanhong met Zhou Yang and greeted him with a smile, seeming to be in a good mood. "How's your consideration?" Zhou Yang asked after some politeness. Li Yanhong said, "I have thought about it seriously in the past 3 days. In fact, I am just a technician. I should be more pure as you said, Mr. Zhou. I agree with your idea of streamlining Baidu, but there are some difficulties now. First, the procedures for delisting abroad are more complicated, and second, the shareholders, mainly some foreign shareholders, are not easy to deal with. Baidu implements shares. Although Robin Li's management is not the largest shareholder, the board of directors has the greatest power. But it is still useless. It is not easy to kick out shareholders." Zhou Yang smiled and said, "This is easy, a small matter. I'll do it." Zhou Yang waved to Li Ziyu and said, "Contact Director Li and ask him to think of a way to kick out those foreign shareholders of Baidu." Li Ziyu nodded and left. As for how to do it, Zhou Yang doesn't care. It's nothing more than some exchange of interests. Li Yanhong couldn't help but widen his eyes. What he thought was the most difficult task was solved so easily by Zhou Yang. The key is that Robin Li still believes that Zhou Yang is not bragging, but really has the ability to solve the problem. "Okay, there's a pond behind. Why don't we go fishing?" Zhou Yang said. "Good." Li Yanhong nodded blankly, never expecting that things would go so smoothly. Li Tianshu operated very quickly. On the third day after Robin Li made the decision, Baidu's largest shareholder, the Chinese investment company Dafeng, submitted a request to withdraw its shares to Baidu's board of directors. Li Yanhong was completely dumbfounded. He didn't expect that Dafeng would agree to withdraw its shares so quickly and did not ask for too high a price. After Dafeng was kicked out, some remaining small foreign shareholders also submitted withdrawal agreements. The only thing left now is to delist from the U.S. stock market and re-register the company in the country. Chapter 71 Delisting. Douyin, a piece of financial news, suddenly set off the entire internet and attracted incredible attention. Breaking news. Baidu has officially submitted a delisting application to Nasdaq. The application is now going through the process and will be completed in as fast as 7 working days. This video also released the official website announcement of the New York Stock Exchange, indicating that this incident is true. Many financial video accounts reposted the video, and its popularity soared, quickly reaching the top of the hot list. The comments are amazing. What on earth is going on? Why did Baidu suddenly delist? Humph. I guess the United States couldn't make it anymore, so they delisted. Among the 3 companies, only Baidu is declining. Rather, even if they are declining, they are still worth hundreds of billions of dollars, especially in China. As long as the internet exists, Baidu will not fall. Do you think a company like this will fail and be delisted? It's better to withdraw. A foreign company came to our country to make money. If it wants to go public, I think it should go public on our stock market. Stop messing around, come on. Aren't you afraid of losing your pants? Is there no response from Baidu? It's such a big thing. Although these 3 companies have declined to some extent, they are internet giants after all. Their every move can still attract enough attention, not to mention such shocking news as delisting. Many reporters who heard the news rushed to Baidu's headquarters for interviews. "Mr. Li, there are rumors out there. Should we respond to them? Then let's arrange a press conference 3 days later to announce what we are going to do next." 3 days later, at Baidu headquarters. After 3 days of preparation, the issue of Baidu's delisting has become completely hot, and almost all major mainstream media have reported on it. Some media also started live broadcasts on their respective Douyin accounts, attracting many people to watch. The press conference has begun. "Hey, you came in person. Delisting is such a big deal, so they must come out and explain the reasons." At the scene, he and several senior executives took their seats one by one, and then went on stage and announced, "Next, I will announce a few things on behalf of a certain company. At the same time, today is just an announcement, and there will be no question and answer session. Please do not make any noise and disrupt the order of the scene." Many reporters looked at each other and thought, the simpler the process, the bigger the matter. He coughed lightly and said in a clear voice, "The first thing is that Baidu will be delisted from the U.S. stock market, and all foreign shareholders will be cleared out. and the company in the Cayman Islands will be deregistered. Instead, we re-registered in China and incorporated all our business into the new domestic company. As soon as he finished speaking, the reporters at the scene were in an uproar. There was also a lot of discussion in the live broadcast room. Delisting, clearing out foreign investment. What is Baidu trying to do? Is it going to return to China completely? I don't understand. Even if we want to focus on the domestic market, there is no need to kick out foreign investment. The key is why foreign investors are so obedient and willing to be kicked out. I remember that the largest shareholder of Baidu is DFJ. They are a professional investment bank. They invested in Baidu and made a lot of money. How could they give up their shares? But it's still the right thing to do to return to China. There's nothing good about being abroad. Everyone was talking about it. He continued, at the same time, I announced that Baidu will enter the integration phase, streamline and abandon some businesses, and optimize some businesses, such as search business, will remove unnecessary ads, switch to the right-side ad model, and make the search results page cleaner. When these words were spoken, all the reporters at the scene were stunned. After hearing this, everyone's first thought was that someone was going to give up his martial arts. Search bidding advertising is Baidu's core business, and it is thanks to this business that Baidu has been able to achieve this honor. However, in recent years, this business has been criticized for its indiscriminate advertising and the ability to make headlines by paying money, and has even led to some lawsuits that have attracted a lot of attention. But Baidu is unmoved and continues to do as it pleases. Does Baidu not know that this thing is too deceptive? Of course not. It is still because of money. It can make money. But now, with the announcement that it will switch to right-side ads like Google, it is foreseeable that Baidu's advertising revenue will be greatly reduced. All the reporters wanted to ask why he was suddenly so kind. There was also an uproar in the live broadcast room. Oh my God, what is this guy trying to do? Is he going to become a good person? I find that I don't quite understand this wave of operations. Have they really given up on treatment? Anyway, I support this change. It's time to clean up that ad on Baidu. I'm afraid Baidu will go bankrupt because of this. To build a search engine, one needs to buy massive amounts of data and servers, which is an astonishing expense. If Baidu continues to do things the way it has, and then delists, it will probably be finished in a few years. Everyone was confused and couldn't understand the operation at all. He waved his hand, signaling silence at the scene, and did not explain why he wanted to streamline the business. He continued, the next and most important decision is that after the integration is completed, the certain company will be fully acquired by Matrix Energy. The specific acquisition method will not be announced to the public for the time being. Boom. The scene was in an uproar, as if a bomb had been dropped. Although we were told not to talk and disrupt the order at the scene, no one could bear it any longer at this moment. Crazy. This guy is crazy. What are they going to do? Matrix Energy. It's this Matrix Energy again, acquiring Baidu in full. My God. Think about it yourself. Matrix Energy acquired BYD's battery business and high-silicon Kirin. These two items alone are worth $150 billion. Now add Baidu to the mix. What is the origin of this Matrix Energy? It's too rich. Don't forget, the Lungsan battery and Core 100. These two technologies alone are worth an unknown amount of money. I've seen experts speculate that these two things are worth at least 1 trillion yuan. The key is that Matrix Energy was able to acquire these assets. Just think about how powerful they are. Reporters on the scene are going crazy. The onlookers in the live broadcast room were even more stunned. What happened? Did Baidu sell itself out? Matrix Energy, what is the origin of this company? It's too powerful. If Baidu has acquired it, which company will be the next? Maybe it will be Infwa's turn. These are not the key points. The key point is that after Matrix Energy acquired BYD and HiSilicon, the two companies immediately came up with black technologies such as Lungsan batteries and Core 100. Now they have acquired Baidu. What do you think Baidu will come up with next? I dare not think about it. Just thinking about it gives me goosebumps. This world is too crazy. Chapter 72 recruitment advertisements are on CCTV. The press conference really was just as Li Yanhong said. There was no question and answer session. After releasing the 3 messages, Robin Li waved to everyone and left. There were a bunch of reporters left who were so eager to ask questions that they almost died of vomiting blood, but they had no way out. The next day, as expected, the front page headlines were all about Matrix Energy's move to acquire Baidu in full. And to everyone's surprise, Baidu actually started to change according to what Robin Li said. Now when you open Baidu, there is only a search box, but no recommended news, hot lists, or anything like that. It is simple, just a search box. And after searching for something, There will no longer be a bunch of useless ads popping up. The search results are all on the left, and there are some ads on the right. The whole page is simple and clear. After so many years, the Baidu I'm familiar with is back. Countless netizens were excited. Afterwards, the problems with Tieba and Baijiaheo that were criticized by many people were all rectified. All power in Tieba is decentralized. All Baijiaheo accounts have been shut down, and users who have installed Baidu's full family bucket, security guard, and other software suddenly received pop-up windows from Baidu, claiming that the software will be permanently closed and will no longer provide any services. Even Baidu NetDisk has lifted the speed limit and no longer sells memberships. For a time, countless people exclaimed that Baidu had changed its ways. On TikTok, countless jokes popped up overnight. Something like, "When I opened Baidu, there were no pop-ups today, and it suddenly felt so strange." In short, what made everyone unbelievable was that Baidu really streamlined itself, as Li Yanhong said, and suddenly transformed from a company that was obsessed with making money into a public welfare company. Some of the bigger ones even put forward the slogan that a streamlined Baidu can survive for a few more years, and claimed that if Baidu continues to make reforms like this, it will close down in 3 years at most. The truth is that the remaining businesses of Baidu are basically not profitable, so they can only get some advertising fees. Tencent headquarters. Ma Huading looked at the middle-aged man in front of him. This middle-aged man was called Hu Kun, and he was the representative sent by Baidu. "What the hell are you doing?" Ma Huading couldn't help but ask. Hu Kun came here, actually representing Baidu, to sell Baidu's assets to them. Let's take a look at what Baidu is selling. Navigation websites, Baidu Music, Baidu Games, Baidu Browser, Baidu Nuomi, and Baidu Maps. It can be said that except for the core business of search engine, all other businesses have been put on the shelves by Baidu. Those businesses that Baidu has retained and are still operating cannot be said to be failed and are of great value. Now that they are all sold, they are going bankrupt and quitting. This made Ma Huading a little confused. Hu Kun laughed and said, "Boss Ma, I am just a small vice president. How can I know what Boss Li is thinking?" Ma Huading thought for a moment and suddenly asked, "By the way, what project does Matrix Energy want to cooperate with you on?" This? Before Hu Kun finished speaking, he was interrupted by Ma Huading, who said, "Don't think about it, it's artificial intelligence, right? But I'm really curious, what kind of project can make Baidu make such a big transformation and give up so many businesses? Aren't you making money?" "Oh, I see. It's the Matrix Energy that's backing you up, right?" Ma Huading is not stupid, so he can figure out the reason. Now that the state has taken over, profits and losses are no longer important, as the state will directly cover the losses. "I used to be a little envious of Baidu, but now, I'm not so envious," Ma Huading said. If he cooperated with Zhou Yang, he would probably do the same as Baidu, kicking out foreign capital and splitting the business. "Your CEO Li is being impulsive." Ma Huading shook his head. He felt that no matter what the project was, it was not worth Li Yanhong paying such a huge price. Picking up the document on the table again, Ma Huading began to read it carefully. Since Baidu wants to sell it, why shouldn't he buy it? In the past, he couldn't buy it even if he wanted to. The same scene is happening all over the country. Soon, someone revealed that Baidu was frantically selling its business. For a time, people inside Baidu were in a state of unrest. Tieba Business Department. High-quality assets like Aichi will definitely be easy to sell. No matter if they are good quality or not, I think they are determined to sell them all. At worst, they can just lower the price in the end. Our Tieba department should be fine. After all, Tieba is one of Baidu's core businesses. Brother, it's one of them, but not the core. I really envy the search engine guys now. They won't be in trouble even if anyone else is in trouble. I really don't know what's so good about Matrix Energy. Why do they want us to streamline our business if they want to acquire it? At this time, the head of the business unit came in, clapped his hands, attracted everyone's attention, and then said loudly, "Okay, starting from tomorrow, except for the basic maintenance personnel, the rest of the people will have a holiday. Our Tieba has been sold to Alibaba." There was wailing everywhere. "This is crazy. They even sold the forum. Do they want to quit doing this?" "Stop talking. What's the point of complaining? This is a decision from above. What's the point of us being dissatisfied? Forget it. Hurry up and find a job." With so many departments being removed at once, I guess there will be a lot of people looking for jobs. Why don't we just go to Alibaba? Alibaba bought us, so it's just right to use our original team. I heard that Alibaba's salary is quite high. Everyone was talking in low voices, and the atmosphere was filled with sadness. The person in charge glanced at everyone and said, "Don't be so gloomy. The sky hasn't fallen, and no one is saying they're going to fire you. Next, the company will have a big project, and everyone will have to participate. And I can tell you in advance that your salary will increase when the time comes. Big project. What big project? Everyone was shocked. Baidu had sold all the businesses it could sell, so how could it have any big projects? The person in charge smiled mysteriously and said, "Don't worry, you will know in 10 days. Baidu is selling its businesses to external parties, and major media and the public are talking about it. Major headhunting companies are also taking action. After selling so many core businesses, Baidu is bound to lay off employees. Those who can join Baidu are certainly not ordinary people." But at this moment, 10 days later, a message suddenly appeared on Baidu's official website. In addition, major media websites and many users have received related pop-up news. Baidu has invested hundreds of billions of yuan to enter the field of artificial intelligence. Now it is preparing for battle and is recruiting computer-related talents nationwide. The salary is much higher than the industry standard and the treatment is generous. As long as you have talent, you can come. When this announcement came out, the industry was shocked. What is even more shocking is that on the evening of the announcement, the alcohol advertisement before the 7 o'clock news was unprecedentedly replaced by a recruitment advertisement shot by Baidu. This advertisement made it known to everyone that Baidu was going to develop artificial intelligence. Chapter 73. Recruiting Talents Nationwide. This advertisement is not a shoddy one, but a well-made one. It doesn't even look like a recruitment advertisement. At the beginning of the advertisement, the male protagonist was awakened by a friendly call. The bedroom curtains opened automatically, and accompanied by pleasant music, the male protagonist got up and went to the bathroom. "De Huang, is there any mail for me?" the man asked while brushing his teeth. On the mirror opposite, some information was scrolling, including weather information and the latest news. A voice sounded beside my ear. "Master, you have an unread email. It is a reply email from Baidu. Congratulations, Master. You have been accepted by Baidu." The man let out an excited cheer. The camera moves, and the male protagonist changes his clothes at the recommendation of a mysterious voice and goes out. A dreamy car has stopped in front of him. "Get in. This is a driverless car." A holographic projection appeared on the car's dashboard. It was a Gundam mecha. It was obvious that the male protagonist was a Gundam enthusiast. "Master, Zero reports to you. The destination has been detected, requesting departure." "Let's go." The male protagonist gave the order, and the car rushed onto the road. At the end of the advertisement, the male protagonist joined Baidu and an advertising slogan popped up, "Join us and change the world together." This advertisement is obviously a big production and has the quality of a movie. The key point is that it is unprecedented to be able to play this advertisement before the countdown to the 7 o'clock news. There is also a lot of discussion about this advertisement on the internet. Is Baidu going all out on artificial intelligence? It sold off so many businesses before. Is it to concentrate its efforts? This is a bold move. What a determination. Baidu has been working on artificial intelligence for a while. Didn't they say they were working on autonomous driving? I wonder what they will come up with this time. Who knows? Anyway, there are countless people who say they want to develop artificial intelligence, but none of them have actually done it. What you think is all nonsense. We are just ordinary people, so we should be more realistic. I don't know if Baidu will really give high salary since it has made such a big fuss this time. I have already changed jobs and submitted my resume. I will watch the live broadcast to see the result. To tell you the truth, Baidu is serious this time. I got Baidu's salary in advance. It's a 5-year programmer salary. The salary is indeed higher than the industry level, 35 a month. Oh my God, it's so high. After 5 years of working as a programmer, you can get 35,000 yuan. This is at least 40 to 50% higher than the industry average. No more talking, go and submit your resume now. Baidu not only spent money, but also started poaching people. Tencent headquarters. Old Wu, what do you mean by this? You resigned and were doing a good job. Why? Wu Yinming, head of the Artificial Intelligence Department, submitted a resignation letter to his superiors. "I just want to change jobs." Wu Yinming felt a little embarrassed. "It's just a job change." "Humph, don't tell me that Baidu is trying to poach you. Tell me, how much money are they prepared to give you?" The person in charge looked angry. In the past few days, many people have submitted their resignations. Upon careful inquiry, it turned out that they were all poached by Baidu. Wu Yinming was the first senior technical personnel poached by Baidu. Wu Yinming was exposed in front of everyone, and his face turned red with shame. "Just tell me, how much is it a year, 60 or 70? It's just money. Baidu has plenty of money, and neither does Tencent. You tell me how much they'll pay, and I guarantee it'll be 10% higher than theirs. Wu Yinming hesitated for a moment and said, they give me 1.2 million a year. How many? The person in charge's eyes widened instantly, his breath was lost, and he started coughing violently. Are they crazy? The person in charge screamed. Wu Yiming's current salary is less than 500,000 yuan a year, and Baidu has doubled it to 1.2 million yuan. It's no wonder that Wu Yiming was tempted. As for the words I just said about wanting to have 10% more than Baidu, I don't dare to say it again. After hesitating for a moment, the person in charge whispered, by the way, was it a headhunter who contacted you? Or someone from Baidu? Can you help me contact them and see if they need any personnel? Ideals and responsibilities are all bullshit. Money is what matters. Wu Yiming scratched his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Similar scenes kept happening in major internet companies. Baidu waved its money and spent money like crazy to poach people, and it really poached quite a few people. Even some business tycoons came out to complain that Baidu was not doing things in an honest way and breaking industry rules. Baidu doesn't care about these. After integrating the businesses, they have money, not to mention that there is matrix energy behind them. At this time, news suddenly came from HiSilicon. The mass production problem of Tianjin 100 has been solved, nearly half a month ahead of schedule. Yu Changheng also contacted Zhou Yang, wanting Zhou Yang to attend the groundbreaking ceremony. Zhou Yang thought about it and refused. He is also very busy, so there is no need. After solving the control core problem, Zhou Yang's attention was already on another key system of the Mecha, the propulsion system. The difficulty of this particle thruster is not low. Although the system provides complete technical information, many of the technical difficulties and production process solutions are not so easy. Zhou Yang's plan was to wait for Su Chun and Li Bingxian to complete their projects and then integrate them to invest in the research and development of thrusters. If Zhou Yang didn't come, Yu Changheng didn't dare to say much. He knew that Zhou Yang was not an ordinary person. In his opinion, the mass production of Tianjin 100 was a great event, but for Zhou Yang, it was probably nothing at all. On December 16th, Yu Changheng posted a message on his Weibo. December 24th, Christmas Eve, we'll see you there. A Weibo post shook the entire internet. Tianjin 100's debut is here. When the news came out, Apple was immediately shocked. Apple executives gathered together to review the collected information. Compared with ordinary people, Apple has more detailed information. All of this information was collected from Warwick suppliers. After reading the collected configuration information, Cook was suddenly overwhelmed. Everything that can be put online is put online, said an executive depressedly. Yes, 120 refresh screen, dual stereo speakers, 3 structured lights, underscreen camera, and the key is their body. How can it be so thin? Warwick has all the configurations that a flagship phone should have. Damn it, it's all because of the Lungsan battery. The internal space of mobile phones is limited. Many configurations are not that mobile phone manufacturers do not want to use them, but there is no space for them, so they have to castrate the configurations. Nowadays, because of the Lungsan battery, a lot of internal space can be freed up and it can also have a large capacity. Cook looked at the head of the supply department and asked, how is the negotiation with BYD going? Can we get the goods? Apple also wants to use Lungsan batteries, but the key is that they are out of stock and it has not received any until now. Chapter 74 M40 release. The head of supplier management shook his head. No, there is still no stock. As far as I know, Didi has allocated at least half of their production to electric vehicles. Not to mention us, even their own mobile phone manufacturers have limited batteries. Damn, they make electric cars. Cook cursed in frustration that it was a complete waste to use this kind of high-tech battery in electric vehicles. But the current situation is that by next year, 100% of mobile phone manufacturers will release large-capacity Lungsan battery phones. But Apple has not yet obtained the Lungsan battery. Think about it, all the mobile phones on the market have a battery capacity of tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of mAh, but Apple is still using 3,000 mAh and 5G super fast charging. I guess none of them can compete with it. No matter what, we must get the Lungsan battery, do you understand? Cook shouted. Everyone was silent for a while before an executive asked, what should we do now? Cook gritted his teeth and said, I have discussed with Qualcomm, Intel, and Nvidia. This time, we will unite and launch a comprehensive attack on Huawei. This is a life and death battle. Either they die or we die. We must not let them rise, otherwise the order we have worked so hard to build for so many years will be destroyed by them. The Chip 100 they have brought out is a black technology that can change the entire industry situation. If it is allowed to take off, they will have no chance of success. So this time, Many companies have united together and plan to suppress it from all sides. Fruit, Yinger, Ingda, and Modong. These four companies have a combined market value of more than $1 trillion US. In Cook's view, they are by no means opponents. The first shot of suppression will start with Fruit. Yu Changhong announced that the film would be released soon and began to build momentum for it, with online and physical advertising, spending money regardless of cost, with an astonishing amount of effort. Qingtian Center is also busy preparing for the press conference. The time gradually approaches the 24th. But on the 23rd, Yu Changhong suddenly received bad news. What? They don't plan to rent the venue in Europe to us anymore. How could this happen? We have already signed the contract. What? They're willing to pay the penalty? Sue them and make them compensate us for our losses. What? They said they're not afraid of us suing them. Fine. Find me a lawyer now and sue them. This time, the plan is to hold a press conference simultaneously in China and Europe. Because the mobile phone is doing well in the European market, the key is to be able to sell it at a higher price and make more money. However, Yu Changhong did not expect that 2 days before the press conference, the exhibition center rented in Europe suddenly breached the contract unilaterally. Moreover, they adopted a shameless attitude, like a dead pig that is not afraid of boiling water. You can pay compensation and sue them as you like, but we will not allow you to hold the press conference anyway. The key point is that there is still 1 day before the press conference, and it is too late to find another place and rearrange it. Damn it, someone must be playing tricks on me. Yu Changhong cursed inwardly. He had already smelled the scent of conspiracy. He knew that the release of Core 100 had affected the interests of many people. These forces had not reacted before, not because they were kind, but because they were waiting for Huawei to make the first move. Now, the underhanded move came. Humph, the more this happens, the more I cannot let you be complacent. Yu Changhong secretly made up his mind that for Huawei, this would also be a counterattack. Number 24. The spacious conference hall in Qingtian Center was packed with people. The entire process is also broadcast live on various live streaming platforms. Many netizens are discussing the configuration enthusiastically. There's nothing much to say about the configuration. It's Tianxin 100 plus Lungsan battery. The other configurations have basically been exposed. It has everything it should have. I'm only concerned about the price now. It seems that only the latest version is equipped with Kirin 100, while the regular version is still equipped with Kirin 1000. No problem, I'll buy it just for the Core 100, as long as the price is not too exorbitant. Yes, this is a chip we developed ourselves, so we must support it. Before, we could only use other people's chips. Now we finally use mobile phone chips designed and produced by ourselves, but the performance is still 100 times that of others. Haha, I want to know what Apple and Qualcomm are thinking. I guess they will be so angry that they will die. I heard it will be officially released tomorrow, Christmas Day. I've already thought of a gift for my girlfriend, so here it is. Many netizens were discussing this, with the price being the most discussed topic. As for the configuration, after all, it is a flagship phone. So all the new technologies that can be thought of will definitely be included, otherwise how can it be called a flagship phone? The time came to 10 o'clock. The press conference began, and Yu Changhong appeared and said loudly, "After more than a month, we meet again." After a brief opening statement, Yu Changhong went straight to the point. Then let's take a look at the actual machine first. Yu Changhong took out a mobile phone from the box. Warwick has always been strong in waterfall screen, ultra-thin body, and industrial design. This phone is so thin, only 6.5 millimeters, it's ridiculous. It's because of the battery. Once the battery technology breaks through, the internal space will be larger. I read a report before that Xiaomi plans to redesign the motherboard and no longer use the current 3-layer motherboard. Instead, it will open up the motherboard and integrate the Lungsan battery onto the motherboard. In this way, the phone will only become thinner and thinner. With an ultra-thin body and eye-catching industrial design, this phone looks like a work of art in Yu Changhong's hand. Next, Yu Changhong followed the process and began to introduce the configuration of the mobile phone. As expected, all kinds of top-level configurations are available. So slow, you might as well come up and quote the price directly. That's right. What's the point of introducing this configuration? I already know it. The key is the price. Finally, after an hour of the press conference, Yu Changhong finally finished introducing all the configurations of the phone. The configuration is top-notch and nothing else. And unlike before, the standard version has not been castrated. Compared with the version, the only difference in the standard version is the chip. Yu Changhong put down his phone and said, "Next, it should be the stage of announcing the price." I think this is also what many people are concerned about. The press conference and netizens who were watching the live broadcast were instantly excited. How much will the world's first mobile phone equipped with Chip 100 cost? Yu Changhong smiled and said, "We'll reveal the answer to this mystery later." As soon as these words were spoken, there was an uproar at the scene. There was also a lot of criticism on the internet. "Yu Changhong, you've had enough. Will you die if you name a price? I feel like cursing at you for keeping us in suspense like this." But at the press conference, Yu Changhong's next words shocked everyone again. Yu Changhong waved his hand and said, "Next, I want to announce one thing, which is that it will be equipped with our newly developed Unveiling system." Unveiling system. This system, which has long been a legend, has finally been brought to the fore. In an instant, the scene and the live broadcast platform were all blown up. Chapter 75, Digging Your Own Grave. Recall that not long ago, Google announced that it would cut off the Google Suite on Huawei phones. This fundamentally cuts off Warwick mobile phones' overseas market. Because foreign Android users cannot do without the Google Suite, just like if you are not allowed to use WeChat on your phone, you will definitely give up using it. At that time, countless people felt aggrieved and felt sorry for Huawei, thinking that Huawei might never recover, but at that time, Huawei came up with the Unveiling system. And what happened not long ago is so similar. At the instruction of the country, TSMC no longer manufactures Kirin chips. Huawei's counterattack is Tianxin 100. In the live broadcast room, comments appeared like a screen full of comments. "Oh my god, I thought Unveiling system was dead, but it actually came out. No doubt about it, Huawei is awesome. That's how it should be. The more we face setbacks, the more courageous we become. Sooner or later, everything will be localized. What's the point of making everything local? We should sanction them just like they are sanctioning us." Apple headquarters. Cook and other Apple executives also watched the live broadcast of the press conference through the online platform. When Yu Changhong announced that the phone would be equipped with the Unveiling system, Cook and others were also shocked. Damn it, they really figured out this system. Impossible, it must be fake, they don't have the technology. Don't kid yourself. They've already announced that the entire system will be equipped with it. Of course, they've already researched it. Even if we figure it out, what can we do? Ecology. The key is ecology. The core of a mobile phone system is its ecosystem, just like Apple's core competitiveness is definitely not its mobile phone, but the ecosystem they have built over many years of operation. All software developers help them develop software. It is easy for you to create a new system, but if software vendors don't help you develop software, naturally no one will use it. Not to mention, there is another important reason of habit. At this time, at the press conference, Yu Changhong announced that the Unveiling system will be compatible with all Android applications and has already carried out in-depth cooperation with mainstream domestic developers. For example, Tencent, NetEase, etc. will port all their games to the Unveiling platform and will also launch several new games for the first time. This shows that Huawei has also reached out to software developers, not to mention that the Unveiling system is also compatible with current Android software. It can be said that Unveiling system and Android system will be able to replace each other seamlessly. Apple headquarters. Yu Changhong finished his announcement and all the executives fell silent. Huawei is already building the Unveiling ecosystem. If Huawei succeeds, the consequences will be unimaginable. Everyone looked at Cook. Cook's face was so gloomy that water seemed to drip out of it. They will release the Unveiling system sooner or later. Huawei is very ambitious, and I have seen this a long time ago. Well, don't panic. Rome was not built in a day. It is not easy for them to build an ecosystem. What I am most concerned about now is their price. Cook said slowly. At the press conference, Yu Changhong demonstrated the Unveiling system. Its excellent adaptability and system interface can be called perfect. Okay, now comes the most popular part, which is the price part. For a moment, the press conference was silent. There is also less discussion on the internet. With this configuration, plus the perfect combination of Lungsan battery and Tianxin 100, the version starts at least $69.99. Let's not talk about the regular version, which is $4,999 at most. The point is, if the world's first Tianxin 100 is really sold for 7,000, it's not really expensive. Are those who are asking for 7,000 yuan dreaming? This is Tianxin 100, and Apple 12 only relies on it. How dare they sell it for more than 8,000 yuan? Tianxin 100 has a performance 100 times that of Tianxin 100. So why do they sell it for more than 7,000 yuan? That's right. Some people kneel for too long and really can't stand up anymore. Our phones are made by ourselves and have better configurations than theirs. Why should we sell them cheaper than them? I support the starting price of 9,000 yuan. That's right. Tianxin 100 is the only one in the world. Why is it sold so cheaply? Believe it or not, If Tianqin 100 was developed by Apple, they would dare to sell it to you for 20,000 yuan. So not only do they have to sell it more expensively than Apple, they also have to sell it overseas to grab all of Apple's market share. Yu Changhong did not keep the suspense any longer and announced the pricing directly. Standard version, starting at $59.99. This price is not that high. Although Kirin 1000 cannot be compared with Tianqin 100, it is also a top-level 5nm chip, and the difference is not much. Coupled with its high configuration, it is sold at 6,000, which is already a conscience price. As soon as the price was announced, there was an uproar at the scene. There was also an uproar in the live broadcast room. It's so expensive. I'm defeated. The standard version starts at 6,000 yuan, so the Tianqin 100 version will cost 8,000 or 9,000 yuan. Don't count it as 8 or 9,000, just 4 nines, 10,000. At the press conference, Yu Changhong paused and then announced the price of the edition. When this price came out, it was beyond many people's expectations. I thought it would cost 4 nines, but it's only 84.99. It's quite cheap. It doesn't matter how much it sells for. Don't you realize that this price is the same as the price of iPhone 12? My goodness, Huawei is going to cause trouble. And the standard version is 5,999, which is about the same price as the iPhone 12. I understand that Huawei is targeting Apple with its pricing. Apple headquarters. As soon as the price was announced, many executives laughed. Haha, they dare to sell it at such a high price. Are they courting death? Who do they think they are? At this price, who would buy their iPhones? They would definitely buy our iPhone 12. They dare to sell at the same price as us. They don't deserve this price at all. Many executives were completely relieved. What they feared most was that Warwick would sell at a super low price. If that happened, the performance would be much better than theirs, and the price would be lower than theirs. Then they would be in real trouble. And now, Warwick is simply digging its own grave by selling at such a high price. Cook finally smiled and said, Huawei is too arrogant, but we can't let our guard down. They're going to release the product tomorrow. Go ahead and make an announcement. We'll also lower the price by 1,000 and completely defeat them. A reduction of 1,000 is too much. I think a reduction of a few hundred yuan would be enough. Cook shook his head and said, No, just lower the price by 1,000. I will defeat them thoroughly this time and not give them a chance to turn the tables. Well, 1,000 is 1,000. We still have money to earn. Apple's profits are extremely high. Even if the price is reduced by 2,000 or 3,000, it will still make a profit. The price was announced, and there was a lot of discussion online. Many people say that Warwick is too expensive, and if it were all reduced by 1,000 yuan, it might still be sellable. Now that it is competing with Apple, Warwick is likely to suffer a setback this time. Warwick did not respond or pay any attention to these criticisms. The new phone was immediately put on sale on its official website, and it will be available nationwide at 8 a.m. on the 25th, simultaneously with offline sales. Chapter 76 Price Reduction. Number 25th. At 7 o'clock in the morning, Fei Xiaomei, a technology blogger with millions of fans online, started the live broadcast early. Because a preview was given last night, as soon as Xiaomei started the live broadcast, thousands of people flocked to the show. Xiaomei has a sweet appearance and a forthright personality. She greeted the people in the live broadcast room and said, Friends, just like I said yesterday, let's go to Sanlitun now. There is Warwick's largest flagship store there. Let's go and see if it will be as predicted online, and no one will buy it. The assistant took photos with his phone while Xiaomei drove the car and said, We still have 30 minutes to our destination. We will arrive there around 7:30. We must avoid traffic jams. You asked me if I want to buy it. Of course I will buy it. If the live broadcast room gets over 1 million likes, I will be the first to tear it down live today. Let's take a look at what the legendary Tianqin 100 is like. The number of people in the live broadcast room continued to rise. Xiaomei continued to communicate and arrived at Sanlitun more than half an hour later. Okay, the Huawei flagship store is in front. I remember that the Apple flagship store is across the street. Some people on the internet said that Huawei sells at such high prices to compete with Apple. I wonder if Apple panicked after yesterday's press conference. At 8 o'clock in the morning, there were already crowds of people in Sanlitun. Xiaomei had a clear goal and went straight to the Warwick flagship store. As she was walking, Xiaomei suddenly noticed that there was someone queuing in front of her. Oh my God, is there anyone queuing here? Xiaomei became excited instantly. There were hundreds of thousands of viewers in the live broadcast room. When they saw the long queue in front, they were all amazed and talked about it. What a joke. How could so many idiots come from buying Warwick for over 8,000 yuan? Maybe they are queuing to buy something else, not necessarily to buy it. That's right, it's not Apple. Is there any need to rush to buy it? What's the meaning of what the above person said? If someone can grab Apple's products, why can't someone grab Huawei's products? In the past, our mobile phones were not as good as others, and we admitted that Apple was better, but now, our technology is not much worse than Apple's, and is even better than Apple's. Why can't we grab them? Support Huawei and defeat Apple. Xiaomei immediately came to the front of the team, grabbed a boy and asked, "Handsome guy, what are you doing?" The boy glanced at the camera next to Xiaomei and said nothing. "Buy a mobile phone, don't you know? Are all these people?" Xiaomei said in surprise. The boy nodded and said, "I came here at 6 o'clock, but I still ended up queuing here. I heard that some people have been queuing here since the early morning." Xiaomei was so frightened that her face turned pale. She said, "You came here to line up in the early morning, is this true?" A boy in front of me turned around and said, "Don't believe him. Anyone who comes here to line up in the early hours of the morning is 100% a scalper." "Oh yes, there are also scalpers." Xiaomei suddenly realized and said to the audience, "It is said that the production capacity of Tianjin 100 is insufficient, so Huawei can't produce too many phones in the first batch. Of course, these are all rumors, and no one knows whether they are true or not. If the production is really insufficient, it is normal for scalpers to stock up, so my friends, if you really plan to change your phone, hurry up." After that, Xiaomei said, "Let's go and take a look in front." Accompanied by her assistant, Xiaomei walked along the long queue, which was over 100 meters long. The live broadcast room was already in an uproar. "Damn, it's fake. I guess Warwick paid for it to get people in line and create a hot selling atmosphere. That's right, you have to queue up to buy a crappy domestic mobile phone. That's ridiculous. Why can't Huawei line up? I think it's true. Just wait and see. I believe it will sell well this time. That's right. I think Huawei is right to sell its products in competition with Apple. Why can't our phones sell better than Apple's?" The two parties in the live broadcast room started to curse each other. At this time, Xiaomei also came to the front of the team. It can be seen that there are already employees maintaining order at the entrance of Warwick flagship store. At the same time, there were several people who looked like anchors nearby, also filming, as if they were broadcasting live. Xiaomei said in distress, "The line is so long. How long will it take me to get there?" "Well, I'll let my assistant get in line first, and we can continue chatting." After calling the assistant to go to the queue, Xiaomei was about to go up and interview a few customers in line, when suddenly her eyes lit up and she said, "Guys, I see an old friend." As she spoke, Xiaomei immediately met a man who was taking pictures with a SLR camera. "Let me introduce to you all. This uncle is the guest blogger of the mobile forum, Yao Dao himself. Come on, Uncle Yao Dao, say hello to our friends first." The man waved at the camera, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, and said, "Why are you here?" Xiaomei said, "You are here. I am a technology blogger, so why can't I come? I am planning to buy a machine today and take it apart. Look at the line. Some are already lined up." Yao Dao smiled mysteriously and said, "You want to disassemble it, right? Come to me. I have already received one in advance. If nothing goes wrong, I will be able to receive it when the courier arrives in a while." "What? How did you get it in advance?" Xiaomei exclaimed. Yao Dao laughed and said, "What are you saying? As a technology blogger with millions of fans, am I not qualified to review a mobile phone?" Xiaomei pouted and said, "I have tens of millions of fans. Why should I be treated differently?" Yao Dao smiled smugly and said, "Then you should ask Huawei. By the way, let me show you something interesting." As he said that, Yao Dao pulled Xiaomei to the other side and pointed at the Apple flagship store opposite and said, "Did you see it?" Xiaomei took a look and immediately exclaimed, "Oh my God, Apple actually lowered the price. The entire iPhone 12 series has been reduced by 1,000 yuan. Is this true?" Huawei held a press conference yesterday and announced that it would officially go on sale today, and the price was comparable to that of the iPhone 12. However, the iPhone 12 immediately dropped its price by 1,000 yuan. Are they afraid? In the live broadcast room, many viewers were also excited. Fuck, is this true? Apple actually lowered its price by 1,000. That's really good. If it smells really good, just go ahead and buy it. Humph, I think Apple is scared and can only lower the price to sell it. No matter what the sales are, I support him just because he can scare Apple. Xiaomei was shocked and asked quickly, "Uncle Yao Dao, let me ask you, do you think Apple is scared?" Yao Dao shrugged and said, "Who knows whether they are afraid or not? Maybe Apple wants to reduce the price to hurt sales. No one can tell for sure. But I have to say that it really impacted Apple. At least it made Apple panic. It's not easy to do this. Let's go, it's almost time. The sale is open, let's go take a look." Yao Dao patted Xiaomei on the shoulder and walked towards the Warwick flagship store. Chapter 77. The First Demolition on the Internet. At 8 o'clock, the Warwick flagship store officially opened. Don't push, take your time. Customers who want to buy, please go through this special channel. If you want to buy other mobile phones or want to experience them, you can come into the store directly. We have arranged experience machines here. The store manager held up a big loudspeaker and loudly directed the order on the scene. We had anticipated that there would be queues, but we didn't expect so many people to come. We had originally planned to allow anyone to enter the store, but given the current situation, if everyone rushed in, there would probably be big problems. So the store manager made a temporary decision to set aside an area specifically for people in the queue to register and make their purchases. The crowd began to surge. Stop talking nonsense. I've been waiting in line for 7 or 8 hours. My bladder is about to explode. Hurry up, 10th machine. Faster. A middle-aged man in the front was holding his stomach and shouting. The store manager glanced at him and bought 10 units at once, so he was definitely a scalper. When it was released this time, there were rumors that the production of Tianjin 100 was insufficient, resulting in a shortage of stock. So scalpers also heard the news and planned to stock up and increase the price. Okay, please come in. The store manager said hurriedly, but he couldn't help sneering in his heart. If these scalpers went to their warehouse to take a look, they would probably no longer think of hoarding goods. The team began to move. Xiaomei was surprised and asked, "Don't these people buy it without trying it out first?" Yao Dao laughed and said, "Think about it. Wasn't it the same when we were rushing to buy Apple before? We were afraid that we wouldn't be able to get it, so we just bought it. And to be honest, we've already watched the press conference, so what's the good experience? We just bought what we wanted." As he said that, Yao Dao patted Xiaomei on the shoulder and said, "Come on, I'll take you to see the real machine. Can it be taken down?" Xiaomei asked hurriedly. Yao Dao nodded and said, "It must be demolished." "Then why are you still talking? Let's go." Xiaomei grabbed the magic sword and left. 20 minutes later, the two arrived at Yao Dao's home and resumed the live broadcast. "My friends, this is the first demolition on the internet. Are you looking forward to it?" Yao Dao also set up a camera and was filming. Unboxing. Yao Dao gently took out his phone and said, "I have to say, the workmanship is really top-notch, and it feels first-rate. It's like a work of art." Xiaomei beside him also smiled and said, "It is said that the ingredients used this time are the most abundant. All of them are top quality." Yao Dao didn't waste any time and turned on the machine to experience it. "The smoothness is amazing. Our neighborhood happens to have 5 networks. Let's try what it feels like to download 100 apps at the same time." Yao Dao clicked into the application center and started to download randomly. The Hongmeng system feels pretty good to use. While commenting, Yao Dao clicked on 100 apps, but since they were not connected, all of them were in the downloading state. Xiaomei said, "Uncle Yao Dao, 100 is not enough. This is the most powerful mobile phone chip in history, and its performance is 100 times that of Tianjin 100. If you want to test it, try something more difficult. Give me another 100. Yao Dao thought the same and said, "Okay, let's start with 200. There was also shock in the live broadcast room. Download 200 apps at once and install them all at once. Can this phone handle it? I don't know about other phones, but if Tianjin 100 is as powerful as Huawei claims, it should be fine. But installing 200 apps at once is pretty awesome. It won't be installed all at once, you have to download it, but at least dozens of them will be installed at once." At this time, Yao Dao also struggled to click on the 200 ones. "Okay, everyone, I'm in 5 connection mode now. I've tested the speed before and it's absolutely top-notch. Let's get started." Yao Dao turned on the traffic to download directly, and then 200 files entered the downloading state at the same time. Then Yao Dao saw that icons kept popping up on his desktop, and in less than 5 seconds, a page of the screen was installed. Fuck, what about the installation process? Did it install in seconds? Xiaomei couldn't help but scream, grabbing her hair and saying, "My scalp is numb right now. It installed in seconds. All of them installed in seconds. I couldn't even see the installation process, and I felt that they were not installed one by one, but 5 or 6 popped up in an instant. This means that as long as they are downloaded, they can all be installed immediately. This is too scary. Hurry, uncle. Open the app, keep it open and open." Yao Dao also reacted and quickly clicked on the application on the desktop. The application opens instantly, and there is no noticeable lag at all. And the key is that the application is still being installed here. Yao Dao opened applications continuously, and he opened more than a dozen in one breath before he stopped. It was not because he didn't want to open them anymore, but that all the applications had been installed. It's all done. All 200 of them have been installed. How long did it take? Less than a minute. Yao Dao exclaimed. Xiaomei was also shocked and said, I feel that if it weren't for the download speed limit, the installation speed would be even faster. Uncle, open the apps, 200 apps at the same time, and see if you can open them all. Yao Dao nodded and continued to open the application, saying, I'm not worried about whether it can last, but whether the memory is enough. I thought that 16 memory was exaggerated before, but now I feel that 16 is still too small. In front of the screen, Yao Dao kept opening applications, more than 130 in one breath before he stopped. Not enough memory. Yao Dao stopped and opened the task manager. There were more than 100 applications running in the background, so densely packed that it made people's scalps numb. Too strong. Yao Dao randomly clicked on one and said, it's a real full backend, without any background programs. Let's take a look at the chip's application efficiency. Yao Dao installed a device to record the chip's operation from the beginning. When he opened it and checked the records, he screamed, oh my God. Huawei said before that the mobile phone chip would have excessive performance. Now I believe it. Look, from the beginning to the end, the peak application efficiency is only 5%. It's crazy. Now I really want to see what conditions are required for this thing to run at full power. There was also a burst of exclamations in the live broadcast room. It takes 200 seconds to install. This performance is too scary. There are so many backends that can be opened, and the key is that it does not lag. Who dares to say that Hongming will lag? A performance monster. A true performance monster. I'm suddenly attracted to it. I won't say more. I'm going to place an order on JD. Just for this Tianqin 100, I also plan to buy one to try. By the way, the anchor should disassemble the machine first. Be the first one on the internet to do so. Don't let others get there first. In front of the camera, Xiaomei also hurriedly said, yes, uncle, disassemble the phone. This Tianqin 100 is too powerful. I want to see what kind of chip it is that has such powerful performance. Yao Dao nodded vigorously. He also became interested in this invincible chip. Chapter 78 Reverse Engineering, Non-Existent. Yao Dao has a complete set of professional disassembly equipment at home, and he also knows how to do it, so he started disassembling the machine immediately. After some effort, I removed the back cover. Seeing the internal situation, Yao Dao was shocked and said, there have been rumors before that all major mobile phone manufacturers will soon release all-inclusive motherboards, which means that the Lunxin battery will be packaged on the motherboard like a chip. In this way, the motherboard structure will be more reasonable, and there will be no need for multi-layer motherboards, so the mobile phone can be made thinner. Come and take a look. This is what the world's first all-inclusive motherboard looks like. The camera was pointed at the inside of the phone, and sure enough, the motherboard was integrated into one. And without a huge battery pack taking up space, the internal space became extremely reasonable. Dismantle it step by step. They are all top-notch configurations. This is the benefit of having more space. There is more room for top-notch configurations, and there is no need to make trade-offs. From this perspective, the launch of Lunxin batteries has also fundamentally changed mobile phones. In the future, mobile phones will only become thinner and have stronger performance. Okay, this should be the Lunxin battery. This thing is about the size of a chip. I can't imagine that it has a capacity of more than 8,000 milliamp hours. BYD is awesome. Xiaomei interrupted. I should say that matrix energy is awesome. I've read an analysis post that said both the Lunxin battery and the Tianqin 100 were actually developed by matrix energy. And matrix energy is so mysterious, it's most likely the country is behind it, which means it's the country that's promoting these technologies. Yao Dao didn't say much, continued to dismantle, and gradually frowned. This place should be the chip, but the package is a bit difficult to remove. Yao Dao pointed at a piece of iron-like area on the motherboard and said. Xiaomei also came over and said, it seems to be completely sealed in. Is this to prevent others from disassembling it? Yao Dao thought for a moment and said, that should be the case. They may be afraid that their technology will be cracked by others. Think about it, this is not a silicon-based chip, but a brand new technology. Even if you apply for a patent, it will be useless. Others will just imitate you. It is not so easy to build a patent wall in a short period of time. So I think that in order to maintain its advantage for a certain period of time, Huawei must have used special packaging technology to make it difficult or impossible to disassemble it, or even break it if you disassemble it. Xiaomei nodded and said, doesn't that mean that if the chip is broken, the only way is to replace the motherboard directly? I guess so. Yao Dao thought for a moment and said, let's not dismantle it yet. If I try to dismantle it, I feel like it will definitely break. I need to study it first, and then think about how to dismantle it. Xiaomei's face was full of regret. What she wanted to see most was Tianqin 100. Guys, I can't see it anymore. The audience in the live broadcast room didn't say anything. I understand. If it will break if you tear it down, it's better not to tear it down. That's right. Huawei did this for a very clear purpose, which is to prevent you from stealing the technology. In the past, we were the ones who reverse engineered and copied other people's technology. Now it's finally their turn to reverse engineer ours. It feels great. This person actually guessed it right. On the day of release, a phone was delivered to Apple's Asia Pacific headquarters. Cook and other executives also made video calls as soon as possible. How about it? Can it be dismantled? Cook urged. The engineer shook his head and said, "It's not easy to disassemble. I feel like Huawei must have used some special packaging technology. If you disassemble it by force, it will definitely break." Cook thought for a moment and said, "Let's take it apart first to see the structure inside." When Warwick first announced Tianqin 100, it said it was a chip that imitated biological cells, but no one knew what this thing was, or whether it was the first of its kind in the world. And Warwick has not applied for a patent, so no one knows. Even now, Warwick has not applied for relevant patents. Cook and others understand that this thing has been classified as a national defense secret and can never be made public. Therefore, it is impossible to obtain relevant technical information in a short period of time. The only way is to start with the released Tianqin 100 and analyze it through reverse engineering to see if we can figure it out. The engineer didn't say anything more and started to dismantle it. The first method is to melt the outer layer of metal at high temperature. The temperature is heated to more than 1000 degrees, and then the outer layer of metal melts. But the chip inside also turned gray. The second method is to use a machine tool to grind off the metal shell layer by layer. This is another meticulous job. After several hours, the internal structure was barely polished out. You can see the Tianqin 100 packaged inside, as well as the integrated structures. Test it quickly. Cook ordered immediately. However, when faced with Tianqin 100, Apple engineers were at a loss as to where to start. After examining under a microscope, they found that the chip itself was also packaged. They continued to polish it, but when they polished off the outer layer of the package, some black, sticky liquid actually flowed out. Then, the chip is scrapped. Liquid? How can it be liquid? Is it imitating cell fluid? Cook asked in surprise. Hurry up and test the composition of this liquid. After a long period of testing, the troubled engineers finally figured out what this thing was. It looks like thermally hydrocarbonized nanoparticles, said the engineer. Cook frowned, and after listening to the engineer's explanation, he realized that this was a relatively new material that had been discovered not long ago. But other than that, there's nothing inside the chip. At this point, Cook already understood something and said, "Okay, no need to test it anymore." After saying that, he cut off the video. Wanghu Village. Zhou Yang has returned to the research institute. "Mr. Zhou, the sales are very good. President Yu also posted a Weibo saying that the shipment volume exceeded 500,000 units on the first day, and the shipment volume is being increased." Li Ziyu picked up important domestic news and told Zhou Yang. Li Ziyu had a task, which was to collect some domestic and even international news, and then organize it and tell Zhou Yang about it every day. "Oh, it's not bad." Zhou Yang nodded slightly and didn't take it seriously. Let alone 500,000 units. Zhou Yang wouldn't care even if he sold millions or tens of millions of units a day. Li Ziyu added, "By the way, Mr. Zhou, after the release, I saw a lot of disassembly content about Tianqin 100 appeared on the internet. Will this leak the technology of Tianqin 100? Give way?" Zhou Yang looked at Li Ziyu with amusement and said, "You will understand what I mean. If Apple releases the chip, isn't it afraid that others will dismantle it and reverse engineer it? The internal structure can be seen with an electron microscope. There are all kinds of equipment in the laboratory. But the key is, even if you really spend a lot of effort to figure out its internal principles and structure, can you produce it?" Li Ziyu was stunned and showed an expression of enlightenment. "Do you understand? Even if I announce the technical principles of Tianqin 100 now, they can produce it? You are overthinking them." Zhou Yang smiled contemptuously. "This thing is actually like a nuclear bomb. The manufacturing principles are written in physics textbooks, but can you make it? It can't be made. So what's the point of knowing it? Therefore, imitation, reverse engineering, and the like do not exist at all." After saying that, Zhou Yang's attention turned back to the things in front of him. Li Bingxian and his team are busy working. A basically assembled aircraft engine was right in front of Zhou Yang. Chapter 79, Test Run Successfully. Li Bingxian himself had participated in the project establishment and preliminary research and was very familiar with the entire project. But the most critical thing is the preparation of high-strength crystalline steel. That's right, thanks to Su Chen's efforts, the third generation, which is also the third generation of crystalline steel envisioned by Zhou Yang, has been produced in the laboratory and will enter the industrial mass production design stage next. The small blast furnace outside the research institute, which had been built a long time ago, can finally be put into use. Mr. Zhou, it's assembled. Li Bingxian came over and said, "We have done the last inspection and found no problems." Speaking of this, Li Bingxian was also very excited. The production was finally solved in his hands. "Then let's test drive it," Zhou Yang said. Li Bingxian nodded vigorously. The next step was the key. It was relatively easy to replace the original key materials with high-strength crystalline steel, but no one knew whether high-strength crystalline steel could meet the process requirements. If the test run fails, it will be a devastating disaster. Li Ziyu, who was standing behind Zhou Yang, said softly, "Mr. Zhou, we are testing the car. Should we talk to the higher-ups about this?" Apart from anything else, if Gao Jianjun and his team knew that a test drive was going to be conducted here, they would definitely come and take a look. Zhou Yang handed over a pair of noise-isolating headphones and said, "No need for that. We don't know if it will succeed yet. It won't be too late to notify them once it succeeds. Although I believe it will succeed, there is still a chance of success." As he spoke, Zhou Yang put on his headphones and nodded to Li Bingxian, indicating that they could start. "Clear the area. Inject fuel." Li Bingxian gave a loud order. The engineers on site also became busy. Fuel injection completed. "Okay." Li Bingxian glanced at Zhou Yang and shouted through gritted teeth, "Drive." The ignition device was started, and the aircraft carrier codenamed Eagle 1 erupted with a huge roar. A red torrent gushed out from the nozzle, and a huge noise swept across the entire test site. "The system is working well," Corning shouted excitedly. The engineers on site were already cheering excitedly. The successful ignition is the first step. Li Bingxian also secretly waved his fist vigorously and glanced at Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang looked calm. "Mr. Zhou is still calm," Li Bingxian said secretly. He felt that the successful ignition was probably within Zhou Yang's expectations, so there was nothing to be excited about. Li Bingxian said, "Proceed to the next step and increase the thrust." As the engine began to generate power, the exhaust from the nozzle began to change color, turning light blue, which was a sign of complete combustion and stable thrust. Then, as the thrust continued to increase, the wake continued to lengthen, and the air behind it was burned into a blur. The test bench where the engine is fixed also emits a teeth-grinding metallic twisting sound. This is because the engine thrust is too great and it reacts on the test bench. "The thrust data is out," Corning shouted. "How much?" Li Bingxian asked hurriedly. Kongning said, "The data collected now is 121 kilonewtons." "Good." Li Bingxian waved his fist excitedly. Zhou Yang also nodded secretly. The thrust of 121 kilonewtons was originally the design indicator. The Eagle 1 in front of us uses the original design drawings. The only difference is the replacement of key internal materials. The replacement of these materials enhances the durability of the engine rather than its design indicators. The strength of design indicators is related to the overall design of the engine. "Turn on the power," Li Bingxian said again. The design indicator is that it can reach 121 kilonewtons, or 12 tons of thrust, at full thrust without afterburner, and can reach a maximum thrust of 18 tons after afterburner is turned on. This data is comparable to that of domestic engines, and even exceeds it. The only difference is that the lifespan is longer, reaching 8,000 to 12,000 hours. However, the quality of ZN Aircraft Industrial Corporation's finished products has barely reached 2,000 hours. 2,000 and 10,000. This is a huge gap in materials. Turn on the afterburner, and a blue torrent will spurt out from behind the engine. When in afterburner mode, the fuel consumption is astonishing. It is no exaggeration to say that what is sprayed backwards is no longer the tail flame, but aviation fuel. However, when the afterburner is turned on, the damage to the engine is also great. Theoretically, an airplane can only use afterburner for 2 or 3 minutes at most while in the sky. If it does so for too long, it will cause irreversible damage to the engine. Following Li Bingxian's order, the engine below roared even louder. The sound echoed throughout the test site, and the entire mountain seemed to resonate. Outside the institute, "Sergeant, why do I feel like the mountain is shaking? Is there an earthquake?" a patrolling soldier said to the squad leader. The monitor also felt it, thought for a moment and said, "Don't talk nonsense. Maybe they are conducting an experiment. Do your job well, and don't interfere with what you shouldn't be involved in." At this moment, a hurried voice suddenly came from the squad leader's intercom. "Squad 2, the satellite has discovered an unusual target in Area 391. You are the closest. Go check it out and keep communications open at all times."
Yes.
The squad leader's face changed, and he immediately shouted, "Everyone, target area 391, set off." A group of 8 people moved quickly, and when they got closer, the squad leader waved his hand. Everyone immediately lay down and hid. All of them were well trained. The squad leader took out a telescope and observed the target area. At the same time, in a patch of grass, a man in grass-green camouflage clothes was lying quietly. He was a white foreigner, holding a high-definition telescope in his hand, looking in the direction of the research institute. From time to time, the white man would stop and write something in the notebook in front of him. A simple sketch of the institute's perimeter was drawn in the notebook, with the guards' positions and patrol routes marked on it. Perhaps because he was very confident in his camouflage ability, the white man did not notice that Class 2 was already 200 meters away from him. 200 meters away, the squad leader searched carefully and had already locked onto the white man in the bushes. The bastard is hiding quite well. The squad leader cursed and turned back. At 1 o'clock, 200 meters away. Lee, you take Gongzi and the other 3 and cut off their retreat. Wait for my order. Deputy Commander Li Ban led 3 soldiers and retreated quickly. Using the terrain as cover, they quickly outflanked the white man from behind. 1.5 minutes later, Deputy Li Ban took his position. Action, capture them alive, and if they fight back, kill them. The squad leader gave the order coldly. The 3 soldiers around him couldn't help but tighten their weapons. But he still followed the squad leader and rushed out without hesitation. The distance was 200 meters. When there was only 100 meters left after crawling, the squad leader stood up and sprinted forward like a gust of wind. Fuck, I'm exposed. The white man in the bush was frightened when he saw 4 soldiers suddenly appear in front of him. He stood up and ran, but when he turned around, he found that 4 soldiers had appeared behind him at some point. In an instant, the 8 soldiers surrounded the white man. Don't move. 8 guns were pointed at the white man at the same time. The white man's knees went weak and he knelt on the ground, raised his hands and shouted, "I surrender. Don't kill me." Chapter 80. Half an hour of strength. Inside the institute. The experiment is still going on, and after turning on the afterburner, the thrust data continues to rise. 170, 178. Corning shouted excitedly, "We have reached maximum thrust." Li Bingxian also excitedly recovered his fist and immediately said, "Hold it, and turn off the power after 2 minutes. 2 minutes of boost is more than enough." Zhou Yang waved his hand and said, "Don't go for 2 minutes, just increase the power and keep driving." Ah. Li Bingxian was startled and said hurriedly, "The engine will be damaged." Zhou Yang said, "This is an experiment. Of course, we have to try our best to detect where the limit is. If it is damaged, it is damaged. First, see where its limit is in the afterburner state. Then you can assemble another one and directly conduct a durability test to see if it can reach the design life of 10,000 hours. Li Bingxian opened his mouth but said nothing more. Zhou Yang said it easily. Assembling an engine would cost a lot of money. That's what the Wanghu Village Research Institute does. They don't care about money and can just build as much as they want. Okay, let's continue. I want to see how long his limit is in the overloaded state, Li Bingxian said. In other words, this is testing the limits of high-strength crystalline steel. The experiment continued, and the personnel on site were temporarily evacuated. This kind of extreme test is still very dangerous. It would be a disaster if there was an explosion. In the blink of an eye, 5 minutes passed. According to common sense, 5 minutes in the afterburner state would have caused irreversible damage to the engine. However, Li Bingxian glanced at Zhou Yang, who was unmoved, and did not stop the experiment. Now that Zhou Yang has spoken, just go ahead and create it. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes. The temperature of the entire test site has risen to 40 or 50 degrees, and the tail nozzle of the engine has also been burning red. Half an hour. Li Bingxian swallowed his saliva and his eyes became a little straight. Kongning also shouted from below, "Chief Engineer Li, the fuel is running low." In afterburner mode, the engine can burn nearly 1 ton of aviation fuel in 1 minute. The engine uses high-grade aviation kerosene, which is more expensive. In just 30 minutes, it has burned 200,000 or 300,000 yuan. The key is that it consumes too much fuel. We didn't prepare so much aviation kerosene this time. There is an oil depot outside, but it is too late to refill it now. Stop! Li Bingxian shouted hurriedly. Only Zhou Yang dared to do a 30-minute afterburner test. The roar of the engine gradually stopped, and Li Bingxian immediately went down to the test site and took Corning and others to inspect it. Zhou Yang took off his headphones and said, "Let's go." The afterburner state is equivalent to driving the engine to its limit under extreme conditions, which is just like driving a car and violently stepping on the first gear to 6,000 RPM. In this case, the fact that the engine has lasted for 30 minutes without exploding is enough to explain everything. This engine was a success. Zhou Yang felt that they could move on to the next step, which was the particle thruster. Chun Ruoyan found Zhou Yang and said, "Mr. Zhou, a spy was found outside." Spy? Zhou Yang was stunned, but he didn't care too much and said, "The safety of the institute is okay, right?" Chun Ruoyan nodded. She had not originally planned to tell Zhou Yang, but she would definitely strengthen the security of the institute in the future. She was afraid that Zhou Yang would ask about it, so she decided to tell Zhou Yang. But seeing Zhou Yang's calm reaction, Chun Ruoyan secretly breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Don't worry, Mr. Zhou, the safety of the institute will be fine." That's good. Such small security matters should definitely be left to professionals. As for the appearance of spies in the research institute, it was also within Zhou Yang's expectations. The emergence of Lungsan batteries and Tianqin 100 would definitely attract a certain amount of attention. The previous assassination at the airport showed that the hostile country had already locked on Zhou Yang, so it was reasonable for it to discover the research institute. These reconnaissance satellites all over the sky are no joke. The only thing we can do is to strengthen security so that you can only watch and worry. The next day, the group hurriedly arrived at the institute. Li Tianchu, Gao Jianjun, and some accompanying personnel. "Mr. Zhou, has your research been going smoothly recently?" Li Tianchu asked with a smile. "Fine." Zhou Yang glanced at the people behind him and said, "You are well informed. I just test drove the car yesterday, and people came here immediately. It can be said that speed is of the essence." Li Tianchu laughed dryly. Gao Jianjun said, "You burn dozens of tons of aviation kerosene every day. If we still don't know what's going on, then the news is too delayed. How was the engine test run? Was it successful?" Speaking of which, when the country supported Zhou Yang in developing engines, it did not expect Zhou Yang to produce results so quickly. However, it has only been a short time, and he has already started test driving the car. The speed is extremely fast. Zhou Yang nodded and said, "It can be considered a success. They are checking the damage today. Let's go and take a look together." "What is the damage?" Li Tianchu was stunned. "Is the engine damaged?" Zhou Yang said, "Yesterday, I asked them to drive at full speed for 30 minutes, which probably caused some damage to the engine." Cough, cough, cough. The few people following Gao Jianjun suddenly started coughing. 30 minutes of extra power? Are you kidding me? After such a long period of boost, it's not necessarily damaged, but it's probably scrapped. Zhou Yang looked at the group of people. The leader was a middle-aged man with gray hair on his temples. "Who are these people?" Gao Jianjun hurriedly said, "Look, I forgot to introduce you, Mr. Zhou. These are engineers from Xi'an Aircraft Industry Corporation. They are in charge of the project. This is the project leader, Engineer Yuan Haifeng. Xi'an Aircraft Industrial Corporation is the one promoting the project." "So that's the case. Welcome then." Zhou Yang smiled and shook hands with Yuan Haifeng. Yuan Haifeng had never seen Zhou Yang, nor had he even heard of him, but he knew that Zhou Yang's identity was not ordinary, because even Li Tianchu and Gao Jianjun were polite to Zhou Yang and did not dare to do anything rash. But what Zhou Yang said just now, about running the afterburner for 30 minutes, still made Yuan Haifeng feel a little uncomfortable, and he said, "Mr. Zhou, it's unlikely that this engine can run the afterburner for 30 minutes. This is already a very euphemistic way of saying it. It's just short of pointing at Zhou Yang's nose and saying that he is a fraud." Zhou Yang was not angry either, and said with a smile, "Whether it is true or not, Engineer Yuan, won't we know after we have seen it? By the way, General Gao, has the aviation kerosene been arranged?" Zhou Yang asked again. Gao Jianjun is from the General Assembly Department. In theory, the allocation of aviation kerosene is still under his jurisdiction. But these are all trivial matters and will never reach Gao Jianjun's side. Gao Jianjun smiled and said, "We're already on the way. We'll pull 2,000 tons for you first. If it's not enough, we'll talk about it later." As they were talking, the group arrived at the previous testing site. In the test field, Yuan Haifeng and others saw the tubular aircraft engine on the test bench at a glance. The shape was exactly the same as theirs. And below the aero engine, there are still many people busy. Li Bingxian. Yuan Haifeng fixed his eyes on a person in the center. Li Bingxian also felt something, turned around and looked over, immediately saw Yuan Haifeng, gritted his teeth and said, "Yuan Haifeng?" Chapter 81 Half-Year Mass Production. Li Bingxian got off the test bench and walked over quickly. "Why are you here?" Li Bingxian asked in a bad tone. Zhou Yang was surprised. It seemed that these two not only knew each other, but also had some grudge against each other. Yuan Haifeng looked at the aero engine in front of him and said, Is this the air engine you made? How come it's exactly the same as ours? When you left XAC, you said you wanted to make your own air engine. Why are you copying ours now? Li Tianshu was about to persuade Zhou Yang, but he shook his head. Obviously, this is a two-person thing. Li Bingxian said, yes, this is a replica of your project, but we used brand new materials. It can be said that except for the appearance, the inside is completely different. As for what you mean by imitation, let me tell you, this is just the beginning. Next, I will design a brand new engine that is comparable to ours, no, even more powerful than ours, for you to see. It is the most advanced engine announced by the country, and also the most powerful engine in the world. Yuan Haifeng snorted, everyone can brag, but the key is to be able to do it. I heard that you guys drove the car for 30 minutes yesterday. What happened? The engine was scrapped, right? Scrapped? Li Bingxian snorted coldly and shouted loudly, Kongning, go, add fuel and test drive. Okay, I want to see how what you said is different. Yuan Haifeng also responded sharply. Zhou Yang said, let's go upstairs. Li Tianshu and Gao Jianjun smiled and nodded, then followed Zhou Yang upstairs. Mr. Zhou, there will be an air show on the 10th of next month. Can this engine be on display? Gao Jianjun suddenly asked. Zhou Yang looked at Gao Jianjun strangely. This device made of high-strength crystalline steel has just been assembled and has not yet been tested in detail. After all, this thing is an aircraft engine, which is related to the fighter jet, or the life safety of the pilot. It must be tested for a long time, and can only be put on the plane after it is 100% confirmed to be safe and reliable. Moreover, after the machine is put into use, there is still a long period of actual machine testing before the final production, so a few years is considered fast. You have to know that the engine used is a product from the 1980s. This type of aircraft engine, one model, is the kind that can be used until death. But since Gao Jianjun asked this, he must have his reasons. As for the reason, Zhou Yang was too lazy to ask. He thought for a while and said, I don't think it's a big problem, even if it's on a real machine. But I can't guarantee it for you. The country has been developing engines for more than 10 years. There are actually no major problems in theory. The main problem is that the materials are not up to par. Zhou Yang is extremely confident about the durability of high-strength crystalline steel. Gao Jianjun nodded slightly, said nothing more, and looked down. Below, Yuan Haifeng and several of his engineers started to help with debugging. Engineer Yuan, the materials here seem to be really different. An engineer said secretly to Yuan Haifeng. Yuan Haifeng himself discovered that it must be as Li Bingxian said that brand new materials were used, but he would not believe it without seeing the actual test results. Okay, clear the area. Turn it on. At the command, the engine was ignited again, making a loud roar. Gao Jianjun's eyes lit up. Being able to ignite the fire successfully was a great success. Li Bingxian looked at Yuan Haifeng proudly and said, push harder, turn on the power. Corning knew a little about the grudge between his master and Yuan Haifeng, and he also wanted to let Yuan Haifeng and others know how powerful the Eagle One was. So he immediately started to increase the thrust, and after reaching the maximum thrust, he directly turned on the afterburner. In an instant, the roar became violent. Anyone who is close can feel the roar of the engine. The ground beneath my feet resonates because of the sound waves. Okay. Gao Jianjun stood up excitedly, very excited. How is it? Li Bingxian asked arrogantly. Yuan Haifeng curled his lips and said in a deep voice, it's only been a short time. It's still early. Time passes. 2 minutes, 5 minutes, and then 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, Yuan Haifeng's expression had changed slightly. Gao Jianjun beside Zhou Yang was even more excited. 10 minutes of added strength could already explain a lot. Continue. Li Bingxian gritted his teeth and said, Kongning, today I want to test the limits of this engine. Fortunately, 100 tons of aviation kerosene were urgently transferred from the oil depot yesterday. Otherwise, there would be no way to test it. Yuan Haifeng's expression has been changing again and again. The engineers behind him all looked in disbelief. How could that be? It's been 15 minutes. Normally, the engine should have broken down long ago. 15 minutes of afterburner is terrifying. It is no exaggeration to say that if an engine is really used like this, after landing, the engine will be 100% scrapped. It will stop in the air or explode and disintegrate. Moreover, the amount of fuel in the engine is probably not enough to run for 15 minutes of afterburner. Now, the Eagle One has been running with afterburner for 15 minutes, and from the outside it seems that the engine is still running very stably. They didn't really carry out a 30-minute boost yesterday. What kind of materials did they use? How could they withstand it? Soon, the time exceeded 30 minutes. Li Bingxian did not order a stop, and the experiment continued. Gao Jianjun was surprised and asked, "Is this high-strength crystalline steel so powerful?" Gao Jianjun knew that the Eagle one in front of him had no structural difference from the engine. The only difference was the material of the core components. Zhou Yang nodded. In addition to its high strength, the biggest feature of high-strength crystalline steel is its stable structure and durability. By the way, has the third generation of high-strength crystalline steel products been completed? Li Tianshu suddenly asked. Now that the engine has been solved, it means that the high-strength crystalline steel has also been completed. Zhou Yang said, yes, it has been prepared. The next step is to solve the problem of mass production. Academician Su and his team are pushing forward. Li Tianshu's eyes lit up and he said, this thing can be used in so many places, such as tank armor, ship decks, even aircraft carrier decks, and fighter jet skins. It would be great if it could be mass-produced. Gao Jianjun also hurriedly said, Mr. Zhou, how long do you think it will take to solve the mass production problem? Once this thing goes into mass production, it will be like a universal metal, bringing a huge improvement to weapons and equipment. Zhou Yang thought about it seriously and said, it will probably be the middle of next year. So fast? Gao Jianjun was stunned. The mass production problem can be solved in just half a year. So fast? But think about it. Zhou Yang helped BYD solve the mass production of Lungsan batteries in less than 2 months, and Tianjin 100, which only took a few months. It doesn't seem incredible to solve the mass production problem of high-strength crystalline steel in half a year. Chapter 82: The Honor You Deserve. Zhou Yang nodded. The mature technical information is here, but it is already too slow to solve the mass production problem in half a year. In fact, Zhou Yang felt that 3 or 4 months would be enough. And a big part of the reason why it is so slow is because of the particularity of steel production. The equipment in steel mills are all big things, and there are many difficulties to overcome. Li Tianshu murmured, we'll have half a year to achieve mass production. Mr. Zhou, what's the scale of mass production? Zhou Yang thought for a moment and said, tens of millions of tons. How much? Li Tianshu looked at Zhou Yang in disbelief. Shouldn't the production volume of this special steel be low? Of course, considering the current scale of steel production in China, an annual output of tens of millions of tons can only be considered a medium to large steel plant at best, and cannot even be considered a large steel plant. But even so, it's amazing. Gao Jianjun was also shocked and said, tens of millions of tons, Mr. Zhou? You are not kidding, right? Zhou Yang said, I don't have the time to joke with you, so the preliminary work can actually start preparations, such as the site selection of the steel plant. A steel plant with a capacity of tens of millions of tons would occupy at least 20 square kilometers and would need nearly 10,000 employees. If it were to go into mass production in half a year, planning would have to begin now. Gao Jianjun nodded solemnly and said, okay, I'll take care of this matter and I promise not to hold you back. As he was speaking, the engine below suddenly made a strange noise. Shut down now. Li Bingshuan's face changed and he shouted hurriedly. The engine slowly stopped. It can be clearly seen that the tail end of the engine has undergone some deformation. This engine is most likely scrapped. However, Yuan Haifeng did not laugh out loud, but asked blankly, how long has it been? Someone nearby said, about 45 minutes. The engine only started to have problems after 45 minutes of afterburner mode. How is this possible? Yuan Haifeng muttered to himself. This kind of durability is simply abnormal. What materials did you use? Yuan Haifeng rushed up and asked Li Bingxian. Li Bingshuan's face was filled with pride. The 45-minute afterburner performance also exceeded his expectations. Yuan Haifeng nodded frantically. This was more than just amazing. It was abnormal. By the way, you said this high-strength crystalline steel was developed by Mr. Zhou. Is that true or not? Yuan Haifeng asked. Zhou Yang was so young, and he thought he was a manager. Li Bingxian could not guess what Yuan Haifeng was thinking and said, Mr. Yuan, please be polite to Mr. Zhou. Mr. Zhou is the greatest scientist I have ever met. Do you know about Lungsan batteries and Tianjin 100? Yuan Haifeng nodded blankly. Of course he knows about these two most popular black technologies. That was developed by Mr. Zhou, Li Bingxian said. Yuan Haifeng opened his mouth so wide that he could fit a fist in it and muttered, how is this possible? Batteries, chips, special steels. The scope of this research is too huge. Everyone talks about cross-border, but this cross-border is too amazing. At this time, Zhou Yang, Gao Jianjun and others also came over. Mr. Yuan, what do you think? Gao Jianjun asked with a smile. Yuan Haifeng came back to his senses, but ignored Gao Jianjun. Instead, he came to Zhou Yang and said hurriedly, Mr. Zhou, I heard from Li Bingxian that you developed the high-strength crystalline steel. Can you give this material to us at ZN Aircraft Industry Corporation? Our country is not weak in engine design and theoretical research. Even now, there are still many design drawings gathering dust. It is not that we don't want to do it, but that the materials are unqualified and we cannot complete it. And it's not just aero engines. ZN Aircraft Industrial Corporation also has many research projects, such as civil engines and helicopter engines, all of which have been plagued by material problems and have not made any breakthroughs. If we can get high-strength crystalline steel, all problems will be solved. How could Yuan Haifeng not be excited? Zhou Yang smiled and said, Engineer Yuan, what's wrong with that? The high-strength crystalline steel has now completed the laboratory preparation stage, and it will be mass-produced in half a year at most. When the production volume increases, you can use it however you want. Mass production. What? Is it going to be mass production already? Yuan Haifeng was stunned. Suddenly, he felt like waking up to find that the world had changed and he had entered the future. I just learned about this incredible material and it is about to be mass-produced. Zhou Yang said, how about this, Engineer Li? You take Engineer Yuan to see Academician Su. Maybe we can cooperate with ZN Aircraft Industry Corporation in the future. Particle propulsion is not a small project, and it requires cooperation with leading companies such as ZN Aircraft Industry Corporation. Li Bingxian glanced at Yuan Haifeng unhappily and said, Why are you still standing there? Come with me. After seeing them off, Zhou Yang took Li Tianshu and the other person to the office. Mr. Zhou, what I just said about that air show, can you attend it? Gao Jianjun asked again. Why not? Zhou Yang said this subconsciously, and then he realized something was wrong and asked curiously, You mean you want me to participate? Zhou Yang thought Gao Jianjun was asking whether the Eagle One could participate in the exhibition. Gao Jianjun smiled and nodded, saying, Yes, I want you to attend. Zhou Yang was surprised and asked, Aren't the higher-ups afraid that my identity will be exposed? Now Zhou Yang has been targeted by hostile forces and assassination attempts are underway. There are even spies appearing outside the research institute. Li Tianshu said, No, of course the higher-ups are afraid, but they think that you should not be so unknown. As a great man of the country, you should also enjoy the treatment that a great man of the country deserves. In the past, people always said that researchers should remain anonymous their entire lives and dedicate themselves to the country and only enjoy honor after they die. But that's not right. They have made so many contributions to the country, they should enjoy the highest honor and treatment. But before, our country was poor and weak and constrained by the reality, we were unable to give them the honor they deserved. But now it's different. The country is strong and is not afraid of any challenges. So why should those who have made great contributions to the country hide their identities and remain unknown? Your greatness should be recorded in history and known to all citizens so that they will remember it forever. Zhou Yang stared at Li Tianshu blankly. There is an emotion in my heart that erupts like a flood or a volcano. At this moment, Zhou Yang thought of his parents, who lived their entire lives in obscurity and dedicated their lives to the country. Although they had no regrets, Zhou Yang sometimes really felt sorry for them. But now, Zhou Yang feels that the country has not forgotten them. Good. Zhou Yang nodded vigorously. Chapter 83 Invitation. Behind the institute, there is a cypress forest that stands out from the rest of the institute, but this place is heavily guarded. Mr. Zhou went in. Chun Ruoyun asked. The two soldiers nodded. Chun Ruoyun sighed softly and walked into the woods. Deep in the woods, there are two graves. It is the tomb of Zhou Yang's parents. At this time, Zhou Yang stood quietly in front of the two graves. Chun Ruoyun did not disturb Zhou Yang. She first bowed to the two graves, and then stood quietly in the distance. After a while, Zhou Yang turned around and saw Chun Ruoyun. He was stunned and asked, Why are you here? Is there something wrong? Chun Ruoyun shook her head, took out a white handkerchief from her arms, and handed it over. Zhou Yang's eyes were a little red. Zhou Yang didn't answer it, wiped away the tears from his eyes, and said, Not many people use handkerchiefs these days. Chun Ruoyun said, My mother embroidered it for me. She said it was blessed by a temple and it would protect my safety, so she asked me to carry it with me all the time. Zhou Yang walked out and said, By the way, it's almost New Year's Day. Chun Ruoyun nodded. Okay, I'll give you 2 days off so you can go home and visit. Zhou Yang said. Chun Ruoyun hurriedly shook her head and said, No need. I usually don't go home on New Year's Day. Moreover, people like Chun Ruoyun may not be able to go home even for Chinese New Year, let alone New Year's Day. Zhou Yang asked, I haven't asked yet. Where are you from? City. Chun Ruoyun said. Zhou Yang said, It's not far. Okay, it's decided. I'll give you 2 days off so you can go home and spend the new year with us. After that, Zhou Yang murmured to himself, and it's not just you, Ziyu, but also academician Su, Engineer Li and others, they should all take a break. Research is research, but those who need to rest should also rest. Chen Ruoyun wanted to say more, but Zhou Yang said with a straight face, I am the head of the institute, and I have the final say. Chen Ruoyun smiled bitterly and said, okay then. After a pause, Chen Ruoyun asked again, what about you? Chen Ruoyun knew that Zhou Yang no longer had any relatives. Zhou Yang said, I still have things to do. Chen Ruoyun said, Mr. Zhou, you just said that we should combine work and rest. How about this? You come back with me to celebrate New Year's Day. Go back with you? Zhou Yang glanced at Chen Ruoyun and said speechlessly, are you afraid that something will happen to me? Even when you take a vacation, you have to keep me by your side to watch over you. Chen Ruoyun smiled and said, of course, I dare not be lax about your safety. Is it okay? Will your family agree? Zhou Yang hesitated. Chen Ruoyun said, why not? It's our honor that you are willing to come. That's okay. Zhou Yang still nodded. Chen Ruoyun smiled, took 2 steps back, and stood behind Zhou Yang. By the way, how many people are there in your family? I need to prepare gifts in advance. Zhou Yang asked. Since he was making an impolite visit, gifts were definitely necessary. Moreover, in Zhou Yang's heart, Chen Ruoyun is not only his bodyguard, but also his girlfriend. When you go to your girlfriend's house to celebrate the holidays, gifts are a must. For this purpose, Zhou Yang specially asked Li Ziyu to help him prepare some gifts. Although purchasing in person would show more thoughtfulness, Zhou Yang was busy all day and had no time for that. He told Li Ziyu about his request and left it to her. In a blink of an eye, New Year's Day is here. Morning of the 1st. Zhou Yang got in the car, and Chen Ruoyun drove herself and took Zhou Yang back to his hometown. There was only one car around, but Zhou Yang felt that there must be security guards in the dark. After the last assassination, the security work around Zhou Yang had reached a perverted level. Although it has not reached the point where we have to clear the area in advance everywhere, it is not far from it. Let's go. Falcon 1. Stay alert. Falcon received. Following. High in the sky, a military helicopter was hovering. The driver's attention is on the car below. The cabin was also opened. 2 snipers were standing on the left and right, ready for action. At the same time, there was an observer watching the situation below through a high-precision telescope. Zhou Yang was unaware of these security measures. After an hour and a half, Zhou Yang arrived at his destination, an ordinary village in the countryside of the city. There aren't many cars on the road today. Zhou Yang got out of the car and muttered. Chen Ruoyun smiled secretly. It was not that there were not many cars, but that someone had specially cleaned them up. This is a 2-story building located on the edge of the village. There are large fields on the left side of the door and a small river opposite. There are 2 osmanthus trees with lush branches and leaves in the yard. There was a BMW 3 Series parked on the small open space in front of the courtyard gate, and it seemed that there was already a guest. Zhou Yang took a deep breath and went to the trunk to take out the gift. All of this was prepared by Li Ziyu, but Zhou Yang wasn't quite sure what exactly was prepared. Chen Ruoyun's family doesn't have many people. Her parents are still alive. She has an older sister who is married, and a little niece. Let me take it. Chen Ruoyun saw Zhou Yang taking the gift and didn't say anything. She stepped forward to take it. Zhou Yang said, forget it. It doesn't make sense for the host to carry the gift. Having said that, he followed Chen Ruoyun into the room. And in the yard, there was a little girl of 7 or 8 years old who was jumping rope. When she saw Chen Ruoyun come in, she shouted in surprise and came over to greet her. Tong Tong. Chen Ruoyun picked up the girl. The girl was intimate with Chen Ruoyun for a few times and immediately shouted, Grandpa and Grandma, my aunt is back, and she brought her boyfriend with her. Chen Ruoyun's face instantly turned red, and she quickly shouted, Tong Tong. What nonsense are you talking about? This is my leader. The girl stared with wide eyes and asked, Auntie, what is a leader? Okay, you're still pretending to be stupid in front of me. Chen Ruoyun was so angry that she pinched the girl. At this time, hearing the noise outside, several people came out of the house. They were Chen Ruoyun's parents, as well as his eldest sister and brother-in-law. Ruoyun, why are you back? Chen Ruoyun's elder sister, Chen Ruoshi, said in surprise. Motherly Guizhi hurried over and hugged Chen Ruoyun excitedly. Chen Ruoyun's father, Chen Tao, was excited for a moment, then he snorted coldly and said, You're lucky you came back. If you didn't know, everyone would have thought you were dead outside. You old man, what nonsense are you talking about? My daughter has finally come back, and I am happy even if you are not happy. Li Guizhi cursed. After cursing, she looked at Zhou Yang. Her eyes lit up instantly and she asked hurriedly, Ruoyun, who is this? Is this your boyfriend? Chun Ruoyun blushed again and secretly glanced at Zhou Yang. Seeing that Zhou Yang didn't react much, she quickly shook her head and said, Mom, don't talk nonsense. This is Mr. Zhou, my boss. Zhou Yang also hurriedly said, Hello, uncle and aunt. My name is Zhou Yang, and I am Chun Ruoyun's boyfriend. Li Guizhi smiled and said, That's right, he's obviously my boyfriend. I know what he means by leader or not. Okay, Xiao Zhou, come in and sit down. Chun Ruoyun's pretty face turned red with anxiety. Although Zhou Yang felt a little embarrassed, this kind of warmth was something he hadn't felt in many years. Chapter 84, it's actually very simple. Go inside. Hello, Xiao Zhou, right? My name is Zhang Bo, welcome to our home. Come on, Tong Tong, call me uncle. Chun Ruoyun's brother-in-law was a well-mannered middle-aged man. He greeted Zhou Yang with a smile. Chun Ruoyun next to him turned pale. He already felt that it was inappropriate because his mother called Zhou Yang Xiao Zhou. Now even his brother-in-law called him Xiao Zhou. This is Zhou Yang. Ask around the world and you will find that everyone will respectfully call him Mr. Zhou, and no one dares to call him Xiao Zhou. Zhou Yang didn't seem angry at all. He also stood up and shook hands and said, Hello. After that, Zhou Yang took out his gift and said, Uncle and Aunt, excuse me for disturbing you. This is the gift I bought for you. I don't know what you like, so I bought it simply. I hope you like it. It's enough for you to just show up. Why bring any gifts? Li Guizhi said cheerfully. She glared at Chen Ruoyun, but she was still being stubborn and refused to admit that she was her boyfriend, even though he came with gifts. Chen Ruoyun wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. She now really regretted inviting Zhou Yang to her home. Uncle Zhou, what's mine? Gift? Can I see it? Zhang Tong asked happily. His gift was a big, heavy box. Open. Wow, it's a violin. Zhang Tong shouted in surprise. Zhou Yang said, You seem to be learning the violin, so I bought a violin for you. Do you like it? Zhang Tong nodded vigorously and said, I like it. I like it very much. Zhang Bo was shocked. The violin was not cheap. He picked it up and exclaimed, I remember this brand. It seems to be a pure handmade brand in Italy. They don't produce many violins a year. One is worth at least hundreds of thousands. Xiao Zhou, this gift is too expensive. We can't accept it. Hundreds of thousands also shocked Chen Ruoshi and everyone present. Zhou Yang was also stunned. This piano was bought by Li Ziyu, but he didn't know what he bought or how much he spent. Now that I have bought it, how can I return it? It's already been bought, so you might as well keep it. Tong Tong likes it too, Zhou Yang said. Zhang Tong also nodded vigorously. Zhang Bo was about to say something else when Chen Ruoyun said, Brother-in-law, since it's a gift from Mr. Zhou, you should just keep it. How can I do this? Zhang Bo felt a little embarrassed. Li Guizhi said generously, Since Tong Tong likes it, then keep it. We will be a family in the future anyway, so why should we be polite? The word family made Chen Ruoyun cough violently. She said hurriedly, Mom, I've said it 100 times. He's really not my boyfriend. He's my boss. It's New Year's Day. I invited him to my house to celebrate the holiday. I understand. Li Guizhi obviously didn't listen. She picked up her gift, opened it, and her eyes lit up. It was a Hatian-Si jade Buddha amulet. Chun Tao also picked up his gift, opened it curiously, and found that it was an inkstone. He liked to practice calligraphy and had bought some inkstones, but the one in front of him was obviously not an ordinary item. It is a fine product from an old mine, and judging from its quality, it should be old, at least collectible, and worth a lot of money. As for Chen Ruoshi, it was a set of foreign cosmetics, and Zhang Bo, it was a mechanical watch. Zhang Bo quickly estimated in his mind that the gift Zhou Yang gave was actually worth over $1 million. For a moment, Zhang Bo was a little scared. The more Li Guizhi looked at Zhou Yang, the more satisfied she became. Not only was he rich, but he was also handsome. Xiao Zhou, what do you do? Have you bought a house? Do you have a car? Li Guizhi asked. Mom. Chun Ruoyun was anxious. She stood up and said, I'll say it again. Mr. Zhou is not my boyfriend. He is my leader. Do you understand? Mom understands. Li Guizhi seemed not to hear it and still stared at Zhou Yang. Chen Ruoyun was so angry that she almost vomited blood, but she had no idea what to do. Zhang Bo on the other side also asked curiously, Xiao Zhou, what kind of research and development do you do? Zhou Yang hesitated for a moment. He couldn't say that he was studying Mechs. AI. Zhang Bo nodded continuously and said, This is a good direction, and the future development is also good. Li Guizhi smiled even more happily and said, Xiao Zhou, you sit down. What are you doing standing there, old man? Why don't you say something? I'll go cook. After saying that, he dragged Chen Ruoyun out, intending to interrogate her thoroughly. Poor female special police officer Chen Ruoyun, who can fight dozens of people at once, has no way to deal with Li Guizhi. Zhou Yang smiled secretly in his heart, and an inexplicable thought flashed through his mind. It would be nice if I really married Chen Ruoyun. In that case, I will have a home again. But the next moment, Zhou Yang gave up this idea. After all, this was just his unilateral idea. Who knew what Chen Ruoyun thought? Maybe in Chen Ruoyun's heart, he was just a leader. Chen Tao was not good at speaking, and after chatting with Zhou Yang for a while, he ran out of words. Zhang Bo talked a lot with Zhou Yang with great interest. While chatting, Zhou Yang found out that Zhang Bo was also engaged in research and development and was an engineer at a company called Zhaowei Electromechanical. The food was ready here, and Chen Ruoshi came over to invite everyone to eat. At this moment, Zhang Bo suddenly received a call. What? It's cracked. How could that happen? What's going on? Zhang Bo answered the phone, and his expression changed drastically. What's wrong? Chen Ruoshi asked. Zhang Bo hung up the phone and said, Wife, I may have to go back to the company. Go back to the company now? Your company is thousands of kilometers away. Going back now? What a joke? Chen Ruoshi shouted. Zhang Bo said, I don't want to either, but the project I'm in charge of has a big problem. The hydraulic pipe is cracked. This order is worth tens of millions. If I mess it up, I'm afraid I'll lose my year-end bonus. But Chen Ruoshi didn't know what to do. Zhang Tong hugged Zhang Bo's arm and said, Dad, please don't leave. Zhang Bo also looked reluctant, but now that something had happened, it would be even more troublesome if he didn't leave. At this moment, Zhou Yang suddenly said, Brother Zhang, you said the hydraulic pipe is broken. What's the situation? Can you tell me and see if I can solve it? You? Zhang Bo glanced at Zhou Yang and thought to himself, since you were studying artificial intelligence and writing code, I'm afraid you won't understand my mechanical questions even if I explain them to you. But after Zhou Yang asked, Zhang Bo still said, Our company makes transmission systems. We received an order with high design requirements. One of the control pumps has a pressure of 2,000, but the pump diameter can only be 2 inches. We tried several materials, and all of them cracked. So we changed to nickel-chromium alloy. It was fine during the initial test, but it cracked again after hundreds of uses. I see. Zhou Yang smiled and said, It's actually very simple. Chapter 85 I'm not good enough of you. Uncle, do you have any paper? Zhou Yang asked. Chen Tao took a piece of rice paper without knowing why and stood behind Zhou Yang to check it out. Zhou Yang picked up a pen and wrote a list of ingredients on rice paper. This is the ratio of added elements, and this is the manufacturing process. If there is no steel mill to customize it for you, you can directly use nickel-aluminum high-temperature alloy, and then use this method to process it, and you can also get the design indicators. Zhou Yang also wrote down some processing methods. Zhang Bo stared at Zhou Yang blankly, deeply suspecting that Zhou Yang was writing nonsense. Will this work? Zhang Bo said. Chen Ruoshi said, Whether it works or not, you will know if you try it. Anyway, I won't let you go back now. Zhang Bo was in a dilemma and was about to make another excuse when Chen Ruoyan said, Brother-in-law, give it a try. Trust Mr. Zhou. After that, Chen Ruoyan moved closer to Zhou Yang and whispered in his ear, Mr. Zhou, do you need to keep these things you wrote confidential? Zhou Yang shook his head. It was just a simple high-strength alloy material. Why should it be kept secret? This. Zhang Bo hesitated for a moment, took a photo, and sent it to his colleagues. Okay, let's eat quickly. Even if you really want to go back, you have to finish your meal first. Li Guizhi came over to greet them. Zhang Bo deliberately fell behind, pulled Chen Ruoyun, and asked in a low voice, Ruoyun, isn't this Xiao Zhou a computer scientist? How come he also knows about metal materials? Is what he wrote reliable? Chen Ruoyun was overwhelmed when she heard Zhang Bo call Zhou Yang Xiao Zhou. She gritted her teeth and said, It's Mr. Zhou, brother-in-law. If you call him Xiao Zhou again, I will be angry. I have said it 100 times. Don't you listen? He is my leader. Zhang Bo said nonchalantly, What's the point of being a leader? When you get married, you'll have the final say at home. By then, won't he recognize me as his brother-in-law? Chen Ruoyun was so angry that she laughed. By the way, please tell me quickly, is what Xiao Zhou wrote reliable? Does he know anything about this stuff? Zhang Bo asked. Chen Ruoyun gritted her teeth and said, Just use him with confidence. If he is not reliable, then there is no reliable person in this world. You let a national-level scientist solve your technological problems, and you still have doubts? The food was very ordinary, all home-cooked. But Zhou Yang felt it was extremely homely. He hasn't had a home-cooked meal in many years. After they sat down, Chen Tao opened a bottle of Tiancelin and asked, Xiao Zhou, can you drink? Chen Ruoyun was about to stop him, but Zhou Yang said, drink it, uncle. Chen Ruoyun looked at Zhou Yang doubtfully. He had never seen Zhou Yang drinking, no matter who he was eating with. Well, as a man, it's no use not being able to drink. Chen Tao took a 200-ounce cup and poured it full for Zhou Yang. Seeing Zhang Bo still looking at his phone, Chen Tao shouted, it's time to eat. Put your phones down. Zhang Bo shuddered, muted the phone and put it away. Chen Tao picked up the wine glass and said, I am very happy today. First, Ruoyun is back home, and second, Xiao Zhou is back. Xiao Zhou, on behalf of our whole family, I welcome you. Zhou Yang quickly picked up the wine glass and said thank you. Chen Tao sipped half the cup, put it down, and said casually, Ruoyun, you are not young anymore. You are 26 this year. Hurry up and choose a date next year to get married with Xiao Zhou. With a click, the wooden chopsticks in Chen Ruoyun's hand were broken by her. Zhou Yang almost spit out a mouthful of wine and turned his head to cough violently. You old fool. Drinking isn't enough to stop you from talking. Li Guizhi cursed and hurried over to pat Zhou Yang on the back. Auntie, I'm fine. Zhou Yang raised his head and glanced at Chen Ruoyun. Just then, Chen Ruoyun looked over, her eyes full of apology and uneasiness, and faintly, there seemed to be a little expectation. Zhou Yang didn't feel comfortable during this meal. He drank a lot of wine, and after one glass, he had another. As he drank, he passed out. You old man, he's so young. Who told you to force him to drink? Li Guizhi cursed again. Chen Tao retorted, as a man, what's wrong with getting drunk? I take care of him. Chen Ruoyun stood up, picked up Zhou Yang, and walked out of the restaurant. Zhang Bo shuddered and said, Xiao Zhou seems to have a good temper. I'm just worried that Ruoyun will bully him in the future. They all knew Ruoyun's strength. When Zhou Yang woke up again, it was already dark. He touched around and suddenly felt a hand. When he turned around, he saw Chen Ruoyun lying next to him. As soon as she touched the hand, Chen Ruoyun opened her eyes reflexively, stood up quickly, and entered a state of alert. Mr. Zhou, you're awake. Would you like some water? Chen Ruoyun asked hurriedly. Zhou Yang nodded, took the cup and drank a little before asking, what time is it? Chen Ruoyun said, it's almost 12 o'clock. Is it 12 o'clock at night? Zhou Yang was surprised and asked, have I slept for so long? Chen Ruoyun has turned on the light. Zhou Yang looked around and saw a lot of feminine things. He immediately reacted and said, is this your room? Sorry, I slept in your bed. It's okay. Chen Ruoyun shook her head and asked again, Mr. Zhou, do you feel okay? Do you want a doctor to come and check you out? If something went wrong because of drinking in her own home, Chen Ruoyun would be doomed to die. Zhou Yang shook his head and said, it's okay. I just feel a little dizzy. Chen Ruoyun said quickly, then lie down for a while. I'll be right next to you. Call me if you need anything. Zhou Yang lay down and was about to speak when he felt dizzy and fell asleep again. Chen Ruoyun did not go to bed again. She sat on the sofa opposite and looked at Zhou Yang quietly. Unfortunately, I am not worthy of you. A low sigh was heard in the darkness. The next morning, Zhou Yang got up. Xiao Zhou, get up. Li Guizhi immediately prepared a toothbrush, a clean towel, and other things for Zhou Yang. Well, thank you, Auntie. Zhou Yang thanked him and felt a warm feeling in his heart. Xiao Zhou. Zhang Bo rushed into the bathroom and gave Zhou Yang a big hug. Not far away, Chen Ruoyun was almost scared silly. She wanted to rush over and kick Zhang Bo away. Xiao Zhou, you are amazing. The thing you gave me was successful. There was no leakage, not even a little bit. Zhang Bo said excitedly, wishing he could hug Zhou Yang and kiss him. Zhou Yang smiled and said, it's good if it succeeds. Zhang Bo said, how should I thank you? How about giving you a commission? I'll go talk to our leader right away. Zhou Yang hurriedly pulled Zhang Bo and said, Brother Zhang, no need. It's not a big deal. Li Guizhi said, yes, why not? Xiao Zhou, you are stupid. This money is not from your brother-in-law, but from their company. Zhang Bo, you must ask for more. Your order is worth tens of millions, and Xiao Zhou has helped you so much. You should at least ask for 100,000 yuan. Zhang Bo hung his head. Zhou Yang was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Chapter 86, Twists and Turns. Zhou Yang stayed at Chen's house for a day and was ready to leave. On the way back, Chen Ruoyun drove in silence. Zhou Yang looked out the window and suddenly asked after a while, Ruoyun, if I say I want to marry you, are you willing? The car suddenly turned its head, then braked suddenly and stopped sideways in the middle of the road. High altitude. Something happened. Hurry up, act. The driver shouted frantically in the communication channel. Then the helicopter dived sharply and landed quickly. In front and behind the car, several off-road vehicles rushed out at the same time, sped over and stopped in front of the car. Dozens of fully armed soldiers with guns rushed over quickly. Establish a defensive line. A major leading the team shouted loudly. Dozens of soldiers immediately surrounded the sedan and established the first line of defense. As the wind was blowing hard overhead, the helicopter lowered its altitude and hovered over the car, its 23mm machine gun pod staring intently. The major stepped forward immediately and opened the car door. Zhou Yang covered his head and bumped into it. In the driver's seat, Chun Ruoyun was completely frightened. "Mr. Zhou, are you okay?" the major asked hurriedly. In the distance, a doctor carrying a first aid kit was running over from an off-road vehicle. Zhou Yang waved his hand and said, "It's okay." Then he looked at Chun Ruoyun and asked, "Ruoyun, are you okay?" Chun Ruoyun nodded blankly, still staring at Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang was picked up by the spare car. Chun Ruoyun stayed at the scene to deal with the situation. The cell phone rang. It was Han Haining who called. As soon as the call was connected, Han Haining began to roar, "Chun Ruoyun, what the hell are you doing? Twice. This is the second time. Can you still do it? If not, get out of here." After scolding for 5 minutes, Han Haining stopped and asked, "Tell me, what happened?" Chun Ruoyun was silent for a moment, then slowly said, "He said he wanted to marry me." "What did he say, damn?" Han Haining on the other end of the phone cursed and was stunned. After a full 10 seconds, Han Haining lowered his voice and asked, "Chun Ruoyun, you mean Mr. Zhou said he wants to marry you?" Chun Ruoyun said blankly. "Then do you agree?" Han Haining asked hurriedly. Chun Ruoyun said, "No. You are crazy. You actually refuse such a good thing. Is your brain filled with water? How old are you?" "You are 26, my dear girl. In a few years, you will become an old maid. Then I will see who is willing to marry you. Mr. Zhou is willing to marry you, but you actually refused. This is Mr. Zhou, Chun Ruoyun. You should go home and pay your respects. If Mr. Zhou likes you, your ancestors' graves will be filled with smoke. If I were a woman and 30 years younger, I would rush to marry him. You actually refused. You pissed me off." Chun Ruoyun bit her lower lip and said, "I didn't say I didn't want to. It's just that he said it all of a sudden and I didn't react at all. I didn't have time to say anything." "What? You didn't refuse? I told you that Mr. Zhou is a young talent and a great man of the country. No woman can refuse him." Han Haining exclaimed again and laughed. Okay. Mr. Zhou is willing to marry you. That's great news. Chun Ruoyun, our Special Intelligence Bureau 6 is your mother's family. When you become rich in the future, don't forget us, remember?" "I've got it." Chun Ruoyun was a little amused. Han Haining added, "Okay, I approve this. From now on, I'll give you a holiday. You should accompany Mr. Zhou to prepare for the wedding. I'll let Lu Jun take over the security matters." After saying that, he hung up the phone. Chun Ruoyun was left standing there in a daze with a complicated look in her eyes. At this time, Zhou Yang had returned to the research institute. After a few hours, the office door was pushed open and a beautiful figure came in quietly. "It's Chun Ruoyun." Their eyes met, and Zhou Yang smiled bitterly and said, "Chun Ruoyun, even if you want to reject me, you don't have to react so strongly. You almost drove the car into the ditch." Chun Ruoyun gritted her teeth, raised her head, and said, "I didn't say no. It's just that you said that so suddenly that I didn't react." Zhou Yang was stunned and said in surprise, "You agree?" Chun Ruoyun nodded slightly. This female spy who could fight more than a dozen people alone showed the shyness of a little woman at this moment. Zhou Yang stood up excitedly, walked forward, and gently embraced Chun Ruoyun in his arms. Chun Ruoyun did not refuse. She leaned her head on Zhou Yang's chest, her pretty face flushed. After a while, Chun Ruoyun said, "Mr. Zhou, although you are of high status, I am not so casual. You can marry me, but you must give me a grand wedding." "Oh, you still need a proposal ceremony? Good." Zhou Yang nodded vigorously and said, "Then you can still call me Mr. Zhou." "What's wrong with calling you Mr. Zhou? You are my husband." Chun Ruoyun hugged Zhou Yang tightly and said shyly. In the next few days, Zhou Yang received several calls of congratulations. They were all calls from senior executives, congratulating Zhou Yang on finding true love. Li Tianshu came over and asked Zhou Yang when he planned to hold the wedding and what he was going to do. Finally, we asked someone to calculate a good date and set it on August 26th of this year. "Mr. Zhou, you don't have to worry about the wedding. I'll leave it to someone to handle it. I guarantee you'll be satisfied." When Li Tianshu left, he patted his chest and assured Zhou Yang, as if he was completing a political task. Zhou Yang was a little amused and helpless. He actually wanted a simple wedding, but on second thought he felt that he was treating Chen Ruoyun unfairly. Chen Ruoyun deserves a grand wedding that all girls will envy. On January 8th, Zhou Yang took a special plane to the destination. After the last incident, the country was no longer confident that Zhou Yang would take civil aviation again, so they directly arranged a special plane for Zhou Yang, the most luxurious Gulfstream, and built an airport near the institute to make it convenient for Zhou Yang to take the plane. The plane taxied to a stop on the airport's dedicated runway. Zhou Yang took Chen Ruoyun off the plane, and after confirming their relationship heated up rapidly. Zhou Yang was picked up by a special car and stayed in an elegant villa. By the way, Tsuyu, please invite Mr. Yu to come over for dinner. Zhou Yang said, since he was here, he must meet with Yu Changhong and have a meal together. Mr. Zhou. When Yu Changhong saw Zhou Yang, his expression became a little excited. The two exchanged pleasantries and then sat down in the private garden at the back to chat. It seems like your flagship phone was launched during Christmas. How is it selling? Zhou Yang asked. This is the world's first mobile phone equipped with Tianxin 100. When it comes to this, Yu Changhong sighed and said, it's selling well, but there are constant twists and turns. Oh, what do you mean? Zhou Yang is a wonder. On the second day after we launched our product, Apple cut prices across the board by 1,000 yuan. It was clear that they were trying to start a price war with us. Yu Changhong said, then laughed. It's a pity that they made a mistake. They didn't expect that even if they lowered the price, they still couldn't sell it to us. Chapter 87 Sanctions, which was first released on Christmas Day and became an immediate hit. On that day, 500,000 units were shipped across the entire platform. Although there was a decline on the second day, 300,000 units were still shipped. In the first week, total shipments exceeded 1 million units. In contrast, although the price of fruits across the board dropped by 1,000 yuan, sales did not increase significantly. In other words, the fruit company's strategy of reducing prices to boost sales has completely failed. Moreover, it is easy to reduce the price of fruits, but it is difficult to raise it back up, so this price reduction is almost a permanent one. Isn't that great? Zhou Yang said. The sales are so good. Why does Yu Changhong still encounter setbacks? Yu Changhong said, lowering the price is at most a trick of the fruit industry to disgust us. When they saw that the price reduction did not achieve the expected effect, the fruit industry started to use its big trick. Zhou Yang also became interested. He wanted to hear what tricks fruits could come up with. The first move is that Apple unilaterally issued a notice. That is, any manufacturer who wants to release a version and enter the Apple market will not be allowed to enter the mobile phone market of any Warwick mobile phone. If they are discovered, they will unilaterally cancel the authorization. Yu Changhong said. One is generally compatible with both Apple and Android systems, especially mini games, which come in separate versions. But now that Apple has made this announcement, many manufacturers can only choose between Apple and either you log in or you don't log in and lose all Apple users. This is what forces software developers to take sides. Zhou Yang said, this doesn't seem to have much impact on Android users. Even if all apps are not available on your market, users can still download apps from other app stores. Besides, it's not an easy task for Fruit to define itself. Yu Changhong nodded and said, that's true, but by doing this, Fruit is mainly sending a signal that it has completely broken with us and that we are incompatible with each other. It also has some real impact on our users. At the very least, there will definitely be some software vendors who choose to remove their apps from the App Store. And just like Yu Changhong said, the Fruits do this not to really do anything, but to send a signal. I'm going to fight to the death. Anything else? Zhou Yang smiled and asked again. This kind of painless suppression is nothing at all. Yu Changhong said, this is just the beginning. Driven by the Fruit, the United States Ministry of Commerce has reinitiated sanctions against us, and this time it is more severe than the last time. Not only chips, but any company cannot conduct any business cooperation with us without authorization. Zhou Yang raised his eyebrows and said in surprise, how could the United States issue such a severe ban? Are they lowering their status? This is equivalent to an all-round sanction. Any business activities in the United States will be restricted, and all products cannot use suppliers from the United States, not even a screw. A country, a superpower, is so shameless to sanction a company, especially a private company. This will have a huge impact on the reputation of the American government and give people a shameless feeling. Just imagine, if you can impose sanctions today, you can sanction other companies tomorrow. Who would dare to do business in the United States? Yu Changhong sighed and said, we have inquired through various channels. This time, the sanctions were not only pushed by Fruit, but also by Inner, Inda, and even Modong, and the entire Wall Street. I am afraid that one piece of fruit cannot shake the decision of the American government, but there are so many huge companies, and behind them stands the entire Wall Street, which concerns the interests of the entire Wall Street. With the power of Wall Street, it is still possible to push the U.S. government. Is the impact serious? Zhou Yang asked. Yu Changheng nodded and said, of course it's serious. Our business in North America has all gone to waste, and many of our products are facing the problem of changing suppliers. Especially mobile phones, which are highly integrated, and this time they are flagship level, with all possible configurations, including lenses, motors, screens, and cables. Many of their suppliers are from the United States, but now that the ban has come out, all cooperation has been cut off. Fortunately, we prepared some goods in advance, otherwise we would not be able to hold on and there would be no time to change suppliers. However, some suppliers are not up to standard, so it will still have a huge impact. Zhou Yang frowned. Although China is very strong, it is impossible for it to be strong in all aspects. Many of its products must use foreign goods, and even if there are domestic products, they may not be the best in the world. It would be fine if it was just an ordinary mobile phone, but as a flagship, it must be the best and is the one most affected by the ban. Yu Changheng said, this incident has a huge impact on the internet. Many netizens support Huawei, but it has also affected our mobile phone sales and has dropped significantly. But during this period, an interesting thing happened, which unexpectedly boosted our mobile phone sales. Oh, what is it? Zhou Yang asked. Yu Changheng laughed and said, this happened last week. It's still a little unbelievable to talk about it. A week ago, a guy named Uncle Hedgehog posted a message on the website of the National Hacker Alliance. This is what the post says. I have received the phone I pre-ordered on the official website for Christmas. The phone is really well made and its performance is really amazing. However, I am more curious about the chip Core 100. I have also watched some disassembly videos online, but no one has successfully disassembled the Core 100. This is a bit regrettable, but there is nothing much to say. The confidentiality requirement is understandable. At this moment, an idea suddenly came to my mind, that is, whether it can be installed on the mobile phone. Let's spread some basic common sense. Android phones cannot install systems. It's not because of insufficient performance, but because the underlying architecture is different. Microsoft is the architecture, and mobile phones are basically the same architecture. However, I remember that Mr. Yu said at the press conference that Core 100 uses a completely different architecture, but it is backward compatible with the architecture, and Mr. Yu personally demonstrated it at the time, installing Core 100 on a notebook. In this case, is it possible to install Microsoft system on mobile phone? I tried, looked up a lot of information, and even asked a few old friends in HiSilicon. Finally, I found a way to install it. Okay, without further ado, let's get straight to the test video. Then Uncle Hedgehog played a video, in which the original firmware of the phone was flashed, and then the system was installed. Okay, now it's time for some cool moves. The voice of Uncle Hedgehog appeared in the video. Since the Core 100 is so powerful and integrated, of course it should be used to play games. In the video, Uncle Hedgehog downloaded Cyberpunk 2077. Here, the game has been downloaded. I don't know if there is a loophole here for special adaptation or something, but it can actually match the Core 100 and recognize it as an integrated graphics card. I think this may be related to the next plan to install the Core 100 on the platform. Preparations have been made in advance, so friends who want to use it should hurry up and get it. Once it's blocked, you won't be able to use it anymore. Okay, let's use an adapter, plug in the mouse and keyboard, and then wirelessly project the screen. Then, the fun begins. In the video, Uncle Hedgehog plays Cyberpunk 2077 extremely smoothly. So, why buy a 3090 or a high-performance computer? With one, you not only own a flagship phone, but also a high-performance one. Now I feel that selling it for more than $8,000 is really a fair price. After being reposted, this post exploded the entire internet. Chapter 88 Prohibition of Sale. At first, this post was only circulated among hackers and many technology geeks. But soon, someone uploaded the relevant video to the site. At this point, the situation became unstoppable. The number of on-demand views of the site's first video exceeded 5 million. More than a dozen related technology bloggers immediately followed up and published all kinds of exaggerated headlines. For only 8,800 yuan, you can own a flagship mobile phone and a super powerful computer. It coincided with the release of Cyberpunk 2077, which was not well optimized, and players could not afford a 3090. So the news that they could play Cyberpunk 2077 on a mobile phone directly pushed it to the hot list. On TikTok, land on the hot list. Many game makers followed suit and started using this method for live broadcasts. It wasn't until Uncle Hedgehog uploaded a foolproof installation package that the popularity rose again. The foolproof installation package circulated in major forums, and the number of downloads exceeded hundreds of thousands. On TikTok, there is also a challenge of what your mobile phone can do. The art designer is here and released a video of using the brush system to do art rendering. No doubt about it, it's super fast. In short, this mobile phone has been used in many different ways. For ordinary consumers, a mobile phone with such powerful performance is equivalent to buying a computer, and it only costs more than 8,000 yuan. Rounding it off, it's like picking it up for free. So why not follow up quickly? This directly led to a surge in sales, which had been somewhat sluggish. This was completely beyond my expectations. Zhou Yang was also somewhat amused. He knew that there was a plan to adapt the Core 100 to various platforms. He asked, "So how did you do it? Did you close the loophole?" From a technical point of view, it is actually very easy to plug this loophole. Yu Changheng shook his head and said, "No, many consumers buy a phone to flash the system, but they will find that it is still a phone after all, and they still have to find a way to flash it back. There are very few people who really treat their phone as a computer. So since it can increase sales, why not do it?" Zhou Yang smiled and said, "What are your plans for the sanctions against fruit?" Yu Changheng smiled bitterly and said, "What else can we do? We'll just have to hold on for now." Zhou Yang thought for a moment and said, "How about this? I'll make a call for you." Yu Changheng was stunned. Although he didn't say it out loud when he came here, he still had some thoughts in his mind about asking Zhou Yang for help. After all, Zhou Yang's identity was there. If Zhou Yang was willing to help, it would definitely affect the attitude of the top management towards this matter. Zhou Yang took out his cell phone and called Li Tianshu. After exchanging a few polite words, Zhou Yang asked, "Director Li, what do the higher-ups think about the fruit sanctions?" Li Tianshu didn't expect Zhou Yang to ask about this and asked, "Did they come here to ask you for help?" "Yes." Li Tianshu paused for a moment and said, "In fact, the authorities have been paying attention to this matter." This question was also answered at the press conference in the past few days, but the authorities meant that we should not participate in commercial activities to increase friction. The meaning of this statement is very clear. At most, the higher-ups will give you some support, but it is unlikely that they will actually do anything. Zhou Yang thought for a moment and said, "I understand what they did, but this time, it was the American government that was shameless first. So are we just going to let them bully us for no reason? I think we can use our actions to show that our company is not something that anyone can bully. I have been abroad for a few years and have deeply understood one thing. If you are always kind, they will think you are easy to bully. Only when you resist and let them know how powerful you are will they be afraid of you. It's fine to keep hiding your weaknesses, but I think there's no need for our country to hide its weaknesses anymore. Our goal is to become the world's most powerful country. To put it bluntly, we want to conquer the entire Earth and become the #1 on the blue planet. If they hit us, we can't just smile and do nothing. We have to hit them back, and hit them harder. For example, just ban the sale of fruit." Zhou Yang said these words in front of Yu Changheng. After listening to this, Yu Changheng felt his blood boiling, and he was so excited that he almost cried. This is the second time in a row that we have been sanctioned by a country. Yu Changheng felt so wronged. And now, if the country steps in to do something, it would be truly a timely help. On the other end of the phone, Li Tianshu was silent for a moment, then said, "I understand. I will convey your meaning to the higher-ups." Hang up the phone. Yu Changheng gave Zhou Yang a thumbs up and said, "Ban the sale of fruit, Mr. Zhou. You are so domineering." Zhou Yang said, "Who made them shameless first?" Yu Changheng laughed and instantly felt much better. "Let's go fishing." Zhou Yang stood up and greeted. "Good." Yu Changheng hurriedly followed. The Huawei incident was not a big deal to Zhou Yang. After he had said what he needed to say, Zhou Yang didn't care about it anymore. The air show begins on January 10th. The entire air show will last for 5 days. This time, more than a dozen countries and hundreds of military-industrial enterprises will participate in the exhibition. Although it is called an air show, it not only displays aviation weapons, but also a large number of army weapons, including tanks, infantry fighting vehicles, etc. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Sun Chao, a reporter from Teshue Forum, arrived at the exhibition center early. 262. "Where are you?" Sun Chao called his friend. Soon, the two met up. Whose real name is Zhang Yifan, is a famous military blogger. Brother Sunday. The two men met, exchanged some pleasantries, and hurried towards the entrance. "What do you think Xi'an Aircraft Industry Group will release this time?" Sun Chao asked as they walked. Zhang Yifan said, "Who knows? but it's obviously big news since they've hyped it up in advance. Do you think it could be the legendary H-20? As early as a few days ago, people who follow military news noticed that ZN Aircraft Industrial Corporation began to build momentum, saying that they would launch major products at this air show, which attracted countless speculations and fantasies. Moreover, the air show also made ZN Aircraft Industrial Corporation's press conference a highlight, holding it as the first press conference after the opening ceremony, and the booths were all in place. From this perspective, it can also be indirectly confirmed that ZN Aircraft Industrial Corporation is going to do big things. How is that possible? Sun Chao shook his head and smiled. The two followed the crowd and entered the exhibition center. At this time, the spacious exhibition center was already filled with various high-tech weapons. Zhang Yifun's eyes immediately widened. "Don't worry, accompany me to watch the opening ceremony first," Sun Chao said. Zhang Yifun said, "There are a lot of leaders giving speeches at the opening ceremony. What's so interesting about it?" Sun Chao shook the SLR in his arms and said, "Brother, I'm a reporter. I have an interview assignment. Okay, go with me first. Once the opening ceremony is over, it's just right to watch the press conference." Zhang Yifun nodded helplessly and had to follow. Chapter 89 Air Show Opening. The opening ceremony will be held in the very center of the exhibition. The opening ceremony was held on time at 9 o'clock in the morning. "Please invite all the invited leaders to come on stage," the host announced loudly. At this moment, a group of people walked out from the backstage. Li Tianshu, accompanying Zhou Yang, walked at the front of the team. "Mr. Zhou, your seat." Li Tianshu led Zhou Yang to sit in the center. Below, reporters who came to interview also started taking pictures. In an instant, the flashlights almost blinded people's eyes. Although it was Zhou Yang's first time experiencing such a scene, he was able to keep his composure and sat casually, not feeling awkward at all. At this time, the host also began to introduce the leaders. There were local leaders and leaders from the General Assembly Department. When it was Zhou Yang's turn, they just said, "Welcome Academician Zhou Yang." Other than that, there is no introduction. Zhou Yang was stunned and turned his head to ask Li Tianshu beside him, "When did I become an academician?" Li Tianshu smiled and said, "With your achievements, being an academician is an understatement." Zhou Yang knew that the higher-ups intended to let him show up at this air show, and gradually let him come to the fore and give him the status of an academician. It was not surprising. The hundreds of invited guests in the audience did discuss the topic a bit when they heard the host's introduction. Zhang Yifun touched Sun Chao and said, "This academician is so young. He looks to be in his 20s. I remember the youngest academician was almost 40 years old." Sun Chao also said, "Zhou Yang, how come I have never heard of this name?" As he spoke, he took out his cell phone and searched the name Zhou Yang, but there was no result. That's strange. If he's an academician, at least the encyclopedia should have it. Sun Chao looked at Zhou Yang, who was sitting upright, raised his camera, and took 2 pictures, and suddenly became interested in Zhou Yang. Sun Chao also went to the website of the Chinese Academy of Sciences to look for Zhou Yang's information, but still couldn't find it. But in such a formal occasion, the host will definitely not introduce the wrong person. However, the Chinese Academy of Sciences does not have any information about Zhou Yang as an academician. For a moment, Sun Chao was a little confused. Similarly, not only Sun Chao, but many other people also noticed Zhou Yang. Dimilov was also in the crowd. When he saw Zhou Yang, he exclaimed, "Why is it him? Who is he?" Sitting next to Dimilov was another person, who was the person in charge of negotiations who was resent by the Kremlin. That's right, after the last breakdown of the engine export talks, Dimilov was severely reprimanded by the Kremlin and then demoted. The person in charge of the negotiations also became the newly sent Jelawa. Dimilov frowned and lowered his voice, saying, "This person should be the culprit that caused our negotiation to fail this time." "What?" Guliwa exclaimed and asked hurriedly, "What's going on? Who is this person?" Guliwa had just arrived and didn't know much about the negotiations. But Dimilov had already used all his connections to investigate all the intelligence related to the transaction. Dimilov said slowly, "Afterwards, I analyzed that the only explanation for the sudden unilateral termination of negotiations and the statement that they did not want our engines was that they really did not need them. Their engines had already achieved a breakthrough. Although I think it's unlikely, I still asked our intelligence department to conduct a detailed investigation and mobilized a lot of connections. We actually found some clues. Fong seems to have launched a mysterious research and development project. All signs indicate that it is related to the engine. And we finally got detailed intelligence from the country. That's when I learned about this person's existence." Jelawa frowned. Dimilov talked for a long time, but he still didn't understand. Dimilov asked, Do you know about the Lungsan battery and the Tianqin 100 chip that has recently shocked the world? Guliwa nodded. Of course he knew about this major event that had spread all over the world. Especially in this negotiation, Guliwa was dissatisfied with China because China developed the Lungsan battery and wanted to teach China a lesson, which led to a series of events afterwards. Dimilov said slowly, "It is this person who developed the Lungsan battery and Tianqin 100. What?" Guliwa almost jumped up in shock and quickly lowered his voice, sat back down and said hurriedly, "Are you kidding? Wasn't the Lungsan battery developed by BYD?" Dimilov smiled contemptuously and said, "You believe this kind of nonsense? Man, don't disbelieve it. It has been confirmed over there. As far as I know, they even organized an assassination attempt. Remember the news not long ago about the airport being closed for anti-terrorist exercises? That was an assassination attempt organized by them." Guliwa opened his mouth wide. He really couldn't imagine that technological achievements like Lungsan batteries and Tianqin 100 were all created by one person. You know, it is not certain that a country can research any one of them even with all its efforts. And Zhou Yang alone developed two. By the way, you said the engine is also related to him? Guliwa asked hurriedly again. Dimilov nodded and said, "Combining the intelligence we have collected, we can basically infer that Zhou Yang is in charge of this mysterious research and development project initiated by Fong. It is probably for this reason that Fong unilaterally stopped negotiating with us and placed his hopes for a breakthrough engine on him." "But can he do it?" said Guliwa. But as soon as he said this, Guliwa reacted and realized that if the Lungsan battery and Tianqin 100 were really developed by Zhou Yang, then Zhou Yang definitely has the ability to handle the research on the engine. Damn it, what should we do? Are we really going to give up on this negotiation? Guliwa gritted his teeth. Dimilov said nothing. He didn't know what to do. At this time, Guliwa looked at Zhou Yang on the stage and suddenly said, "Why don't we kill him? If we kill him, we will be heroes of the country." Dimilov opened his mouth instantly and looked at his companion in disbelief. He was completely speechless. What on earth was this guy thinking? Even if you got kicked in the head by a donkey, you can't come up with such a ridiculous solution. He also wanted to assassinate Zhou Yang, but he was probably sniped as soon as he got close. The opening ceremony was not long. It was over in an hour with several leaders giving speeches. The airshow has officially begun. Zhou Yang and others have already left. The host said loudly, "Please move outside the venue. In half an hour, Xi'an Aircraft Corporation will hold the first press conference of the airshow. Go." Zhang Yifan pulled Sun Chao and ran out of the field. Since it is an airshow, there are of course planes. Outside the expo, there is a huge open area filled with various aircraft. Some large-scale press conferences are held here. It's outside the field, there's no doubt about it. It must be a fighter jet, and it could be the legendary H-20. I hope it's the H-20. We have been waiting for so many years. Zhang Yifan was shaking with excitement. Chapter 90 Engine Breakthrough. Hundreds of people have gathered outside the expo. There are ordinary people who buy tickets to come in and visit, as well as weapons manufacturers from various countries and purchasing groups from various countries. At this kind of air show press conference, some new weapons are usually released, and some can be ordered on the spot. Zhang Yifan and Sun Chao also squeezed to the front row with difficulty, looking forward to it. The exhibition stand has been set up on site. When the time came, the press conference started on time. The person who took the stage was an engineer from Xi'an Aircraft Industrial Corporation named Yang Junchang. After a brief opening speech, he introduced, "Aviation engines have always been a long-standing problem that has plagued our fighter jets. They have gone into space, but they do not have a qualified heart." Below the stage, Zhang Yifan was startled and asked hurriedly, "Did he break through?" Yang Junchang mentioned the engine, so it is 90% likely that the next thing to be released will be the engine. The most eye-catching engine project in Xi'an Aircraft Industry Corporation is undoubtedly the project. Sun Chao was also shocked and said, "That's impossible. How could this thing suddenly break through? If there really was any result, the news would have leaked out long ago." Sometimes, the country will take the initiative to pass on some intelligence to the outside world, but it is not very obvious. For example, in a news report, a short interview may show that the engine of a fighter jet is different from before. Don't doubt it. It is impossible for the news that can be released to be accidentally shot wrong. Since it is released, it is intentional. The project is really, as Yang Junchang said, it is a very difficult problem. If there is really hope of solving it, there will definitely be some action and signals will be sent out, such as "I am about to succeed in my research, are you afraid?" or something like that. So Sun Chao didn't quite believe that the project would suddenly make a breakthrough. Zhang Yifan was so excited that he said, "Not necessarily. There is still one more in Wanli." Maybe he will break through. To be honest, I have been waiting for this day for many years. Aero engines have always been a technological problem that has plagued the country, and they are often discussed and ridiculed on the internet. Just like Yang Juncheng said, it has already gone into space, but the aero engine problem has not been solved yet. Yang Juncheng said, "Please let me keep you in suspense here." As he spoke, Yang Juncheng waved his hand, and the large screen behind him moved to the sides, revealing a booth surrounded by red cloth. Everyone present stretched their heads, wanting to see clearly what was inside the red cloth. Zhang Yifan said hurriedly, "Look at the size, it can't escape. It must be Hongji." Sun Chao was also excited, but still said, "What if it's just that?" On the stage, Yang Juncheng said loudly, "Then next, we would like to invite our project leaders, Chief Engineer Yuan Haifeng, Chief Engineer Li Bingxian, and Academician Zhou Yang to announce it to us together." Yang Juncheng's words immediately made the atmosphere at the scene extremely heated. Yang Juncheng himself admitted that the engine will be released soon. "I told you, yes, that's right. After so many years of anticipation, it's finally here." Zhang Yifan jumped up and down excitedly. Sun Chao next to him was also very excited. His eyes became red and wet. At this time, Zhou Yang took the lead, followed by Yuan Haifeng and Li Bingxian, and walked up to the booth. Originally, Zhou Yang wanted to walk at the back, but Yuan Haifeng and Li Bingxian refused to agree, so Zhou Yang had no choice but to walk to the front. There was warm applause at the scene. Yuan Haifeng and Li Bingxian waved in response immediately. Zhou Yang thought about it, raised his hand, and waved it twice. "Hey, why is it him?" Sun Chao was stunned. Zhang Yifan also saw Zhou Yang and said hurriedly, "Isn't this academician Zhou Yang, who sat in the center at the opening ceremony? How come he became the person in charge of the project?" "I know Chief Engineer Yuan Haifeng. Xi'an Aircraft Industry Corporation has always announced that he is in charge of the project. Who is this Chief Engineer Li? And how come this Zhou Yang has also become the project leader?" Zhang Yifan was full of questions. Sun Chao was also full of doubts and said, "And did you notice that Chief Engineer Yuan and Chief Engineer Li were both walking in the back, while Zhou Yang was walking in the front? Generally, only the core person in charge of a project would walk in the front. Could it be that academician Zhou Yang is the real person in charge of the project? I don't know." Zhang Yifan shook his head, but he was extremely shocked in his heart and said, "He is too young. Not only is he an academician, but he can also be in charge of a project. He is simply amazing." Countless flashes captured Zhou Yang and the other two. This time, Zhou Yang has stepped to the forefront for the first time. In the crowd, Dimirov's expression was extremely gloomy. He gritted his teeth and said, "Sure enough, it was him. He was the one who solved the project. Damn it, how could it be so fast?" Guliwa also had a dull look on his face. Zhou Yang looked to be in his 20s. How old was he? But he had already developed the Lungsan battery and Tianqin 100. Now he had added another project. Was he possessed by Einstein? Zhou Yang came to the stage. There was a button on the stage. When he pressed it, the red cloth behind him would fall off. "You two, come together," Zhou Yang said with a smile. Yuan Haifeng and Li Bingxian nodded and pressed the button together with Zhou Yang. The red cloth slid off, and a brand new aircraft engine appeared in front of everyone. The cheers at the scene reached a climax in an instant. Zhou Yang also stood aside and applauded with everyone. An engine, like a star in the spotlight, attracted everyone's attention. After a full half-minute, Yang Juncheng introduced, "This is our latest aircraft engine. Its intermediate thrust reaches 105 kilonewtons, and its afterburner thrust reaches 181 kilonewtons. Because of the application of new materials, its thrust-to-weight ratio reaches 11. Because of the application of new materials, its service life reaches 10,000 hours." Yang Juncheng's last words once again set the scene on fire. Almost all the audiences who can buy tickets are military fans. They certainly know the difficulties and what 10,000 hours represent. 10,000 hours, my God, 10,000 hours. It really solved it. It solved it. Zhang Yifan waved his arms and shouted excitedly to vent his inner excitement. Many military fans at the scene also burst into the same shout at the same time. 10,000 hours almost merged into a torrent, spreading throughout the entire press conference. As for the foreign weapons manufacturers and purchasing delegation representatives, they all had solemn expressions. It has a lifespan of 10,000 hours and is displayed at such a public airshow, which shows that the country has solved the problem of mass production and truly resolved all technical difficulties. One more shackle is locked on the dragon. Yang Juncheng said, "I will not go into too much detail about the specific parameters, but today, there is still one reserved item. which is the one equipped with 2 latest engines. It will fly over our press conference site under our witness. What? I heard that correctly, didn't I? Along with the exclamations of the crowd, a huge roar broke through the sky. In the distance, a fighter plane like an eagle came across the sky.